I am undeniably a prodigy in the realm of cultivation, yet I have chosen to remain among mortals to enlighten countless beings. In doing so, I have squandered this rare, celestial opportunity, just as this fateful connection is on the verge of vanishing. I find myself compelled to confront the departure of my senior brother and the path of cultivation left untraveled. In the midst of my profound reflections, a monkey clad in a Taoist robe silently appears in the village, shattering the tranquility of this moment. My name is Chin Han, and I am not of this world. I hail from a blue star. Initially, I led a modest life, engaging in small businesses and earning a modest income, aspiring to live a carefree existence. However, the arrival of the Dragon King of the East Sea, who bestowed benevolent rains, and the compassionate Avalokiteshvara, who came to save sentient beings, made me realize that this was not the ancient life I had envisioned, but rather a realm of cultivation. Given that I found myself in a world of immortality, how could I resign myself to being an ordinary mortal? Thus, I squandered my family fortune and, through great trials and tribulations, sought out a wandering cultivator, becoming his second disciple. Our fortuitous encounters led us to achieve significant progress in our cultivation, reaching the realm of scattered immortals, also known as human immortals. Alas, my senior brother ventured down the mountain to seek further opportunities, and I recently learned of his passing. It was evident that the entanglements of cause and effect had severed his lifespan. What a pity! I shook my head, recalling my master's warning that the path of cultivation is one that opposes the heavens, and one should not become overly entangled in karmic ties. Yet, my brother's innate kindness led him to alleviate the suffering of the common folk. Reflecting on this, I could not help but feel a pang of regret. Little did I expect that my brother had taken on another disciple, who would surely return soon. Glancing at the letter left by my brother stirred something within me. Although I was reluctant to meddle in others' affairs, a disciple of my brother was indeed my own disciple. Thus, I resolved to remain here, dedicating myself to day and night cultivation, shutting out the affairs of the outside world. One day, a monkey clad in a Taoist robe appeared in the village. After many years, I was astonished by how rapidly this place had developed, wondering if any of the elders still resided here. As the monkey wandered through the village, he observed the terrified expressions of the villagers. How can this monkey resemble a human so closely? They whispered, and he is even dressed. How frightening! Quick, let us flee. In a flurry, they scattered. Seeing this, the monkey frowned and turned to reveal his teeth, sending the villagers fleeing even faster. Soon, the monkey arrived at the entrance of my courtyard, murmuring, "It remains unchanged." Just as it was back then, standing at the threshold, I felt a wave of nostalgia, contemplating whether to enter when I suddenly heard a voice from within. "Since you have arrived, come inside." A bit perplexed, I nonetheless pushed the door open and stepped inside. Within the courtyard, I beheld a figure seated on the ground, surrounded by a swirling aura of celestial energy, exuding a formidable presence, even surpassing that of my fellow disciples. At Fengsuan Mountain, I cannot suppress my astonishment. What a powerful aura! "Nephew, you must be the one mentioned by senior brother Dongyun. Indeed, your bone structure is extraordinary," he said with a slight smile, seemingly pleased with me. Though I did not comprehend why he referred to me as nephew, I entered nonetheless, for after my studies of Fengsuan Mountain, I had learned the importance of etiquette, especially when addressing a senior who had once guided me. "Senior," I respectfully called out. "No need for such formality." He waved his hand dismissively, observing my understanding of decorum. He praised my brother's teachings. As a senior uncle, he could not afford to be stingy and pour me a cup of water, adding several leaves of spiritual herb into it. Although I arrived in this world without acquiring any system, I still possess an innate talent for cultivating spiritual flowers and herbs. The spiritual grasses that exist outside, which are absent from this realm, are all products of my own cultivation. It is said that my master's cave abode is a place from the ancient past, rich in spiritual energy and home to many plants not found in the outside world. "Do have a taste," he declared, placing the tea upon the stone table in the courtyard. I gazed at the teacup, lifting it despite my ignorance of its contents. Yet I could sense the rich spiritual essence within. Without further contemplation, I took a sip. Boom! A surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from the divine tea, permeating my entire being, while the mysterious aura began to meld with my comprehension of the laws of the universe, gradually refining my understanding. Observing me as I drank the spiritual tea, Qin Han could not help but nod in approval, exclaiming, "This tea is brewed from spiritual root leaves. Though it may not rival the primal roots of innate spiritual roots, it is nonetheless extraordinary." He continued, "Consuming this tea, those of lesser aptitude will experience boundless spiritual energy. The moderately gifted will grasp the minor paths of the universe. The fairly talented will apprehend the greater paths, while those with exceptional talent will enhance their understanding of the ultimate truths." Clearly, my aptitude was extraordinary, allowing me to refine my comprehension. It dawned on me why my senior brother chose to take me as his disciple. Even Qin Han was tempted to take me under his wing. Now, as he presented the spiritual tea, it served as a greeting gift for me, his nephew, and he sought to discern my true potential. I silently vowed that since my senior brother entrusted me to him, as his uncle, he would undoubtedly strive to guide me well. "Rest assured, senior brother, I shall diligently instruct your disciple," I whispered to myself, though the image of my senior brother's stern visage loomed in my mind, causing a flicker of anxiety within me. Chapter 2. Master Uncle, what should I do? "Thank you, senior." After a considerable time had passed, the monkey expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The benefits he had received this time were unprecedented. Upon hearing the monkey utter those two words, Qin Han could not help but roll his eyes and remarked, "Given the bond we share, there is no need for such formality. I have long been acquainted with your master. During our years in the mountains, he provided me with considerable care. Now that he has entrusted you to me, I shall certainly not betray his faith." At this point, Qin Han sighed, reminiscing about his benevolent senior. The monkey was somewhat astonished, realizing that this individual was a close acquaintance of his master, the Bodhi patriarch. He had been sent down the mountain with the intention of returning directly to Flower Fruit Mountain, but recalling the eminent person he had met along the way, it seemed that the patriarch had orchestrated everything. Although he had been sent down, it was merely a means of entrusting him to this person. With this thought, the monkey immediately adopted a more humble demeanor. Despite his usual rebelliousness, he held immense respect for his master and, naturally, for his master uncle as well. "Thank you, Master Uncle." The monkey respectfully rose and performed a bow. Qin Han, having never witnessed such politeness from a monkey, nodded and replied, "Please have a seat." "Thank you, Master Uncle. But may I ask, what was it I just drank? Just a sip has filled me with vigor, and I felt a peculiar power descend upon me, as if it had compressed years of cultivation into an instant." Old son, it seemed the monkey, like son Wukong, favored referring to himself in such a manner. Qin Han waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It is nothing extraordinary, merely a trivial thing. This is a type of tea made from innate spiritual roots. According to my master, if an ordinary person consumes it, they may attain enlightenment and ascend in a single moment. For those of exceptional talent, it allows for deeper understanding, and the benefits derived will only grow with their insights. Of course, it is not of great significance. If you enjoy it, feel free to partake regularly." Upon hearing his master uncle's words, son Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that such wondrous things existed in the world. He could not help but wonder about the true nature of his master uncle. However, recalling that his master was well-versed in Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, it seemed that having a somewhat extraordinary master uncle was not so remarkable after all. "May I inquire your name, Master Uncle?" the monkey curiously asked. Qin Han shook his head and replied, "In this world, names hold little importance. They are mere mundane matters. Since you are here, I shall follow your master's wishes and impart some teachings to you." Upon hearing this, the monkey's eyes gleamed with excitement. Having been expelled from the mountain of the heart, he had been unwilling to leave, but it appeared that the Bodhi patriarch had not truly abandoned him as a disciple. Rather, he had sent him here to receive guidance from this master uncle. "Thank you, master, for your guidance." Qin Han nodded, observing the humility of the monkey before him. Reminiscent of the journey to the west he had encountered in his previous life, He discerned that this world bore a striking resemblance to the tales of that epic. The southern Jianbu and eastern Shenzhou both possessed the legacy of the three purities, while the western Ehezu was home to the teachings of Buddhism. And Putuo was the sacred ground of Guanyin Bodhisattva, although he did not believe this realm to be the very world of journey to the west. He was certain it was part of the primordial universe. His master had once spoken of the terrors of calamities, which even the sages could not escape, rendering the current sages mere legends. Do you understand what it takes to survive in such a world? The monkey was taken aback. He had never contemplated this matter. After all, having attained enlightenment, he had descended from the mountain, intending to revel in his newfound freedom as the king of leisure, without a thought on survival. However, he recognized that his cultivation paled in comparison to that of his master. I seek your guidance. Qin Han smiled gently. What you need to do is to endure. Endure? How can my master speak so disparagingly? Yet, considering his esteemed reputation, it was unlikely he would insult him. Furrowing his brow in confusion, the monkey inquired, Master, what does it mean to endure? Sitting opposite the monkey, Qin Han sighed and said, Monkey, you may feel a slight sense of accomplishment in your cultivation, believing yourself invincible. Yet do you truly comprehend the number of formidable beings in this world? The monkey was momentarily silent. Qin Han had struck a chord within him. It was precisely because he had practiced the great heavenly immortal technique, followed by the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, that he began to flaunt his newfound abilities. Yet, he had never considered the multitude of strong individuals in this realm. Without needing the monkey to articulate his thoughts, Qin Han already understood that this young lad, filled with fervor and brimming with a sense of invincibility, would fear nothing, believing himself to be the greatest. Qin Han's calm demeanor stemmed from having lived 2 lives, granting him the wisdom that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. To cite a few examples, above lies the celestial court ruled by the Jade Emperor, sovereign of the 3 realms, while below is the netherworld, governing the reincarnation of gods, humans, and demons. In the west, the Buddhist teachings offer salvation to all beings. And in the south, the 3 purities impart profound wisdom. Qin Han elucidated these concepts, leaving the monkey in a state of astonishment. He was merely a monkey who had ventured out from Flower Fruit Mountain in search of immortals, having spent years without encountering a single sage. Now, having returned from his studies, he believed himself to be an immortal with considerable prowess. Yet, upon hearing his master's words, he realized that despite his modest capabilities, he was still a mere minor creature, just a small demon at best. Indeed, he had only cultivated for a few years, whereas those his master spoke of had practiced for countless eons, being unparalleled and formidable beings. At that moment, the monkey broke into a cold sweat. Had he not heard his master mention these powerful individuals, he might have truly believed himself to be invincible, potentially courting disaster. Thus, you comprehend now, do you not? The word endure serves as a reminder for you to act with caution. If you lack absolute certainty of victory, do not provoke trouble or act recklessly. If one lacks absolute confidence in victory, how can one ascertain that survival is assured when engaging in conflict with others? Even with such confidence, how can one be certain that adversaries do not possess hidden trump cards? Thus, the consequence of rash action may well culminate in 4 words. Captivated by Qin Han's words, the monkey found himself intrigued. Upon hearing this, he inquired with curiosity, Master, what is the outcome? Naturally, it is the demise of the body and the dissolution of the soul. All the opportunities you have garnered in this life, the fruits of your arduous cultivation, will vanish into thin air. Are you willing to accept such a fate? The monkey, of course, was unwilling. He had ventured forth in search of immortality. Master, what should I do? Chapter 3. The 10 Yama Kings are but minor officials. The monkey's eagerness for knowledge brought immense joy to Qin Han. This monkey was far more obedient than his own senior brother, who had once disregarded his master's teachings and ventured out, only to meet an untimely demise. Fortunately, the disciple left behind by his brother was exceptionally compliant. Master Uncle, what should I do? The monkey inquired, yearning for longevity and reluctant to meet an early end. My dear nephew, that is an astute question. Firstly, We must ensure our survival, avoiding unnecessary confrontations that could lead to trouble. But Master Uncle, what if we are compelled to act? In such a case, we must possess an array of strategies, those that can determine victory or defeat. If you have a trump card, so too does your opponent. If you possess two, or even countless trump cards, then that is the essence of survival, avoiding conflict unless absolutely necessary. If conflict becomes inevitable, possessing those trump cards will allow you to navigate the situation effectively. Listening intently to Qin Han's words, the monkey nodded vigorously. Noticing the monkey's rapt attention, Qin Han smiled faintly and said, "Perfect timing. Allow me to share a tale involving a prominent figure among the monkey demons. One you may have heard of." A prominent monkey demon? The monkey felt a surge of anticipation. Once upon a time, in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, there existed a sacred mountain known as Huaga Mountain, where a stone absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. The monkey listened with unwavering focus, especially when he heard the name Huaga Mountain, causing him to shudder with excitement. He was captivated by the tale of the monkey witnessing the death of his kin, which ignited his resolve to journey across the seas in search of immortality. A tempest of thoughts surged within him. Could it be that monkeys were foolish? Quite the contrary, for this monkey was astutely intelligent. Merely with 3 wooden boards, he had the audacity to seek out the Bodhi patriarch under the cover of night. In just a few short years, he mastered both the great immortal technique and the 72 transformations, surpassing the majority of deities. Such a remarkable being could hardly be considered foolish. Upon hearing his master uncle recount this tale, the monkey pondered its underlying significance. Was his master uncle attempting to reveal his destiny through this story, hoping to awaken him? As he listened with even greater concentration, the monkey was astonished to discover that the character within the tale had brazenly entered the Eastern Sea to seize treasures from the Dragon Clan, subsequently causing chaos in the underworld and erasing names from the Book of Life and Death. Eventually, he was summoned by the Heavenly Court, becoming a minor official tasked with tending to celestial steeds. Upon learning of this, he descended in fury. Later, he was again summoned, attaining the title of the Great Sage equal to heaven. Yet, this title was little more than a fa ade, for he was excluded from the Heavenly Peach Banquet. In due course, he wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace, shattering the firmament, only to be ultimately suppressed beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, losing his freedom entirely. A complex turmoil brewed within him. Could this truly be his fate? Was this his future? Qin Han regarded the monkey before him with a gaze filled with complexity and trepidation, secretly pleased. It appeared this tale indeed served as a poignant cautionary lesson. After all, sharing a kinship as monkeys, it was likely that his worldview had been irrevocably shattered. Even a mighty monkey king ultimately found himself a captive. And though this monkey demon possesses considerable strength, how can he possibly be compared to the great sun Wukong? It is Qin Han's hope that the monkey can wisely cultivate his abilities and refrain from reckless bravado, lest he become a second incarnation of the Monkey King. Disciple, what are your thoughts on the tale of son Wukong I just recounted? Qin Han inquired, gazing at the monkey. The monkey fell silent, and, after a prolonged moment, a self-deprecating smile emerged as he remarked, "This son Wukong is utterly foolish. Despite possessing such extraordinary talent, he resorts to bravado and seeks ascension to the heavenly court, only to end up suppressed beneath the Five-Finger Mountain." As he spoke these words, the monkey truly felt the weight of his own folly. He had not anticipated such a degree of foolishness within himself. Yet, had he not encountered his master, he might well have followed a similar path. Upon returning to the Flower and Fruit Mountain, he had been brimming with pride, having finally attained a level of mastery. The story of causing chaos in the underworld seemed destined to unfold, but after reflecting on the tale, he resolved never to act so recklessly. Qin Han nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Though son Wukong may appear foolish in this light, once embroiled in the game, can you truly claim you would not act similarly?" The monkey remained silent, then nodded in agreement. "Master is correct. Were I in son Wukong's position, I too might have acted thus. For none can predict the outcomes of such actions." Qin Han replied, "Well said, my disciple. Thus, we must diligently cultivate the path of prudence. The future is shrouded in uncertainty, but caution is the vessel that carries us through the ages. Now, disciple, do you know how I would act were I son Wukong? The monkey nodded vigorously, suddenly invigorated by this question, looking intently at his master. It was clear that his master intended to guide him, hoping he would not become like the story's son Wukong, trapped beneath the five-finger mountain. The monkey, filled with urgency, asked, Master, what would you do? Once again, the answer is prudence. Qin Han replied, gazing at the monkey. If I were son Wukong and returned to the flower and fruit mountain, why would I hastily seek weapons in the East Sea? I could deepen my cultivation first and then approach the Dragon King. The legend of the Rui Jingu Bang suggests it was arranged for son Wukong by the Buddhist realm, and there are those who say it belongs solely to him. Regardless, the Dragon King of the East Sea is well aware of this matter. Thus, one can negotiate amicably with him, potentially averting many conflicts. The Dragon King would not be driven to wrath and report to the heavens. Even if he did, it could become part of a mutual favor with the Dragon Clan. After all, the journey to the west is a celestial decree of merit, and I believe the East Sea Dragon King would not refuse such an alliance. Is it not true that having more allies opens more paths? As the saying goes, having more friends means more avenues. Qin Han smiled slightly and continued. Then we must descend into the underworld. Though going there is unavoidable, it need not be a grand spectacle. The 10 Yama Kings are merely minor officials. There is no need to make things difficult for them. The 10 Yama Kings are merely minor officials? The monkey was taken aback. He had just heard Qin Han speak of them, and felt that the 10 Yama Kings were as formidable as the Jade Emperor of the heavenly realm. Of course, the underworld was created by the benevolent Empress Pingxin, who established the realm of reincarnation. Thus, son Wukong could certainly seek out Empress Pingxin, for she is indeed a saint of the underworld. A saint. The monkey was even more astonished. Saints are rare, and he had not anticipated the existence of a saint in this world. Does my master know how to find this saint of the underworld? The monkey gazed in awe at his master, who was indeed no ordinary person, for he even knew the whereabouts of the saint of the underworld. Chapter 4. The Master Deceiving Oneself. This is only natural. Qin Han nodded and remarked, although this eminent sage lies in slumber, he has left a fragment of himself in the netherworld. Meng Pe, seemingly merely a facilitator of the cycle of reincarnation, is in fact a figure wielding significant authority in the underworld. Should we forge an alliance with Lady Pingxin, we could certainly garner the support of the netherworld. Thus, we would acquire formidable assistance. The monkey, astonished, realized that the unassuming Meng Pe of legend was, in actuality, a manifestation of the eminent sage. However, a question arose in his mind. Master, did you not previously assert that the heavenly court governs both heaven and earth, reigning over the three realms? If that is the case, wouldn't the netherworld and the eastern sea also be subject to the heavenly court's influence? Even if we were to collaborate with them, what tangible benefits could we expect? Qin Han chuckled and shook his head. Ah, my dear monkey, you are still naive and unaware of the deeper truths. Though the Dragon Clan may have fallen from grace, it does not imply the absence of its ancestors. The netherworld, needless to say, is not to be underestimated, for Lady Pingxin is indeed an eminent sage. In today's world, an eminent sage represents the apex of power. And even if the ancestors of the Dragon Clan do not match Lady Pingxin's prowess, they are far from ordinary beings. Such entities, even if the heavenly court sought to suppress them, must be approached with caution. Upon hearing this, the monkey finally grasped the essence of Qin Han's words. I see now. No wonder you are my master. What comes next? He inquired with eager anticipation. Next, we must forge bonds with the 6 great demon kings, Qin Han continued. Mo Wang is exceptional. He is the sole demon possessing a steed. There are whispers that he is the mount of the leader of the... And even if that is not the case, there are undoubtedly deep connections between them. Thus, allying with him would surely yield benefits. The monkey interjected excitedly. So this is yet another ace up our sleeve. Qin Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, my young prodigy, do you believe that with these 3 allies by his side, son Wukong would have faced such dire suppression? At this moment, the monkey finally comprehended the underlying meaning of Qin Han's words. Indeed, Qin Han was endeavoring to guide him, assisting him in countering his own fate. The monkey immediately knelt before Qin Han, his gaze fervent as he expressed, "Thank you, Master, for your invaluable guidance." Qin Han was taken aback. He had yet to delve into the specifics of the path of survival, merely using son Wukong's tale to caution the monkey about the perils of the world. He had not anticipated such a profound reaction. Nevertheless, he brushed it off, attributing it to the monkey being momentarily overwhelmed by a story of one of his kin. He waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formality. Rise." "What shall we do next, Master?" Upon rising, the monkey gazed at Qin Han with eager expectation. Qin Han, initially prepared to conclude the discussion on journey to the west, noticed the monkey's enthusiasm and continued, "Next, should the heavenly court seek to summon us, we shall remain unyielding and refuse their audience. Although we have gathered some allies, it is prudent to rely on our own strength whenever possible." The tumultuous events in the heavenly palace were indeed the catalyst for son Wukong's entrapment beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Had he not caused such chaos, there would have been no justification for his suppression. The realization struck the monkey like a thunderclap in his mind. So that was it. Qin Han continued his discourse. As he had been largely disconnected from the outside world for many years, lacking companionship for far too long, now that he had the opportunity to converse with a monkey, he freely expressed his insights regarding the path of survival, articulating each revelation. Once he amassed sufficient strength and an arsenal of formidable techniques, ascending to the position of the heavenly emperor would be trivial. With the assistance of sages and his own ascension to quasi-saint status, alongside countless allies from the demon tribe, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force in the primordial world. As Qin Han spoke, son Wukong felt a surge of fervor. This was the path he was meant to tread, rather than languishing beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Indeed, his uncle was correct. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become the next Jade Emperor. The monkey was overwhelmed with excitement. However, Qin Han shook his head, gazing at the monkey and stating, "It seems you still do not grasp the profound essence of the path of survival. Do you truly believe son Wukong could easily usurp the Jade Emperor's position? The Jade Emperor is backed by the Tao ancestor, and even other sages cannot intervene. What? Is there something about this that I, son Wukong, am unaware of?" The more he listened, the more he felt the gravity of the situation. Qin Han nodded, saying, "This journey to the west is akin to a vast chessboard, meticulously calculated from start to finish. From the moment son Wukong emerged from the stone to his apprenticeship, entering the heavenly court, and ultimately facing suppression, each step is rife with uncanny coincidences." Upon hearing this, the monkey felt as though he had been struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. He had always sensed that his fate was fraught with adversity, having faced the demise of kin, and despite attaining immortality through his quest for enlightenment, he still faced the prospect of descending to the underworld and being suppressed by the Buddhist realm. If it were indeed a grand scheme, then everything would make sense. Yet, what then did the Bodhi patriarch represent? Why had his uncle divulged so much information to him? Was it out of discontent? Uncle. What then of the Bodhi patriarch who guided son Wukong? The monkey had always held deep respect for his master, yet after uncovering so much, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Qin Han, upon hearing this question, could not help but feel a sense of lamentation, astonished at his disciple's naivety, unable to perceive that the Bodhi patriarch was not a paragon of virtue. "Disciple, it appears you remain oblivious to the treachery of human nature. In this primordial world, strength reigns supreme. Only interests matter. The purpose of imparting the Tao is to propagate it. Teaching son Wukong only to later cast him away. What rationale lies therein? Is it truly an act of kindness? I tell you, the Bodhi patriarch is no benevolent figure. Do you know who he truly is?" Qin Han sighed and shook his head. Upon hearing this, the monkey could not help but draw closer to Qin Han, his heart racing, hands clenched tightly, struggling to contain his astonishment. "Uncle, what manner of person is the Bodhi patriarch?" Qin Han sighed and gazed towards the west. The Bodhi patriarch resides in the western Bulhajo and the Buddhist sect is also in the Western Bolhajou. What do you believe he is? He is a person of the Buddhist sect? The monkey's voice quivered, clearly reluctant to accept this conclusion. However, what Qin Han stated next left him utterly astounded. Indeed, he is a member of the Buddhist sect, and moreover, he is the benevolent corpse of the founding figure of Buddhism, the Bodhisattva Zhuan. Qin Han nodded and gradually revealed the identity of the Bodhi patriarch. The monkey trembled all over, never having imagined that the master he revered was also using him. Chapter 5. Can I, son Wukong, escape this fate? The monkey recalled the benevolent smile and expectant gaze of the Bodhi patriarch, which unmistakably reflected his hopes for him. Yet now, to hear that the patriarch had merely been calculating, the monkey found it hard to believe. However, standing before him was indeed the patriarch's disciple. There was no reason to deceive himself. After a prolonged silence, the monkey finally spoke. Is it possible that the Bodhi patriarch holds no sentiment for his disciple, son Wukong? Although Qin Han sensed a hint of discord in the monkey's emotions, he shook his head and replied, perhaps there is a modicum of sentiment, as there is a bond between master and disciple. However, what prevails is calculation and self-interest. Otherwise, given the Bodhi patriarch's capabilities, why would he allow son Wukong to be suppressed for 500 years? Even to witness son Wukong consuming iron pills and drinking copper juice. All of this was to stifle son Wukong's growth, to ensure he followed their predetermined path. The monkey was taken aback, his face etched with disappointment. He understood that what Qin Han said was true, yet he never imagined that everything had merely been a means to exploit him. Had all those years on Mount Fongsuan been a mere fade? He looked at Qin Han, puzzled. If his master's intentions were solely to manipulate, why then did this uncle offer him guidance? The monkey opened his mouth, ready to inquire, when he noticed Qin Han rising and gazing into the distance. That will be all for today. Since my elder brother has entrusted you to me, I shall not let him down. From tomorrow onward, we shall commence our training. As for the journey to the west, that is merely a calamity. Take care not to take it too seriously, nor become too enmeshed, lest you find it difficult to extricate yourself. Will you be staying here today, or going elsewhere? Qin Han inquired, looking at the monkey. After a moment of contemplation, the monkey decided he would return to Flower Fruit Mountain. With his somersault cloud, he could reach it in a single leap. Uncle, I shall not trouble you today. Oh, very well, go ahead. Qin Han thought that the monkey intended to stay with him, only to find he was leaving. Though the monkey harbored countless questions, there was ample time to ask them later. He turned and exited the courtyard. Suddenly, a monster! As the monkey closed the courtyard door, still grappling with his emotions, he heard a piercing scream. He turned to see a middle-aged man sitting on the ground, his face a mask of terror as he stared at the monkey. In the next moment, the man scrambled away in fright. Hey, how can I, the handsome Monkey King, frighten someone so? The monkey grumbled. As he prepared to depart, he noticed a letter on the ground and picked it up. To my esteemed master. Whose letter could this be? The monkey furrowed his brow and glanced back at the courtyard, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Could it be that this elder was not truly a disciple of the Bodhi patriarch, but rather the disciple of a higher being who had once resided here? He was waiting for a disciple of that esteemed master. Yet he, by mere happenstance, found himself here, unexpectedly recognized by this venerable elder as a nephew. The monkey blinked, his eyes sparkling, and as his gaze pierced through the paper, he discerned the text within, promptly realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. He was not the elder's nephew at all. The monkey fell silent, gazing at the courtyard gate, contemplating whether to enter and declare that he was not the elder's nephew. However, he hesitated, retracting his outstretched foot. No, I, the great son Wukong, am entangled in a vast conspiracy. If the elder within were to discover that I am not his nephew, he would undoubtedly cease to discuss the matters of a journey to the west with me. At that point, would I not simply fall prey to other schemes? Standing outside the courtyard gate, the monkey's expression shifted restlessly, but after a moment, he steeled himself. The envelope in his hand was concealed within his robes, and then he executed a somersault cloud, soaring directly towards Flower and Fruit Mountain. Shortly after the monkey departed, the courtyard door creaked open, revealing the figure of Qin Han. How strange, I thought I heard a scream from outside. Kinam pondered. He was still unfamiliar with the mortals here, so he did not delve deeper into the matter. Perhaps it was simply the sight of the monkey that startled them? It was only natural for a mortal to be frightened by such a creature. I must consider how to properly cultivate this nephew. I cannot disappoint my senior brother, Qin Han muttered as he closed the courtyard door. His senior brother must have imparted much knowledge to him. His cultivation was not weak, and he should face numerous challenges to ensure he becomes self-reliant, fulfilling his senior brother's wishes. The calamity could arise at any moment. I must ensure my nephew does not inadvertently step into it. Qin Han rubbed his brow. Indeed, if it were just him, he could act without concern. But with a nephew now in the equation, he must be more vigilant. This was also the reason he had refrained from taking disciples over the years. However, with his senior brother gone, he could not simply stand by. He would do his best. Qin Han sighed, settled into a meditative posture, and commenced his training for the day. Within the water-curtained cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain, numerous monkeys were in a state of ecstatic excitement. Their king had finally returned, and he had vanquished the chaotic demon, rescuing those captured among their kin. Faced with the cacophony of chattering monkeys, son Wukong, had he not heard Qin Han's words, would likely have been equally elated and would have organized a grand feast. Great king, you have returned at last. I wonder if you have attained immortality? At that moment, an elder monkey spoke up with a hint of confusion. All the monkeys, who had been engaged in animated discussion, fell silent, turning their gazes towards son Wukong. I have sought out the immortal and received true teachings. Immortality is no longer in question, he replied. Though the unspoken truth lingered, everything was entangled in other schemes. This sentiment, however, remained unvoiced, and thus the joy of their reunion was somewhat diminished. How splendid! Since our king has achieved immortality, does that mean we little monkeys may also attain eternal life? Can we also attain immortality? That is, can the great king impart to us the secrets of eternal life? Son Wukong nodded affirmatively. Of course. He had no desire for his monkey descendants to suffer the fate of death. Thus, he directly bestowed upon them the grand celestial technique. The multitude of monkeys began to emulate the practice with fervor. However, a complex expression settled upon son Wukong's face, devoid of any joy. His gaze drifted towards the west. Master, are you truly scheming against me? He pondered. I wonder if I can escape this fate. Son Wukong then turned his attention towards the southern direction of the southern paradise. Perhaps this master uncle held the key to his fortune. Chapter 6. The Old Dragon King convenes. Time swiftly passed over the course of several days. During this period, son Wukong made it a daily ritual to visit the courtyard of the southern Jianbu state, where he eagerly listened to the teachings of Qin Han. Each day, he gleaned profound insights, a stark contrast to his previous experiences on Mount Fangsuan. The inherently gifted son Wukong, under Qin Han's astute guidance, experienced remarkable growth, elevating his celestial prowess from a mere immortal to a golden immortal. Suddenly, as if receiving a divine nudge, son Wukong opened his eyes wide. His gaze turned toward the east, and his expression hardened. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, akin to a summons directed toward himself. It appeared that what his master had foretold was indeed true. Treasures from the depths of the eastern sea were beckoning him. Surely, it must be the legendary sea-calming needle. He realized that he too was being ensnared by those enigmatic forces. Standing before the water-curtained cave, son Wukong gazed toward the eastern sea. Every king of the 72 caves possessed their own formidable weapon. Indeed, as the Monkey King, he too ought to wield a powerful armament. Rumor has it that the Dragon Clan of the Eastern Sea is abundant in treasures. It would be prudent for him to pay a visit. Yet he pondered, what of his swimming abilities? The younger monkeys observed that son Wukong was empty-handed, sensing something was amiss. Today, he finally grasped the truth. What he lacked was a mighty weapon. After all, what demon king would be without one? Son Wukong nodded thoughtfully. From his uncle, he had come to appreciate the significance of weaponry. While personal strength is fundamental, a powerful treasure could exponentially amplify one's capabilities. Since he was destined to acquire the sea-calming needle, it would be wise to venture forth, fostering goodwill with the Dragon Clan, which would serve him well in the future. Young ones, keep a watchful eye on the water curtain cave. I shall return shortly. With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a swift arc, plunging directly into the depths of the Eastern Sea. Deep within the Eastern Sea, a magnificent crystal palace lay nestled, resembling a fearsome beast that had lain in wait for countless years. Bold intruder, who dares trespass in the Eastern Sea? At that moment, a shrimp soldier swiftly approached, brandishing a spear to block Sun Wukong's path. Faced with a monkey, the soldier anticipated a formidable encounter. However, before the shrimp soldier could call for reinforcements, Sun Wukong performed a slight bow and declared, "I am Sun Wukong, the Monkey King of Flower and Fruit Mountain. I kindly request that you announce my arrival." The shrimp soldier, taken aback, thought, "I expected a fierce battle. Yet this monkey is surprisingly courteous." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With such politeness, the shrimp soldier felt compelled to lower his guard. "Ah, it is the Monkey King of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the Dragon King at once." With that, the shrimp soldier turned and hurried into the Crystal Palace. At that moment, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was seated upon his throne, observing the dance of several clam spirits, who floated gracefully like celestial beings. "Your Majesty, there is a request for an audience from a Monkey King of Flower and Fruit Mountain." The Monkey King of Flower and Fruit Mountain? The Dragon King of the East Sea, initially exuding an air of languor, promptly rose to his feet upon hearing those words. The elegantly dancing clam spirits immediately ceased their movements, casting anxious glances at the Dragon King. He turned to the shrimp soldier and inquired, "Is it truly the Monkey King from Flower Fruit Mountain outside?" He had heard tales of the Monkey King's fierce nature, having recently vanquished a chaotic demon. Why then did he arrive at the East Sea with such courtesy? It seemed promising. The shrimp soldier shared his bewilderment. What creature would dare intrude upon the Dragon Palace and extend such politeness? "Please invite him in." Upon hearing this, the shrimp soldier hurried outside to summon Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the Dragon King's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he recalled the message from the Buddhist realm, foretelling that the monkey would cause a ruckus in the Dragon Palace. All he needed to do was lure the monkey to the sea-calming needle and allow him to take it. The Dragon Clan had indeed fallen from grace, now needing to cooperate with a monkey in causing chaos within the East Sea Dragon Palace. Before long, under the guidance of the shrimp soldier, a monkey entered the Grand Hall. Clad in ill-fitting armor, yet emanating an imposing presence, he was far from harmless. To the Dragon King's surprise, Sun Wukong cast a glance at the throne and, with a respectful bow, proclaimed, "I have long heard of a dragon palace nearby, but alas, in my earlier days, I lacked the strength to approach. Now that I possess some power, I have come to pay a visit." Taken aback by the Monkey King's unexpected politeness, the East Sea Dragon King quickly responded, "Monkey King, you are too gracious. Please take a seat. Continue the music and dance." Once Sun Wukong was settled, the Dragon King signaled for the clam spirits to resume their performance. Beyond this visit, does the esteemed king have any other matters at hand? The Dragon King, noticing that Sun Wukong seemed to be merely visiting without mentioning any weapons, took the initiative to inquire, unable to conceal anything from the old Dragon King. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. "Indeed, I do have some matters to discuss. Speak freely. If the young dragon can assist, I shall not refuse." The Dragon King promptly replied. However, Sun Wukong glanced at the others present, remaining silent. The Dragon King, seasoned and astute, understood that Sun Wukong was mindful of the company around them. This left the Dragon King momentarily stunned. Aside from seeking weapons, what else could the monkey possibly desire? If it were merely weapons he sought, there seemed no need for such discretion. Yet, the Dragon King refrained from overthinking, waving away the shrimp soldiers and dancing clam spirits. Once all had departed, he turned his attention back to Sun Wukong. "Monkey King, you may speak freely now." Sun Wukong promptly rose, speaking courteously, "I have come for two reasons. Firstly, to acquire weapons, and secondly, I have sensed a treasure from the East Sea calling to me. If I am not mistaken, it should be the sea-calming needle from your Dragon Palace." The Dragon King was taken aback and then shook his head, realizing he had indeed overthought the situation, believing there to be other matters at hand. Indeed, it is worth pondering. The birth of this Monkey King is but a fleeting moment ago. Apart from his desire for a formidable weapon, what other significant matters could he possibly have? The Monkey King yearns for a weapon, and there is no necessity for such utmost caution. However, the significance of the sea-calming god pillar to my dragon clan is profound, I fear. The Dragon King of the East furrowed his brow and remarked, "This statement serves merely as a pretext, a catalyst for Sun Wukong's impending chaos. It remains to be seen whether he will take the bait." Yet, Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, "Old Dragon King, I implore you to activate the grand formation of the Dragon Palace. Once I, the humble son, have conveyed another matter, you may then deliberate whether to bestow this treasure." Chapter 7. The Pillars of Heaven and the Stabilizing Needle of the Sea. What could the Monkey King possibly convey? The old Dragon King furrowed his brow as he gazed at Sun Wukong, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could it be that this monkey had uncovered some hidden truth? It seemed implausible. What could an ordinary Monkey King possibly know? Observing the old Dragon King's feigned composure, Sun Wukong felt increasingly convinced of what his master had disclosed. Old Sun is aware that the Dragon Clan was once among the three primordial races, ruling over the vast wilderness alongside the Qilin and the Phoenix, only to face calamity when the Great Tribulation descended, leading to their downfall. As Sun Wukong gradually recounted these events, the expression of the East Sea Dragon King transformed into one of astonishment. While it would not have been surprising for an immortal who had lived for millennia to recount such tales, after all, they were not secrets. The fact that such knowledge emanated from a mere monkey who had lived but a couple of 100 years was unfathomable. How could this monkey possess such insights? The Monkey King appeared to possess considerable understanding of the Dragon Clan's plight. However, what purpose did it serve to speak of it now? The Dragon Clan had already succumbed to decline, reduced to a vassal of the heavenly court, tasked with managing the affairs of clouds and rain. The East Sea Dragon King sighed deeply. Old Sun knows far more than this. He comprehends how the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect have ruthlessly pursued the Dragon Clan to compel them into submission, exacerbating the already significant losses we suffered. The Dragon King surely harbored deep resentment towards the lofty deities and Buddhists. Sun Wukong regarded the East Sea Dragon King with a bemused smile. After several days of counsel with his master, Sun Wukong had discerned how to persuade the East Sea Dragon King. The Dragon King currently held a prominent position as the figurehead of the Dragon Clan. Though the East Sea Dragon King was profoundly discontented with the current state of the Dragon Clan, he felt powerless to instigate change. His anger towards the heavenly court and the Western Buddhist sect simmered beneath the surface, all for the sake of the Dragon Clan's continued survival. Yet, if an opportunity were to present itself, one that required no immediate action from them, but offered a choice when the time came, how could the East Sea Dragon King, as a potential ally, refuse such a chance? With a self-deprecating smile, the East Sea Dragon King remarked, "Monkey King, you jest. While I too yearn for the resurgence of the Dragon Clan, we find ourselves in a situation with no alternatives. Why would we pursue a path to our own destruction?" He felt a righteous anger towards the celestial beings of the three realms, but what could he do? Nothing. Otherwise, how could a dragon of his stature ever bow his head? Yet why was this monkey divulging so much? What did he truly know? Could it be that the monkey was aware of the machinations against him? Was that even possible? The East Sea Dragon King pondered in confusion. Old Dragon, the second matter I wish to discuss with you is to present you with another choice. Sun Wukong declared with a smile, affirming his master's insights. The Dragon King, burdened by pent-up fury yet devoid of options, recognized the vulnerability of a clan that had lost its strength, even one as formidable as the Dragon Clan. Another choice? The East Sea Dragon King gazed at Sun Wukong, perplexed. Sun Wukong, understand that your Dragon Clan intertwines with this matter for the sake of some merit, seeking to cleanse the karma that clings to your lineage. However, how much merit can the Buddhist realm truly bestow upon the Dragon Clan? Yet, should we join forces, the rewards of merit would undoubtedly multiply. Of course, if the Dragon Clan has completely succumbed to the celestial beings and the Buddhas, then let it be as though I have said nothing at all. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong settled into silence. The East Sea Dragon King's eyes glimmered with intensity, and after a prolonged pause, his expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve. To my astonishment, this monkey truly possesses knowledge. The facade of congeniality that adorned the East Sea Dragon King's face had vanished, replaced by the imposing presence of the dragon lineage. After all, the ruler of the East Sea cannot be a sycophant or a feeble being. He cast a penetrating glance at Sun Wukong before speaking. If that is the case, how do you envision our collaboration? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong turned his gaze back to the Dragon King, a smile illuminating his face. It appears my master was indeed correct. Even the Dragon King's demeanor has shifted in alignment with his predictions. He promptly rose to his feet, addressing the East Sea Dragon King. I have shared much with you. Shouldn't you consult with your esteemed kin first? There is no rush. Once the Dragon Clan has confirmed their intent to collaborate, we can delve into the details at a later time. With poise, Sun Wukong asserted his position. The East Sea Dragon King trembled slightly, gazing at the monkey before him in astonishment. While the earlier words of Sun Wukong had merely surprised him, this revelation left him astounded. Only a select few among the Dragon Clan were privy to the existence of their ancestor. The Celestial Court and the Buddhist realm had merely skirted around the Dragon Clan, refraining from pressing too hard due to this powerful being's existence. Yet, this figure also wished to avoid an outright confrontation, as it would yield no benefits for the Dragon Clan. Little did I expect that Sun Wukong would voice such knowledge. How could this monkey be aware of the Dragon Clan's ancestor? Initially, Sun Wukong harbored some concerns regarding the Dragon Clan's history and the pressures they faced from the Celestial Court and the Buddhist realm. These matters seemed trivial. However, the existence of an ancestor within the Dragon Clan was a conjecture of my master's that remained uncertain. Yet, what astonished Sun Wukong was the East Sea Dragon King's tacit acceptance of this fact. What does this imply? It clearly indicates that everything aligns with my master's assertions. A formidable being still exists within the Dragon Clan, which account for their continued prosperity. The Dragon Clan subjugation to the Celestial Court is a result of that powerful figure's consideration of the karma they have accrued, compelling them to act thus. In light of this revelation, Sun Wukong felt an invigorated hope for liberation from such machinations. He resolved to further probe his master for guidance on his next steps. With that said, should the Dragon King not escort me to retrieve that treasure? Sun Wukong smiled softly at the East Sea Dragon King. The East Sea Dragon King remained silent for an extended moment before nodding, gesturing to lift the protective barrier of the Dragon Palace, and said, "Very well, please follow me." Originally, the East Sea Dragon King intended to provoke Sun Wukong, creating the illusion of a struggle for the Dragon Palace's sea-stabilizing needle. However, the situation has now changed. The involvement of the Dragon Clan serves a singular purpose: the pursuit of merit. Yet collaborating with the Buddhist sect is akin to courting danger, placing the Dragon Clan in a subordinate position. On the other hand, an alliance with Sun Wukong, a fellow denizen of the demon realm, presents a different opportunity. After all, Sun Wukong, in essence, is not as detestable as those monks. Nevertheless, this requires careful deliberation with his esteemed counterpart before pursuing further actions. Meanwhile, the East Sea Dragon King pondered deeply, leading Sun Wukong along the path. Soon, they beheld in the distance a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens. Chapter 8. The Azure Dragon. Am I unable to calculate? The towering pillar, a colossal presence beneath the sea, had languished in the depths for countless millennia, adorned with an abundance of moss and fragments of stone, from which a faint golden light flickered. "Behold, your majesty, that is the sea-stabilizing needle." At this moment, the Dragon King of the East seemed to revert to his obsequious demeanor, rubbing his hands together and gesturing towards the immense pillar, declaring, "This sea-stabilizing needle weighs an astounding 13,500 pounds, a treasure beyond compare." Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. He had acquired knowledge of the sea-stabilizing needle from his master, who revealed that it was a relic from ancient times, left by the Great Yu to govern the floods. Forged by the Supreme Old Man, it was a postnatal spiritual treasure. After the flood control efforts, it accrued considerable merit, thus becoming a treasure of virtue. Now, upon closer inspection, its grandeur was undeniable. Even while on Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong had sensed an immense attraction drawing him closer, and he now understood that this magnetic force emanated from the sea-stabilizing needle itself. "You are waiting for me, Buzz," in a seeming response. The sea-stabilizing needle emitted a resonant hum. Instantly, the moss and stone fragments cascading from its surface revealed its true form. It gleamed with brilliant gold, encased at both ends by golden hoops. Inscribed upon it was a line of text, mirroring the words of the Dragon King of the East. Alas, it was too large. If only it were smaller. Suddenly, the sea-stabilizing needle began to shrink rapidly, transforming from a towering pillar into a 2-meter-long iron rod, rolling towards Sun Wukong. The surrounding waters surged violently in reaction to the needle's tumultuous movement, threatening to overturn the very world itself. At last, Sun Wukong seized the golden rod. Boom! The moment he grasped the golden staff, he struck it down into the seabed. In that instant, a powerful force of suppression radiated outward, calming the previously turbulent waters in a heartbeat. The Dragon King of the East breathed a sigh of relief. Having feared that Sun Wukong would succumb to the impulse to wield it recklessly, thankfully, he did not. "This cannot be gifted to you. It is the treasure of my dragon palace." The Dragon King feigned indignation as he spoke. "But you just said that if I could lift it, it would be given to me," Sun Wukong retorted. The Dragon King of the East, momentarily vexed, found himself at a loss. "Indeed, but it seems you require a more suitable weapon. Allow me to bestow upon you some armor." Feigning helplessness, the Dragon King summoned several other Sea Kings, who assembled a complete set of armor, thus sending off this calamity. The 4 Sea Kings, incensed, convened to deliberate whether to ascend to the heavens and lodge a complaint. "Very well, I shall compose a petition to the heavens regarding that monkey." After much discussion, the Dragon King of the East eventually declared in anger, and the 4 Sea Kings returned to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Upon their return to the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King of the East regained his composure and spoke. "Very well, my esteemed brothers, please remain in the Dragon Palace for the time being. I must first inform our ancestor of this matter." The Dragon Kings of the South, West, and North nodded in agreement, for the future of the Dragon Clan was at stake, demanding their utmost seriousness. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly insignificant monkey possessed knowledge of so many affairs? The Dragon King of the East proceeded deeper into the Dragon Palace. In the depths of the East Sea Dragon Palace, this place was a forbidden zone where none could approach except for the Dragon King himself. He could not recall the last time he had been here, but each visit was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. Even now, the Dragon King felt an oppressive weight bearing down upon him. Before the immense stone door, he immediately adopted a posture of utmost reverence. "I, Ao Guang, humbly seek an audience with our venerable ancestor." His voice reverberated softly. After he spoke, he stepped aside to await a response. Before long, a raspy voice echoed. At the moment the voice resonated, it felt as though all of the East Sea was plunged into stillness. "What is it?" The Dragon King of the East promptly recounted the events involving Sun Wukong, along with the schemes of the Celestial Court and the Western Buddhist sect. Having finished his account, he stood by in anticipation. With a rumbling sound, the stone door gradually creaked open, revealing a passageway. "Enter." The Dragon King of the East stepped inside, marking his first entrance into the lair of the ancestral dragon, the Azure Dragon. The cavern was vast, and soon he found himself in an enormous hall illuminated by a luminous pearl. Yet, due to the enormity of the space, the light could not reach every corner. Shortly thereafter, a colossal white dragon head emerged from the shadows, its whiskers undulating and its eyes sparkling like stars. "You mean to say that this monkey is aware he is ensnared in a plot? He even seeks to extricate himself from it?" The Azure Dragon spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a draconic breath that made the Dragon King of the East tremble. "I dare not conceal the truth from my ancestor. It is indeed so. Furthermore, the monkey desires to collaborate with our Dragon Clan." The Azure Dragon's eyes gleamed with intensity. The sentient being amidst the calamity had discerned his fate. transcending the cycle of heavenly decree. If this were true, then a formidable power must surely be lurking behind the monkey. The Dragon King of the East continued, moreover, this monkey possesses knowledge of all our clan's affairs, even understanding our motivations for involvement. The prospect of collaborating with him is undeniably more enticing than any alliance with the Celestial Court or the Buddhist sect, which is why I did not refuse. The Azure Dragon narrowed his eyes, surrounded by countless mysterious auras that fluctuated and shifted as he deliberated. While the Dragon Clan's prowess and divination paled in comparison to that of the human race, his formidable cultivation allowed him to discern at least some truths. Alas, the vastness of the cosmos seemed boundless, offering no tangible conclusion. It was as though his calculations pointed towards the universe itself, rather than the entity behind Sun Wukong. What could this mean? The Azure Dragon pondered in confusion. The Azure Dragon could never fathom that Qin Han did not belong to this world, hailing instead from another realm. And thus, his existence was absent here, rendering any predictions impossible. Although Sun Wukong frequently ventured into the southern Jambu state, it was only natural for someone who relished the company of the powerful to do so. More importantly, Qin Han possessed several formidable formations that concealed him from the scrutiny of the mighty, bestowed upon him by his master. Master, what is happening? Upon witnessing the transformation of the Azure Dragon, the Dragon King of the East Sea immediately inquired with concern. I find myself utterly unable to deduce even the slightest detail. Could it be that the monkey is backed by a sage? Chapter 9. The Art of the Ancestor. The Nine Heavens' mysterious and profound technique. What? A sage? The Dragon King of the East Sea was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that a sage existed behind Sun Wukong. The Azure Dragon gazed at the Dragon King with a grave expression and spoke with utmost seriousness. Given that this monkey has the backing of a sage, in comparison to the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, it would be wiser for us to ally with this monkey instead of confronting him. If the monkey had no formidable presence behind him, perhaps the Dragon Clan would hesitate, but now that a sage stands behind him, we naturally lean towards supporting this monkey, who is also a creature of the demon race and is being schemed against. Henceforth, regardless of the monkey's needs, we shall do our utmost to accommodate him. Perhaps by drawing closer to this monkey, our Dragon Clan may have the opportunity to regain our former glory. This was the first time the Dragon King had witnessed such solemnity from the elder, and he promptly nodded, saying, "Yes, I will faithfully adhere to the elder's command." The Dragon King then withdrew. The Azure Dragon retracted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with contemplation, lost in thought. In a mountain village of the southern Jambu state, adjacent to the East Sea, countless villagers turned their eyes towards the ocean, noticing the waters roiling more tumultuously than usual. They could not fathom the cause of such agitation on the sea today. Indeed, it seemed unwise to venture out for fishing at this time. The villagers engaged in fervent discussions. Qin Han strolled by, aware that while the townsfolk knew that the courtyard of the immortal Dong had been occupied by another celestial being, they had refrained from intruding. Today, however, there had been considerable commotion from the East Sea. Qin Han observed the villagers halt, their gazes directed towards the East Sea. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to it, as it had no bearing on him. He continued his leisurely walk toward his own courtyard, only to be greeted by a monkey with a scruffy face and thunderous demeanor standing at his door. Fortunately, this monkey was not Sun Wukong. Otherwise, it would have been a tragic affair. Qin Han felt a sense of relief, knowing that Sun Wukong was ensnared in a calamity, entangled with the heavenly court. The mystic sect and the West deprived of his freedom. Uncle Master. Upon seeing Qin Han return, Sun Wukong rushed forward. After returning from the East Sea, he had boasted on Huaguo Mountain and had since ventured out to spar with various demons. Indeed, wielding the golden staff had significantly enhanced his strength. Good to see you in high spirits today. Are you prepared? Qin Han nodded, ready to impart the techniques he had later comprehended from his master to his disciple. This technique was a synthesis of countless methods gathered by his master, reputed to incorporate the strengths of many schools. Even his elder brother, who had departed the sect for training long ago, had not encountered it. Qin Han hesitated slightly, pondering whether to share it with his nephew. However, considering that his elder brother was no longer around. And in the interest of enabling his nephew to stand on his own swiftly, he resolved not to withhold any knowledge. After teaching his nephew, he intended to leave this place. Observing his uncle's demeanor, son Wukong felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. He sensed that his uncle genuinely wished to guide him, devoid of any selfish motives. Regrettably, I am not the disciple of the other party. Should they discover this truth, one can only wonder how incensed they might become. At present, son Wukong must proceed with caution. Are you ready, my esteemed uncle? Very well, let us embark. Qin Han nodded and ventured along one side of the courtyard, entering the dense thicket ahead. This area, often frequented by wild beasts and occasionally inhabited by monsters, rarely sees the presence of common folk. However, for Qin Han and son Wukong, it serves as an ideal training ground. Raising his hand, he set up a formation to deter any unwise beast from approaching and disturbing their practice. Although my senior brother possesses considerable strength, he left the sect at an early stage, thus lacking access to the more formidable techniques of our order. Now that you have entered our school, as your uncle, I shall not be stingy. Today, I will impart to you this technique. This technique is called the Nine Heavens Profound Dark Art, a creation of your ancestral master who amalgamated the strengths of various schools. In the current world, the path to achieving the primordial state has been severed. Continuing along the path of severing the three corpses will only leave one barred at the threshold. However, the Nine Heavens Profound Dark Art is distinct. It is based on the self, refining numerous spiritual foundations. The more foundations one cultivates, the greater one's power becomes. As Qin Han spoke with measured clarity, son Wukong listened, his eyes widening in astonishment at the revelation of such a technique. This was entirely different from the great immortal technique he had been practicing, which resembled the method of golden core cultivation. While it had accelerated his progress remarkably, allowing him to reach the immortal realm in a short span. Upon attaining the golden immortal stage, he realized his advancement had stagnated. Without acquiring more potent elixirs, further improvement seemed nearly impossible. Yet the technique imparted by his uncle diverged. As long as one cultivated the spiritual foundations, it would be a continuous process of accumulation. With sufficient and robust foundations, one's cultivation would likewise grow stronger. Upon concluding his explanation, Qin Han waved his hand, and in an instant, son Wukong felt an influx of myriad insights regarding the Nine Heavens Profound Dark Art flooding his mind. Boom! Countless intricate, arcane patterns erupted around son Wukong, which began to forge individual spiritual foundations, thereby solidifying his cultivation. As son Wukong commenced his training, Qin Han marveled at the transformation before him. He had not anticipated that his senior brother would acquire such a formidable disciple who, upon grasping the rudiments of the technique, would immediately begin to cultivate. This art seemed tailor-made for him. Qin Han could not help but reflect that if their master were to witness the extraordinary potential of the technique he had developed, he would surely be overwhelmed with excitement. This technique is immensely powerful, yet it demands a vast amount of spiritual energy. The advantage lies in the absence of significant bottlenecks. However, it requires exceptional aptitude, which determines the number of spiritual foundations one can condense. The master once stated that those with exceptional talent could condense 99 spiritual foundations. Those with moderate talent could condense 60, while those of average aptitude could manage 30. Those with inadequate qualifications could only condense 10 strands. When Qin Han was cultivating initially, he managed to condense 100 strands of spiritual foundation, and at that moment, his master regarded him as if he were a precious gem. As for Qin Han's inquiry regarding the number of strands his master had condensed, the master remained silent. It remains uncertain whether this old fellow was embarrassed by his own insufficient number or feared that revealing a multitude would intimidate Qin Han. One can only wonder how many strands his junior disciple could condense. Those who enter our sect are certainly not lacking in talent, and it is hoped that his junior disciple will not disappoint. Qin Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the ever-gathering spiritual energy around son Wukong. Chapter 10. The Dragon Clan's choice in the depths of the forest. A powerful surge of spiritual energy reverberated, akin to boiling waters, relentlessly crashing against the surroundings. At this moment, Sun Wukong's cultivation had already reached the golden immortal level, and with his innate foundations, the practice of this technique was a natural progression. The nine heavens' profound void art surpassed the great heavenly immortal scripture, and as it refined, waves of terrifying aura erupted from Sun Wukong, instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, practicing the nine heavens' profound void art had not only prevented any decline in his cultivation, but had also shown signs of advancement. Although his senior brother had squandered time outside, the disciple he had imparted teachings to was a diligent practitioner, thus ensuring the master's legacy continued to flourish. Qin Han watched Sun Wukong with a nod of approval, thoroughly satisfied. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong finally opened his eyes, and the aura surrounding him began to retract. Instantly, he recognized the opportunity he had gained and turned to Qin Han, his face brimming with gratitude as he said, "Thank you, Uncle Master, for bestowing this technique." Waving his hand, Qin Han replied, "No need for formalities. As you are a disciple of our sect, it is only natural that you cultivate this method. I wonder how many spiritual foundations you have established?" Scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, Sun Wukong responded, "Only 150 spiritual foundations." Unsure of whether this was a satisfactory number, he became increasingly awed by his uncle's ability to impart such formidable techniques. 150, Qin Han exclaimed inwardly, marveling at the prowess of the monkey demon. In just a few short years, Sun Wukong had ascended from a mere monkey demon to a golden immortal, surpassing his own expectations. He had thought reaching 100 was impressive, yet his nephew had exceeded him by 50. "Uncle Master, is 150 spiritual foundations considered acceptable?" Sun Wukong inquired curiously. "Quite decent, yet you must not grow complacent. 150 does not guarantee your attainment of the primordial unity." Qin Han lightly, offering encouragement. "Indeed, I, old Sun, will certainly strive further. This technique was created by our revered ancestor. I wonder if it can lead to the attainment of primordial unity now." Sun Wukong contemplated, thinking of their ancestor. If such a formidable technique could be conceived, how powerful must that ancestor have been? Your ancestor? Qin Han recalled his own master, who had unexpectedly faced a tribulation one day and was struck down by lightning, sighing deeply. He speculated that the technique created by his master was so fearsome that it challenged the very limits of the heavenly principles, resulting in the divine retribution that took his life. However, such matters were not something he could share with Sun Wukong. Your ancestor, this is not a topic to be taken lightly. Once you reach greater heights, you will naturally come to understand. Qin Han encouraged Sun Wukong. Though his master had perished by lightning, he believed that if his master knew he could serve as an example to inspire his disciples, he would surely be pleased. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt that their ancestor must have been extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even surpassing the realm of primordial unity. Otherwise, Uncle Master would not have suggested that such knowledge would only come with his own ascension. I, the venerable Sun Wukong, shall undoubtedly strive diligently, not to disappoint the expectations of my esteemed master. Very well, today shall you continue your cultivation, or shall we? Qin Han smiled faintly. He had initially intended to grant his disciple a bit more time, but now that his disciple had successfully cultivated, the matters of the day could come to a close. Sun Wukong could either persist in his training or conclude today's efforts. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong beamed with joy and eagerly remarked, "Master, I would still like to hear a story." Qin Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his disciple would take a liking to storytelling. However, upon reflection, it made sense, for the inhabitants of this world had likely never encountered such tales. Since you have completed your master's teachings ahead of schedule, I shall indulge your desire. Qin Han's gaze swept across the vicinity and fell upon a large stone in the distance, where he proceeded to take a seat. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out a sigh of relief and promptly articulated his prepared thoughts. "Master, I wish to know how you would act if you were Sun Wukong. Last time, you elaborated on how you would engage with the Dragon Clan. However, you did not expound on how to collaborate with them or persuade the sages of the underworld." His disciple pondered, if Sun Wukong were to follow his master's approach, How could he possibly sway them, especially since Sun Wukong possessed nothing? After expressing his eagerness, Sun Wukong gazed expectantly at Qin Han. Qin Han, surprised, looked at Sun Wukong. Although his disciple was a monkey, he was not the true Sun Wukong, so why should he concern himself with such knowledge? Yet, Qin Han reconsidered. Perhaps it was due to their shared lineage as monkeys that prompted such curiosity, and thus he did not dwell on it further. He nodded and replied, "To collaborate with the Dragon Clan, one must first understand oneself and the adversary. Only then can one emerge victorious in every battle." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, acknowledging his master's wisdom. However, he was curious about the identity of the ancient ancestor concealed behind the Dragon Clan. Qin Han smiled slightly and continued. In ancient times, the primordial dragon led the Dragon Clan, and later, another notable figure emerged, the Long, who was unparalleled among the dragons. Yet, following the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the primordial dragon was suppressed, and Long perished in the ensuing chaos. Subsequently, figures like Zhu Long and Tsang Long became well known among the dragons. Zhu Long is said to wield control over the spectral dragons of the underworld, likely to purge the Dragon Clan of its karmic burdens by guarding the underworld. Does my master imply that the ancient ancestor behind the Dragon Clan is Tsang Long? Sun Wukong, not one to be easily deceived, quickly grasped the implication. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he added, "Currently, the Dragon Clan is striving to cleanse its karma, and merit can significantly mitigate such burdens. Therefore, if Tsang Long seeks collaboration, it would undoubtedly be in a direction advantageous to the Dragon Clan." Indeed, Qin Han nodded in approval, pleased with Sun Wukong's astute observation. The Dragon Clan's current predicament is precisely as you have articulated. As an ancient ancestor, one cannot solely consider personal interests. Otherwise, the Dragon King would not have capitulated to the heavenly court. Clearly, all these actions are aimed at the advancement of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the Dragon Clan inherently stands at a disadvantage compared to the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Collaborating with these two formidable forces leaves the Dragon Clan with no other options. If Sun Wukong can present an opportunity, they would undoubtedly not refuse. Consequently, the Dragon Clan may become one of Sun Wukong's trump cards. The more Sun Wukong listened, the more he nodded in agreement. The Dragon Clan, suppressed by the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, would enter any alliance with reluctance, and the extent of any merits gained remains dubious. However, choosing him would be different. They are all part of the Demon Clan, equally oppressed and schemed against, truly sharing a common plight. What lies ahead? Chapter 11. The Underworld of Shadows. Everything is a calculation. What lies ahead is a gradual wait. Wait? Wait for what? Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. Qin Han nodded and replied, "We await the arrival of the soul-reaping emissary from the underworld." Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and inquired, "How can my master be certain that the emissary will indeed appear?" "What they do not." Qin Han shook his head and explained, "The journey to the west is a celestial endeavor, jointly orchestrated by the heavenly court and the Western Buddhist sects. Thus the denizens of the underworld are bound to intervene. To think such intricate calculations have led me, Sun Wukong, into this predicament." Anger surged within him, nearly prompting him to reveal his true identity. But he quickly regained his composure. Qin Han, seemingly unperturbed, simply nodded and said, "Indeed, were I in your position, I would dutifully enter the underworld. When they anticipate my ruckus, I shall proceed directly to the bridge of helplessness. The Lady of Tranquility is elusive, yet Mengpa resides upon that bridge, making her relatively easy to locate." Sun Wukong nodded, though he had never ventured to the underworld. He had heard tales of the bridge of helplessness and Mengpa. Thus he felt it should not be too difficult to find her. "Master, once I locate Mengpa, how shall I persuade her?" Sun Wukong hesitated, aware that she was a bona fide sage. What could an ordinary monkey possibly say to convince such a being? Even if he were to offer everything he possessed, she might not deign to acknowledge him. Qin Han shook his head and replied, "Convincing Mengpa is not insurmountable. One must simply cater to her interests. Furthermore, you must first understand who the Lady of Tranquility was prior to her ascension as a sage and why she became one. I implore you to enlighten me." Sun Wukong admitted his ignorance regarding such formidable figures, yet he was taken aback by his master's profound understanding. Before becoming the Lady of Tranquility, she was known as Hutu, a member of the ancestral shaman clan. Upon witnessing the wandering souls in the mortal realm, she sought to provide them a refuge, ensuring they would not drift aimlessly between heaven and earth. Thus, she manifested the cycle of reincarnation to restore balance to the cosmos. However, her actions led to the annihilation of both the ancestral shamans and the demon clans, although some from the shaman clan entered the underworld alongside her. Upon realizing the demise of their kin, the Lady of Tranquility fell into a deep slumber, granting the Heavenly Court and the Western Buddhist sect an opportunity to invade the underworld and seize control from her. Now, my disciple, do you comprehend how you should proceed? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's mind raced with thoughts, astonished by the myriad of stories intertwined within this narrative. If Sun Wukong could inform the Lady of Tranquility about the current state of the underworld and make her aware of the plight of the shaman clan within, she might be inclined to collaborate. Qin Han nodded approvingly. Precisely. Master, if we truly follow your guidance, it may indeed allow Sun Wukong to transcend his predetermined fate. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Qin Han shook his head and remarked, "Unfortunately, Sun Wukong lacks the acumen required to escape such a destiny. However, when the journey to the west unfolds, perhaps you may lend your assistance to this Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, sensing that his master's gaze held profound implications, perhaps urging him to embrace transformation. Could the other party, aware of certain matters, truly be oblivious to the fact that the journey to the west had commenced and that he had already acquired the Rui Jingu Bang? Well, let's conclude this matter here. Will you continue your cultivation here or return? Thank you, Master. I, Sun Wukong, shall devote myself to further cultivation. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude with a sincere countenance. Very well, Qin Han replied, rising to dust off his clothes. After dismantling the formation, he turned and departed from the grove. Once Qin Han had left, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and began his meditation. Regardless of the circumstances, his own cultivation remained of utmost importance. Soon, the 150 spiritual foundations within him began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, causing his aura to surge and elevate continuously. Each spiritual foundation was akin to a dantian, and with so many operational at once, the efficiency skyrocketed, illustrating the significance of innate talent. Days swiftly passed. Outside the water curtain cave, numerous monkeys were diligently practicing. Since acquiring the methods of cultivation, they had all been striving earnestly. Yet, being monkeys, they found it difficult to remain still and focused. Only 4 of the monkeys exhibited a modicum of diligence. The king has truly been dedicated lately, spending all his days in the cave. One remarked, "Indeed, the king no longer joins us for play." Another chimed in. The monkeys chattered amongst themselves, most of them carefree and devoid of any sense of urgency. However, Sun Wukong was different. Had he been unaware of the treachery surrounding him, he might have been able to cultivate in peace. But now, how could he afford such tranquility? One day, while engaged in his practice within the water curtain cave, he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes slightly, catching sight of 2 ethereal figures in the distance. Just as his master had indicated, these 2 must be the soul collectors dispatched by the underworld. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong paid them little heed, continuing his cultivation of the 9 heavens' profound mysteries, which gradually transcended the boundaries of the great immortal technique. His mind became exceedingly clear, as if he could perceive the boundless paths of existence. At that moment, the 2 figures, one white and one black, slowly approached him, and with a swift gesture, chains flew from their sleeves, piercing directly into Sun Wukong's being. With a sudden tug, his very soul was extracted, the black and white impermanence. Witnessing Sun Wukong's spirit being drawn forth, sighed in relief. Who would have thought that even a being of the golden immortal realm could not escape our soul-collecting chains? Enough of this chatter. Let us depart to avoid prolonged delays. After exchanging glances, The two figures swiftly seized Sun Wukong and moved forward, enveloped in swirling black mist. Upon traversing the darkness, the scenery transformed dramatically, revealing the realm of the underworld. Ah, we shall soon have the guide escort him to the Hall of Yama. With that, the black and white figures vanished from sight. Is this truly the underworld? Sun Wukong gazed upon the dim surroundings, enveloped in a shroud of gray. Indeed, his master's words rang true. The emissaries sent from the underworld did not genuinely intend for him to be reincarnated, but rather hoped to awaken him, inciting chaos within the realm of the dead. Everything was a scheme, a meticulously crafted plot. Had he not encountered his master, it is likely that he would have unwittingly unleashed havoc upon the underworld. If they sought to entrap him in their machinations, then he would demonstrate to them the true meaning of cunning. With a swift glance, Sun Wukong discerned a path and resolutely set forth in that direction, the path leading to the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Chapter 12. How did the monkey know? Beneath the Bridge of Forgetfulness, countless tormented souls drift aimlessly, seemingly unable to escape their fates. On the bridge itself, these spirits line up, each awaiting their turn to cross. With a single sip from this potion, they can relinquish their past and embrace a new life. An elderly woman stirs a large cauldron, ladling out a bowl and offering it to the soul that has approached her. The spirit, tears streaming down its face, appears reluctant to part with its life yet, in its confusion, drinks the broth of oblivion. In an instant, the sorrow etched on the spirit's face vanishes, replaced by a blank expression akin to a fresh canvas. Go on next. One by one, the souls pass, and the old woman, resembling a mechanical automaton, repeatedly utters the phrase about forgetting the future and beginning anew. Then, she ladles out another bowl, but the next spirit does not accept it. Once one has set foot on the bridge of forgetfulness, all ties to the past are severed. Consuming the potion renders all memories null. Yet, the spirit remains unyielding. The old woman furrows her brow, lifting her gaze to behold the figure before her, a monkey. Monkey? The old woman, now recognizing the visitor, says with a frown, "Salutations, Lady Pingxin." Sun Wukong bows respectfully. However, after a moment of surprise, she resumes her robotic recitation. Drink this potion and forget your future. Sun Wukong gazes at her, puzzled. Could it be that she is not truly the incarnation of Lady Pingxin? Lady Pingxin, all the ancestral shamans have perished, leaving you alone. Are you willing to watch the remnants of your kin be annihilated by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect? Do you wish to witness your brother's disappointment? He attempts to convey the teachings of his master. Upon hearing these words, the previously mechanical old woman suddenly stirs. She had aimed to provide a sanctuary for the tormented souls, yet her actions resulted in the demise of her kin, leaving only a scant few behind. This realization filled her with profound regret, leading her into a deep slumber. Though Meng Po remained, her essence lay dormant. She was merely Meng Po. It was only upon hearing Wukong's words that the spirit of Lady Pingxin began to awaken. She had founded the underworld, granting a portion of her kin a place to recuperate. Yet today she found herself ensnared in the machinations of the Buddhist sect and heavenly court. The despicable Buddhists had even dared to send Ksitigarbha into the underworld, seeking to usurp its authority. Alas, Meng Po sighed deeply. Before Sun Wukong could utter another word, she suddenly waved her hand. In an instant, Wukong found himself transported to a secluded valley. In this ethereal realm, the ground was adorned with blooming red spider lilies. And there stood the once crouched figure of Meng Po. Gazing into the distance, her aura began to shift. Her stooped form gradually straightened, revealing a tall, elegant figure. Her gray-white hair transformed into flowing black strands, and her weathered face morphed into one of exquisite beauty. The ordinary garments adorning her form transformed into a pristine white gown. Her countenance adorned with an expression of profound compassion. She turned her gaze towards Sun Wukong, inquiring, "What is it that you wish to convey, monkey?" Observing such a profound alteration, Wukong's expression inevitably shifted. Nevertheless, having been prepared, he swiftly regained his composure. It was evident that she was indeed the revered Lady of Equanimity, also known as the Lady of the Earth. Surely, what I, the old monkey, wish to express cannot elude your insight, my lady. Sun Wukong jested. Lady of Equanimity furrowed her brows as she regarded him. Do you seek my assistance? Why should I aid you? Upon awakening, she had already comprehended the unfolding events and recognized that the impending calamity was drawing near, with the monkey before her being its central figure, destined to face adversity. Yet, it was apparent that this monkey possessed an awareness of his fate. This matter was decreed by the heavens. Although she was a saint of the earth, she held no authority to intervene. Since we share a common adversary, and my endeavors against the Buddhist sect could enable you to reclaim dominion over the netherworld. Sun Wukong stated calmly. Lady of Equanimity frowned and shook her head. Insufficient. These reasons do not warrant my intervention. She expressed skepticism about whether he, a mere golden immortal, could indeed assist her. Before Wukong could respond, she continued, if you truly desire my aid, first, allow me to witness your capabilities. Although she had regained her senses, reclaiming control over the underworld would require considerable means, and if no assistance was forthcoming, it would be a formidable task. Now that Sun Wukong was willing to act, it provided her the opportunity to observe. He exhaled a sigh of relief, for at least Lady of Equanimity had not outright declined him. Of course, as his words resonated, the scenery before him abruptly transformed. He found himself once again before the bridge of forgetfulness, where a long queue persisted, with Mengpa dutifully dispensing bowls of her forgetful broth to each wandering soul. It was as though the preceding events had been naught but an illusion. However, Sun Wukong understood that what had transpired was far from mere fantasy. Turning away, he recognized that if Lady of Equanimity required to assess his prowess, he must confront the 10 Yama kings. These judges of the underworld were appointed by the heavenly court. Moreover, he could not remain overly composed. Inaction would only arouse suspicion among those orchestrating the events. Once distanced from the bridge of forgetfulness, Sun Wukong raised his hand and summoned the golden staff from within his ear. With a thunderous crash, the staff struck the ground. Who dares to ensnare my soul? He bellowed as a formidable aura surged forth. Nearby ghostly enforcers felt their essences waver in response to such overwhelming power. The spirits, sensing this force, began to dissipate, as if they could vanish at any moment. Only the 10 Yama kings, perceiving this formidable presence, revealed smiles upon their faces. They had long anticipated that a monkey would descend and cause chaos in the underworld. As long as the monkey created a disturbance, they could report it to the heavens, thus fulfilling their mission. Moments ago, the monkey had vanished from sight, leading them to believe that something had altered. However, it now appeared that all was progressing according to the original plan. Where could the monkey be? Reporting to your majesty, the monkey is approaching rapidly. Shall we subdue this monkey demon? The ghostly general respectfully inquired. No need. The king of hell waved his hand dismissively. If a powerful, ghostly general intervenes, it would thwart the ensuing chaos. He then personally went out to greet the situation. Atop the bridge of forgetfulness, the Lady Meng, who was serving a bowl of Mengpa soup, suddenly sensed something and turned her gaze toward the direction of the king of Hell's palace. How did this monkey come to know of its fate? Chapter 13. Knowing nothing? Upon witnessing the inability of his numerous underlings to contend with Sun Wukong, the king of Hell's face broke into a smile. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. It was none other than the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain. Alas, he had erred. He had mistakenly collected the wrong soul. I beseech your forgiveness, O Monkey King, the king of Hell declared, adhering to his original strategy by being the first to admit fault. However, this innate stone monkey would undoubtedly refuse to acquiesce and would surely raise a ruckus, thereby granting him the opportunity to report to the heavens. Yet, contrary to expectations, upon hearing the words of the king of hell, Sun Wukong unexpectedly ceased his actions and stowed away his golden staff. He then smiled at the king of hell and said, I never imagined it was merely a misunderstanding. Well then, my old self's ruckus can be considered settled. The king of hell was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? What intentions did this monkey harbor? This was far too unconventional. Legend spoke of this monkey's fiery temper, he was not one to let matters rest easily. As such, the king had prepared himself for the inevitable chaos. However, he was astonished by the monkey's politeness. Seeing the king of hell's demeanor, son Wukong's smile widened. It seemed his senior brother had been correct. This king of hell was merely awaiting his tumultuous entrance into the underworld to amend the book of life and death. Everything was a scheme, a calculation. Yet, he still could not comprehend why these individuals desired him to strike off names from the book of life and death. Though his uncle had warned him that such actions would delight the celestial court and the Buddhist sect, he understood that after erasing names from a book, his fellow monkeys would likely no longer face death. Nevertheless, having absorbed his uncle's teachings, he also realized that with sufficient strength, immortality could be achieved without resorting to such means. Furthermore, he had imparted the great celestial technique, believing that with diligence, those monkeys could also attain longevity akin to his own. Contemplating this, son Wukong turned to the king of hell and chuckled. King of hell, in that case, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. The king of hell stood there perplexed, struggling to grasp why this monkey remained so composed and chose not to cause a disturbance in the underworld. This was quite divergent from their initial plan. As a celestial envoy overseeing the merits and demerits of souls, he had been commanded by both the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect to fully comply with the edicts of the Ksitigarbha. However, the unfolding events clashed entirely with the Ksitigarbha's directives. With no time to ponder further, the king of hell conferred with the other 9 Yama kings before hastening towards the underworld. At the edge of hell, in the Tsiun Palace, Ksitigarbha sat in meditation, an endless radiance of Buddhist light emanating from him. His expression was one of profound compassion. The furious and vengeful spirits that roamed the underworld began to soften under the embrace of his light, their rage and malevolence dissipating, replaced by a semblance of benevolence, as though they had been salvaged. Yet, amidst the multitude of vengeful spirits in the underworld, this universal salvation was an ongoing endeavor. On this day, a figure approached swiftly, his countenance grave. It was none other than the king of hell, clad in his official robes. At the feet of Ksitigarbha, the divine beast Ting opened its eyes and emitted a soft growl. Ksitigarbha seemed to sense this, slightly opening his own eyes. Yama? Ksitigarbha furrowed his brow. Wasn't it your duty to entertain that monkey? Why have you come to me? According to the timeline, it should be the moment when son Wukong wreaks havoc in the underworld. As the Lord of Hell, how could he be absent? Moreover, this matter was of utmost importance and could not afford any mishap. Salutations, Bodhisattva. Yama bowed respectfully before anxiously speaking. Bodhisattva, that monkey indeed came just now. But the situation deviated from our original plan. Deviated? Ksitigarbha paused his movements with the prayer beads, looking at Yama with surprise. Yama nodded, saying, although the monkey initially caused quite a ruckus, expressing his discontent at being in the underworld, later, upon hearing my explanation that it was all a misunderstanding, a case of mistaken souls, he surprisingly abandoned his rampage and did not allow me to take the register of life and death to mark him and his kin. Upon hearing this, Ksitigarbha, whose demeanor had been as calm as a tranquil lake, finally exhibited some astonishment. He actually gave up on causing chaos in the underworld and did not mark his kin? How can this be? Ksitigarbha pondered, for this matter had been calculated by the Western saints, and such an anomaly should not have occurred. Now, with this unexpected turn of events, the situation was dire, and he likely needed to return to the West immediately to report to Buddha Tathagata. You should return for now. We shall discuss everything upon my return. Upon hearing Ksitigarbha's words, Yama immediately lowered his head, his expression one of reverence, and then watched as Ksitigarbha departed. This bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm seeks to manipulate the register of life and death, intending to use son Wukong as a pawn. Yama scoffed. Unfortunately, that monkey did not follow their anticipated script. Oh, it seems you know something. Are you not inclined to share with me? At that moment, a cold voice echoed from behind. Yama felt a chill run down his spine. Empress of the Earth. Yama turned to see the serene figure of Empress Pingxin, dressed in plain garments, and immediately knelt in reverence. beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Empress, what news? I, your humble servant, have led that bodhisattva away." Just then, Yama heard son Wukong's voice, who, despite having just left, had appeared beside Empress Pingxin. "You monkey!" "Umph." Before Yama could utter a word, a disdainful snort sent a wave of coldness through him. "Please forgive me, Empress. I know nothing, absolutely nothing." Yama quickly exclaimed. "Know nothing? What a convenient claim. The register of life and death is the authority I established for reincarnation. The Buddhist realm's intention to destroy this register is merely a ploy to further diminish my power, is it not?" As Yama listened to Empress Pingxin's voice grow increasingly frigid, he trembled uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. In light of your years of dedication to pacifying restless souls, even if there are no merits to speak of, the toil endured is commendable. Should you be willing, I, your humble servant, pledge to follow you with unwavering loyalty henceforth." The King of Hell immediately expressed his allegiance, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, the serene Empress would take decisive action against him, striking him down on the spot. "Very well, you may return now. Not a word of today's events must escape your lips." "Yes, yes, indeed." The King of Hell promptly turned and departed, not daring to show the slightest delay. Once he had left, the serene Empress waved her hand, and the two of them vanished from that place once more. Chapter 14. The best reward is diligent cultivation in the depths of the underworld. Within a secluded valley, the ethereal blossoms of the other shore swayed gracefully in the breeze, radiating a mesmerizing purple luminescence. The revered deity, Pingxin Yangyang, and the legendary son Wukong reappeared in this sacred realm. "You insolent monkey, I can consider collaborating with you. But your actions will ultimately determine our path," Pingxin Yangyang remarked, casting her gaze towards the distant murky world. This place was established by her for the tormented souls, a sanctuary that must not be desecrated. Furthermore, there were those who sought to usurp her authority. "Rest assured, my lady, our adversaries share the same intent," Sun Wukong replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, in the southern Jianbu state, within Chiyun village, the community thrived in simplicity, with its inhabitants living in peace and contentment. Although recent misfortunes had befallen the eastern sea, tranquility was swiftly restored, and fishing activities resumed without hindrance. "Please, immortal, save my mother." At that moment, a young man knelt at the entrance of a courtyard, fervently pleading as he repeatedly bowed his head, causing blood to trickle from his forehead. Yet he paid it no mind. Sighing, Qin Han opened the door. "What is the need for such desperation? I have already mentioned." Qin Han was cautious not to become entangled in karma, recognizing that every individual has their own fate, and his mother was destined to face tribulations. I understand that you, immortal, wish to avoid entanglements and do not desire to rescue my mother, yet I must still attempt it, even if it costs my life. I am willing. She raised me single-handedly, and now she is gravely ill. I cannot forsake even the slightest glimmer of hope." The young man lifted his gaze to Qin Han, blood streaming down his forehead. Qin Han felt a twinge of compassion, comprehending why his senior brother had become enmeshed in karma and ultimately met his demise here. "I can save your mother, but I require something from you in return." Upon hearing this, the young man burst into tears of joy, exclaiming, "As long as you are willing to save my mother, I will agree to anything, even if it means sacrificing my life." "Very well," Qin Han sighed, acknowledging the purity of the village's ethos. A son willing to go to such lengths for his mother was indeed commendable. After healing the young man's mother, Qin Han merely requested a copper coin from him before departing, a precaution to avoid entangling himself in karma. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qin Han encountered son Wukong pushing open the gate. "Disciple, I see you have not visited in a few days. It seems you have made considerable progress. Have you encountered any challenges?" Kinanin Kirit, surpriset. Son Wukong, who had been diligently practicing the nine heavens' mysterious dark art, replied, "Master Uncle, I have indeed made some advancements in my training during these past days. I did not come here because of any issues, but rather to ponder the story you previously shared." As they entered the courtyard together, son Wukong continued, "Master Uncle, If this monkey were to persuade the dragon clan and the goddess of the underworld, as you suggested, what should he do next? After all, the heavenly court's schemes loom ahead, which weighs heavily on my mind, as the time drew nearer for him to be suppressed beneath the five-finger mountain. Qin Han smiled faintly and remarked, I have persuaded the dragon clan and the queen of the underworld. Next, I shall continue to bolster my cards and ultimate weapons. Sun Wukong, having formed a brotherly bond with the six great sages, nodded in acknowledgement. Had he been unaware of the intricacies involved, he would surely have been indifferent to these six great sages. Old Sun recalled the words of his master, suggesting that these sworn brothers bore significant backgrounds, particularly in relation to the bull demon king and the steed of the heavenly lord of the Cut sect. Qin Han nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the bull demon king is linked to the steed of the heavenly lord, and aside from him, there is also the Peng demon king from the Rock clan. Though he resides elsewhere, he is undoubtedly of the same lineage as the golden-winged Great Peng. If we can establish a connection with the Peng demon king and Kong Xian, it would serve as both a card and a trump card. His master had spoken wisely, but how could they persuade them? At this moment, Sun Wukong appeared like an eager student, gazing at Qin Han with anticipation. If the bull demon king truly had ties to the steed of the heavenly lord, how could he, as a disciple of the Cut sect, remain passive in such a situation? He would surely wish to revive the glory of the Cut sect. As for Kong Xian, being a descendant of the Phoenix clan, they could start their efforts there. Qin Han, with a playful smile, remarked as the saying goes, accumulation is key. Even if Sun Wukong must face tribulations and cause havoc in the heavenly palace, he will undoubtedly possess numerous hidden cards. Sun Wukong pondered deeply, agreeing with his master's insight. The Cut sect and the Phoenix clan could collaborate. If they could convince them, he would gain 2 additional cards. Why do you ask so many questions? Have you discovered something about Sun Wukong? Just then, Qin Han furrowed his brow, directing a gaze at Sun Wukong. Startled, Sun Wukong felt a pang of guilt. Had his master seen through him? You must feel sympathy for Sun Wukong, because you too are a demon monkey. At that moment, Qin Han appeared to penetrate Sun Wukong's thoughts, speaking with a knowing smile. Sun Wukong sighed in relief and nodded, saying, Master, you see clearly. I merely pity this Sun Wukong, who has been continuously schemed against, ultimately ending up suppressed beneath the five-finger mountain. Master, if I were that Sun Wukong, would you assist me? Of course. Qin Han responded without hesitation. Having lost all family in this world, he felt a strange affection for the monkey before him. Not only would he stand by Sun Wukong, but he would also support even the most wicked of beings. After all, what fault did Sun Wukong have? His only transgression was attracting the attention of the Western Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong trembled with emotion. Recalling his master's earlier admonishments to avoid entanglements with karma, which would hinder his cultivation, especially during tribulations. Yet, he had not expected his master to so readily offer help. Although he was not the true nephew of Qin Han, the sentiment expressed was undoubtedly the finest form of protection he could receive. Over the years, only 2 individuals have shown him kindness, the Bodhi Patriarch and the one standing before him, Qin Han. Now, he realizes that the Bodhi Patriarch may have merely been exploiting him, perhaps even desiring to witness his subjugation by the Buddhist sect, ultimately transforming him into its protector. However, Qin Han is different. He has poured out his heart simply because he regards him as a disciple. This sentiment has stirred a long-forgotten emotion within Sun Wukong. Uncle Master, you are truly wonderful. Hearing such words from a monkey left Qin Han somewhat unsettled. Enough. Your diligent cultivation is the greatest reward you could offer me. Indeed, Uncle Master. Chapter 15. The 7 demon kings unite in brotherhood, the pure land of Mount Sumeru. In the great Thunder Sound Temple, within the hall of great strength, the Buddha sits majestically upon a lotus pedestal, his visage radiating compassion. Avalokiteshvara, what has become of the destined one? The Buddha inquires, directing his gaze towards the Bodhisattva. Avalokiteshvara sighs softly before responding with candor. According to our original design, the monkey ventured into the Dragon Palace and seized the Rui Jingu Bang. As per our agreement, the Dragon King was supposed to lodge a complaint. Indeed, the Buddha furrows his brow, sensing an unexpected turn of events. You imply that something has gone awry? Indeed, Avalokiteshvara confirms. For reasons unknown, the Dragon King did not file a complaint. Remarkably, the monkey has even established a favorable rapport with the Dragon Palace. The Buddha's brow deepens with concern. They had previously conferred with the Dragon King and made certain promises. Now, a deviation has occurred. Though the Dragon Clan has declined, they remain allied with the Celestial Realm, rendering the Buddhist order hesitant to act against them. And what of the underworld? Despite the troubles in the EC, as long as there are no issues in the underworld, all can be justified. Your Reverence, Avalokiteshvara was about to speak when a messenger entered, announcing, Your Holiness, the Earth Store Bodhisattva requests an audience. The mention of the Earth Store Bodhisattva elicited astonishment among the gathered Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, for he had not returned since vowing to remain in the underworld until all souls were liberated. Could it be that a significant event has transpired in the underworld? The Buddha felt a sense of foreboding. Was it related to the monkey? Quickly, allow him to enter. Yes. The messenger withdrew promptly. Before long, the Earth Store Bodhisattva entered, bowing respectfully before the Buddha. Greetings, O Buddha. Earth Store Bodhisattva, has your visit any relation to that monkey? The Buddha gestured for him to be at ease. Nodding, the Earth Store Bodhisattva replied, The monkey's actions pertain to the great flourishing of our order and thus merit our attention. Recently, the demon monkey was summoned to the underworld as per our initial plan. However, he merely feigned rage and, upon being informed by the King of Hell that a mistake had been made, departed without causing any further disruption or altering the book of life and death. What? The Buddha's expression darkened, his countenance filled with grave concern. The monkey's escapade in the East Sea to procure the Rui Jingu Bang was not of great consequence. It merely served as an excuse for the celestial realm. The true crux lay within the underworld, a critical domain for the spirits of the three realms and the cycle of rebirth. To gain dominion over the underworld would bestow immeasurable merit upon the Buddhist order. While it may appear that the monkey's ruckus in the underworld was merely precautionary, its deeper implications could elude even the celestial realm. This was a calculated move to disrupt the book of life and death, thereby diminishing the authority of the slumbering Queen of Hearts within the underworld. This would further enable the Earth Store Bodhisattva to consolidate control over the underworld. Who could have anticipated that a mere monkey would disrupt their meticulously crafted plans? For a moment, the multitude of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas within the grand hall fell into a profound silence. The once promising initiative for the flourishing of Buddhism had undergone such a drastic transformation. The Tathagata, the current helmsman of the Buddhist order, after a brief moment of contemplation, regained his composure and spoke. In that case, I have taken note. You may return. The underworld must not be left vacant, lest unforeseen events transpire. The king of Ksitigarbha nodded. Indeed, I take my leave. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas watched him depart, their emotions intricate and tumultuous. What shall we, the followers of the Tathagata, do? Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva inquired after a prolonged silence. In this current age of sages in hiding, the resurgence of Buddhism rests solely upon us. The Tathagata turned to Avalokiteshvara and asked, Have you noticed anything peculiar about son Wukong? After a moment of reflection, Avalokiteshvara replied, In recent days, I have observed son Wukong. Aside from seeking out friends for sparring, he appears unchanged. Perhaps his character has subtly shifted since his encounter at Mount Fongsuan. Avalokiteshvara's expression grew grave as she continued. That individual, I cannot discern what kind of being he is. His power is unfathomable, and both the heavenly realm and the Buddhist order regard him with trepidation. For days, Avalokiteshvara could not think of anyone other than this being. This individual is indeed a manifestation of our Mother Buddha, temporarily residing in the mortal realm. It is inconceivable that he would be the cause of any issues. The Tathagata shook his head. A manifestation of the Mother Buddha? Avalokiteshvara was taken aback. If not for him, I would not understand how this monkey could have encountered such an anomaly. Very well, let us continue to observe closely in the coming days. We must ensure that no further complications arise. instructed the Tathagata. For the present Buddhist order, the paramount concern remains the flourishing of Buddhism. While the acquisition of authority over the underworld is significant, it pales in comparison to the overall resurgence of the Buddhist community. We shall adhere to the teachings of the Buddha. All the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas responded with reverent hands clasped together. At Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong hosted a grand banquet, attended by numerous monkeys and the demon kings from the mountain. However, Sun Wukong's focus was not on these demon kings, but rather on the horizon. After various interactions and sparring sessions, he had finally garnered the favor of the Bull Demon King, who had promised to bring a few companions today for a meet and greet. Soon, a palpable surge of demonic energy rose from beyond the horizon, heralding the arrival of countless demon clans, led by the Bull Demon King and several other demon kings. The Bull Demon King boasted of his recent alliances with numerous demon clans, significantly enhancing his strength. "Brother, I have heard this monkey possesses formidable powers, quite extraordinary indeed. It is said that even you would find it challenging to best him easily. To encounter such a powerful being is truly a rare opportunity for us." The 5 demon kings buzzed with excitement. Having sparred with the Bull Demon King, they recognized his superiority but were astonished that a monkey demon could rival him in strength, highlighting the remarkable power of this monkey demon. For the demon clan, strength is paramount, and thus they naturally harbor an interest in forging alliances. The Bull Demon King gestured toward a distant peak, proclaiming, "That mountain ahead is none other than Flower Fruit Mountain," as numerous demon kings descended with their lesser demons. The Bull Demon King immediately spotted Sun Wukong. Upon sensing the aura emanating from him, he was taken aback. It had only been a few days, yet he was astonished to find that Sun Wukong's cultivation had significantly advanced. "My dear brother, your progress in cultivation is truly commendable. Congratulations." The Bull Demon King approached with a warm smile. The other 5 demon kings, also sensing Sun Wukong's formidable presence, displayed expressions of shock and eagerness to curry favor. Chapter 16. I, Old Sun, encountered a senior in the realm of demons. Forging alliances is a straightforward affair, dictated by the principle of survival of the fittest. With a strong command respect, the bonds formed between powerful demon kings signify a formidable union. Given that the Bull Demon King possesses an extraordinary lineage as a unique bull demon, it follows that the demon kings he chooses to associate with are equally exceptional. Although the Peng Demon King and the Jiao Demon King may pale in comparison to the Bull Demon King, they are nonetheless remarkable beings. Ordinary demons hold little significance in their eyes, yet Sun Wukong stands apart. The Bull Demon King spoke of how Sun Wukong ventured out to seek a master and returned as a formidable golden immortal. Upon meeting him today, his extraordinary presence was palpable, subtly exerting pressure on them. Consequently, the Bull Demon King became increasingly courteous, and after a brief introduction, he proposed a brotherhood. "Dear brother, are you truly willing to be my 7th brother?" The Bull Demon King's thought suggested that Sun Wukong could easily take the 2nd position, making the 7th rank unnecessary. However, Sun Wukong, unperturbed, chuckled, "Since my brothers have already established their ranks, there is no need to rearrange for me. Moreover, by becoming the 7th brother, I hope you all will look after me a bit more. 7th brother, do not be modest. With your prowess, who could possibly dare to bully you?" One of the demon kings exclaimed. "Indeed, if we encounter formidable foes, we may very well require your assistance. 7th brother." The other demon kings chimed in, expressing their humility. Amidst such humility from the demon kings, Sun Wukong responded with a smile, "Though I possess certain abilities, I cannot compare to my elder brothers. The backing you have is not something to be trifled with." At this playful banter, the Bull Demon King stood as if struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Did the monkey know something? It was inconceivable. Before the Bull Demon King could voice his thoughts, the Peng Demon King laughed and interjected, "7th brother, you yist. If our elder brother had any backing, would he need to seek out powerful allies everywhere? Our demon clan has fallen. Only by supporting one another can we survive." The other 4 demon kings nodded in agreement, fully aware of their precarious situation. Given the current plight of the demon clan, had they not trained diligently, They might easily fall victim to the Buddhist sect or the heavenly soldiers sent to eradicate demons. Sun Wukong, however, gazed at the Peng Demon King with a knowing smile and remarked, "Third brother, while I cannot speak for our elder brother, you must surely have a source of support. For I have heard that the Peng clan is solely descended from the Feng clan." The Peng Demon King's expression stiffened. He had initially sought to defend the Bull Demon King, but found himself ensnared in the conversation. How could this monkey know of his backing? It was perplexing, as he often observed the third brother to be a lone wolf, and possessing the bloodline of the Peng clan was indeed plausible. Indeed, if third brother truly held such a status, there would be no need to conceal it from us. Some of the brothers interjected, prompting the Peng Demon King to realize the jest and respond with a wry smile. "Seventh brother, you are overthinking it. Come, let us not dwell on such matters." The Bull Demon King was taken aback and immediately lifted the wine cup from the table, speaking. However, his gaze toward Sun Wukong was tinged with an unusual meaning, suggesting that this monkey harbored some secrets. The banquet did not wane due to Sun Wukong's ramblings. Rather, it grew more boisterous. After several rounds of drinks, many small demons had collapsed, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. "Drink!" Though the Bull Demon King's face was flushed, he raised his cup with delight, saying, "Brother, might you grant me an audience now?" Sun Wukong, however, set his cup down and looked at the Bull Demon King, saying, "Seventh brother, what are you talking about?" The Bull Demon King stared at Sun Wukong in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by his words. At this moment, nearly all the demon clan had succumbed to slumber, leaving only the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong still seated. "I never expected, brother, that even at such a time, you would feign ignorance." Sun Wukong frowned. The Bull Demon King, with a simple-minded expression, looked utterly bewildered. With a sigh, Sun Wukong declared, "Since it has come to this, allow me to share a tale with you, brother. It is said that there was a great sect that orchestrated an astonishing scene of myriad immortals converging. But due to a cataclysm, this sect fell into ruin, its existence reduced to mere legend. Many of its disciples perished, entering the divine list and becoming celestial deities." As Sun Wukong slowly narrated this story, the Bull Demon King's countenance grew increasingly grim, as if recalling a significant event. Even the sect's leader descended to protect his disciples, only to be besieged and ultimately punished. Later, the leader's steed, Kuei fled, desperately seeking ways to safeguard the sect and rescue its master. Alas, the Bull Demon King could not help but sigh. "Are you implying that I am that Kuei? No, if I am not mistaken, brother, you are likely the descendant of Kuei." Sun Wukong shook his head. As the steed of a sage, having participated in the slaying of Immortals Array and the myriad Immortals Array, Kuei is long-lived. And it is even possible that the Bull Demon King had once entered the... These were merely the conjectures of my master. Observing the change in the Bull Demon King's expression, it was evident that my master had spoken truthfully. I never anticipated that seventh brother possessed such knowledge. But what of it? I shall not conceal from you any longer. I am indeed a descendant of Kuei and have previously joined the... When the calamity struck my father commanded me to depart, to avoid the tribulation. Eventually, witnessing the decline of the fading into oblivion was all a scheme by those two factions of the Xianmen, who could not bear to see the flourish. Regrettably, my master was ultimately besieged by the four sages and taken away, never to be heard from again. The Bull Demon King sighed deeply. "Thus, brother, do you wish to alter the current state of the..." Although Sun Wukong could not fully comprehend the Bull Demon King's sentiments, they were both victims of manipulation. In a sense, they were kindred spirits. "Aita? How could it be so simple?" "No, wait." The Bull Demon King seemed to recall something and looked at Sun Wukong, asking, "How do you know so much?" Even beings who have cultivated for many years may not be aware of such matters. At this moment, I, the old monkey, find myself ensnared in a calamity, plotted against by the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. The Bull Demon King has already declared this, and I, Sun Wukong, have no intention of concealing the truth any longer. I shall speak it plainly. Seventh brother, you have been ensnared by the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court? But how could you possibly know? Did someone from the Buddhist sect reveal this to you? The Bull Demon King was even more astonished. A person who has been deceived possesses such extensive knowledge of hidden truths. Not only is he aware of his own entrapment, but he also knows events from thousands of years ago. This is because I encountered a venerable elder. Chapter 17. I seek guidance from the senior on how to escape the Buddhist realm. Senior? To be regarded as a senior by Sun Wukong. How formidable must that individual be? The Bull Demon King could hardly fathom such strength. If it were indeed that senior, surely they would possess the means to assist my elder brother. Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although his master had briefly mentioned how to persuade the Bull Demon King and the Pung Demon King, the reality of the situation revealed that convincing them was far from a simple task. Moreover, the Bull Demon King had his own grievances. Being a member of the demon clan himself, deeply ensnared in a predicament. In light of this, dear brother, let us make haste. For many years, the Bull Demon King had been forging alliances with powerful demons, all in the hope of aiding his father in reclaiming the teachings of Jijiao. Yet, despite the passage of time, no progress had been made. His father had even begun to lose hope. However, the Bull Demon King remained resolute. The sudden appearance of a senior who possessed such extensive knowledge was akin to a drowning man finding a lifeline. Wait, elder brother, seventh brother, I wish to accompany you as well. At that moment, the Pung Demon King, who had been lying down, suddenly sat up, having feigned intoxication all along. Third brother, you were pretending to be drunk. The Bull Demon King frowned. Sun Wukong smiled slightly and remarked, has our third brother finally acknowledged his lineage as a member of the Phoenix clan? Although their ancestor had entered the Buddhist realm to become a guardian, it was merely a ploy by Buddhism to command Kong Xian. He wished to depart, but found himself unable to do so. Since the seventh brother had also been ensnared by Buddhism, he should understand that the Buddhist realm is not benevolent. The Pung Demon King turned to the Bull Demon King and confessed, to be honest with you, seventh brother and elder brother, my proximity to you is motivated by your esteemed identity as a disciple of Jijiao, and as the offspring of a Saint-S steed. Perhaps there lies a way for me to assist my forefathers. The reason for his earlier reticence was simply due to the gravity of the matter. At this moment, the three of them had fully unveiled their truths. Sun Wukong nodded. Since we are all brothers, let us depart. Hold on. The Pung Demon King cautiously interjected, blocking the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong. Given that the seventh brother is currently being manipulated by Buddhism and the Celestial Court, we may very well be under surveillance. If we proceed openly, we risk drawing the attention of both the Buddhist realm and the Celestial Court to our senior, which would be detrimental. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had never considered this before, as their approach had seemed so ordinary. Fortunately, it appeared that neither the Celestial Court nor Buddhism had noticed them. However, now that he had heard the Pung Demon King's warning, it would be foolish to proceed without caution. Indeed, I cannot believe I overlooked such an important detail. The Bull Demon King smacked his forehead. In that case, let us use transformation techniques to travel, leaving our true forms behind to avoid causing trouble for our senior. The three exchanged knowing glances, reaching a tacit agreement. Sun Wukong plucked a single hair and, with a breath, transformed it into another monkey. The Bull Demon King shook his form, shedding a cow louse, and morphed into a duplicate of himself. The mighty Pung Demon King exhaled a breath that transformed into another Pung Demon King. Subsequently, the doppelganger vanished, while the original continued to indulge in his drink. Three ethereal figures soared into the distance, revealing themselves to be Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King, and the Pung Demon King. The elder had mistakenly regarded me as a disciple, and thus imparted much wisdom. Should I, as the humble Sun Wukong, not reveal my true identity? Sun Wukong pondered aloud during their journey. The Pung Demon King replied, Seventh brother, if that elder possessed such extensive knowledge, he would surely have already discerned your identity. The fact that he has not revealed it indicates his intentions, perhaps even a deliberate choice. The Bull Demon King nodded in agreement. Third brother speaks wisely. Seventh brother, you find yourself entangled in the calamity of tribulation, from which even saints struggle to emerge unscathed. The elder seeks to assist you, hence his discretion. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this was a plausible scenario. The elder must have been aware all along. His apprehension diminished considerably. Soon, the Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King, under Sun Wukong's guidance, arrived at the outskirts of Qian village. The village, known for its simplicity, prompted the trio to avoid the townsfolk, ultimately reaching the courtyard where Qin Han resided. Upon arrival, a hint of tension surfaced on their faces. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Disciple has arrived. Please enter," came the voice of his uncle from within. With a creak, the courtyard door slowly opened, revealing Qin Han, who was gradually rising, evidently having been in the midst of meditation. Upon seeing Qin Han, Sun Wukong felt an unfathomable depth to his presence and became increasingly convinced of the Peng Demon King's words. It was clear that Qin Han had known all along, but had chosen not to confront it. Noticing Qin Han's gaze shift to the Peng Demon King and the Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong promptly introduced them. "Uncle, these are friends of mine. Big Bull and 3 Peng." The Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King exchanged glances, affirming their prior consensus. Since the elder wished to remain uninvolved in the tribulation, they too would withhold their true identities. "I am called Big Bull. I unexpectedly encountered this son brother earlier, and through our clash, we forge a bond. I too, having been friends with Big Bull, found a kindred spirit in son brother, leading us to become sworn brothers." "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Qin Han nodded approvingly. Young people ought to cultivate more friendships. Reflecting on his own solitary existence, he felt that his disciple indeed needed to forge more connections. "Come inside." Once the Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King were seated, Qin Han poured each of them a cup of spiritual tea. Sun Wukong had partaken of it before, so this time he felt little difference. However, upon sipping, the Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King were immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing their cultivation. They exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. The Bull Demon King has grown increasingly humble. Previously, he did not perceive Qin Han as particularly formidable. However, this simple infusion of spirit tea has remarkably diminished decades of his arduous cultivation and has bestowed upon him a deeper understanding of his own path. "Senior," the Bull Demon King implored, "I was once a disciple of the. I have heard from Brother Sun that you possess vast knowledge, and thus, I humbly request your guidance." Upon hearing this, Qin Han furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, suspecting that this fellow had been boasting outside. Nevertheless, since his disciple had made such a request, he could not disregard the disciple's face. He then turned his gaze to the Peng Demon King and remarked, 3 Peng. Surely you have matters to discuss as well." The Peng Demon King, slightly embarrassed, admitted, "I cannot hide anything from you, senior. The situation is thus. As you are aware, our demon clan endures great hardships. The Buddhist sect, under the guise of saving all beings, forcibly seeks to convert our kin. My elders have fallen under the control of the Buddhist sect, and I too seek your wisdom." Chapter 18. The Curious Jade Pendant. The Enlightenment of the Buddhist Sect? Qin Han nodded, acknowledging the methods of the Buddhist sect, which often seeks to enlighten others, regardless of their willingness. Countless beings from the demon clan have fallen under their influence. For instance, as the teachings of the disintegrated, the Buddhist sect seized the opportunity to convert its disciples, turning them into mounts. The elder of this bull demon is presumably a disciple of, as is the elder of this great rock. Reflecting on a past inquiry from his master regarding how to handle encounters with the Buddhist sect, he realized that his former weakness had limited his options. However, following the demise of his master, his own power had grown, allowing him to confront the Buddhist sect's tactics with newfound strength. Initially, he was reluctant to engage in such entanglements, yet considering that this individual was a friend of his master's nephew, he decided otherwise. With a swift motion of his hand, light began to swirl, coalescing into a jade pendant adorned with intricate symbols, which did not belong to the primordial mystic realm nor to the Buddhist sect. This artifact I have forged can help to reorganize one's vital energy and spirit, expelling the marks of the Buddhist sect. The Bull Demon King, initially apprehensive, was overwhelmed with joy upon receiving the jade pendant. He grasped it with both hands, his face alight with excitement. He could sense the wondrous aura emanating from the pendant, which seemed to clear his mind in an extraordinary way. "Thank you, esteemed elder." "Thank you." The bold demon king expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing repeatedly. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Simply look after my nephew in the future," Qin Han replied. "Shall I take my leave then?" the bold demon king inquired, somewhat shyly. "Yes, go ahead. The matter of your elder being under the control of the Buddhist sect is of great significance," Qin Han affirmed with a nod. After bowing once more, the bull demon king turned to depart. Upon leaving Qiyun village, the bull demon king immediately activated his innate divine abilities, his speed surging dramatically until he swiftly reached the borders of Xinyo. "I implore the ancestor to grant me an audience." He did not head directly to the Buddhist sacred mountain, for while the Buddhist sect in Xinyo had not eradicated the demon clan entirely, he knew that openly entering their domain would likely result in dire consequences. With that thought, he let forth a drop of blood from his middle finger, which transformed into a radiant arc that expanded outward. This method was a last resort summons used by his clan to call upon their ancestor. The golden-winged roc, their progenitor, was the object of their hopes for liberation from the Buddhist sect's grasp. Yet, even the ancestor struggled against such constraints, leaving the younger generation feeling powerless. As the radiant arc dissipated, the air around him began to swirl, and the space itself twisted. Who dares to confront a member of the golden-winged roc clan? Seeking death. Are we? The voice of the golden-winged roc thundered forth, filled with immense power. The bold demon king felt an overwhelming sense of reverence in the presence of his ancestor. As the golden-winged roc unfurled its wings, appearing before them, its fierce gaze swept across the area, revealing no adversaries, only the younger members of the clan bowing in respect. "Salutations, ancestor. You, the younger generation, have encountered no misfortune, yet why resort to such means to summon your esteemed ancestor?" The golden-winged great Peng spoke with a tone of discontent. "Such methods are strictly prohibited unless in dire circumstances. Yet, this junior has invoked them without any apparent cause. Ancestor, I acknowledge my error. I merely discovered a means to liberate you from the shackles of the Buddhist realm, and thus had no alternative but to employ this method." The golden-winged great Peng, initially poised to reprimand the youth further, was suddenly shaken upon hearing the words of the Peng Demon King. He shook his head in disbelief. "You have found a way to free this ancestor from the Buddhist realm? How can one achieve such a feat? Remember, I am the brother of Kong Xian. Even this quasi-saint is bound within the confines of Buddhism, with no recourse, let alone a junior like yourself." The Peng Demon King respectfully presented the jade pendant bestowed by Qin Han earlier. "This artifact should aid you in breaking free from the Buddhist confines." The golden-winged great Peng regarded the seemingly ordinary pendant with skepticism, though he recognized it as a gesture of goodwill from the younger generation, which mitigated his initial ire. With a flick of his hand, the pendant flew from the Peng Demon King's grasp into the hands of the golden-winged great Peng. He intended to accept it and subsequently deliver a fitting reprimand to the youth. However, the moment the pendant touched his palm, a wave of clarity washed over him, and the soul that had been bound by Buddhism within him experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation. "What is this?" The golden-winged great Peng's expression shifted dramatically. This unassuming pendant truly possessed the means to assist him in breaking the Buddhist bonds. Although he could not yet entirely sever the constraints within him, the pendant's power could dissipate the Buddhist seal upon his soul, granting him a chance at rebirth. "Who bestowed this upon you?" Although the golden-winged great Peng maintained an outward calm, the tremor in his voice betrayed his astonishment. The Peng Demon King, not wishing to delay, recounted everything that had transpired in detail. "I inform you, esteemed ancestor, I have sworn brotherhood with a monkey who possesses a master uncle." The golden-winged great Peng was taken aback, instantly recalling the monkey's significance, a pawn of the Buddhist realm. "Junior, if this elder is willing to assist you due to your connection with the monkey, you must seize this opportunity and cultivate that friendship with utmost care." "Ancestor, do you mean to say that this object can indeed liberate you from the influence of Buddhism?" While the Peng Demon King believed in the pendant's potential to alleviate the Buddhist influence, he still questioned whether a mere artifact could truly achieve such a monumental task. To his astonishment, it seemed indeed feasible. Who exactly was this master uncle of Sun Wukong? Indeed, it is likely that not only can it aid me, but it may also assist my elder brother in his liberation. You have rendered me an invaluable service this day. Should you encounter any future dilemmas, do not hesitate to summon me. Furthermore, I advise you to nurture your relationship with that monkey and avoid incurring his wrath. Otherwise, I may find myself embroiled in your troubles. If he possesses the power to liberate, he could just as easily extinguish me with a mere gesture. To comprehend the transformative power of the Buddhist path, even a quasi-saint can exert control, yet the intricacies remain elusive. To dispel the forces beyond the realm of saints is inherently impossible, but with merely a jade pendant, the opposing force can be neutralized. What level of cultivation must one possess? It is, of course, self-evident. Upon hearing the words of the golden-winged Great Peng, the Peng Demon King trembled with trepidation. Though he was aware that the strength of Sun Wukong's master should not be underestimated, he was nonetheless astounded by the sheer terror of it. Indeed, I shall faithfully adhere to the command of the ancestral master. I respectfully bid farewell to the ancestral master. Chapter 19. I have a method to restore the freedom of in the quadrangle of Chiyun village after the departure of the Peng Demon King. The Bull Demon King gazed intently at Qin Han. His cultivation surpassed that of the Peng Demon King, allowing him to sense the formidable power of the jade pendant. Having always understood the strength of the elder before him, his admiration had only intensified. As for the guidance you seek, after watching the Peng Demon King leave, Qin Han fixed his gaze upon the Bull Demon King's face. The Bull Demon King, filled with urgency, promptly inquired, I implore you, esteemed elder, how should the proceed? Is there still hope for salvation? Is there still hope for the? Qin Han nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the once commanded the attention of myriad celestial beings, a testament to its former might. Even though the may now appear to have faded, the pillars within the heavenly court are still its disciples. You speak truthfully, yet the disciples of them have been inscribed upon the list of deities, leaving them bereft of freedom. The remaining disciples outside are but a handful, utterly incapable of rescuing their brethren from the list. The Bull Demon King lamented, his heart heavy with resignation. It was precisely this despair that had prevented his father from losing hope. Over the years, every conceivable means had been employed. Attempts to rescue the disciples from the list had ended in failure. Efforts to unite the remaining disciples against the heavenly court had yielded little, as only a few were still of use. How could they confront the heavenly court? The Bull Demon King had also sought to consolidate the strength of the demon clan. Yet after all these years, no tangible results had emerged. Why pursue the rescue of the disciples? Qin Han observed the Bull Demon King's bewilderment. The current state of the seemed irrevocable. The prospect of liberating its disciples from the heavenly scriptures appeared nearly impossible, for the scriptures represented the authority of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Yet this did not imply that freedom was unattainable. The Bull Demon King grew increasingly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the elder's words. I beseech you for further guidance. Presently, the holds significant sway within the heavenly court, forming an essential part of its current strength. Otherwise, it would not be able to dictate the court's directives. Yet the Jade Emperor remains at a loss. While the Jade Emperor may seem lacking in capability, even conceding to the Western powers, it does not imply he is devoid of strength. He is indeed among the most formidable, second only to the 6 great saints. They could certainly forge a partnership with the Jade Emperor, rather than a subordinate relationship. I am aware that the master sister of thee is none other than the Demu Yuanjun of the Demu Palace, overseeing the Do department, with the disciples rallying behind her. With Demu Yuanjun's might, she could engage the Jade Emperor in fruitful discussions. Qin Han cast a glance at the Bull Demon King, who remained in a state of confusion, clearly unable to grasp the meaning, akin to playing music to a cow. Why would the Jade Emperor engage in dialogue with the? He wields the power of life and death over the celestial beings of the. The Bull Demon King was astonished. Why would one who governs the fates of the celestial beings wish to negotiate with them? Qin Han shook his head, saying, what you see is merely the surface. Although it appears that the Jade Emperor controls the, does he truly dare to take action against its celestial beings? The bold Demon King was taken aback. Would the Jade Emperor dare? He would not, for behind the lies a sage. Given the temperament of the Tongtian Jiao Master, he would not hesitate to set up the array of extermination against the four sages, fighting to the death for his disciples. Although he is currently confined within the Purple Cloud Palace, this does not signify his demise. If the Jade Emperor were to act, how would Tongtian respond? The bold Demon King promptly replied. He would strike against the Jade Emperor, and it is unlikely that anyone could protect him. Indeed, this is why the Jade Emperor refrains from taking action. For now, a facade of peace prevails. As long as the does not overstep, the Jade Emperor can only turn a blind eye. Qin Han nodded. If the Demu Yuanjun were to engage in earnest dialogue with him now, would the Jade Emperor be willing to converse? He would. The bold Demon King's eyes brightened, and he interjected. Therefore, as long as the conditions are reasonable, cooperation between both parties is inevitable, and they may even refrain from using the god-slaying whip as a threat, for mutual benefit is far preferable to being constrained. You are indeed remarkable, Senior. Thus can be said to have truly established a foothold in the heavenly court, at least not weaker than those of the disciples. Qin Han slightly nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Whom do you think the Jade Emperor trusts more, the disciples or the—" The bold Demon King pondered for a moment and speculated. It should be the disciples, for they're the ones frequently employed by the Jade Emperor. No. Qin Han shook his head. The disciples represent the. Although has declined, it remains a significant nuisance for the Jade Emperor. He is unwilling to see grow in power. As the heavenly court belongs to him, not. Once becomes formidable, will the heavenly court belong to, or to the Jade Emperor? Conversely, is ultimately listed in the investiture of the gods, which gives the Jade Emperor leverage over them. The bold Demon King slapped his thigh. Indeed, indeed. You wish for the resurgence of, but the current situation only allows for the disciples to regain their corresponding freedoms. Everything will have to wait until Tongtian returns. The bold Demon King nodded. Although Qin Han's words did not provide a solution for the revival of, they enlightened him significantly. At the very least, could grow stronger within the heavenly court, rather than being marginalized and suppressed by. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The bold Demon King expressed his immense gratitude. Observing the bold Demon King's pensive demeanor, Qin Han chuckled. Do not overthink it. Though you are a disciple of, you may find it difficult to engage with those in the heavenly court. Since you remain in the earth immortal realm, ascending to the heavens is evidently no simple task. The bold Demon King nodded. Indeed, he could not, but his father still wielded some influence. Thank you for your counsel, Senior. I shall not disturb you further and will take my leave. The bold Demon King said, turning to exit the courtyard. Although he had not discovered the method for the revival of, he must swiftly convey this newfound opportunity for renewal to his father. The bold Demon King immediately departed, heading straight for Jile Mountain in Xinyohazhou. While the world knows of the bold Demon King's might and fortune in Jile Mountain, few are aware that deep within the mountain resides another bull, the Kuei Bull. Upon opening the stone door, the bold Demon King entered the chamber. Over the years, he had seldom ventured here, fully aware of his father's deep-seated obsession. If there were no alternatives, his father would refuse to step out, unwilling to face his fellow disciples of the. As the bold Demon King stepped into the cave, he beheld his father, whose face bore the marks of time. Kuei Nyo opened his eyes and looked at the bold Demon King, noticing the significant enhancement in his cultivation. With a hint of surprise, he remarked, "My son, indeed, your cultivation has greatly improved. Father, I possess a method to restore the freedom of the—" What? Chapter 20. This is our opportunity for the Jie sect. Kuei Nyo had been in seclusion on Mount Jile for an unfathomable number of years. Yet his cultivation had not advanced. His unwavering obsession with the Jie sect rendered him unable to achieve clarity of thought and hindered his practice. Until today, when his own son claimed to possess a method to restore freedom to the Jie sect. You have a way to liberate the Jie sect? Kuei Nyo could hardly believe his ears, suspecting that his son was merely deceiving him or speaking in delirium. How could there possibly exist a method to grant freedom to the current disciples of the Jie sect? After all, the Fengshan list loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Not only they but even the Tongtian patriarch would struggle to alter its course. Kuei Nyo shook his head, saying, "You need not console your father with such fantasies. Focus on your cultivation. Perhaps one day you may achieve the status of a quasi-saint. And then what? Rescue the Jie sect? Is that truly feasible? What can a single quasi-saint achieve against what even Tongtian cannot?" He sighed, realizing that his own obsession should not burden his son. "Father, truly, I have a method, collaborating with the Jade Emperor." Upon hearing the Bull Demon King's words, Kuei Nyo was initially taken aback, believing his son had lost his senses by suggesting an alliance with the Jade Emperor. The very reason the Jie sect fell into the Fengshan list was largely due to the Jade Emperor's influence. Had it not been for the absence of celestial figures, the Tao ancestor would not have delegated the Fengshan list. However, as he continued to listen, Kuei Nyo experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, the Jade Emperor now harbored greater fear of the heavenly court being overtaken by disciples of the Chan sect. Should the number of Chan sect disciples in the heavenly court increase, the question would arise, is the heavenly court truly under the dominion of the Jade Emperor or the Chan sect? The Jie sect, however, was different. Bound by the Fengshan list, it was comparatively more reassuring to the Jade Emperor than the unfettered Chan sect. Who is this senior? How could they conceive such a plan? At that moment, Kuei Nyo felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed centuries of weariness, his formerly stooped figure straightening with newfound vigor. "Father, I encountered this esteemed individual because of son Wukong. That monkey is indeed a pitiable soul, caught in the schemes of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. This senior clearly wishes to aid son Wukong, and perhaps assisting our Jie sect is also for his sake." The Bull Demon King shared his conjecture. Kuei Nyo nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, this senior has extended help to our Jie sect. Should son Wukong face any challenges in the future, we must offer our utmost assistance, even if it means that I, this old bone, must intervene. The Bull Demon King nodded vigorously. "Father, I understand. But how shall we convey this matter to Master Jinling?" "I will speak with her," Kuei Nyo declared, raising his gaze toward the heavenly court. His status was unique. Although he had not entered the list, even the Jade Emperor would likely turn a blind eye to his presence. With determination, Kuei Nyo surged forth from Mount Jilei, making his way directly to the heavenly court. In the Domu Palace, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother sat upon her golden throne, her expression inscrutable. As an inner disciple of the Jie sect, she had originally held the second rank. Unfortunately, the Daobao Daoist, in pursuit of his own advancement, had defected from the Jie sect, becoming a traitor. As her senior, she would never abandon the Jie sect as he had. Instead, she resolutely embraced her responsibilities as a disciple of the Jie sect. Even after attaining a place on the list of deities, she would still argue fervently with the Jade Emperor, advocating for the disciples of the. Her very presence ensured that the disciples enjoyed a relatively comfortable existence in the heavenly realm. Were it not for the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, one could only speculate on the hardships the disciples might endure, and they would certainly not heed the edicts as they do now. On one particular day, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit seemed to sense something amiss. She opened her eyes and gazed towards the palace's grand entrance. A figure with the body of a bull and the head of a man strode in. Upon recognizing this individual, the Holy Mother immediately rose to her feet. "You, my fellow disciple Kuei Nyo." Since her demise and subsequent enshrinement as a deity, she had not laid eyes on Kuei Nyo. She had presumed he too had perished in the aftermath of the Great War of Deities or had been forcibly converted by the Western Buddhist sect. "Senior sister, this old bull comes before you in shame. Please forgive me." Kuei Nyo approached the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and knelt before her. Instantly, she raised her hand to lift him, preventing him from bowing down. "We are of the same sect. There is no need for such formalities. It is already a rare blessing to reunite after so many years. How could I harbor any resentment?" The Holy Mother expressed. Nostalgia, sweeping over her as memories of their time at Bo Palace flooded her mind. Alas, everything now seemed like a fleeting dream. Senior sister, I have come with a suggestion for you to consider. After exchanging pleasantries, Kuei-Nyo finally revealed the purpose of his visit. Taken aback by his words, the Holy Mother was surprised to learn that after years of separation, Kuei-Nyo had returned with a proposal. Did he wish to revive the? Was it not the desire of the disciples to see their sect restored? It was merely that they lacked the means to do so, especially since even their master could not achieve this, leaving them powerless. Though the Holy Mother held little expectation for the wisdom of the old bull's suggestion, a flicker of hope ignited within her, who was finding it increasingly arduous in the heavenly realm. Fragmented into numerous factions, she could not provide comprehensive protection, only managing to ensure a semblance of dignity for the disciples. Speak, dear brother. At her urging, Kuei-Nyo began, Senior sister. Although I have not been in the heavenly realm, I am aware that he is indeed struggling. The Holy Mother replied, the current situation in the heavenly realm is precarious. Both the and the Jade Emperor's forces are suppressing the. Recently, even the Buddhist sect has interfered, leaving us on the brink. Every dirty task falls upon our shoulders. Her expression darkened as she spoke. Kuei-Nyo nodded in acknowledgement. I anticipated as much, but I wish to inquire about the Jade Emperor's own forces. Furrowing her brow, the Holy Mother responded, although the Jade Emperor desires to cultivate his own power, he cannot compare to the or the Buddhist sect. Kuei-Nyo then asked in that case, do you think the Jade Emperor would be open to collaborating with the collaboration? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit immediately contemplated the implications. Indeed, the Kuei-Nyo nodded, observing, currently, the Jade Emperor lacks formidable allies. His initial solitude led to the creation of the list of deities. The present circumstances are undoubtedly far from his desired outcome. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit concurred. Indeed, his ambitions are vast enough to have secured his dominion over the three realms. However, the complexities within the heavenly court have intensified, as the disciples of the teaching of clarity have turned the court into a battleground for saints. The decline of the teaching of the interception has relegated it to the periphery. If this continues, the Jade Emperor's power will inevitably be undermined, which he would never wish to witness. The Kuei-Nyo responded, this presents a significant opportunity for our teaching of the interception. Chapter 21. Collaboration with the Jade Emperor bound by the constraints of the divine list. Our GS sect finds itself at a disadvantage compared to the Chan sect and the Buddhist order. Undoubtedly, the Jade Emperor will place greater trust in us. In this light, we can assist him in reclaiming his authority, and the God-controlling whip may serve as a valuable bargaining chip. Kuei-Nyo offered a faint smile. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. You speak truly. The God-controlling whip holds little significance in the hands of the heavenly sovereign, yet in our possession, it transforms entirely. I had not anticipated your visit would yield such substantial benefits. You have indeed impressed me. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain herself. The GS standing in the heavenly court was precarious, but with the Jade Emperor's support, their disciples could reclaim their dignity. Junior brother, please excuse me. I must seek the Jade Emperor without delay. With that, she transformed into a streak of radiant light, darting towards the Lingxiao treasure palace. Your Majesty, a bull demon has ascended from the mortal realm and entered the Dumu Palace. In the Lingxiao treasure palace, the venerable Tai Bai Jinxing stood respectfully before the throne, addressing the Jade Emperor, who, though seated in solemn authority, did not display a shred of emotion. He nodded slightly, acknowledging, I am aware, it is Kuei-Nyo, the steed of a sage. Let it be. Were it an ordinary demon ascending to the heavens, the Jade Emperor would not let it go unchallenged. But this was a sage's steed. What could he do? To act against it would be to affront the sage himself, or invite disaster upon himself. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Tai Bai Jinxing broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. He ought to turn a blind eye. Although the Tongtian Patriarch was confined within the Zixiao Palace, one could never know when he might be released. However, Your Majesty, how shall we address the disciples of the Chan sect? Tai Bai Jinxing immediately raised another pressing concern. In the heavenly court, the number of disciples from the sage's lineage was overwhelming. The GS sect's immortals were, but a fraction of this, having been inducted into the divine list. Yet most of the Chan sect's disciples had not been included, and even those who had were fleshly manifestations of sanctity, unbound by the divine list. Presently, the Chan sect's disciples were increasingly unruly, openly defying the Jade Emperor's authority. While the Jade Emperor was backed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the Chan sect also had the Yuan Shi Tianzun on their side. Though they appeared comparable, the actual disparity was vast. Hongjun might not concern himself with the Jade Emperor, but the Yuan Shi Tianzun would certainly keep a watchful eye on his followers. The Jade Emperor found himself in a subservient position before the sages. The power of the Chan sect was gradually encroaching upon the authority of the heavenly court, leaving him unable to voice his discontent. Rubbing his temples, the Jade Emperor felt a tumult of emotions. His available manpower was limited, and opposing the disciples of the Chan sect seemed nearly impossible. In the past, when the heavenly court was understaffed, at least all were under his command. Now, though the heavenly court had grown in strength, becoming the sovereign of the three realms, its authority was increasingly dominated by the Chan sect. This situation was intolerable. Alas, he finds himself in a predicament. He can only hope that the Buddhist sect may impose restrictions on the followers of the orthodox teachings. This is precisely why he has chosen to assist the Buddhist sect in promoting the journey to the West. At that moment, an official of celestial rank hurriedly entered. "Your Majesty, the Lady Dumu seeks an audience." The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, pondering why Lady Dumu would choose to visit him at such a time, and more so, why she would request an audience. When has she ever been so courteous? Although perplexed, the Jade Emperor commanded, "Please, let her enter." The star of white Jupiter, too, was bewildered and stepped aside. Before long, the Holy Mother of Jinling entered. Unlike her previous demeanor, this time Lady Dumu bowed respectfully. "I have come to pay my respects to your Majesty." The Jade Emperor was taken aback by the Holy Mother's display of reverence. Even the star of white Jupiter was astonished. When did she become so well-mannered? "Quickly rise. Yet I am curious as to the reason for your visit." The Jade Emperor inquired, his brow furrowed. It was evident that she had come with a request. Could it be related to that creature, Kuei Nyo? Does Kuei Nyo wish to ascend to the heavens and join the ranks of immortals? As the Jade Emperor pondered these possibilities, the Holy Mother of Jinling spoke. "I have come on behalf of your Majesty, and also for the sake of the disciples of thee are often arrogant and have caused disturbances for your Majesty. I beseech your Majesty's forgiveness, and I shall impose greater restraint upon them in the future." The Jade Emperor felt a jolt of surprise. To impose restraint on the disciples? Surely their arrogance had something to do with her position as their senior sister. The fact that she harbored such intentions brought him great comfort. Before he could respond, the Holy Mother of Jinling shifted the topic. "Your Majesty, currently the orthodox teachings and the Buddhist sect dominate the heavenly court, and the disciples of the wish to alleviate your Majesty's burdens." Although she did not state it outright, the Jade Emperor, being a person of great discernment, immediately grasped her intentions. Is the seeking to ally with him? They have always shunned the heavenly court, longing to break free from the constraints of the divine decree. Yet today they wish to join forces with him. Despite the current disarray within the strongest among them have all entered the divine decree. If he were to gain their assistance, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Not only could he overpower the orthodox teachings and the Buddhist sect in the heavenly court, but he could also reclaim his authority. At that point, it would not merely be about sharing the power of the heavenly court with he would have it firmly in his grasp. After all, he is bound by the divine decree. Oh, I had not anticipated that Lady Dumu harbored such thoughts. I find great solace in this. Might I inquire if you have any requests? Among wise individuals, it is unnecessary to articulate every detail. Since the wish is to assist him, it is certain that there are conditions attached. Naturally, he is more inclined towards than the orthodox teachings. "Thank you, your Majesty. Although I am the senior sister of it is now in disarray, and my authority over has correspondingly diminished. If there were a treasure to suppress them, it would yield significant results." The Holy Mother of Jinling smiled faintly. The Jade Emperor immediately understood her desire, the staff of the God Slayer. This object is designed to suppress those deities who have ascended to the divine list. In the hands of the Jade Emperor, the divine whip serves merely as an ornament, for he has never wielded it. However, should it serve as a bargaining chip for mutual cooperation, the Jade Emperor would certainly be inclined to bestow it. With a simple gesture, golden light flickers in the sky, and a golden whip promptly materializes in his grasp. This is the divine whip, now entrusted to the primordial lord. The Jade Emperor waves his hand, sending the divine whip soaring towards the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. She receives it with both hands, a smile gracing her face. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I shall impose strict measures upon my subordinates, and in the future, I will alleviate Your Majesty's concerns." The Jade Emperor beams with delight. Chapter 22. Southern Jianbu Prefecture, sword Qi piercing the heavens. Your Majesty, do you truly believe in Duma Yuanjun? After the departure of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Taibai Jinxing furrowed his brow and spoke. The disciples of the have long harbored disdain for the heavenly court. This sudden change is evidently the result of someone's guidance. Did you not mention that Kuei Nyo ascended to the heavens? It must have been his idea. After years of seclusion, he has finally devised such a mutually beneficial plan. Indeed, remarkable. A glimmer of light flickered in the Jade Emperor's eyes. Is it really that simple? Taibai Jinxing remained skeptical, convinced that there must be elements of which they were unaware. Regardless of what else may be at play, as long as it benefits me, that is sufficient. The Jade Emperor was unfazed. The current state of the heavenly court was his greatest concern. With the prospect of change finally within reach, he remained indifferent. Taibai Jinxing nodded. Since the Jade Emperor had expressed such sentiments, what more could he, as the most loyal minister, possibly say? The following day, during the court assembly, the Jade Emperor sat in the grand hall, his demeanor cold and detached, his eyes slightly opening and closing as he surveyed the multitude of celestial beings. The disciples of the sensed an unusual atmosphere. It seemed that the number of attendees had increased significantly. Of course, these individuals had not suddenly appeared. They simply had not attended before, but today they were all present. The disciples exchanged glances, filled with curiosity and uncertainty about the events unfolding. Your Majesty, I have recently received word that numerous demons have been causing havoc in the northern Jilu Prefecture, and I hope you might send someone to vanquish them. At that moment, Taibai Jinxing stepped forward. Naturally, none of the ministers were eager to volunteer for such a task, as there was little to gain and considerable risk involved. As the chief demon slayer of the heavenly court, the responsibility was destined to fall upon the shoulders of Li Tianwan. More importantly, there was no one else who would heed the Jade Emperor's command. When Li Tianwan was about to step forward, unexpectedly, someone who had never before taken the initiative advanced. It was none other than the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming. Your Majesty, Zhao Gongming is willing to venture forth to eliminate the demons and relieve your burdens. Upon hearing these words, the disciples were taken aback. Could it be the disciple would act so proactively? Subsequently, not only Zhao Gongming, but several other disciples have also stepped forward, expressing their willingness to confront the demons. The Jade Emperor observed this scene, finally allowing a smile to grace his features. He had at last escaped the predicament of having no one to rely upon. Very well, my loyal subjects. I appreciate your willingness to assist. I hereby decree that Xiantan Jinjuan be promoted to the position of demon-slaying god of wealth, leading 100,000 celestial soldiers to aid me in vanquishing the demons. At these words, the disciples have finally grasped the implications. What had transpired between the disciples and the Jade Emperor? This was utterly unacceptable. If disciples were allowed to ascend to high positions, it would bring no benefits to the disciples of. Immediately, Yin Hong, a disciple of, stepped forward. Your Majesty, I must express my profound reservations regarding this matter. Although Zhao Gongming has taken the initiative to volunteer, he lacks any accomplishments. How can he possibly assume the role of vanquishing demons? I implore your Majesty to reconsider this decree. As a disciple of the Chan religion, he has grown rather arrogant, audaciously requesting the Jade Emperor to retract his command in front of all the celestial beings. Had this been in the past, if Yin Hong had made such a declaration, it is likely that the Jade Emperor would have acquiesced. After all, the Chan religion is backed by the primordial supreme being, and even as a third-generation disciple, he would have to show some respect. This very reason has led the Jade Emperor to yearn for a change in the status quo. However, the current circumstances are markedly different. While the Jade Emperor may hesitate to act, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, who has long been in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes, radiating an ethereal light. During the time of the investiture of the gods, she had already attained quasi-saintly cultivation, not to mention her current prowess. Before the disciples of the Chan religion could react, a golden whip materialized in the hands of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. With a swift motion, the whip transformed into a tremendous force. How dare one show disrespect to the great heavenly sovereign? Such a crime deserves the gravest punishment. Upon uttering these words, the golden whip, infused with immense power, surged forth. Boom! In Hong, a disciple of Chijingzi, was posthumously honored as the Star of the Five Grains, making him particularly susceptible to the divine whip. Coupled with his inferior cultivation compared to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, he was instantly obliterated, returning to the list of investiture, awaiting revival. Yet, this display of power served to intimidate many disciples of the Chan religion, rendering them speechless. Who could have anticipated that the Golden Spirit Holy Mother would take such decisive action? She stepped forward, her gaze cold. Your Majesty, the Star of the Five Grains has shown disrespect, and such transgressions cannot be forgiven. I must execute him. The Jade Emperor nodded, acknowledging, well done, Yuan Jun. The celestial realm has been mired in chaos for too long. It is indeed time for a change. Proclaim my decree. The vanquisher of demons, the wealth god Zhao Gongming, shall journey to the northern Jilu prefecture to eradicate evil, and upon his return, he shall be richly rewarded. The disciples of the Chan religion changed countenance, clearly realizing that the Jade Emperor and they were colluding to bolster the latter, and they felt utterly powerless. Let us inform the Emperor Gocheng that he may act on our behalf. Emperor Gocheng, one of the 6 sovereigns, stands on equal footing with the Jade Emperor. Furthermore, he is a third-generation disciple of the Chan religion, Lei Zhenzi. Senior sister, the Chan disciples have gone to the Emperor Gocheng's palace. After the court assembly was adjourned, the 3 heavens goddesses approached the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Thus, we too may have an opportunity to act against Gocheng. I believe our master will undoubtedly grant a decree at the crucial moment. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother gazed upward at the vast, starry expanse. Meanwhile, as the celestial realm experienced tumultuous changes, a year swiftly passed in the earth immortal realm. Within the water-curtained cave, son Wukong sat cross-legged upon a stone chair, gathering his strength. After a year of accumulation, his spiritual foundation, now brimming with spiritual energy, surged forth. This immense energy began to break through to higher realms. Under the powerful spiritual force, even the bottleneck between realms shattered like fragile paper, erupting into a formidable aura that caused his spiritual foundation to expand by more than double. The aura emanating from Son Wukong intensified, propelling him into the next realm, that of the Tai Golden Immortal. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gazing into the distance, his hand gradually forming a fist. Is this the power of the Tai Golden Immortal? The strength he possesses is entirely attributed to the encounter with his esteemed master. Otherwise, he could not fathom when he might attain such prowess. Upon returning from Xinyo Hezhou, the Bull Demon King wore a countenance of immense joy. After a year of waiting, his father had finally returned from the heavenly court, and upon learning of the current situation with the Jie sect, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His father instructed him to express gratitude to that venerable elder. In truth, he had already intended to do so without needing his father's prompting. However, as he soared towards the direction of the southern Jianbu, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Is this the presence of his ancestral master? Has he returned? The Bull Demon King trembled with excitement, soon catching sight of a young man at the edge of the southern Jianbu, enveloped in a formidable sword aura. Chapter 23. Confronting the foolishness of Tongtian, years have passed since my last return, and the celestial realm has undergone considerable transformation. Standing at the edge of the southern Jianbu continent, the young man, though seemingly youthful, gazes with profound reflection upon the present state of heaven and earth. Salutations to my revered master. We joyously welcome your return. It is indeed a moment of great delight. The bull demon king soared down, kneeling before the young man, his face alight with excitement. The return of his master signifies hope for the Jia sect. To his surprise, he learned that Kuei Nyo had also sired offspring. Rise! The young man beckoned, exhaling a sigh of relief as he turned to face the bull demon king. Instantly, the bull demon king stood, exclaiming, "I shall inform my father. He will surely be overjoyed." Just as he was about to rush to Kuei Nyo, the young man halted him. "My true form remains within the Zixiao Palace. I am but a fragment of my essence traversing the mortal realm," he explained. This young man was none other than Tong Tian, the master of the way. In bygone days, the disciples of the Jia sect fell one by one, leading to the dissipating fortunes of their sect. He too had been imprisoned within the Zixiao Palace by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Had there been no alterations in circumstances, escape would have been impossible. However, recently, the fortunes of the Jia sect unexpectedly experienced a rebirth, albeit in scattered fragments, granting him a modicum of power to descend into the mortal world. He yearned to uncover what had transpired within the Jia sect, yet the Eastern Sea bore no trace of it, and the Bo Palace stood as mere ruins. The revival must be attributed to that venerable figure's method, which has indeed restored a semblance of fortune to the Jia sect. The prowess of this elder is truly remarkable. The bull demon king mused. Elder? Tong Tian furrowed his brow. In this era of calamity, even sages struggle to discern the unfolding events. All is shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. It is likely that only his teacher, Hongjun, could unravel these mysteries. Yet Hongjun, now one with the heavenly Tao, has little time to observe the transformations of the world. Otherwise, Tong Tian would not have been afforded the opportunity to manifest a fragment of his essence in this realm. Subsequently, the bull demon king recounted all that had transpired. Tong Tian expressed surprise. "I did not expect such a figure to exist in this world. Lead me to them." "Yes, master," replied the bull demon king. "Once we arrive, do not refer to me as master," Tong Tian insisted. "Of course, master." The bull demon king complied. Tong Tian followed the bull demon king to a secluded village in southern Jianbu, Qiyun village. "Master, this is the place," Tong Tian remarked. "Ah, the bull is indeed stubborn. When asked not to call me master, he insists on doing so, claiming it is tradition." "Very well, let be." "Knock, knock, knock." "Master uncle, I have arrived." "Big bull has come." "Enter," came a voice from within. Since this individual was a brother of his disciple, he naturally regarded him as his own disciple as well. The bull demon king opened the courtyard gate and stepped aside, allowing Tong Tian to enter first, then following behind. Inside, Qin Han, who had been reclining comfortably in a chair basking in the sun, now regarded the entering youth with curiosity. Just as the bull demon king was about to introduce him, Tong Tian preemptively introduced himself. "I'm the revered master of this old bull. You may address me as Lao San." It is said that it was a suggestion from a fellow cultivator that allowed the Jiejiao to gain some freedom in the heavenly court, which prompted me to come and see you in person. Upon hearing this, Qin Han immediately rose, feeling that, as the ancestor of a great master, he ought to be a bit more courteous. "It seems you must be a second-generation disciple of Jiejiao, and indeed, you are fortunate. Many second-generation disciples of Jiejiao have perished or suffered grievous injuries, with numerous others transformed and guided to the West. However, that does not imply that there are no fortunate survivors. For instance, the Mother of No Return has concealed her identity and become the Mother of Li Mountain. It is not surprising that some have managed to escape." When Tong Tian Jiaozhu heard the term fortunate, a bitter smile crossed his face. He recalled the many disciples who had met their demise, and although a significant portion had entered the divine list, their freedom was ultimately lost. How many could truly be considered fortunate? Observing the complex expression on Tong Tian Jiaozhu's face, Qin Han realized he had misspoken. There is no need for such concern. At least the majority of Jie Jiao's disciples have entered the divine list, and not perishing completely is not an entirely bleak outcome. Although entering the divine list means losing one's freedom and the possibility of further enlightenment, it is certainly preferable to being obliterated from existence. Tong Tian Jiaozhu remained silent for a long while. Fellow cultivator, do you believe my master's actions were justified? Qin Han furrowed his brow slightly. Whether his master was right or wrong, it was not incorrect. It was merely that the disciples insisted on rushing towards their tribulations, leaving no alternative. No one could have changed that. The calamities are as they are. Those destined to face them shall encounter them under various circumstances. Even with Tong Tian Jiaozhu's numerous admonitions for his disciples to refrain from venturing out and to avoid the tribulations, one after another, they fell into misfortune due to their own actions. Ultimately, even Tong Tian Jiaozhu himself was drawn into the fray. Of course, there were other saints involved in this as well. Upon hearing these words, Tong Tian Jiaozhu felt a slight solace in his heart. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. I merely seek the true answer. Tong Tian Jiaozhu believed Qin Han must be struggling to let go, especially in the presence of others' disciples while discussing their master. May I inquire if you could answer a question for me? Qin Han nodded, as it would be inappropriate to feign ignorance after such earnestness. Given his understanding of the divine list, he could certainly provide some insights, but regrettably, the events seemed to have already passed. Otherwise, he might have been able to alter the fate of Jie Jiao. I wish to know why Tong Tian Jiaozhu suffered such a catastrophic defeat. Why did the disciples under his tutelage end up in such a dire state? This question had lingered in Tong Tian Jiaozhu's heart for many years. Yet he had never found the answer. Perhaps he had long since known the answer, but was too afraid to accept it. Qin Han blinked in surprise at how this Jie Jiao disciple so calmly judged his master. It was truly astonishing. However, since the other party wished to engage in dialogue, Qin Han, too, desired to share his views on the matter. Let this be considered mere musings. Regarding this issue, I shall express only my personal opinion. If you find it disagreeable, simply disregard it. Ultimately, it pertains to the master of the other party, and Qin Han is not inclined to conclude matters in an unpleasant manner. Please, do not overthink it. The first point is that the Tong Tian cult master has placed excessive trust in his two senior brothers, which is rather naive. While you regard them as brothers, they perceive you merely as a gullible fool to deceive. Although the Tong Tian cult master may harbor resentment towards Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable at present, there remains a bond of brotherhood in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to the use of the extermination sword array only at the last moment, when it was far too late. My friend, please elaborate. This is the first instance where the Tong Tian cult master has encountered someone bold enough to address him in such a manner, as he halted the bull demon king, who was about to speak. It appears you believe that the primordial heavenly venerable and Laozi share a brotherly bond with Tong Tian. Qin Han chuckled and shook his head. Chapter 24. Born from a shell, the fate of the Jie Jiao in the early days when the Fengshen was to be implemented at the Zhixiao Palace. Tong Tian was actually reluctant to sign. So why did he ultimately consent? Was it not due to Laozi and Yuanshi? At that time, although the Western sect was weak, it did not imply the absence of capable individuals. Tong Tian, the master of the Tong Tian sect, trembled slightly. Indeed, he had foreseen the grim reality of the Fengshen and was unwilling for his disciples to fall into calamity. Yet, Yuanshi and Laozi deceived him into signing. Their motive was simply because the disciples of Jie Jiao were numerous, making them suitable candidates for ascension to the heavenly realm. The Western sect could also contribute members. Why fixate on Jie Jiao? It was merely because Jie Jiao's fortune overshadowed both the Chan sect and the Ren sect. How could he fail to perceive this? It was merely Tong Tian's unwillingness to believe, and it took an outsider to articulate this truth for him to accept it. What they aimed for was merely the fortune of Jie Jiao, overwhelming that of the Chan and Ren sects, thus betraying this brother. If there truly existed brotherly affection, why resort to the murder of Yin Shao in the end? It was nothing but jealousy over Tong Tian's formidable Jie Jiao. The sages were but a group vying for their own interests, unable to attain true transcendence in their hearts. Qin Han shook his head, exuding an air of enlightenment as he gazed at the somewhat disillusioned Tong Tian. Having spoken so clearly, do you comprehend it? With a sigh, Tong Tian nodded. Surely there must be a second point? Qin Han affirmed. As for this second point, it pertains to your two elder brothers. They have long been in collusion, meticulously planning everything, under the pretense of caring for the master of the Tongtian sect. They even resorted to bullying the weak, personally intervening, all while calculating that Tongtian would not easily step into the fray, knowing his disposition well. Otherwise, how could Jie have met such a fate? Tongtian sighed deeply, realizing his own folly. He believed that by refraining from action, the other sages would also hold back, even Yuanshi personally intervening, yet still unable to act decisively. He valued brotherly ties, which is commendable, but regrettably, he failed to see the truth, being overly sentimental. Qin Han shook his head. Tongtian managed a bittersweet smile, acknowledging the truth of his excessive sentimentality. Qin Han continued, "Indeed, it is not solely his two brothers who conspired against him. There exists a pair of hands orchestrating everything. Do not presume that Tongtian alone is oblivious. Even Laozi and Yuanshi are equally blind to this." Tongtian paused, perplexed. "What does your esteemed friend imply?" "These hands are." Qin Han replied, "You should be able to deduce this. Were it not for the influence of this individual, how could the three purities have found themselves on opposing sides? It is merely that the three purities are unable to perceive the truth." With his eyes closed, Tongtian opened them once more, a glint of cold light flickering within. "I believe I now grasp your meaning." Qin Han nodded. This individual, merging with the way, though bestowing the primordial purple energy, orchestrates everything according to his designs. This includes the initial bestowal of treasures, where all other founding figures received treasures capable of suppressing fortunes, while Jie was the sole sect without such a treasure, even when bestowing the Zhuxian sword. The insistence that only the four saints could shatter it seemingly underscores the might of the four swords of Zhuxian. However, it merely serves as a pretext for the four saints to intervene. The absence of a treasure to suppress the fate by the ultimately resulted in unstable fortune, leading to its inevitable demise. The heavenly Tao inherently disallows any glimmer of hope. All is ensnared within its grand design. Yet what is the doctrine of the pursuit of a sliver of hope? Is this not in direct opposition to that esteemed figure? Thus, the downfall of was predestined. Every calamity is orchestrated within the grasp of that entity, be it the dragon and phoenix calamity, the witch and demon calamity, or the conferred god saga. All serve merely to fortify its dominion. During the dragon and phoenix calamity, as all things awakened, what significance did the heavenly Tao hold? It bore no presence. Even during the witch and demon calamity, the heavenly Tao was still devoid of essence. Yet now, what is the heavenly Tao? It views all beings as mere fodder. Qin Han chuckled and shook his head. The heavenly Lord stood frozen in astonishment, never having anticipated that all was merely a means to seize control over heaven and earth. His confinement within the purple cloud palace was also the machination of his master. What punishment could there be but that dictated by the master whim? Qin Han declared. Thus, the dissolution of is fated. For the heavenly Tao, it is unavoidable and unalterable. A sigh of lament escaped Tongtian's heart. It seemed he should never have adopted the philosophy of seizing a sliver of hope, lest it lead to such an outcome. Hence, the disintegration of was sealed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed into the distant sky, expressing his resigned sentiment. It appears as beyond salvation. The plight of those disciples who have yet to thrive is already their limit. Observing Tongtian's silhouette, Qin Han, somewhat astonished, remarked, "What are you saying? I never claimed was beyond redemption." Tongtian was jolted, swiftly turning to Qin Han, his gaze fixated upon him as he inquired, "What did you say?" Noting Tongtian's reaction, Qin Han shook his head and replied, "Of course, there is hope. As it is said, the Great Way encompasses 50, while the heavenly transformation encompasses 49. This sliver of hope cannot be eradicated by the heavenly Tao. If embodies that elusive escape, it surely cannot be beyond salvation. The crucial point is that the current situation of is not so dire as to be utterly reduced to ashes." Tongtian nodded, inhaling deeply to steady his agitated emotions. Having once endeavored to aid his disciples, and ultimately failing, despair had taken root in him. Now, since this individual claimed there is a solution, perhaps there truly is a way. Tong Tian looked at Qin Han with anticipation. Since you assert this, surely you possess a means to rejuvenate. Qin Han gestured toward the Bull Demon King. I have already spoken with this little fellow. The first step is to transform his approach within the heavenly court. With the Golden Spirit Holy Mother able to establish a firm foothold for its disciples in the heavenly court, it will foster development and emerge as a formidable force. By leveraging this opportunity, as fortune should be able to return, the power of the within the heavenly court will gradually wane, and thereafter, the strength will undoubtedly grow ever more formidable. Regrettably, Tong Tian is suppressed within the Zixiao Palace. If only the Master Tong Tian were able to assist, his disciples would undoubtedly grow in strength. Tong Tian queried, "What can I possibly do?" Qin Han responded with a faint smile. In truth, Tong Tian need not do anything at all. Merely proving your existence suffices. Tong Tian shook his head. Is it really that simple? As long as the sage endures, how could Tong Tian perish? Simple? Qin Han, with a smile that held a hint of irony, replied, to be suppressed and to still wield power are ultimately two distinct matters. It is essential to demonstrate that you still possess the strength to intervene in the affairs of the three realms. Chapter 25. The Primordial Purple Qi. Are you aware of it? Qin Han gazed at the young man before him, sensing that his perspective was overly simplistic. Why would the Jade Emperor be inclined to collaborate with the Golden Spirit Holy Mother? The answer lies in the formidable backing of the truncated teaching, specifically the celestial saint behind it. Ultimately, the Jade Emperor lacks the support of a saint, while the Taoist patriarch has not intervened on his behalf in many years. In contrast, both the truncated teaching and the Buddhist sect enjoy the assistance of saints. Though currently empowered by the truncated teaching, which has allowed him to reclaim some authority in the heavenly court, dealing with those disciples listed on the investiture of the gods is manageable. After all, they can be resurrected. But what of those disciples who have attained physical sanctity? Will the saint from the truncated teaching not intervene? The celestial teacher gazed skyward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the void to glimpse the primordial supreme being within the primordial chaos. He would undoubtedly take action. Was it not the same in the past? Qin Han smiled and remarked, Indeed, thus the heavenly sovereign still requires the validation of the celestial teacher, a saint who can stand by his side. As long as he can still influence the three realms, that will suffice to constrain other saints. The celestial teacher's eyes brightened, and he nodded, saying, I understand. Qin Han continued, as long as the disciples of the truncated teaching ascend step by step. Does that not mean the heavenly court is effectively gathering fortune for the truncated teaching? This is merely a shell of existence. The next step is to seek opportunities. When the next calamity descends, it will present the truncated teaching with its greatest chance. The celestial teacher inquired, You refer to the calamity of the journey to the west. Do you not? Qin Han nodded. Precisely, the journey to the west. This undertaking was established by sages such as Laozi, the primordial supreme being, and the two Western saints. Yet, what of the celestial teacher? The celestial teacher replied, I have been excluded. Qin Han affirmed, Indeed, you have been excluded because you remain within the Purple Cloud Palace. Moreover, you have no debts to the two Western saints, making it unlikely for you to assist the West in their endeavors. In fact, you might even obstruct their efforts in the journey to the West. The celestial teacher was taken aback, puzzled. Why would one wish to hinder the journey to the West? Qin Han shook his head with a sigh. It seems you are not particularly astute. What will this journey to the West ultimately evolve into? The celestial teacher forced a smile, realizing this was the first time someone had labeled him unwise. The outcome of the journey to the West would be the flourishing of Buddhist teachings, ultimately culminating in an overwhelming accumulation of merit. Qin Han regarded the celestial teacher and asked, What benefits does such merit hold for the truncated teaching, given that it can lead to the complete ascendance of Buddhism and surpass the mystical gate? The celestial teacher shook his head. None. Although the truncated teaching may be diminished, it will impose significant pressure on the overall mystical gate. Qin Han nodded, admiringly gazing at the celestial teacher. Well said. While the truncated teaching, as well as the human teaching, may also face suppression, the threat is even greater for the truncated teaching, which seeks to revive itself. The ambitions of Buddhism are vast, aspiring to develop the entirety of humanity to embrace its faith, while the heavenly court is also a target for such endeavors. Just how substantial will this pressure be on the truncated teaching? Thus, it is most fitting for the truncated teaching to take action, even to impede the resurgence of Buddhism. Laozi and the primordial supreme being will not step in to assist, for they are ultimately part of the mystical gate and, deep down, do not wish to see Buddhism thrive. Bound by previous karmic ties, they're compelled to facilitate the journey to the West. The Master of Heaven nodded, astonished by the unexpected clarity with which Qin Han presented his thoughts. Qin Han continued, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the Western journey, stating that once the obstruction of the Western expedition concluded, the next great calamity of the Buddhist sect would commence. Thus, the disciples on the list of deities might indeed find a chance to escape. As the Master of Heaven listened to Qin Han, he repeatedly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit of Qin Han's words. Although some details eluded his understanding, it was sufficient for him to grasp that this was the sole opportunity for the. As the leader of, the Master of Heaven had long yearned for a revival of the glorious era when myriad immortals flocked to pay homage. Unfortunately, even this time, they had barely managed to descend to the mortal realm. Thank you, my friend. If truly undertakes this course of action, it would indeed be the most prudent choice. The Master of Heaven expressed, bowing slightly to Qin Han. Observing the Master's courteous demeanor, Qin Han waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formality. There is no need for courtesy, my friend. This idea requires the deliberation of itself. Qin Han clarified, not wishing to take responsibility. After pondering for a moment, he continued, though I lack absolute certainty regarding my prior suggestion, I do possess a means concerning the Master of Heaven's situation. Upon hearing this, the Master of Heaven gazed at Qin Han in astonishment. Even the previously silent bull demon king displayed signs of urgency and excitement. Before arriving here, he had learned from his master that the presence of his ancestor was merely due to a fragment of spirit descending, rather than the true essence. Master, what do you propose? Do you intend to take action personally? The bull demon king asked eagerly, looking at Qin Han. The Master of Heaven remained silent, also regarding Qin Han with a look of surprise. Perhaps this was indeed the only possibility. This individual possessed extraordinary cultivation, and should he choose to intervene personally, he might very well possess the means to breach the restrictions within the Purple Cloud Palace. Qin Han, taken aback, quickly waved his hand, stating, how could I possibly intervene personally? What I mean is that it must rely on the Master of Heaven himself. Huh? The bull demon king gasped, bewildered by the suggestion. What kind of method is that? If the ancestor wished to emerge, how could he be confined within the Purple Cloud Palace for so many years? Is there truly another way? He turned his gaze towards the Master of Heaven. The Master of Heaven furrowed his brow. While others might be unaware, he certainly was not. The restrictions within the Purple Cloud Palace were not so easily broken. He had attempted countless times, and this instance was merely facilitated by the fortune of sending a fragment of spirit to the mortal realm. I implore you to elaborate. The Master of Heaven said, clasping his hands before Qin Han. Rest assured you are, after all, the ancestor of my brother's nephew. I would not withhold any knowledge from you. Qin Han replied, waving his hand again. As a disciple of a sage, you should understand why the sage is constrained by the laws of heaven. The bull demon king was momentarily taken aback. He only knew that the position of a sage was supreme, with countless quasi-sages striving to achieve that status. Yet ultimately, only 6 had succeeded. He glanced at the Master of Heaven, realizing that this matter was likely known only to him as a sage. Do not even mention the bull demon king. Even the celestial teacher himself remains oblivious. He can sense that he is under certain constraints, yet he is entirely unaware of the reasons behind them. Qin Han has no desire for answers. This question may well elude even the sages, let alone their disciples. It is not merely you. Even the sages may not possess the knowledge. A wry smile crossed Tong Tian's face, for he truly did not know. The primordial purple energy. Qin Han gazed at Tong Tian. Are you familiar with this substance? Chapter 26, self-sacrifice of the sacred position, a sorrow shared by heaven and earth, the essence of primordial chaos. Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback. This object was a reward bestowed upon the 6 individuals seated in the foremost positions during the discourse on the great Tao of heaven and earth by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun in the Zhixiao Palace. The primordial purple qi was also referred to as a treasure that could elevate one to the status of a saint. Wasn't it the fierce competition for that 7th strand of primordial qi that led to the demise of Hong Yin? At that moment, Tong Tian seemed to grasp a profound understanding and spoke. My friend, are you suggesting that there is an issue with the primordial purple qi? Although Qin Han had never possessed the primordial qi, he was aware of the heavenly Tao-esque regulations and the inherent selfishness of Hong Jun. A saint who had attained enlightenment would never allow those who came after to reach his level of cultivation. What appeared to be selflessness was merely a means to sever other paths of cultivation. Qin Han declared, "It's not just the primordial purple qi that is problematic. The very methods of becoming a saint are flawed. Originally, every entity had its own path to cultivation, with myriad ways to attain enlightenment. But it has devolved into the method of severing the 3 corpses. Cultivation itself is an act of defiance against the heavens. If one is devoid of good and evil, self and selfishness, can they truly be considered a seeker of the Tao? That is the heavenly Tao, which regards all beings as mere tools, devoid of good and evil, self and disregard. In essence, this method of becoming a saint merely transforms you into a fragment of the heavenly Tao. These are not mere musings of Qin Han, but rather insights he and his master had deduced while formulating the 9 heavens mysterious nether technique. His master had made conjectures, which led to the abandonment of the original trajectory and the creation of an entirely new path of cultivation. This was, evidently, the closest approximation to the truth, as his master had indeed met a tragic end. Qin Han gazed at the perspiring Tong Tian. From your demeanor, it seems you have already severed your corpses. Even Tong Tian could not maintain his composure. He inquired if his friend had any solutions. Qin Han nodded. Indeed, there is a way, but it hinges on your own resolve. The quasi-saint must sever the 3 corpses and ultimately take that final step towards integration. Yet how much of the self remains is uncertain. It is precisely because of this flawed extremism that one begins to covet fortunes. What you seek to restore is merely the relinquishment of what you possess. Thus, it depends on your fortitude. This challenge is not solely yours, but also pertains to your master, the Tong Tian. The heavenly Tao constrains the saints, and Hong Jun similarly restricts the saints. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's eyes were filled with an infinite struggle, yet soon that turmoil gave way to tranquility. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, a glimmer of composure in his eyes. You are right, my friend. This was never mine to begin with. I have strayed from the path. If I lack the courage to retrace my steps, I may never progress further in this lifetime. In response to Tong Tian's candor, Qin Han was taken aback. You have come to this realization, which surprises me. It is no small feat to cultivate to the level of a quasi-saint. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to relinquish and begin anew. Furthermore, even if one were to abandon their current state, the future may not guarantee the attainment of such cultivation again. The celestial master, with a knowing smile, remarked, My friend, you must have already discovered another method of cultivation. Otherwise, you would not have conceived such thoughts. You possess far more audacity than we do. Qin Han exchanged a knowing glance with the celestial master, a silent understanding passing between them. Naturally, Qin Han could not generously offer his own techniques, and he believed that if the other party had indeed reached the level of a quasi-saint, with a focused mind, they would inevitably carve their own path without his excessive concern. Subsequently, the celestial master bowed to Qin Han once more, and with a sense of liberation, turned to leave, appearing far more ethereal than when he had arrived, as if he had come to a profound realization. Meanwhile, the bull demon stood in bewilderment, unable to grasp the conversation between his master and the Grand Patriarch. Master, why do I find it difficult to understand what you and my ancestor are discussing? Qin Han chuckled softly. You, dear bull, have yet to experience enough to comprehend many matters. Once you attain the status of a quasi-saint, everything will become clear. Quasi-saint? The bold demon gasped, uncertain if he would ever reach such a level in this lifetime. At the edge of the southern Jianbu state, the celestial master stood by the shore, gazing out at the vast ocean, his heart serene. He never anticipated that the realm of earthly immortals would grant him such profound insights. It seemed the time had come for him to take a decisive step forward. With his eyes closed, his youthful form dissipated, transforming into an ethereal essence of soared intent that spread throughout the cosmos. Simultaneously, within the Zixiao Palace, a figure who had sat in meditation for countless years suddenly opened his eyes. Though he remained youthful in appearance, his gaze bore the weight of endless vicissitudes. And as he surveyed the desolate Zixiao Palace, a hint of nostalgia washed over him. I had thought this place would be a source of fortune, yet it has ensnared me in a prison. The celestial master sighed deeply, then closed his eyes once more to attune to the essence of the primordial purple qi he had refined. This primordial qi had seeped into his primordial spirit, becoming an inseparable part of him. Initially, he had not examined it closely. Even after refining it, he had not sensed its presence until now. When previously hidden secrets unfurled before him, he realized that the primordial purple qi served as a bridge connecting him to the heavenly Tao, deepening his understanding of the laws of the universe. No, it was not merely a deeper comprehension of the laws. It was a gradual entanglement with the heavenly Tao itself, rendering him a puppet of the Tao. It was no wonder that his perception of the great path began to feel increasingly peculiar as he grasped these principles. There was no time for hesitation. The uncertainty in the celestial master's eyes transformed into resolute determination. Although Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, was currently merging with the heavenly Tao, once he regained consciousness, there would be no room for choice. Thus, the celestial master knew he must decisively choose to sever the influence of the primordial purple qi before Hongjuan's return. However, as he attempted to detach the primordial purple qi, he discovered that he could not budge it at all. The connection between his primordial spirit and the primordial purple qi had become one, making it impossible to separate easily. The forehead of the celestial master was drenched in cold sweat, for even after tearing apart his primordial spirit, he found himself unable to achieve his aim. Faced with the impossibility of separating from my primordial spirit, I shall relinquish it. I will ignite my primordial spirit to depart from the purple cloud palace. The primordial spirit is the confluence of magical power. Once it is lost, one is reduced to a mere mortal. It is akin to plummeting from the heavens into the abyss. Moreover, it is not merely that the celestial master is ultimately not immortal. The relentless passage of time, if unimpeded by the primordial spirit, would drag him into the depths of despair. This is precisely what Qin Han referred to as audacity. And indeed, the celestial master possessed such courage, willingly forsaking his primordial spirit, harnessing its power to propel his mortal form away. On this day along the golden tortoise path, a beam of sword light streaked by, leaving behind the silhouette of a young man. Chapter 27. The non-saint primordial golden immortal thunder rumbled. On this day, the heavens and the earth wept in unison. What fell was not a gentle rain, but a torrential downpour of blood. The crimson droplets stained the very fabric of the primordial world. The saint has fallen. In the void of chaos, the slumbering figures of Laozi, Yuan, Shi Tianzun, Nuwa, Jing, and Zhuanti seemed to sense a disturbance, and they immediately opened their eyes, gazing towards the three realms, their expressions filled with disbelief. What has transpired? Has the revered Tong Tian fallen? As the leader of the three clear ones, Laozi attempted to divine the circumstances, but found himself unable to glean any insight. The celestial mechanisms were in disarray, rendering even his wisdom ineffective. Yuan Shi Tianzun's emotions were conflicted. Although he had successfully plotted against Tong Tian, he could not deny the formidable prowess of his adversary. Had it not been for the alliance with the two saints of the West, the outcome might have been far more uncertain. Tong Tian, my brother. Nuwa's heart was heavy, ultimately exhaling a sorrowful sigh. She had always been averse to entanglements of karma. Yet she held a deep respect for Tong Tian, for his teachings embraced all beings, providing protection to numerous demon clans. Now, due to that fateful incident, he had been suppressed in the Zhixiao Palace for many years. The tragic conclusion of this saga elicited a profound lament. Meanwhile, the two Western saints exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both shock and elation. Shocked that the most tenacious of foes had perished, and elated that with Tong Tian gone, the journey to the West would likely proceed without further disruption. Amitabha, may the heavens bless our Buddhist order. In the heavenly court, the golden spirit Saint Mother stood beneath the blood rain, her gaze lifted to the sky, filled with boundless sorrow and trepidation. Master, how could you die? How could this be? She found it unfathomable that a saint could meet their end. Was it not said that saints are eternal and indestructible? Not only she, but many of the disciples of the Jia sect looked to the heavens with faces marked by grief, unable to comprehend the demise of their revered master. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor, who had been listening to reports from Taishang Laojun, suddenly sensed the commotion outside and looked up in alarm. The saint has fallen. Your Majesty, but how could this be? The fall of a saint was merely a legend. It was unthinkable that such a scenario could manifest. The dazzling Tai-Bai Jinxing shaken, exclaimed, Your Majesty, what shall become of the disciples of the Jia sect? He was less concerned about Tong Tian's fate and more apprehensive about the implications for the Jade Emperor's original plans. The Jade Emperor's eyes flickered, his expression calm as he replied, Tong Tian dead? How is that possible? Tai-Bai Jinxing's heart stirred. Does Your Majesty imply that Tong Tian yet lives? The Jade Emperor nodded, saying, Do you not find this a tad too coincidental? First, the Jia sect stirred, and now we witness the fall of a saint. Tai-Bai Jinxing agreed. Indeed, the timing is far too fortuitous. Yet, it is said that the leader of the Jia sect was imprisoned within the Zhixiao Palace, making it virtually impossible for him to escape. Could this saint's fall be related to his potential emergence? Tai-Bai Jinxing, being the Jade Emperor's strategist, had a quick mind and swiftly grasped the implications. If my conjecture is correct, should any member of the Jia sect ascend, Tong Tian's decree would surely descend. The Jade Emperor cast his gaze outward, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Tong Tian is indeed the only being apart from the saints to have returned to the primordial chaos. I wonder what he has truly accomplished. A sense of pride swelled within the Jade Emperor. If his conjectures proved accurate, then the future would see the heavenly court restored to his dominion, bolstered by a formidable ally. Deep within the recesses of Golden Ao Island and the Bio Palace, Tong Tian, the master of the way, was experiencing a rapid transformation, his body aging swiftly, his visage marred by deep creases, hair turned gray, and a semblance of frailty enveloping him. Yet in the next moment, an aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, and a torrent of sword chi surged forth. Though he appeared as an ordinary mortal, he remained an innate divine being, and the most formidable aspect of such beings is their unparalleled speed of cultivation, incomparable to that of ordinary life forms. What he needed to reconstruct was merely the accumulation of power. His realm remained intact. It was only the magical energy that was lacking. His understanding of the cosmos persisted, thus rendering any significant bottleneck virtually non-existent. In just a few years, he could restore his quasi-saint status, and not merely that of a corpse-slicing quasi-saint. Days slipped by in a blink, and Tong Tian transformed from his once aged appearance to that of a middle-aged man. With a resounding crash, he ascended to the realm of human immortals. As he crossed into this new domain, Tong Tian's middle-aged form once again reverted to his youthful visage. He did not waver. Where others required exploration in their cultivation, Tong Tian advanced systematically, soaring upward like a rocket. However, upon reaching the realm of immortals, his pace of cultivation began to decelerate. The spiritual energy of the earth immortal realm was no longer comparable to that of yesteryear, making the path of cultivation significantly more arduous than before. Yet, this merely resulted in a slight moderation of Tong Tian's cultivation speed. After a month, he finally entered the realm of celestial immortals. In 3 months, he attained the golden immortal stage, and within a year, he reached the Tai golden immortal realm. A powerful surge of sword chi swept through the vicinity. swiftly vanquishing nearby demon tribes. In that moment, the Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun, who had been reflecting on Tong Tian's demise, suddenly sensed a shift. Having originally been manifestations of Pangu's essence, they were intrinsically linked. Even from a great distance, they could still perceive one another. Previously, they had assumed him dead merely because he had lost all cultivation, causing their connection to fall into a dormant state. However, as Tong Tian's cultivation restored to the Tai golden immortal level, that sense of connection was revived. Tong Tian was alive. Moreover, he had returned to the primordial land. This was undeniably abnormal. Yuan Shi Tianzun sought out Laozi, his expression dark and troubled as he inquired, "Brother, what has transpired? Why did Tong Tian experience a saintly fall, only to reappear in the primordial realm?" Laozi, his brow furrowed in concern, replied, "The aura of Tong Tian in the Zixiao Palace has vanished. It was specifically designed by our master for the saints. Considering the blood rain of saintly fall and Tong Tian's essence within the earth immortal realm, there can be but one possibility. It is likely that Tong Tian has willingly relinquished his saintly cultivation, or perhaps even forsaken all his powers, in order to return to the primordial chaos, where he is now in the process of recultivating." "What?" Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression shifted dramatically, his astonishment evident as he exclaimed, "He has been so audacious? Are you not afraid of truly falling in the moment? To forfeit all your cultivation and return from the chaotic void to the realm of the earth immortals? How perilous that would be. Even a quasi-saint faces a near certain demise, let alone a mere mortal. I never anticipated that Tong Tian would go to such lengths to escape from the Zixiao Palace." I sighed deeply. Given Tong Tian's temperament, even knowing the circumstances, he would still be willing to confront us with full force. I never expected he would wait so long before making this decision. "Brother, will our master intervene this time? He is no longer a saint. Why would our master concern himself with someone beneath that stature? I fear." I shook my head. The expression on Yuan Shi Tianzun's face was exceedingly grim. If that is the case, does it not mean that the primordial chaos? Chapter 28. The Power Beyond Laozi on Golden Horn Island. Within the Bo Palace, the Tong Tian master abruptly opened his eyes, his aura transcending the mundane, akin to a hidden dragon soaring from the abyss. Utilizing the cultivation resources available in the Bo Palace, his mastery ascended further, from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal, then to the Luo Golden Immortal, and finally to the threshold of a quasi-saint. After a period of stagnation, his progress resumed, swiftly advancing towards the quasi-saint realm. This rebirth marked a speed of cultivation that surpassed even his earlier achievements. Unlike the past, where he relied on the method of severing the three corpses to enter the quasi-saint domain, he had now come to a profound understanding of the path he was destined to tread. The sword path. Sword energies surged into the heavens, as if the very fabric of the universe were about to be torn asunder. Boom! The aura emanating from the Tong Tian master grew even more formidable, propelling him past the initial stage of quasi-saint. Yet he did not ascend further. Ultimately, the quasi-saint realm was established by Hong Jun through the severance of the three corpses. And since Tong Tian was not following this path, his experience was inherently different. He ceased further cultivation, retrieving the Qingping sword to begin its meticulous polishing. What constitutes the sword path? The ultimate expression of swordsmanship lies in annihilating all constraints. This represents a method of validating one's path through strength, suppressing all opposition with power. Thus, all methods converge into one. Yet, the Tong Tian master contemplated even deeper notions. The principles of the sword and the laws of the universe are intrinsically linked. By integrating the laws of nature into his sword path, he could elevate his swordsmanship to unprecedented heights. The comprehension of the laws of the universe had been accrued over countless millennia, and while embarking on a new journey, it was not necessary to forsake everything. The sword path and the laws of nature need not be in conflict. As the Tong Tian master deepened his understanding, peculiar traces of the Tao began to manifest around him, encircling his form. These marks represented years of hard-earned wisdom. Gradually, these traces coalesced into a nascent sword. As the sword embryo took shape, it transformed into a razor-sharp, long sword. With each stroke of the Qingping sword, the sword embryo continued to solidify, culminating in a weapon of remarkable sharpness. Boom! An overwhelming sword energy shot skyward, its presence exploding outward, resonating across the vast expanse of the universe. As the energies clashed, a terrifying force erupted, exuding an aura that belonged to a sage, yet transcended the confines of such a title. This was the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. The Tongtian master's expression remained serene as he recognized that he had finally crossed this threshold, achieving this milestone without relying on any external aid. Above in the heavens, the resonance of the Tao spread forth, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers and golden lotuses blooming from the earth. In this moment, the primordial world trembled, as if celebrating the emergence of one who had taken this vital step, validating their path through strength. This was Hunyuan de Luo, rather than a Taoist sage. The fundamental distinction between Hunyuan de Luo and a Taoist sage lies in the fact that Hunyuan de Luo does not depend on the Tao, thus lacking the permanence of immortality, yet remains unbound by its constraints. This existence is free from the governance of the heavenly laws. The Tongtian master reigned in his aura, closing his eyes to consolidate his newfound state. Though he maintained a low profile, the terrifying power he emanated was unmistakable throughout the three realms. Far above in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor opened his eyes at that moment. "Your Majesty, what is this aura?" Tai Bai Jinxing was astounded. Just a short while ago, the heavens and earth wept in unison, and now they rejoice together. Someone had ascended to the realm of a sage. No, it was the primordial Taoist immortal. The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with delight. Although he had suspected that Tongtian had not perished, the simultaneous sorrow of heaven and earth had been shocking. He could not help but feel apprehensive. Yet now, he was certain that Tongtian had indeed survived and restored himself to the status of a primordial Taoist immortal. This level was distinct from that of a sage. Sages were bound by Hongjun, who concealed the saints within the chaotic expanse of the cosmos, rendering them absent from the primordial world. However, a primordial Taoist immortal was not subject to such constraints, unless actions compelled Hongjun to intervene and suppress them. With such a being in existence, particularly one allied with the Jie sect, it was as though he had been endowed with wings, ensuring that the heavenly court was destined to be under his dominion. In Qiyun village, Qin Han had been in a meditative state when he suddenly sensed the shift in the cosmos and abruptly opened his eyes. This was the fall of a sage, followed by the birth of another. It seemed that the position of sage was indeed fixed. He pondered who the fallen sage might be and who the newly ascended sage was. Qin Han's cultivation was unique, compounded by the fact that he was not a native of this world, rendering him incapable of deciphering the laws. Similarly, the beings of the primordial world were equally unable to fathom him. Perhaps this was akin to the old saying, a blessing in disguise. Thus, Qin Han never attempted to predict outcomes. While the changes occurring today astonished him, he regarded them merely as the natural cycle of sage succession. He would never suspect that this matter had any bearing on him. The mere transition of sages, based on his understanding of the primordial realm, should have been impossible. Never mind. It was of no concern to him. Ultimately, the primordial world was not the one he comprehended. Changes were not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Moreover, he would not intervene in the unfolding events. On Golden Ao Island, within the Bo Palace, the master Tongtian opened his eyes, sensing the power within him and the exhilarating feeling of being unrestrained. This sensation had eluded him when he first became a sage. The power coursing through him was almost entirely his own, not borrowed from others. It could be said that the sage power he previously possessed was largely derived from the heavenly Tao, except for the aspect of severing the three corpses that brought him closer to the Tao, along with the connection to the primordial purple Qi. Therefore, utilizing this power had relied on the benevolence of the heavenly Tao, preventing him from acting independently. Even when he did exert his might, it was only at about 70% of his capacity. As for Zhuanti and Yuhua, they could manage at most 50%. Jane was slightly stronger, reaching 60%, while Yuanshi was more formidable, achieving 75%. Laozi, however, could unleash a staggering 80% of his strength, making him the most powerful among them. Laozi's cultivation was inherently the strongest amongst the three pure ones, and he, adhering to the principle of non-action, had devoted himself entirely to his training, mastering the power of the heavenly Tao beyond that of the others. Nevertheless, even so, they ultimately relied on the strength of others rather than their own. In other words, although they previously claimed to possess the power of a sage, it was merely a reliance on the heavenly Tao. However, now, as Tong Tian undergoes recultivation and steps once more into the same realm, this time he does so without depending on any external entity or the heavenly Tao. The power he can command surpasses that which he wielded in his previous peak. It is noteworthy that when he first attained the status of a sage, a considerable amount of time had already passed, and he had reached the second heavenly layer of primordial chaos. Yet at present, he has only just entered the realm of the primordial golden immortal, and the strength he can exhibit has already exceeded that of his former self. Even now, he can contend with the likes of Laozi, which exemplifies the formidable nature of the primordial golden immortal. Chapter 29. Observing Panga's creation were it not for that esteemed friend. I fear I might still lack the resolve. The Master of Heaven held his fists tightly, gazing towards the direction of the South Continent. Abandoning one's path is no trivial matter, especially upon attaining the status of a sage. Relinquishment signifies the potential nullification of years of arduous cultivation, even risking one's very life. This extraordinary friend possesses such profound insights, truly a person of exceptional caliber. Even as I re-enter the realm of the primordial golden immortal, I remain unable to fathom this esteemed individual, truly astonishing. The Tao ancestor Hong Jun must have attained the 5th level of the primordial realm. Should he genuinely align with the heavenly Tao, he might even reach the 7th level of primordiality. This explains why he can so effortlessly suppress beings like us. At this moment, the Master of Heaven gained a deeper understanding of Hong Jun, realizing that he still needed to engage in seclusion for further cultivation. Only by breaking through the 3rd level of primordiality could he hope to withstand the combined might of these sages. In the boundless chaos, sensing the overwhelming aura of primordial energy, both Laozi and Yuanshi were taken aback. Yuanshi, Tianzun remarked, "Is it truly possible that Tong Tian's cultivation speed is so astonishing? Has he forsaken the sage realm merely to escape from the Purple Cloud Palace?" Laozi furrowed his brow. Compared to what Yuanshi sensed, his own perception was even more profound. Tong Tian, at this moment, should no longer be a sage. With a sigh, Laozi recalled his earlier speculation during the moment of universal weeping, a hypothesis he could not verify until now, as everything had come to fruition. This is indeed the primordial golden immortal. The incredulity in Yuanshi Tianzun's eyes was evident. Is he achieving enlightenment without relying on the primordial purple energy? Attaining the primordial Tao? Laozi bitterly nodded, affirming that it must indeed be the primordial golden immortal, and furthermore, one who had directly attained the Tao through sheer force. Yuanshi Tianzun countered, "Impossible. If attaining the Tao through force were so simple, it would not have taken so long for a 7th sage to emerge." Laozi replied, "Tong Tian did not ascend step by step. He was shattered and then rebuilt. He was originally a sage. The understanding of a sage, combined with years of insight, makes attaining the Tao through force not an insurmountable challenge." Laozi continued, "I fear that now, apart from Master Hong Jun, none of us can match his strength." With a sigh, a flicker of reluctance flashed in Laozi's eyes. Having held the title of the foremost among the 3 pure ones for many years, the sudden surpassing of him by Tong Tian was not a source of joy. Not only Laozi, but Yuanshi Tianzun also felt discontent. He had long harbored jealousy towards Tong Tian, envious of the fact that they could attract the attention of myriad immortals, despite being composed of mere fledgling beings. To suppress they united with Laozi to obliterate it. Yet they never anticipated that Tong Tian would ultimately attain the Tao through force. Why did fortune always favor Tong Tian? Attaining the Tao through force is a feat only Pangu could accomplish, although their realms were fundamentally indistinguishable if given a choice. He would undoubtedly select the path of forceful enlightenment. Proving one's Tao through strength serves as a testament to walking the right path. Though the great Pangu fell after achieving enlightenment, what birthed the heavenly Tao? Now, despite their ascendance to sagehood, they remain ultimately inferior. The true realm of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian is a level unattainable even in the dreams of these sages. My dear brother, if Tan Tian had merely severed his own status as a saint, that would have sufficed. But now, having validated his path through sheer force, how can we remain passive? The enmity from the prior destruction of the Jie sect will undoubtedly not be overlooked by Tan Tian. Yuan Shi Tian Zun's countenance darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Perhaps we should act while his realm is still unsteady. Laozi remained silent. It was evident that I had tacitly agreed. I understood well that Hongjun Daozu would not desire the emergence of one who validates his path through strength. Ba, who would have thought that Tan Tian possessed such capabilities, self-immolating his saintly position only to restore his Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian state? Upon sensing this formidable aura, Cunny clasped his hands together, gravely stating, should he return alone to the Earth immortal realm, it may jeopardize our pursuit of the journey to the west. This is indeed a dire situation. Jane nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, we must expedite our own journey westward to prevent any prolonged uncertainties. They had previously played a part in confronting Tan Tian. Should he obstruct the westward journey, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Just moments ago, they lamented Tong Tian's demise, only to find him now a thorn in their side. In Chiyun village, within the courtyard where Qin Han resided, the door creaked open. Without needing to look, Qin Han knew it was his disciple arriving. With a smile, he said, "Ah, my dear disciple, what brings you to seek your uncle today?" "Uncle, I, son Wukong, have recently encountered some difficulties while practicing the Nine Heavens profound dark technique, and I came seeking your guidance." Son Wukong rubbed his hands together. Having reached the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, yet unable to advance further. Logically, the practice of the Nine Heavens profound dark technique should present no obstacles. Yet he found himself at an impasse. Qin Han chuckled softly, realizing that the absence of issues rarely leads one to seek enlightenment. His disciple's progress had not concerned him too much, as the young monkey's innate talent surpassed his own significantly. However, it was unexpected that he would encounter a bottleneck. The Tai Golden Immortal stage is indeed remarkable, placing him in a position of considerable strength within the primordial world. After a brief assessment, Qin Han discerned son Wukong's capabilities. The realm of Tai Golden Immortal, in his eyes, was commendable, comparable even to the rebellious son Wukong of the Heavenly Palace. Son Wukong declared resolutely, "Uncle, I certainly aspire to attain the Hunyuan. Now that an opportunity presents itself, I shall not let it slip away." If he had been schemed against, it was clear that reaching Hunyuan would render all such machinations futile. Truly, he is a diligent monkey. Qin Han nodded in appreciation, recognizing his superior dedication compared to the earlier incarnation of son Wukong. Given son Wukong's origins, he could have certainly achieved the status of de Luo Jingxian before causing chaos in the Heavenly Palace. Alas, after departing from Fonsuan Mountain, he had grown complacent, allowing the Buddhist sect to seize such an opportunity. Let me show you a vision and see what insights you may glean. Son Wukong was taken aback. Although he was uncertain of the significance of observing the images, he trusted that his master's uncle had his own reasons for presenting them. Subsequently, Qin Han raised his hand and waved, summoning a radiant light that coalesced into a mirror, upon which an image began to materialize. In the midst of chaos, there lay an egg. After an indeterminate passage of time, the egg cracked open, revealing a colossal figure. It was indeed the account of Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth. The initial stage depicted Pangu's enlightenment, serving as an exceptional source of insight for cultivators. Son Wukong was captivated by the scene, his gaze fixed intently, particularly when Pangu swung his axe, splitting heaven and earth apart, the primordial wilderness emerged. Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, and to his surprise, the stagnation in his cultivation began to yield to a breakthrough. Chapter 30. You truly are a fortunate little sorcerer. The act of creation was initiated by Pangu, marking the inception of the primordial earth. This moment became a source of enlightenment for countless beings, a testament to the manifestation of power as a pathway to understanding the Tao. Sun Wukong, originally born from the chaotic magic ape, possessed formidable combat principles. The principles of warfare and strength are, in some respects, interconnected. At this moment, as Sun Wukong observed the act of creation, it appeared as though he grasped nothing, yet it felt as if he had captured something profound. The essence within him also experienced a notable enhancement. After witnessing the entirety of the creation process, his mind seemed to evolve alongside it, filled with astonishment. He then respectfully bowed to Qin Han and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Master, I understand." Qin Han nodded in acknowledgement, proud of his disciple's intelligence. Realizing that Sun Wukong could indeed draw parallels through the act of creation. Such beings, gifted with exceptional talents, possess the ability to glean insights even in the face of challenges or unexpected occurrences. As the act of creation signifies the beginning of the great Tao, Qin Han deemed it crucial for Sun Wukong to witness it. With a hint of enlightenment gracing his visage, Sun Wukong exchanged pleasantries with Qin Han before taking his leave. As Sun Wukong approached Huagua Mountain from a distance, he suddenly sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow as he swiftly descended. At the seaside, near Huagua Mountain, the waves surged and crashed against the shore, producing a thunderous roar. There stood a woman clad in white, her long dress billowing in the gentle breeze. Sun Wukong landed gracefully, his expression one of surprise, and tentatively inquired, "Lady Pingxin?" The woman turned, revealing herself to be the esteemed Lady Pingxin, with whom he had previously interacted in the underworld. However, he wondered why she would appear in this location. Curious about her purpose, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and said, "I wish to inquire about the esteemed master behind you. Might you facilitate an introduction?" Without beating around the bush, Lady Pingxin replied directly. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. "While I have collaborated with you, my master he had already brought the Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King to his master, and if possible, he certainly did not wish to burden Qin Han further. Besides, she was a true sage. Rest assured, I merely wish to ask a single question. It will not pose a threat to your master. Furthermore, should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to ask for my assistance." Lady Pingxin's words stirred something within Sun Wukong. Initially, he was reluctant for her to meet his master, but since this matter pertained to future cooperation, perhaps his master was already aware, otherwise he wouldn't have prompted him to persuade Lady Pingxin to collaborate. "I can escort you, but if my master is unwilling to meet," Sun Wukong began. Lady Pingxin nodded. "Do not worry. Regardless of whether I can meet this esteemed elder, I will not impose. As long as you guide me, I promise to assist you in the future." With a sigh of relief, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. He then led Lady Pingxin towards Qiyun village. Here, when the goddess Pingxin arrived at Qiyun village, she was enveloped in confusion, unable to comprehend why this place seemed so distinctly separated from the surrounding primordial world. This was also the reason she could not divine the whereabouts of the figure behind Sun Wukong. Had it not been for his guidance, she would have found it nearly impossible to locate this place despite her deliberate search. "Indeed, it is right here." Sun Wukong nodded, urging her to follow. Soon, Pingxin found herself at the entrance of a courtyard. As they approached, she sensed a difference between her feelings and those of Sun Wukong. She could discern a terrifying aura emanating from within the courtyard, suffused with a profound spiritual energy. This energy felt distinct from that of the primordial realm, which had been diminished by the great conflict among the sages, leaving much of its once potent essence dissipated. Here, however, the spiritual energy was immensely rich and powerful. Could this be the influence of that esteemed companion? It seemed plausible. A formidable being would naturally possess abundant spiritual energy, she mused. This also indicated the formidable nature of the individuals within. son Wukong, oblivious to any peculiarities, simply knocked on the courtyard door. "Master Uncle, I have come again." Inside, Qin Han, who had been preparing to meditate with his eyes closed, noted the frequency of these visits in recent days. "Kumin," he called. The door creaked open as son Wukong stepped inside. Upon seeing son Wukong and the goddess Pingxin, who followed closely, Qin Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone would take an interest in his monkey disciple. "Is your swift visit meant for me to meet your companion? This young lady is quite charming." As an elder, Qin Han felt quite pleased. As long as son Wukong was happy, even a mother monkey would suffice, let alone such a beauty. At this remark, son Wukong was momentarily taken aback, and so was Pingxin. Having lived for many years, Pingxin maintained her composure. "Dear friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding. While I am acquainted with your disciple, our relationship is not as you presume. I merely sought to consult with your knowledgeable self regarding some queries I have." Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a twinge of disappointment. It was not the relationship he had imagined. If only the monkey would strive a little harder. If his disciple had offspring, he could lend a hand in their upbringing. With his interest somewhat diminished, Qin Han, nonetheless, had no intention of dismissing them. Since they had the fortune to know his disciple, they must share a connection with him as well. If you have any questions, do feel free to share. I may be able to offer some guidance. Pingxin sighed with relief at Qin Han's lack of rejection. She approached and seated herself on the stone bench opposite him. "Thank you, dear friend. Were it not for the absence of other options, I would not have come here. However, these matters may seem trivial to you." Qin Han nodded and said, "Please speak candidly." The Empress Pingxin also nodded and replied, "The matter is as follows. I am a member of the witch clan." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's expression changed. He was astonished to discover that the witch clan still existed in this world. After the fierce battles with the demon clan, the witch clan had nearly been annihilated, with most either perishing at their hands or descending into the underworld. It appeared that this individual before him was an exceptionally fortunate little witch. Qin Han exclaimed in amazement. "I never expected to encounter a member of the witch clan in the celestial realm. Their bloodline must have mingled with that of the human clan." Empress Pingxin smiled bitterly, reflecting that had it not been for her efforts back then, the witch clan would not have met such a fate. Chapter 31. Truly remarkable. Indeed, high above the 33 heavens, two figures soared forth from the celestial court, descending towards the eastern sea below. The foremost was none other than the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, while following closely behind was the Sovereign of Heaven, the Jade Emperor. Upon learning that her master had returned from the boundless void of chaos, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother was initially led to believe that Tong Tian had perished. It was only when the essence of Hong Yuan emanated from Tong Tian that she realized her master not only survived, but had also returned. Without a moment's hesitation, she reported her intent to the Jade Emperor to pay her respects. The Jade Emperor, equally resolute, prepared to accompany her. To maintain discretion, they sent only a single avatar to proceed. Their avatars swiftly arrived at Golden Turtle Island. As the senior disciple, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother gazed upon the multitude of celestial beings gathered, yet found the island marred by ruins and debris. Only the distant Bo Palace stood resolutely in the far background. "Master, your disciple, Golden Spirit, pays her respects." The Golden Spirit Saint Mother knelt before the Bo Palace. The Jade Emperor refrained from kneeling or speaking. As the sovereign of the three realms, he felt it unnecessary to be excessively courteous, even in the presence of a saint. Before long, a figure appeared at the entrance of Bo Palace. This young man bore a long sword upon his back, exuding no formidable aura, his presence remarkably subdued. Yet, upon seeing him, cold sweat broke out on the Jade Emperor's brow. Although the young man emitted no discernible energy, he appeared to the Jade Emperor as an entity of unfathomable terror. Returning to simplicity, this sensation had only been felt before in the presence of the ancient Hong Jun. To his astonishment, he now sensed it emanating from Tong Tian. "I have met the master Tong Tian," the Jade Emperor proclaimed, bowing respectfully. Tong Tian, however, did not immediately acknowledge the Jade Emperor. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and said, Good, rise. Master, The golden spirit Saint Mother eagerly approached, as if transported back to a bygone era. Tontian nodded. The Jie sect has been well looked after by you. It brings comfort to my heart. Pursue your endeavors without reservation, for remember, your master shall always support you. Tontian held the golden spirit Saint Mother in high regard, having accepted her as a disciple in the inner circle long ago. Now, she stood independently, safeguarding the entirety of the Jie sect. Among the many disciples, only the golden spirit remained so unwaveringly loyal. Your disciple is inadequate, unable to restore the Jie sect. The golden spirit Saint Mother expressed her deep sense of grievance, feeling unworthy of her master's expectations. Upon hearing these words, while Tontian remained unperturbed, the Jade Emperor, standing at a distance, felt a pang of trepidation. The reason the Jie sect could not thrive was undoubtedly due to the fact that he, the Jade Emperor, wielded control over the investiture of the gods. Fortunately, it seemed Tontian bore no intent to hold him accountable. You have done exceptionally well. Tontian's gaze swept over to the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, it has been many years. The Jade Emperor offered an awkward smile. You honor me, Master. Tontian continued. In these years, I have not returned to the primordial world. I am grateful for your care of my disciples. They have fared reasonably well. Hearing this, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on the Jade Emperor's brow. The living conditions of the Jie sect's disciples had not been particularly favorable over the years, and it was evident that Tontian was subtly admonishing him. The Jade Emperor hastily proclaimed, Rest assured, Master, in the heavenly realm, the will possess absolute authority. The Tontian Master nodded in agreement, stating in the celestial court, Jinling embodies my will. You may proceed without hesitation, as this reflects your long-standing support for the Jade Emperor's visit to the celestial realm was solely to secure a promise from the Tontian Master. Although the dominated the heavenly courts, Laozi undoubtedly aligned himself with the as well. Despite gaining the cooperation of the Holy Mother Jinling, the Jade Emperor still sought the Tontian Master's verbal affirmation. Moreover, the extent of the Tontian Master's power, previously constrained by the Zhixiao Palace, remained uncertain, and it was impossible for the Jade Emperor not to harbor concerns. However, he was finally at ease now. Tontian had returned, liberated from the shackles of the heavenly Tao, exuding an aura reminiscent of the strength he had witnessed in Hongjun during their first encounter. One could only surmise the current might of Tontian. Even if not surpassing Laozi, he was certainly close. With the Master's assurance, I am at ease. The Jade Emperor nodded. Ah, then I shall not intrude upon your reminiscences. With that, he swiftly dissipated like a dream. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor sat, his visage now adorned with palpable excitement. With Tontian as promise, the entire celestial court would finally rest within his grasp. Although that was formidable, he possessed the Fengshan Bang, which could restrain them even without the god-slaying whip, alleviating his concerns significantly. In the future, if necessary, he could re-establish the for its disciples, establishing it as a subordinate entity to the heavenly realm. Thus, he need not worry about the refusing to assist him in his time of need, for eventually he would cultivate more capable allies. The Jade Emperor brimmed with confidence. In Chiyun village, within the courtyard where Qin Han resided, he remarked, I never expected you to be a minor witch. Your luck is truly remarkable. Hearing Qin Han's words, the goddess Ping Xin reflected, Indeed, the celestial realm has lost its pure lineage of witches. Since the great war between the witch and demon clans, the remaining minor witches have assimilated into the human race, their bloodlines intertwined. Thus, the witch clan has completely vanished from the celestial realm. Only among certain prominent figures can traces of the witch lineage still be observed, such as the god of war by Qi and the unifier of the six states. Ingzheng, the goddess sighed, Yes, I am merely a fortunate, albeit weak woman. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. A fortunate, weak woman? Could such a being represent an authentic saint? Was this not absurd? Yet, considering the vast existence of the witch clan, now nearly extinct, it indeed seemed that the goddess Pingxin was a remarkably fortunate, weak woman. Qin Han nodded in agreement, saying, If viewed from this perspective, the solitary witch clan is indeed akin to a weak woman. For instance, I am merely an unremarkable individual, concealed here solely for the sake of my feeble disciple. Upon hearing these words, Lady Pingxin's eyes twitched. You, unremarkable? Are there still mysterious masters in this world? And Sun Wukong, feeble? Do you truly mean that? This fellow can now wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, and yet you deem him feeble? Let us not pretend. We are all ancient foxes here, and no one should expose the truth. Lady Pingxin sighed and spoke. I had originally hoped to restore the glory of my witch clan, but alas, I find myself without a single ally. Listening to Lady Pingxin's words, Qin Han displayed a trace of sympathy upon his face. Do you perhaps wish to resurrect your siblings? At this, Lady Pingxin's eyes brightened. Truly a master, who has even anticipated. Chapter 32. The first person she could not see through the witch clan boasts countless siblings, almost entirely composed of familial ties. Their formidable physical prowess and numerous kin were the primary reasons for the witch clan's dominion over the earth in ancient times. Now, having found herself, this young witch undoubtedly hopes to resurrect her brothers. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at Lady Pingxin, fully aware of the identities of her siblings. Those were the ancestral witches. He could hardly believe that Lady Pingxin aspired to resurrect those 11 ancestral beings. Lady Pingxin nodded. Indeed, I wish to utilize witchcraft to attempt the resurrection of my brothers. Yet alas, I have been unsuccessful. Ever since Lady Pingxin regained her consciousness, she has discovered the intricate and convoluted state of the underworld. Even though she could seize control of it, she feared she could not maintain that control indefinitely. After all, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect would not allow such a scenario to unfold, and she required assistance. Harnessing the power of the underworld, she located the true spirits of her 11 elder siblings. But resurrection is undoubtedly an act against the heavens, a transgression that would anger both the celestial and infernal realms. Resurrecting the witch clan. Qin Han shook his head, stating, how could that possibly be achieved? Even if you possess the power of reincarnation, it remains unattainable. Lady Pingxin wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, even with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it could not be accomplished. Is it truly impossible? Qin underplayed. The witch clan is a lineage destined to face calamity. Not only are they deceased, but even if they were alive, the heavenly Tao would likely wish to extinguish them. The witch clan is entangled in karmic retribution, and unless these ties are resolved, resurrection is virtually impossible. To dissolve the karmic ties would require a staggering amount of merit. Upon hearing this, Lady Pingxin's eyes brightened. She had previously attempted resurrection without understanding the underlying reason for her failure, but as Qin Han spoke, clarity dawned upon her. Resurrecting her siblings was not an impossibility. It was contingent upon alleviating the karmic ties binding the witch clan. So that is the case. Lady Pingxin expressed her gratitude. Qin Han shook his head. However, seeking to dissolve the witch clan's karmic ties is no simple task. The merit required is immense, but if you can find Lady Pingxin, there may be a possibility. Yet, would she easily relinquish such merit? Relinquishing merit. For the sake of my siblings, what is there that I would not sacrifice? Once, she had watched her brothers and sisters fall without the power to intervene. Now, with the possibility of resurrecting them, she would willingly trade not just merit, but even her life. Noticing Lady Pingxin's silence, Qin Han presumed she found the matter challenging. However, it is not impossible to persuade Lady Pingxin. While merit is a treasure for cultivators, for her, it is also a shackle. Shackle? Lady Pingxin was taken aback, her expression shifting slightly. Qin Han nodded. You may not have encountered Lady Pingxin, and thus you might be unaware that her cultivation has ceased to progress for some time now. With a furrowed brow, Lady Pingxin inquired, what do you mean by that? I beseech you, my friend, to elaborate. Qin Han replied, merit is indeed a noble pursuit. It also entails a heavy burden of responsibility. What has Lady Pingxin accomplished in the underworld these years? Merely serving as Mengpa at the Bridge of Oblivion, while the realm of the underworld remains under her dominion. Without tangible achievements, merit becomes a mere encumbrance. Lady Pingxin's heart quivered at these words. She had not realized that merit could wield such formidable power. No wonder, despite being a sage of the underworld, her essence waned upon entering the mortal realm. Was she bound to the underworld with no results to show for it, such as the consequence of holding a position without fulfilling its duties? With the interference of the celestial court and the Buddhist sect, even her attempts to reverse the situation had become futile. I understand now, and I shall remind the lady. Lady Pingxin expressed her gratitude, adding, I too shall endeavor to persuade her, hoping she can lend me some merit. Qinhan nodded, acknowledging her cleverness. By the way, my friend, I have another query. After resolving one significant dilemma, Lady Pingxin immediately recalled another predicament within the underworld. The matter concerning the 10 Yama kings was manageable, as they merely needed to become officials to assist in the underworld's governance, thus alleviating some burdens. The real trouble lay with the king of Xitigarbha. While it sounds noble to save the tormented spirits of hell, the harsh truth is it merely increases the number of acolytes for the Buddhist sect. If these malevolent spirits were to evade their rightful punishments and transition directly to the West, it would mislead the wicked into believing that simply laying down their weapons could lead them to enlightenment. This was never her intention to rectify the path of the underworld. Furthermore, the ambitions of the Buddhist sect were vast. Until the king of Xitigarbha was dealt with, she could not find peace. A certain bald monk in the underworld was audaciously attempting to redeem the true spirits of her brethren, which was utterly despicable. Yet, Lady Pingxin found herself again ensnared in slumber, feeling powerless to act alone against Xitigarbha. If I confront him, the Buddhist sect will surely retaliate against me, she lamented anxiously. Hearing her concerns, Qin Han smiled slightly and remarked, such is the nature of the Buddhist sect. Originally situated in desolation, they naturally seek to augment their power. Their tradition, passed down from the two sages, dictates that they will attempt to redeem souls wherever they may be. He continued, the Buddhist sect indeed aspires to seize authority over the underworld. Otherwise, they would not have installed Xitigarbha among us. Lady Pingxin nodded in agreement, indeed. What course of action should I take to alleviate the lady's burdens? Qin Han regarded her thoughtfully. This is not as daunting as it may appear. Xitigarbha's inclination to redeem stems solely from the grand vows he has made. Thus, expelling him might prove impossible. Instead, we must find a way for the Buddhist sect to relinquish Xitigarbha or create discord between the two parties. After all, Xitigarbha resides in the Zuelong Palace of the underworld, far removed from the Buddhist sect. Even should events unfold, communication would not be swift. Therein lies your opportunity. If you can foster discord between the two, the underworld will not find it difficult to deal with Xitigarbha. Upon hearing these words, Lady Pingxin's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Indeed, her concerns have never been about the king of the underworld, but rather about the Buddhist sect that he represents. She fears that in her hasty dealings with the king of the underworld, she might inadvertently attract the attention of the Buddhist sect, which would spell trouble for Lady Pingxin, who already struggles to navigate the intricate powers of the netherworld. If it were indeed possible to instigate discord between the Buddhist sect and the king of the underworld, it would be the most advantageous course of action. Yet, how could such a feat be accomplished? My friend, do you imply that you possess a means to sow discord between the Buddhist sect and the king of the underworld? Lady Pingxin gazed at Qin Han with a glimmer of anticipation, for he was the first person in many years to leave her utterly perplexed. Chapter 33. Follow me to a place in their pursuit of dominion over the underworld. The Buddhist sect permitted the king of hell to enter its realm. Instigating discord among them is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. The serene goddess furrowed her brow, remarking that the king of hell and the Buddhist sect are intrinsically linked. Given that he would act in such a manner for the sect's sake, it is improbable that any rift would easily form between them. Qin Han nodded in agreement, observing that the king of hell's actions are fundamentally driven by a desire for the welfare of all beings, which is why the Buddhist sect allowed him entry into the underworld. The salvation of malevolent spirits in the underworld would yield immense merit for the sect. The serene goddess concurred, asserting that the Buddhist sect would never readily forsake the king of hell, even if he were to encounter difficulties. Furthermore, As the sect seeks to leverage the king of hell to seize control of the underworld, relinquishing him is out of the question. With a faint smile, Qin Han remarked that the most straightforward approach is to encourage the king of hell to abandon the Buddhist sect. This would enable the sect to use him as a conduit to gain authority over the underworld. If the king of hell were to become an integral part of the underworld, it could paradoxically render it even more robust and complete. The serene goddess was momentarily taken aback, for she had not considered this perspective. However, persuading the king of hell to forsake his allegiance would not be a simple task. Sensing her unease, Qin Han spoke. This matter is not insurmountable. What is the essence of the Buddhist doctrine? The serene goddess furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment before articulating, to enlighten all beings, to guide them across the sea of suffering to the other shore? Qin Han nodded affirmatively, stating that while the Buddhist aspirations are grand, how many among the two saints of Buddhism or the myriad Buddhas below can truly realize them? The two saints proclaimed their lofty ambitions in pursuit of sanctity, while the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who entered the sect merely sought to advance their own spiritual cultivation. With the expansion of the Buddhist sect, these shortcomings would gradually become apparent. Only a handful genuinely strive towards this noble goal. The serene goddess acknowledged this truth, yet remarked that after years of guiding malevolent spirits for the Buddhist sect, it is unlikely the king of hell would easily relinquish his ties. This is merely one factor among many. Qin Han agreed, noting that on its own, this aspect would not readily compel the king of hell to change. At most, it would leave an impression on his heart. Thus, additional strategies are required. If it were the serene goddess speaking, she would likely understand how to sway hearts. Transitioning from demon to Buddha is relatively easy, while the reverse is considerably more challenging. However, it is not impossible. Once an impression is etched in the king of hell's heart, it can serve as a potential crack in his resolve. The serene goddess contemplated this notion. A person with deep-seated obsessions may appear unyielding, yet with the right approach, one can deftly penetrate their inner sanctum. This is the principle of rigidity leading to fracture. The king of hell is resolute, choosing to remain in the underworld for the sake of Buddhist teachings, even at the expense of attaining Buddhahood. Such a steadfast individual possesses a strong will, yet should his faith begin to falter, everything could be overturned, potentially leading to the very destruction of the Buddhist sect. The lady Pingxin nodded gently and remarked, "If I were to encounter the lady, I would certainly convey the elder's words to her. She will undoubtedly know how to act." Qin Han also nodded, yet he did not believe that the young shaman before him could ever meet the lady Pingxin. After all, she had transcended through countless cycles of reincarnation, having long since relinquished her connection to the shaman clan due to the death of her brother and the clan's decline, succumbing instead to a deep slumber. Surely, such a transformation could not be instigated by a mere young shaman. However, this was of little concern to him. After watching the two depart, Qin Han closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Outside Qiyun village, the lady Pingxin turned to son Wukong and said, "Thank you, monkey. This time, I have gained immensely. Not only have I discovered how to resurrect my brother, but I have also learned how to contend with the king of the underworld. These two matters have posed the greatest challenges in my heart." Son Wukong scratched his head and replied, "I truly cannot comprehend your actions. Why is it that you are aware of each other's identities, yet refrain from being forthright? Since my master has imparted so much knowledge to me, instructing me to seek out the lady Pingxin, he must be capable of recognizing her." Yet, the lady Pingxin continued to feign the guise of a young shaman. With a smile that was both enigmatic and playful, she gazed at son Wukong and explained, "Monkey, our actions may very well alter the fundamental rules of the heavenly Tao, and concealing our identities serves merely as a means to obscure its truths. What your master conveyed was merely casual discourse with a young shaman. The lady Pingxin is entirely unaware." Son Wukong, taken aback, pondered, "Is it truly possible that the heavenly Tao is unaware? Is that not akin to dropping one's trousers to relieve oneself?" The lady Pingxin replied, "You remain too youthful, monkey. The heavenly Tao is not as astute as you believe. Should the day come when Hongjun fully aligns with the Tao, the situation may indeed change." She then cast her gaze skyward. After speaking, the lady Pingxin turned and vanished from sight. Her voice lingered in the air. "Monkey, should any matters arise in the future, I shall surely assist you." Son Wukong smiled, for although he could not fathom the reasons behind their pretense, the outcome was favorable. He had secured a promise from the Lady Pingxin. He too needed to return swiftly to absorb the insights he had gained from the unfolding of the heavens. In the underworld, within the Tsuelong Palace, where the king of the underworld resided, he sat with his eyes tightly shut, enveloped in a halo of Buddhist light, while the deity of listening beside him dozed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his mind occupied with the flourishing of the Buddhist teachings. He recalled the recent mishap involving the monkey and wondered how matters were being handled on the Buddhist side. Yet, he was confident that they would find a solution. The resurgence of Buddhism was predestined, as his master had proclaimed. In that moment, the king of the underworld sensed something and immediately rose. To his astonishment, the lady had descended. He was uncertain of her purpose for visiting. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. For had she not been in slumber for many years? Why had she awakened now? Not only he, but even the deity of listening, who had been napping, suddenly trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed toward the source of the aura. Gradually, a figure emerged before the man and beast, a vision clad in a simple gown. Her long hair cascading down, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an aura that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the underworld. Calmly, the goddess Pingxin spoke before my slumber. "You did not exist, little monk. Since you have arrived in the underworld, I must come to see you." The king of Xidigarba replied, "Forgive me, my lady. I have entered the underworld to liberate the souls trapped in hell, guiding them to the other shore, so they may swiftly attain bliss." Though the king of Xidigarba maintained a humble demeanor, his words exuded a dignified confidence, which greatly impressed the goddess Pingxin. "You little novice are quite different from the others. Pray, what are the tenets of your Buddhist teachings? Why do you believe that those in hell deserve salvation?" With hands clasped in reverence, the king of Xidigarba responded, "Amitabha. To answer your question, my lady, the essence of our Buddhist teachings is to liberate all sentient beings. All beings are equal. Even the most malevolent among them have the right to enter the realm of bliss." "Very well, follow me to a certain place." Chapter 34. The transformation of the Buddhist realm. The king of hell furrowed his brow, initially reluctant to comply. However, as the sovereign of the underworld, Lady Pingxin was ultimately an outsider. He feared that refusal might lead to his expulsion from the realm, which would be detrimental to the development of Buddhism. With a sigh, he finally nodded in acquiescence. A smile graced Lady Pingxin's face. Subsequently, the two transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the underworld. In the land of Shinyo Hajo, the birthplace of Buddhism, numerous countries thrived alongside countless demons. War, death, and brutal massacres were rampant, with scenes of violence and bloodshed omnipresent. Although the king of hell had witnessed such horrors before, he found himself lingering in reflection for the first time. "Amitabha," he lamented, "the human race suffers greatly from slaughter. It is imperative for our Buddhist teachings to guide them. Thus, the journey westward becomes all the more essential." With hands clasped, he sighed again, believing that once the westward pilgrimage was undertaken, the four continents would witness an improvement in the inherent flaws of humanity. Lady Pingxin interjected, "Oh, little monk, do you truly believe that this journey will alter the current state of affairs?" The king's expression hardened with resolve. "Indeed, our Buddhist aspirations are vast. We wish to lead all sentient beings across to the other shore, reaching the blissful realm." "Very well, follow me to experience it firsthand." Lady Pingxin descended, transforming into an ordinary young girl as she touched the ground. The king of hell nodded and followed suit, assuming the guise of an average man. A temple came into view upon their arrival. The abundance of temples in Shinyo Hajo indicated that Buddhist teachings needed to be disseminated to the east. Observing Lady Pingxin make her way toward the temple, the king hastened to accompany her. Upon reaching the temple, she knocked on the door, and shortly after, a monk opened it, sizing up the pair. "We have passed through this place, and with nightfall upon us, we kindly request the monk's mercy to allow us to rest here for the night, departing at dawn." The monk, upon hearing this, promptly invited them inside. Upon entering the temple, they beheld a grand hall adorned with the statues of the Buddha, signifying the flourishing of the temple's incense offerings. In such tumultuous times, the temple was indeed teeming with spiritual devotion. "You may rest in this side chamber. Please depart early tomorrow," said the monk. "Thank you, master," Lady Pingxin replied, her hands clasped in gratitude, before gently closing the door behind them. In the midst of chaos outside, the temple exuded a tranquil serenity, reminiscent of another world. The king of hell also clasped his hands in reverence. Lady Pingxin cast a glance at him, remarking, "It seems you, little monk, are quite satisfied with the Buddhist realm. Yet, I must ask, why does Buddhism possess the ability, yet fails to shelter the needy? Is it not said that the Buddha saves all beings?" The king of hell was momentarily speechless. All beings can be saved, but they must first possess the will to survive. Are we not sheltered by Buddhism ourselves? Lady Pingxin chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. Instead, she waved her hand, causing the silhouettes of a man and a woman to appear on the bed, representing their transformed forms. The king of hell understood that Lady Pingxin harbored doubts about the trustworthiness of the Buddhist followers, and thus fell silent, awaiting the passage of time as their figures concealed themselves nearby. The king of hell opened his eyes, gazing at the dawn that was beginning to break, a moment when night and day intertwined. It seemed that no other events could possibly unfold. Perhaps the empress had overthought the matter, for the Buddhist realm would never. Yet, before the king of hell could finish his thought, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. He raised his head towards the door, his expression shifting. It could merely be early rising monks passing by. Creak! The door was slowly pushed open, revealing a man with a bald head, the mark of his vows still evident, yet wielding a gleaming steel knife in hand. The cold glimmer was chilling. Moments later, several monks entered the room and immediately descended upon the two individuals resting on the bed with their blades. In an instant, the room was awash with blood, and after the monks had slain their targets, they skillfully disposed of the bodies and took away their belongings. Their banter and laughter indicated that this was not their first encounter with such grim tasks. The king of hell was left dumbfounded by this scene. "Little monk," he thought, "it seems your Buddhist community truly seeks to save all beings, understanding the suffering of humanity and hastening their entrance into paradise." The Empress of Tranquility stepped out of the side hall and into the main hall, with a statue of Buddha radiated golden light, seemingly mocking all sentient beings. The king of hell furrowed his brow and remarked, "These are merely the dregs of the Buddhist order. In this world, there are good people as well as bad. One cannot tarnish the entire Buddhist community because of the actions of a few during turbulent times." The empress nodded in agreement and turned to leave the temple, with the king of hell trailing behind. Although his words remained resolute, his heart bore the weight of doubt. It appeared that this place was inhabited by those who believed in Buddhism, enveloped in its light. As they continued forward, traversing the war-torn landscape, they arrived at a peaceful realm. In a large courtyard of a household, the light of the Buddha circled, clearly belonging to a devout family. The king of hell clasped his hands in prayer. Surely, the Buddha protects the faithful. There must be a reason for this family's prosperity. The Empress of Tranquility soared into the air above the household, with the king of hell following suit. "Little monk, take a closer look. Is it truly protection?" As the empress spoke, the king of hell's eyes glimmered with insight. Below, the seemingly protective light of the Buddha appeared more like a tether, drawing upon the family's fortune and channeling it into the statue they worshipped. Though this family fervently prayed and offered incense whenever possible, they found themselves beset by misfortunes, mistakenly believing their plight was due to insufficient devotion. Witnessing this scene, the king of hell felt a tumult of emotions. The Empress of Tranquility stated, "Little monk, it appears that the teachings of Buddhism do not shield the ordinary folk, nor do they protect the devout believers. Rather, they seem to drain the very essence from the faithful. Is this what you refer to as guiding all beings?" The king of hell fell silent. This was not how it should be. It could not be so. The empress said nothing further and continued forward, with the king of hell trailing behind. Soon after, a large group of refugees, fleeing from persecution, arrived at the temple, believing they had found sanctuary, and began to knock at the door. Yet, the temple gate remained firmly shut, until the pursuing soldiers unleashed a brutal onslaught. The air was thick with the scent of blood before the Buddhist temple. These refugees, who bore the essence of Buddhism themselves and were devout followers, met their tragic end before the very gates of the faith they revered. Observing this harrowing scene, the goddess Pingxin remarked casually, "Is this truly the Buddha's way of delivering salvation to all beings? Are the faithful unwilling to open this convenient gate?" The king of hell yearned to clarify, to absolve the Buddhist community, yet his efforts felt utterly inadequate. The establishment of the temple bore intricate ties to Buddhism. How could there be no connection? To stand by and allow death to unfold was one thing, but to invite others in for slaughter was another. Even the statues of the Buddha absorbed the fortune of the faithful. This is the purpose behind the Buddhist teachings. How has the Buddhist community descended into such a state? Chapter 35. The king of hell succumbs to darkness after an indeterminate passage of time. The two wandered aimlessly, encountering countless individuals and an innumerable array of temples. Of the 10 temples they visited, a staggering 9 offered no salvation to the suffering masses, and the last stood desolate. The myriad statues of the Buddha they beheld seemed to draw upon the fortunes of their worshippers, leaving the king of hell in a tumultuous state of mind. The confidence he once possessed upon departing from the underworld had dissipated, replaced by haunting images of the wretched souls who met tragic ends at the hands of the nefarious monks. It was confounding. The very tenets of Buddhism profess to embrace all sentient beings, yet in the foundational realm of Shinyo-Hajo, a place shrouded in darkness and malevolence, monks committed murder while the Buddhas siphoned the vitality of their followers. Was this truly the faith he held dear? These thoughts swirled within the king of hell's mind, and everything began to unravel. A dissonance emerged within his once unwavering belief, now tainted by doubt. Do you still believe that some are worthy of salvation? Is the Buddhist path genuinely one of compassion? The goddess Pingxin regarded the king of hell thoughtfully. His faith was remarkably steadfast. Had it been another adherent of Buddhism, they might have long since relinquished hope. Yet the king of hell persisted. Nonetheless, such unwavering faith, if ever shattered, could lead to an equally perilous extremity. "My lady, I still believe," the king of hell declared after an extended silence, his resolve intact. Pingxin shook her head, responding, "Consider your words carefully. The teachings of Buddhism are noble, yet how many within its fold genuinely embody them? Let alone the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas. Can even the 2 revered saints of Buddhism uphold these principles? I share the same generation as your master, and I know a thing or two about the nature of the 2 saints. Their grand vows were made solely to attain sanctity, yet what have they truly accomplished? Buddhism may appear formidable today, but is merely a fade, devoid of any genuine outreach to the suffering. Beyond Shinyo-Hajo, we also have Nanjan Bujo. What have you observed there? In Nanjan Bujo, tranquility prevails, and even amidst peril, the Taoist temples readily extend their blades in aid. What of Buddhism? It has become a refuge for vice, whether from the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, or the monks. Each is complicit. The king of hell fell silent, grappling with an urge to defend his beliefs, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The events unfolding in Shinyo-Hajo corroborated Pingxin's assertions. The revered Buddhist teachings he once held in high esteem now appeared to be mere instruments of manipulation. Pingxin shook her head once more, stating, "And those malevolent spirits you seek to redeem? They're the very monks who wish to extinguish our lives. Do they truly merit your efforts to guide them into the fold of Buddhism?" With that, she turned and departed. Indeed, Qin Han was correct. With Pingxin's cunning, it would be all too facile to ensnare the king of hell in her web of persuasion, especially given that this was a reflection of Buddhism's true nature, albeit slightly exaggerated by Pingxin. The king of hell closed his eyes, reciting the sutras quietly. Beside him, the listener opened his eyes, gazing at his master. He noticed a transformation in the king of hell. The once pure Buddhist radiance was now tainted by swirling dark energies. These ominous mists coiled around the king, an unsettling sight. After a prolonged silence, the king of hell opened his eyes once more, revealing a blood-red hue. From an unwavering faith to a profound subversion, the king had changed. The powerful light of Buddhism had morphed into a demonic aura. He had succumbed to darkness. The path of cultivation is inherently susceptible to external disturbances leading to corruption, and it was further exacerbated by the methods employed by Lady Pingxin. Boom! A terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted, engulfing the entire underworld. The Ten Yama kings sensed this formidable presence, their expressions shifting dramatically. Even having encountered countless powerful figures, they had never felt such a terrifying demonic force. Instantly, a violent tremor coursed through them. Countless souls began to dissipate under this dark energy, akin to driftwood tossed about in turbulent waters, constantly rising and sinking, at risk of vanishing entirely within the wrathful tide. Only Lady Pingxin, witnessing this scene, wore a faint smile. She lifted her gaze towards the chaotic void. Within the chaotic expanse, the Buddhist sanctuary and the Bodhi tree swayed gently in the breeze. Beneath the Bodhi tree, Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin abruptly opened their eyes. For reasons unknown, they both felt a profound sense of foreboding simultaneously. Their fingers danced as they attempted to calculate the unfolding events, yet for some inexplicable reason, they could not discern any specifics. Now, as calamity approached, the heavenly secrets lay in disarray, and with the fall of a saint, the path to the ultimate Tao was obscured. The chaotic energy was such that even their combined efforts could not penetrate the veil. They vaguely sensed that these fluctuations were connected to their Buddhist teachings. Zhuan-Ti furrowed his brow, disbelief lacing his voice. Is this the king of hell? He turned to his brother, uncertainty evident on his face. Brother, what has happened to the king of hell? Why do I sense the vanishing of his essence, replaced by this demonic energy that embodies his presence? Jia-Yin's eyes reflected a complexity of emotions. Indeed, it seemed to be the essence of the king of hell, yet the emergence of demonic traits was perplexing. Tiuntistai fronet, corruption. Impossible. He is your disciple, steadfast in mind and spirit. It was precisely for this reason that you entrusted him to the underworld, to act as our ally within, aiding in our ambitions to seize control of the realm. The aspirations of Buddhism were vast and deeply rooted, with the underworld already integrated into their grand designs. The king of hell, having entered the path even before the Buddha, was merely a bodhisattva, strategically placed in the underworld, and was the one they trusted the most. But now, at this moment, within the Tsuolong Palace, the Buddhist light surrounding the king of hell had entirely vanished, replaced by an inescapable, dense demonic aura. From a distance, he appeared to have transformed into a malevolent figure. Ha ha ha! What a farce of saving all beings. Merely a deception of the masses. The king of hell laughed uproariously, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. Boom! Countless waves of demonic energy burst forth, engulfing the surroundings and dispersing the clouds. The king of Ksitigarbha emerged from the depths of malevolent energy, his eyes brimming with tears of blood as he stepped forth from the Emerald Cloud Palace. An inexhaustible aura of darkness emanated from him, tainting all that surrounded him. Within and outside the palace, the previously enlightened acolytes found themselves sullied by this dark energy, their inherent ferocity reignited, and they donned grotesque, blood-hued armor. It seemed they too sensed the wrath of the king of Ksitigarbha and the anguish that resided within his heart. As the malevolent energy spread, he advanced step by step, each footfall giving rise to a procession of black lotus flowers, their cores still glimmering with a hint of gold, though gradually succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Thus, the king of Ksitigarbha truly succumbed to the abyss. Chapter 36. The king of hell enters the demon realm. A crisis for Buddhism, a dense aura of demonic energy continued to spread, and since the battle between Tao and demon, such formidable energy had not been felt again. Yet today, the malevolent essence was terrifyingly potent. Even a mysterious black lotus hovering above the western region seemed to tremble in response. This lotus was the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, which had not appeared since the Tao-demon conflict. The demonic energy emanating from the king of hell was recognized by the Annihilation Black Lotus, penetrating the depths of the underworld until it reached the king himself. Buddhism is meant to save all sentient beings. If a Buddha does not aid the world, then he is not worthy of the title. The king of hell's voice was cold, and the essence of Buddhism that once surrounded him had completely dissipated, replaced by a palpable aura of malice. The demonic energy surged like a tempest as he stood upon the lotus platform, emerging from the underworld, with the abandonment of his grand aspirations. The meritorious virtues he had accrued by vowing not to attain Buddhahood until hell was empty, scattered like leaves in the wind. Yet even so, the king of hell paid it no heed. He had come to understand his path. He tore through the heavens, creating a passage to an unknown destination, from which an overwhelming demonic aura radiated. As he prepared to step into this portal, a voice interrupted him. King of hell, the underworld still needs your guidance to redeem the wicked. Why do you seek to depart? The king of hell paused his steps and turned to see who had spoken. It was a Taoist, his hair and beard white as snow. Had son Wukong been present, he would have recognized this as his former master, Bodhi Patriarch. Bodhi Patriarch? Or should I refer to you as master? The king of hell said, joining his hands in reverence. I have traversed the mortal realm for many years, believing I could witness the Buddhist doctrine saving all beings. Even if merely as an observer, I would have accepted it. However, I never anticipated that the disciples of Buddhism would resort to robbery against those seeking refuge in the temples, or that I would witness living beings being drained of their fortunes in pursuit of Buddhist icons. Did you not say that Buddhism aims to save all? How can this be? It is even worse than in the southern continent. The Bodhi Patriarch maintained a calm demeanor. King of hell, you should understand that this is the inherent flaw of the great teachings. I too wish to save all beings. But fear not. When Buddhism flourishes once more, everything will be clarified to you. As he spoke, the rich aura of Taoism surrounding the Bodhi Patriarch transformed into a profound Buddhist essence. The radiance of Buddhism enveloped the king of hell, imbued with tremendous power of salvation. However, as the light approached, the black lotus beneath the king of hell exuded a potent demonic aura, directly obstructing the descending illumination. Buddhism's resurgence? Merely a pretense by my master to appease those grand aspirations. Since there is no true saving of all beings, why deceive me? The king of hell's expression darkened gravely, his aura suddenly surging dramatically. Though his cultivation had diminished due to the loss of merit, at this moment, it inexplicably ascended, propelling him toward the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Upon reaching the threshold of quasi-sainthood, a cultivator's journey transcends mere accumulation, evolving into a profound comprehension of the Tao. Yet, the king of Ksitigarbha found himself ensnared, his cultivation stagnating at the nascent stage of quasi-sainthood. However, as he succumbed to demonic influence and his thoughts became unshackled, he swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. The attempt by Bodhi Patriarch to forcibly guide him towards enlightenment unveiled a stark truth. The Buddhist order harbored no genuine desire to liberate all sentient beings. It was merely a fade of empty rhetoric. No longer hesitating, the king of Ksitigarbha stepped into the rift, vanishing amidst the thick, swirling demonic energy, which ultimately dissipated, rendering him seemingly absent from the three realms. In the realm of demons, such a fate was inconceivable. Following the fall of Rahu, the demon realm ought to have perished completely. The countenance of Bodhi Patriarch darkened ominously. The king of Ksitigarbha was destined to become a formidable adversary of their Buddhist order, turning to the void that lay barren before him. Although his gaze met the emptiness of the universe, it seemed to penetrate the earth, delving into the depths of the underworld. Within the underworld, Lady Pingxin's expression remained serene, her demeanor unremarkable, until a subtle smile graced her lips. The countenance of Bodhi Patriarch turned icy. He realized this was Lady Pingxin's retribution. What a remarkable earthbound saint! Though his heart simmered with resentment, he found himself powerless to act. The present was no longer the past. The ancient calamity of the sorcerer and the undead had allowed the saints to orchestrate their designs, leading to the near annihilation of the witch clan. Now, the once revered Hoodoo had transformed into the current earthbound saint. I merely reclaim a modicum of interest, Buddhism. Lady Pingxin watched as Bodhi Patriarch departed, letting out a cold snort. Within the grand hall of the Buddhist order, the myriad Buddhas and Bodhisattvas sense the thick demonic energy manifesting in the world. I, Tathagata, shall investigate, spoke Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, standing upon her lotus pedestal, delicately cradling the pure jade bottle. At that moment, the seated Tathagata Buddha closed his eyes slightly. Upon hearing Avalokiteshvara's words, he opened them and replied, "There is no need." That demonic energy signifies the king of Ksitigarbha's fall into darkness. He has now ventured into the demon realm. A thunderous silence enveloped the assembly as shock rippled through the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The king of Ksitigarbha was renowned as the most loyal bodhisattva within the Buddhist order, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Buddhas. Had he not possessed that grand aspiration, he might have already ascended to the status of Buddha. Yet now, he had succumbed to demonic corruption. Why has this come to pass? The king of Ksitigarbha ought not to have fallen into darkness. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva furrowed her brow in inquiry. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva also frowned, stating, "Among the four great bodhisattvas, the king of Ksitigarbha's cultivation is the strongest. While others may succumb to darkness, he should not." Tathagata Buddha sighed, "It is due to Lady Hutu. Her unknown methods have evidently awakened the malignant thoughts within the king of Ksitigarbha, leading to his fall into darkness." Hutu? All the bodhisattvas and Buddhas were taken aback. The event of Hutu embodying reincarnation had long since faded from memory, and few in the underworld were aware of her existence. To their astonishment, she had resurfaced today, and with a single act, had driven the king of Ksitigarbha into the depths of demonic corruption. Manjushri Bodhisattva pondered, "Is this a form of retribution from the Earth Mother against our Buddhist order?" The intention of the Buddhist community to seize dominion over the underworld is well known, and now, with the recent events surrounding King Ksitigarbha, this seems to be the sole explanation. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva hesitated and remarked, "Logically, as a being of the witch clan, the Earth Mother should not possess such means. Could it be that someone has intervened? The witch clan is notoriously robust in physique, yet lacking in intellect. Otherwise, they would not have perished alongside the demon clan. It is indeed astonishing that they would resort to such measures to retaliate against Buddhism." The Tathagata nodded and replied, "Let us set this matter aside for now. The situation concerning son Wukong is of utmost importance." Chapter 37. The Heavenly Court's recruitment isn't this akin to burning the bridge after crossing it? The Buddhist sect is determined to seize power from the underworld. Yet more crucial than such authority is the flourishing of Buddhism itself. This flourishing hinges upon the figure of son Wukong. Upon hearing this, the numerous bodhisattvas and Buddhas of the Buddhist realm nodded gravely. At this juncture, son Wukong has not followed our original plan to wreak havoc in the underworld, nor has he caused an uproar in the Dragon Palace as initially intended. Given these circumstances, it seems implausible for the Heavenly Court to proceed with its original plan to recruit son Wukong. The Buddha, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "It appears we must devise an alternative strategy." Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara interjected, "Our Buddha, the recruitment by the Heavenly Court does not necessarily require justification. The mere fact of son Wukong's astonishing cultivation speed could suffice as a rationale." The Buddha's eyes glimmered with insight as he nodded in agreement. Although this approach might exhibit some flaws and could potentially be discerned by others, considering the intellect of son Wukong, it is unlikely that he would perceive the underlying motives. In the underworld, Lady Pingxin stood amidst the blossoms of the red spider lily, her flowing gown dancing gracefully, a faint smile gracing her lips. She was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected ease with which she had resolved the dilemma concerning the King of Hell. The authority of the underworld had returned significantly. As she gazed upon her palm, feeling the resurgence of power, she mused that perhaps she could indeed resurrect her brother. Although Lady Pingxin had once sought to employ the power of reincarnation to revive the ancestral witches, their overwhelming aura had rendered such attempts futile, as the cycle of reincarnation could not withstand their might. Furthermore, the ancestral witches were forbidden from manifesting in the realm of existence. Thus, all her efforts at resurrection had met with failure. Could merit truly be the answer? It had reshaped her being, endowing her with a strength comparable to that of a sage. yet she remained uncertain how to wield the immense merit that now lay before her. With a mere gesture, 11 streams of true spirit energy materialized before her, each imbued with a dense aura of karma. In that moment, the power of merit surged forth, beginning to encircle the 11 streams of true spirit, striving to negate the karma. Once the karma was nullified, they would be perceived as new beings by the cosmos, unshackled from the constraints of the heavenly mandate. Whether through resurrection or reincarnation, her mastery of the 6 realms would enable her to achieve this. Naturally, she would incur a certain cost. However, for Lady Pingxin, such considerations were trivial. Her sole desire was to bring her brother back. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Gold Spirit Holy Mother and the Silver Star of the White Emperor stood in the Grand Hall, while the Jade Emperor occupied the Golden Throne. The Silver Star, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "I never imagined the Buddhist sect would be so anxious today. Just moments ago, Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara personally arrived, seeking to enlist son Wukong." The Jade Emperor turned to the Gold Spirit Holy Mother and inquired, "What is your perspective, primordial sovereign?" A peculiar energy emanated from the Gold Spirit Holy Mother, effectively allowing her to bypass the restrictions of the investiture of the gods, thus enabling her to resume her cultivation, an ability bestowed upon her by the Heavenly Master during her previous visit to the Bio Palace. Although as a Han Yuan Duo Golden Immortal, she could not directly breach the investiture, circumventing its limitations was indeed within her capacity. The Jade Emperor remained silent, as many disciples of the were constrained by the Fengshen Bang. Even the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit, having attained the status of a sage, would not turn her back on her comrades. A flicker of contemplation crossed the Holy Mother's eyes. Surely, something significant had transpired within the Buddhist realm. "Your Majesty," she began, "was there not a terrifying surge of demonic energy that recently manifested in the world? While lesser beings may struggle to comprehend this power, those of our cultivation can easily perceive it. The essence is unmistakably that of the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha." The Jade Emperor nodded with a hint of derision, as if finding amusement in the plight of the Buddhist sect. The Holy Mother continued, "Ksitigarbha is one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, and he is even a candidate for the next Buddha. Once Buddhism flourishes again, a great calamity will ensue, and when the Buddha, Shakyamuni, abdicates, the future Buddha will ascend as the contemporary Buddha, with Ksitigarbha taking his place. After all, as a disciple of a sage, how could he remain merely a bodhisattva forever? It is likely that the Buddhist sect will leverage the underworld to create opportunities for both itself and Ksitigarbha. However, who would have anticipated that Ksitigarbha would succumb to demonic thoughts? The Buddhist realm, unable to linger idly, must hasten its westward journey. The Jade Emperor agreed. "Indeed, I share this sentiment. The transmission of Buddhist doctrine to the East is of paramount importance and heralds the resurgence of Buddhism. Initially, the sect may have desired a more flawless approach. Had this incident not occurred, they might not have been so anxious. But do you believe we should acquiesce to the Buddhist sect's wishes?" The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit shook her head in response, saying, "Your Majesty, this matter is for you to decide. There is no need to consult me. Furthermore, our heavenly court need not exert excessive effort. Why not embrace the merits that come our way?" The Jade Emperor nodded, for his inquiry towards the Holy Mother was merely a gesture of deference to the master of the heavenly teachings. Tai-Bai Jinxing, curious, interjected, "Your Majesty, what rank shall we bestow upon this monkey? Most positions in the heavenly court have already been filled." The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, realizing that if they intended to let this monkey wreak havoc in heaven, he could not be granted too high an office. The Holy Mother then suggested, "Your Majesty, I recall that there is still a position of Baima, one within the Imperial Horse Department." The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Baima one? That is indeed fitting for this monkey." Tai-Bai Jinxing nodded in agreement. Having a monkey tend to horses is quite suitable, and it provides a pretext for him to rebel against heaven, thus presenting a grand opportunity for the Buddhist sect. Yet, how would they manage to bring the monkey to heaven? Would they truly follow the Buddhist sect's proposal? The Jade Emperor turned to the Holy Mother. The Buddhists have merely shifted the dilemma onto us. I fear we may need to trouble your disciple. Rather than seeking an excuse to summon son Wukong, as the Buddhists suggest, it would be more prudent to enlist the Bull Demon King. We are certainly aware of their brotherhood. The Holy Mother hesitated briefly before nodding decisively. If your Majesty has spoken thus, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, the Bull Demon King sighed. Gazing at the majestic Flower Fruit Mountain, the Bull Demon King hesitated, uncertain of how to approach his seventh brother. His sect had attained freedom due to the influence of son Wukong, gaining a voice in the heavenly court. Yet to his dismay, he now found himself summoned to seek out son Wukong, urging him to serve as a mere stable master. Was this not akin to burning bridges after crossing them? Contemplating the prospect of his formidable and indomitable seventh brother undertaking such a menial role in the heavenly court filled him with curiosity. Just then, as the Bull Demon King was lost in thought, the voice of son Wukong echoed in his ears. "Ah, elder brother, you have arrived. Why not come in for a chat?" Chapter 38. The steed of the heavenly guardian. Upon hearing the voice of son Wukong, the Bull Demon King inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Seventh brother, I have come." As he entered the Flower Fruit Mountain, he beheld a monkey perched upon a stone chair, appearing neither fully seated nor standing. Countless monkeys surrounded him. Yet what truly astounded the Bull Demon King was the aura emanating from son Wukong, which seemed even more formidable than what he had sensed previously. The rapid progress of his younger brother was indeed astonishing. Even he felt a sense of shock. It is worth noting that he had been guided by his father, a sage, over thousands of years of cultivation. In contrast, this monkey had merely received guidance from that particular master and had already attained the essence of a great Luo golden immortal, evidently reaching the threshold of such a celestial being. What further astonished the Bull Demon King was the vitality radiating from son Wukong's physique, which surpassed even his own as a hybrid bull demon. With each breath, an air of terror enveloped him, suggesting that son Wukong's power would only grow stronger with every inhalation and exhalation. "Brother, why are you in a daze?" At that moment, son Wukong looked at the Bull Demon King with curiosity. The Bull Demon King snapped back to reality, reminded of the purpose of his visit. Hesitating, he pondered how to articulate his thoughts. Son Wukong, perceptive as ever, discerned that the Bull Demon King had something to convey. "Brother, if there is something on your mind, please speak freely." "Seventh brother, you are indeed astute. I cannot conceal this matter from you. I have come to convey a message from the eldest disciple of the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor wishes to recruit you, but the position is only available for the role of the steed of the heavenly guardian." Upon hearing this, son Wukong appeared genuinely surprised, as if he had no prior knowledge of the matter. "Oh, I did not expect my reputation to have reached the heavenly court. This is quite unexpected." The Bull Demon King, surprised by son Wukong's lack of anger, responded, "Seventh brother, do you accept?" Son Wukong replied calmly, "Let me ponder this for a moment." The Bull Demon King nodded, assuming that son Wukong was unaware of the significance of the position of the steed of the heavenly guardian, as serving the heavenly court is no trivial matter. However, he anticipated that it would take a few days for the news from the Buddhist sect to reach the heavenly court, and a celestial being would soon arrive in person to extend an official summons. To prevent son Wukong from shutting himself away, the Bull Demon King offered a word of caution. After they enjoyed a hearty meal together, he took his leave. Once the Bull Demon King departed, son Wukong furrowed his brow, reflecting, "I did not expect my brother to convey this. It differs from what my master suggested. Clearly, the heavenly court is aware of my connection with the Bull Demon King. I hope that during the uproar in the heavenly palace, the Buddhist sect disciples do not intervene. Otherwise, the situation could become quite troublesome. However, as my master indicated, the heavenly court should refrain from involving the Buddhist sect disciples, as this is merely a performance." Days later, atop the Flower and Fruit Mountain, amid swirling ethereal mists, a figure descended gracefully, his hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an air of transcendent nobility. A celestial being had arrived, an old man. Witnessing this spectacle, numerous monkeys began to chatter excitedly. They gathered around, some tugging at his beard, others at his garments. "I am the celestial being Tai Bai Jinxing," sent by the Jade Emperor to seek your king. King, an old man with a white beard wishes to see you. Immediately, a monkey was dispatched to deliver the message. Sitting upon a stone chair at the mountain's peak, son Wukong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, he has arrived? Let him in. Soon, Tai Bai Jinxing was brought before son Wukong. Upon seeing him, Tai Bai Jinxing spoke. My king, I come at the behest of the Jade Emperor, hoping to summon you to the heavens. There, you shall attain immortality and live in carefree bliss. Immortality? The monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain buzzed with curiosity, their faces alight with wonder. Ascending to the heavens and becoming immortal was a notion foreign to them. They never imagined their king would be granted such an honor. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. Since the heavens hold me in such esteem, I shall ascend and become a celestial being. Tai Bai Jinxing, initially expecting obstacles, found the process unexpectedly smooth, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he led son Wukong up to the heavenly court. Upon arrival, they stood before the Jade Emperor. Although many ministers regarded son Wukong with disdain, he paid them no mind. He subsequently went to the imperial horse stable and became the stable master. The Jade Emperor observed the proceedings with approval, since the Buddhist sect wished to expedite the journey to the west. It was best to send him back to the mortal realm swiftly. The Jade Emperor turned to the Golden Spirit Mother, entrusting this matter to her. For most of the heavenly officials were disciples of the, making them the most suitable for the task. Dumui Yuanjun, heed my command. As time swiftly passed, half a month had gone by. During these days, son Wukong diligently fulfilled his duties, caring for the celestial steeds and ensuring they were well-fed and robust, showing no signs of negligence. One day, while drinking with the stewards, they inadvertently broached the topic of son Wukong's rank. It is a pity, they lamented, that such a capable individual has settled for the lowly position of stable master. Indeed, look at how diligently our Lord tends to the steeds. When the emperor sees this, he will surely promote him. The stewards, evidently inebriated, grew increasingly animated in their discussion. Son Wukong understood that the role of stable master was quite lowly, yet the specifics eluded him. I wonder what rank this stable master holds. Upon hearing this, the stewards sobered slightly, falling silent as if struck dumb by fear. Speak. I grant you leniency. Upon reporting to the esteemed lord, it is noted that this position of the horsekeeper is but a minor post, devoid of any rank. Indeed, esteemed lord, it is merely an office responsible for the care of horses, lacking in status. Son Wukong remarked. The Jade Emperor possesses remarkable cunning. One can surmise he has long been aware of this matter and harbors some discontent. Had he been oblivious, he might have already descended to the mortal realm in wrath. Esteemed lord, your unwavering dedication to duty assures that you shall undoubtedly be favored by His Majesty in due course. The supervising officials, perceiving son Wukong's rising ire, hastily knelt to offer their reassurances. Son Wukong, perched upon the table, retorted with irritation. Rise, there is no need for such formality regarding rank. The officials exchanged glances relieved. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. Where is the horsekeeper? Why has he not yet come forth to tend to my steed? Chapter 39. The ever-persistent feeling of being watched on this day. A group of individuals entered the stable of the imperial steeds, their eyes betraying a flicker of disdain. Just then, they encountered son Wukong and the officials emerging from within. You must be the stable master. I am the martial star, your superior. Hurry and fetch a steed for your superior. The corpulent martial star winked at son Wukong. Initially, son Wukong was filled with fury, but upon witnessing the martial star's demeanor, he was taken aback. A familiar expression caught his eye. Could it be the Bull Demon King? How had he transformed into the martial star so swiftly? It was evident that the teachings of the had borne fruit, and to avoid incurring his wrath, they had orchestrated this charade with the Bull Demon King. Understanding this, son Wukong retorted, with so many heavenly steeds over there, you should fetch one yourself. The martial star frowned at this response, pointing at son Wukong. Do you realize that I am your superior? You, a mere stable hand, should feel honored to be asked to fetch a steed. The officials standing by trembled in fear at the confrontation, realizing that only Sun Wukong would dare speak to a superior in such a manner. Unfazed, Sun Wukong replied, "If you want a horse, then go get it yourself. Must you prattle on so? Impudent." The martial star bellowed, "You are but a lowly stable master. How dare you speak so brazenly?" Sun Wukong smirked, impressed by the Bull Demon King's performance. Had he not suspected it was the Bull Demon King, he might have believed that the martial star was mocking him. "Guards, seize him," commanded the martial star, gesturing for the soldiers behind him to surround Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. Is the heavenly court truly this brazen? And what if we are? The martial star shouted, "Seize him at once." As the officials prepared to act, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff. "You seek death." His face contorted with rage. An overwhelming aura emanated from him. With a mighty swing of his staff, several heavenly soldiers were sent flying. In the next moment, the staff grew larger in his hands and came crashing down. A tremendous roar reverberated through the air, and the force of his strike caused everyone to stagger back. With a disdainful snort, Sun Wukong declared, "I, Sun Wukong, shall take my leave." As he departed, the martial star revealed a smile, only to quickly mask it, casting a cold glance at the fallen heavenly soldiers. This matter must be reported to the emperor. In the hall of heavenly glory, atop the golden dais, the Jade Emperor maintained a calm demeanor. "I report to you, your majesty. I must bring forth an account against that stable master." The martial star, disguised as the Bull Demon King, spoke with utmost respect. The Jade Emperor inquired, "What has transpired?" The gathered officials regarded the martial star with astonishment, unable to comprehend why a figure of such stature would bring charges against the stable master. "Your Majesty, this lowly official, by Mawan, finds his position beneath his dignity and, after striking down my subordinates, audaciously defies the heavens." Upon hearing this, the officials in the court were utterly astonished. Although they recognized the monkey's audacity, none could have anticipated such sheer boldness. Many righteous deities exhibited their indignation, while the celestial beings of the Chan sect observed the scene with icy expressions. "It serves him right. Was it not you who insisted on elevating this monkey to divinity?" The mighty Li Tianwang also wore a grim countenance. Had this occurred in the past, he would have swiftly intervened to uphold the dignity of the Jade Emperor. But now, such an act was inconceivable. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's visage darkened, and the skies above were engulfed in ominous clouds, with fierce winds howling, obscuring the sun. How audacious! I initially sought to recruit him for the heavens out of respect for his arduous cultivation, yet I never anticipated such insubordination. I shall see what abilities he possesses. Li Jing furrowed his brow, preparing to step forward. Though the Jade Emperor showed no mercy, he wished to make a display of loyalty. However, the Jade Emperor barked, "Come forth, Zhao Gongming." Zhao Gongming stepped forward. "Your servant is here." The Jade Emperor commanded, "By my decree, Zhao Gongming shall be the marshal against the monkey demon, with Li Jing as his deputy and Neza as the vanguard, leading 100,000 heavenly troops. Ensure the eradication of that demon monkey." "Yes, your servant obeys." Upon being named, all responded in unison. Subsequently, they departed from the Lingxiao Palace to muster the troops and commenced the hunt for the demon monkey. On Huagua Mountain, numerous monkeys were chattering among themselves, expressing discontent at their king being sent to tend horses. "These detestable heavenly beings are clearly mocking our king." One exclaimed, "Indeed, my king, it would be far more satisfying to remain here as the king of the mountain. What use are celestial beings compared to the joy of being a demon king?" Listening to the banter of the monkeys, Sun Wukong chuckled and said, "Well said. Bring forth the monkey wine. I shall drink until I am inebriated." Sun Wukong reclined in his stone chair atop the mountain, relishing his days as king. However, at that moment, the clouds in the sky roiled and drums began to beat. The clouds parted, revealing countless heavenly soldiers, their divine weapons in hand, clad in resplendent armor, their presence suppressing the realm below. Countless lesser demons trembled at the overwhelming aura. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong, had it not been for the absence of a palpable murderous intent, might have believed it to be a mere illusion. Nonetheless, with the celestial being's arrival, it seemed inevitable that they would take action. He had intended to heed his master's advice to avoid causing turmoil in the heavens. Yet, caught in the midst of it all, he found himself unable to resist. Even if he wished to refrain, the wheels of history would inexorably propel him forward. Fortunately, he had accumulated numerous means beforehand. Thus, even if matters escalated, he felt little cause for concern. His gaze swept over the leading Zhao Gongming, along with the formidable Li Tianwang and Neza. Neza, this disciple, had once recounted tales of his exploits. This individual is indeed a pitiful soul, compelled to sever ties with his own flesh and blood, harboring a deep-seated desire to eliminate his father. Yet, due to the presence of the precious pagoda in Li Jing's possession, he finds himself bound to remain by the latter's side. The master uncle has warned that should he attempt to steal Li Jing's pagoda, Neza would surely bring about his demise. The truth of this warning remains uncertain. Son Wukong gazes intently at the pagoda held by Li Jing, a peculiar smile playing upon his lips. Meanwhile, Li Jing, cradling the pagoda, inexplicably feels a chill of apprehension trickling down his forehead. What could be amiss? Why does it feel as though he is being scrutinized? Stealing a glance at Neza in the distance, Li Jing lets out a sigh within his heart. Chapter 40. I, old son, shall steal that tower for you in the Western Buddhist realm. The Tathagata Buddha sat serenely upon his lotus throne, deeply concerned about the journey to the West, second only to the two saints of the West. The flourishing of Buddhism brought about the greatest benefits, and he too was among those to gain. Now, with son Wukong finally defying the heavens, the Jade Emperor had dispatched numerous celestial soldiers to subdue him. All of this was indeed part of the original design. Amitabha, it seems that despite previous upheavals, the grand course of the world remains unchanged, beyond the influence of any individual. Avalokiteshvara, Bodhisattva, spoke. The Tathagata Buddha nodded in agreement. Indeed, this matter is destined by heaven. It cannot be obstructed or interfered with. The rise of the Taoist sect has already passed, and Buddhism is destined to flourish. This is inevitable. Amitabha, Buddhism is destined to thrive. On Flower Fruit Mountain, amidst dark clouds, Zhao Gongming glared fiercely, adorned in silver armor, his aura surging with power. Bold demon monkey, dare you abandon your post and defy the heavens? Today, under the command of the Jade Emperor, I shall capture you and quell Flower Fruit Mountain. His voice boomed, sweeping across the mountain and instilling shock among the many demon monkeys. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain were taken aback, except for a few who had made modest advancements in their cultivation, standing resolutely in place. Son Wukong sensed the fear of his kin and immediately rose, unleashing a formidable aura to shield them from the impending threat. You wish to capture me, old son? You seek to flatten Flower Fruit Mountain? What a jest! I am eager to witness how you intend to subdue me and bring down this mountain. Though not towering in stature, Wukong's words were resolute, his presence immense, commanding respect from all. The golden staff in his hand shimmered with boundless power. He raised it, pointing at the celestial beings, bellowing, "Which one of you dares to step forward and meet your demise?" His voice reverberated through the heavens, an awe-inspiring force, reminiscent of the arrogant, defiant Monkey King he once was. However, Zhao Gongming, witnessing such fearless defiance, was reminded of the past when their disciples were equally unperturbed by the grand schemes of heaven, believing they could turn the tide, that human determination could triumph over fate. And what was the outcome? Who shall be the first to teach this monkey a lesson? Zhao Gongming shouted, "You shall come forth. You insignificant demon monkey. Watch as I subdue you." Neza stepped forward, brandishing his fiery spear. "Very well, let Neza advance." Zhao Gongming nodded at Neza, harboring no significant objections towards the young lad. Neza nodded, and with a swift motion, the wind-fire wheels appeared beneath his feet, while the circle of heaven and earth radiated brilliance, and the mystic silk unfurled. He then descended rapidly towards the ground. Upon seeing Neza approach, son Wukong chuckled. "What little child is this? You ought to return to your mother. Do not be so arrogant, for I, the prince, shall teach you a lesson." With a swift raise of his left hand, Neza unleashed the ethereal Hunyuan Ling, which spiraled around his arm. radiating an infinite spectrum of light, as if intent on incinerating everything in its vicinity. The formidable force enveloped the surroundings. Sun Wukong, sensing this overwhelming power, displayed a look of astonishment on his face. Although he had long heard tales of Neza's extraordinary prowess, feeling it firsthand was still quite unexpected. Ah, splendide! I shall witness your true abilities. The golden staff gleamed brilliantly as he charged forth to meet the challenge. Neza, the third prince, possessed combat experience far superior to that of Sun Wukong, and as they clashed head-on, a resounding boom erupted. Suddenly, behind Sun Wukong, another Neza materialized, poised to strike with his fiery spear. Neza had cleverly conjured a doppelganger early on, aiming for a swift conclusion to the battle. However, to his astonishment, the spear that fell upon Sun Wukong merely grazed his skin, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Instead, a powerful recoil surged back, shattering Neza's illusion. Taken aback by this turn of events, Neza's eyes flickered with disbelief. Although that was merely a projection of himself, he had expected it to easily contend with an entity of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Yet, the attack on Sun Wukong felt akin to scratching the surface of a boot. It failed to inflict any damage. Could it be that this monkey has transcended the Tai Golden Immortal? Neza pondered, uncertainty flashing in his gaze. Despite his physical form having achieved sanctity, his true cultivation remained at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Had his original body been intact, he would never have settled for such a rank. Such audacity for a mere child. Taste my staff, Sun Wukong exclaimed, glancing at the dissipating doppelganger before charging at Neza, engaging him in a fierce struggle. The sounds of clashing echoed as the two warriors collided repeatedly. Strangely, Neza felt an unsettling sense of being overpowered. Enraged, he unleashed his aura, flames engulfing his spear as he swung it downwards with tremendous force towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong plummeted downward with great force, causing the ground to tremble violently. Neza stood suspended in the void, breathing heavily. Since the battle of deification, no one had exerted him so greatly. Just then, the rocks below quaked, and a monkey rose from the rubble, gazing upward at Neza. To think you are so diminutive, yet possess such skill. It appears I have underestimated you, he declared. However, capturing me is no small feat. With that, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward like a cannonball, the sound of thunderous impacts resonating in the air. Indeed, Neza's combat experience far surpassed Sun Wukong's, yet the latter's robust physique allowed him to withstand Neza's onslaught without sustaining injury. Zhao Gongming marveled. Who would have thought Sun Wukong possessed such remarkable abilities? The heavenly king Li Toda nodded in agreement, stating, Neza has attained a formidable physical form and possesses astonishing offensive capabilities. This is indeed the first occasion where he has suffered a setback in his corporeal state. Zhao Gongming remarked, it appears that this monkey has encountered quite an extraordinary fate. Naturally, Zhao Gongming was aware of the master behind Sun Wukong. Were it not for this figure, their sect could not have garnered such freedom within the heavenly realm. Unbeknownst to the heavenly king, he simply nodded in deep agreement. Bang! 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 Sun Wukong and Neza exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Child, I hear you wish to slay your father. Would you like me, old son, to assist you in obtaining that tower? Sun Wukong quipped, striking back at Neza with a wry smile. At this, Neza furrowed his brow and cast a sharp glance at Li Jing, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Do you possess a solution? Chapter 41, The Spirit Pearl, a rather hasty title. Neza harbored a deep desire to slay the pagoda-bearing Li Jing, yet the presence of the treasure in the latter's possession, coupled with the dictates of the Chan sect, rendered him one of the celestial deities. Everything aligned to his favor, as long as Li Jing retained the pagoda. Neza's opportunity for vengeance remained elusive. For years, Li Jing had kept the pagoda close at hand, denying Neza any chance to strike. Now, upon hearing Sun Wukong's audacious suggestion, Neza felt a surge of exhilaration. Very well, if that is the case, I shall become the thief of the pagoda. Await my arrival. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Transforming with a flick of his body, sending a single hair soaring towards the heavens where Li Jing resided. Yet, just as they were about to engage, Neza, witnessing the hair's ascent, urgently called out to son Wukong. Wukong furrowed his brow, surprised, and turned back to Neza, asking, "Do you no longer wish to slay Li Jing?" Neza replied, "For all these years, I have yearned to end his life, but my mother has passed, and I have become the sea and sky deity she spoke of, with only him still calling me Neza." Upon uttering these words, the hair that had approached Li Jing dissipated into the wind. Son Wukong fell silent. In this world, the only connection Neza had left was with Li Jing. Should Li Jing perish, Neza would indeed transform into the sea and sky deity in the eyes of others. Neza believed that the pagoda was what restrained him from killing Li Jing. Yet if one day someone could wrest that pagoda away, he would understand that it also preserved his last remnant of affection in the mortal realm. Although Li Jing was no paragon of virtue, he was nonetheless his mother's consort, and Neza wished not to forget her. "Forgive me, monkey. I appreciate your goodwill, but I shall feign defeat shortly. The rest lies in your hands." Neza smiled faintly, his hands never ceasing their movements. The battle between Neza and son Wukong raged on, with thunderous roars and a terrifying aura enveloping the surroundings. "Wait, there are matters I grasp." Son Wukong felt a certain fondness for this child, undaunted by the celestial rules, clung to the past, and was unable to shatter the chains of nostalgia. Such a person, with a spirited nature, was not unlike himself. "Neza, do you not find it rather coincidental, the events leading up to the divine battle of your? From the moment of your birth, you were branded a monster. And even when you eradicated dragons for the common folk, you never earned your father's approval. Later, during the flood at Chintang Pass, Li Jing forsook you for the sake of the people. Everything seems orchestrated, as if you were merely a pawn in a grand design." These thoughts echoed relentlessly in his mind. Until now, hearing them articulated by this monkey, was he truly the only one with such sentiments? "Monkey, do you perhaps know the truth behind it all? You are but a child. How could you possibly grasp the intricacies of that age?" Neza was taken aback, for the events surrounding the canonization had transpired over 10,000 years ago, while the monkey before him had only existed for a mere 200 or 300 years. With a resigned smile, son Wukong remarked, "I naturally do not possess such knowledge, but there are those who do." Neza speculated, "So this is the reason for your considerable transformation?" Neza was well aware of the journey to the west and understood his role in it, yet he lacked the specifics. Moreover, son Wukong had not undergone any significant changes, but the fact that he could articulate so much indicated that he had acquired considerable insight. Who could possibly wield such power and possess this knowledge? Where might this esteemed individual reside? Neza furrowed his brow and inquired. Son Wukong replied, "He dwells at Chiyun village, on the outskirts of the southern Jambu state. If you manage to meet him, he will undoubtedly answer the questions that linger in your heart. But do exercise caution on your journey." Neza nodded. "Very well, I shall leave a clone behind. You lend me your strength, and if my doubts are resolved, I, Neza, will consider you my brother." Son Wukong acquiesced, unleashing his formidable power, which surged forth to subdue Neza. A resounding roar echoed as the immense force radiated outward. Although both retreated momentarily, they soon clashed again, yet none noticed the subtle shift in Neza's aura. Meanwhile, in the direction of the southern Jambu state, a figure concealed in presence landed in the village at its edge, Chiyun village. Was this truly the place the monkey had spoken of? Did someone here possess knowledge of that matter? Neza's emotions were tumultuous. Over the years, he had revisited the events of the past countless times, sensing something peculiar. Yet with the passage of time, he had lost the opportunity to reconcile those matters. Thus, upon hearing the monkey's words, he was compelled to ascertain whether his long-held suspicions were indeed correct. Observing the villagers' simplicity, he noted that their demeanor remained unaltered upon the arrival of a stranger, even inquiring if he had lost his way. "Ah, you seek our village's immortal? He is indeed here." A villager pointed him in the right direction. Neza was taken aback to discover that all the villagers were aware of Qin Han's existence. After expressing his gratitude, he slowly made his way toward that direction, and soon a courtyard appeared before him. How could the resident here have known so much that even Sun Wukong was aware? Neza felt apprehensive, concerned that this individual might not possess the specifics of the function matter. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand to knock on the door, but just then, a voice emanated from within the courtyard. "Ah, my disciple has arrived. Come in." Before Neza could lower his hand, Qin Han's voice resonated, clearly having anticipated someone outside. However, upon seeing the youthful figure, Qin Han was somewhat surprised. "Who might you be?" Neza, recalling Sun Wukong's admonition that the venerable elder would not disclose his identity due to concerns about fate, responded, "Elder uncle, I harbor reservations about the will of heaven. Hence, I shall not reveal my identity." This is also what Sun Wukong contemplates. Given the prowess of his master, how could he possibly be oblivious to his true identity? Especially when he even hints at the schemes laid against him. The same applies to the Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King. Thus, it is advised that Neza refrain from revealing his identity, lest he be subtly rejected by his master. Neza respectfully stated, "Lingzhu pays homage to the esteemed elder." Lingzhu? Such a hastily chosen name. Qin Han did not dwell on it further. Since he had entered, it must be by fate. "Very well, what brings you here?" Neza approached and said, "Esteemed elder, I am a friend of that monkey, and today I seek your guidance." "That monkey?" Qin Han knew did. "Oh, so it was my disciple who sent you. This fellow is always finding ways to keep himself occupied. I have heard tales of the battle of investiture of the gods, and am curious as to how Neza and his father arrived at such a crossroads." Chapter 42. Everything is a calculation. Can he be blamed? Qin Han was somewhat taken aback by Neza's inquiry. He initially anticipated a question pertaining to himself, only to be confronted with a query regarding the relationship between Neza and Li Jing. Was Neza using his own circumstances as a metaphor for his situation? Having lived 2 lives, Qin Han discerned that the young man before him was indeed drawing parallels between his plight and that of Neza. The circumstances were likely similar, yet it was inappropriate to state it outright, hence the discussion of this matter. Who do you think is at fault for the estrangement between Neza and his father? Neza posed the question, and Qin Han chose not to reveal the underlying truth, instead engaging in a dialogue about Neza's situation. Neza asserted, "The fault lies with Li Jing. Does it not? Can the actions of Neza be deemed wrong? He acted in defiance of the 3rd prince of the dragon to protect the common folk. His deeds were in alignment with the celestial mandate." Qin Han shook his head and replied, "The true fault lies with Neza's master." Perplexed, Neza questioned, "Why is that so?" His master bestowed upon him numerous treasures and imparted various skills. Without such guidance, he would not have possessed the ability to slay dragons. Even after his demise, it was his master who resurrected him. How can he be blamed? Qin Han countered as a mentor. It is paramount to not only teach one's apprentice skills, but also to instill in them the virtues of character and conduct. What wisdom did the great master Tai impart? Merely superficial abilities? Was he oblivious to the significance of one's moral compass? Neza trembled at this revelation, struggling to reconcile his thoughts. Could it be that his master acted with ulterior motives? He sought to maintain his composure and asked, "Are you suggesting it was intentional?" Indeed, Neza had been ensnared in a scheme. Although Tai had endowed him with formidable skills, was it not merely to lead him into calamity? In due time, you will understand. Consider the tale of the monkey who emerged from the stone and sought enlightenment, only to wreak havoc in the heavenly realm. Was it not all orchestrated for the sake of trials? Suddenly enlightened, Neza realized, "Are you drawing parallels with Sun Wukong's journey?" "Precisely. Hinanafidamit." Sun Wukong ventured forth to seek enlightenment, only to stir up chaos and even disrupt the heavenly court. Similarly, you too, having attained your own mastery, ended up slaying the 3rd prince of the dragons and confronting the Dragon King, compelling him to take his own life. As he reflected upon his master, Neza found it hard to fathom that all of this could have been part of a grand scheme. Observing Neza's incredulity, Qin Han remarked, "You are aware of the investiture of the gods, are you not? It was merely a pretext to secure positions on the divine list. How many from the perished? And from the? Even the least favored, the yellow dragon, did not fall. Do you know why?" Neza's body quaked, and a hypothesis began to form within his mind. "Please enlighten me," esteemed elder. Qin Han smirked with irony, because their disciples have already taken their places on the divine list. This revelation struck Neza like a bolt of lightning, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Qin Han continued, and Neza is the most quintessential example of this phenomenon. Originally, Neza was the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl. Although not on par with primordial deities, he was indeed formidable, carrying within him a trace of chaotic energy that could lead to impulsive actions. Had he been blessed with a wise mentor, such tendencies might have been restrained. However, Master Tai indulged him, allowing Neza to create chaos, even permitting him to confront the Dragon King at the southern heavenly gate without intervening. Was this truly the conduct of a mentor? Neza was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such astonishing revelations lurking behind the scenes. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "Senior, in the end, Master Tai did resurrect Neza, did he not? Surely, that is a debt of gratitude that Neza cannot dismiss based on mere hearsay. Resurrecting Neza? What was employed in that endeavor? Merely a creation from celestial lotus. Compared to Neza's original form, do you believe it to be superior or inferior?" Qin Han replied with a cold smile and a shake of his head. Neza paused, speculating it should be better, for Neza achieved his holy form through the lotus transformation. Holy form? That is merely a flattering term. His cultivation remains at the level of a Tai golden immortal. Did Master Tai truly lack other means? Qin Han Sayyid. This spiritual pearl is a reincarnation of a servant of Enwa, and Master Tai, as one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, should have the means to find a superior method of bodily restoration. Surely, you do not believe Master Tai is powerless in this regard. Even beseeching Enwa, any body created anew from clay would surpass this lotus incarnation. Upon hearing this, Neza's heart trembled. The reverence he held for his master was shattered, replaced by profound sorrow etched across his countenance. He could sense the truth in Qin Han's words, which resonated with undeniable logic. Indeed, it appeared that this was the only way to constrain him, preventing him from breaking free of his original limitations. He had not anticipated such a revelation. Qin Han, however, was not inclined to cease. He continued, "Do you know why Li Jing became a follower of the Buddhist path?" Neza responded, "It must be because his eldest and second sons became disciples of the Buddhist order, leading him to seek their protection. You are partially correct, yet also mistaken." Qin Han shook his head. Jin Jia and Mu Jia became disciples under the auspices of Manju Shri and Samantabhadra, then later betrayed and departed from the Chan sect, forcing their disciples to follow them to the Buddhist realm. This was beyond their control. What of Jin Jia and Mu Jia? Would they wish for you to enter the Chan sect and ascend the function list? After all, they are brothers. And knowing full well Neza's intent to slay him, why did Li Jing keep Neza by his side? These words left Neza perplexed, unable to comprehend Li Jing's motives. Why? Perhaps it was due to Lady Yin. This was Neza's conjecture. After all, Lady Yin had stood by Li Jing for so many years. Even in death, she would hope for Li Jing to cease harming Neza. At the moment of Li Jing's ascendance, he too realized that it was all merely a scheme of heaven. Thus, he yearned for the Buddhist teachings to quell the tumultuous rage within Neza, seeking to absolve himself of the guilt of becoming an accomplice to others. It is likely that even death would merely serve as a release for him. As Neza listened to Qin Han's words, he recalled his encounters with Jin Jia and Mu Jia, who urged him to let go, as their mother had transformed into a mere specter at the bedside, leaving only this familiar figure of father. It dawned on him that even his father was merely a pawn in a greater scheme. Can he be blamed for this? How could he possibly resist? Chapter 43. Indeed, they were all ensnared. Neza's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he choked out, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your enlightenment." Qin Han waved his hand dismissively. "If you believe your situation mirrors that of Neza and his father in the myth of the investiture of the gods, you might as well express your feelings directly to your father. Perhaps there were issues between you two in the past, but if you truly see yourself as akin to Neza, he likely would have departed long ago. Even the fiercest of predators refrain from harming their own offspring. Even Li Jing, in his desperation, sought to sacrifice his son for the greater good of countless citizens. Was it not once Neza's own aspiration to protect the populace? It is indeed a dilemma. Neza fell silent, recognizing that his act of self-immolation was not born of coercion from his father, but rather from a desire to relieve his father of any burden. Only through his own demise would the Dragon King relent. Yet, subsequent events had twisted his feelings into animosity towards his father. Rising, Neza respectfully bowed to Qin Han. In that moment, a weight lifted from his shoulders, and his heart felt considerably lighter. Esteemed elder, pardon my intrusion. I shall take my leave. Go. Neza turned and exited the courtyard, his form dissipating into the ether. Meanwhile, atop the flower fruit mountain, Sun Wukong was locked in a fierce battle with Neza. The air filled with the sound of thunderous clashes. The terrifying force of their confrontation reverberated outward. It appeared as if the battle had reached a boiling point. It was merely Sun Wukong showcasing his prowess. Suddenly, he noticed a shift in Neza. The once diminutive power had been rekindled. "Thank you, monkey," Neza murmured before bellowing. "Prepare to meet your end, monkey." At that moment, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Neza, an ominous aura enveloping him, descending directly upon Sun Wukong. With a hearty laugh, Sun Wukong charged forward. Boom! The formidable shock wave radiated outward, sending Neza plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Struggling to regain his balance, he could only clutch his arm and ascend towards the heavens. Li Jing, the towering king, observed Neza's return. Though his eyes were filled with concern, he maintained a calm demeanor, inquiring, "How fare you?" Neza sensed the worry in his father's gaze and offered a reassuring smile. "Father, I am well." At the utterance of the word father, Li Jing trembled. It had been many years since he had heard those words. Was he mistaken? The onlookers shared similar astonishment, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. While it was true that Neza was Li Jing's son, the animosity Neza harbored towards him was well known. Yet now, he had chosen to address Li Jing as father once more. Had they not just witnessed a fierce battle, they might have speculated that a momentous event had transpired. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Neza's face flushed with embarrassment. Many thoughts remained unspoken. Li Jing, too, could not divert his attention elsewhere, as he was not the commander in this scenario. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming had already dispatched the giant spirit god to apprehend Sun Wukong. Li Jing, indifferent to the antics of the demon monkey, pondered the significance of the celestial upheaval against the paramount importance of his sons. With the demise of Lady Yin, who ascended to divinity, and the absence of his mother, Neza found himself adrift in this world, left with only his 3 sons. The thought of Neza seeking his demise weighed heavily upon him. He harbored no illusions of earning Neza's forgiveness. His sole desire was to remain by his son's side. "My son, what did you just say?" Li Jing's voice trembled, for it had been years since he had heard that endearing title. Neza, grappling with conflicting emotions, realized that perhaps his father had awaited this moment for far too long. "Father," Neza called out again, his voice resonating more powerfully than before, drawing the attention of those around them. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to believe their ears. After all, Neza had harbored a desire to slay Li Jing for countless years, and now he sought reconciliation? Only Li Jing's face reflected joy. Could it be that his suffering was nearing its end? Not far off, the Great Spirit stood, unfazed by the dismal defeat. Zhao Gongming merely shrugged, indifferent to their failure in capturing the elusive monkey. This setback was anticipated. The next phase was no longer their concern. Let us return to the heavenly court. With Zhao Gongming's command, the heavenly soldiers promptly turned back toward the celestial realm. The once formidable campaign against the demons dissipated like the ebbing tide. High atop Flower and Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong wore a smile. Neza was no longer the centerpiece of this calamity, yet even a slight alteration could shift the cosmic balance. Though seemingly minor in scale, these smaller forces could ultimately influence the grand design of the universe. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can fell an elephant. How much more significant would the impact be on celestial matters? Time would reveal the unfolding changes. Meanwhile, within the Buddhist realm at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Amitabha Buddha addressed the ancient Buddha of light. "It appears you must undertake another journey." The Tathagata, seated upon his lotus throne, turned his gaze toward the Buddha of light. The failure to apprehend Sun Wukong necessitated their continued efforts. The Buddha of light opened his eyes, meeting the Tathagata's gaze, and with hands clasped, proclaimed, Amitabha, this matter pertains to the flourishing of our faith. It is imperative that I proceed. With Li Jing's fate in his hands, he felt no apprehension about unforeseen developments. Very well, the Tathagata acquiesced with a nod. Back in the heavenly court, Li Jing returned without reproach from the Jade Emperor regarding the failure to capture Sun Wukong. However, Li Jing's mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with the recent events that had transpired. He could scarcely fathom the sudden transformation in Neza. What could have prompted such a change? Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, a figure stepped through the entrance. It was Neza. Upon observing the expression on Li Jing's face, Neza could not help but smile. Father, it appears you wish to understand the transformation I have undergone. Li Jing, gazing at Neza, finally nodded with a grave emphasis. Indeed, he was deeply curious, perplexed by the events that had transpired. Neza then recounted all that he had heard from Qin Han. Tears welled in Li Jing's eyes as he listened, for it became apparent that their family had been ensnared in a web of deceit. As the general of Chuntang Pass, he had been unable to forsake the common folk, which had forced him into an agonizing dilemma. To spare his father from distress, Neza had sacrificed his own flesh and blood. Eventually, Neza was granted a rebirth, while Lady Yin met her demise. All of this had been orchestrated to propel Neza into the grand scheme of fate. It was only when the third prince of the dragon ascended to divinity, along with Lady Yin, that he began to comprehend the entirety of the situation, yet by then, it was far too late. Chapter 44. The pagoda is seized. Do you still wish to scheme against me, Neza? Very well, very well. Li Jing gazed at Neza, his heart filled with a sense of reassurance. If that is the case, I can rest easy and allow your two elder brothers to return. For many years, they were indeed disciples of the Chan sect, and when Pu Xian and Wen Shu entered the Buddhist fold, they had no choice but to do so, all in hopes of preserving this pagoda. Undoubtedly, they have endured considerable hardships over the years. As he spoke, he glanced at the pagoda cradled in his hands. A bitter smile crossed Li Jing's face. The price he paid for this pagoda was indeed substantial. Reflecting on it, he felt a profound sense of regret towards his sons. At that moment, a radiant beam of Buddhist light surged forth from a distance. Li Jing raised his hand and grasped the object with ease. Upon witnessing this scene, Neza's expression darkened considerably. The Buddhist realm. Li Jing merely smiled calmly and reassured, Do not worry, my child. I'm no longer bound. The ancient Buddha has summoned me, likely regarding matters related to Sun Wukong. Yet I shall not involve myself further. That monkey bears a striking resemblance to you. As Li Jing spoke, he stepped out of his courtyard. Had it not been for the pagoda's role in restraining Neza from causing turmoil, he would not have been constrained by the Buddhist realm, nor would Jinjia and Mujia remain within its confines. Shortly after leaving his abode, he encountered a figure ahead. The silhouette was enveloped in Buddhist light, radiating an aura of immense power. Even from behind, Li Jing immediately recognized it as the ancient Buddha of light. Approaching, he calmly inquired, Might I ask what urgent matter brings the ancient Buddha to seek me? Upon hearing Li Jing's voice, the ancient Buddha of light slowly turned to face him, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Li Jing, you must be aware of the significance of this journey to the west for the Buddhist realm. Due to the influence of the GS sect, our position has been encroached upon. Thus, we hope you might assist the Buddhist realm by facilitating the entrance of certain individuals into the heavenly court. The Buddhist realm aspires to seize dominion over the underworld, and they likewise covet authority within the heavenly court. With Li Jing as the king of the heavenly court, his esteemed position allows for considerable influence, enabling many from the Buddhist realm to gain access. Apart from the four heavenly kings, numerous Buddhist protectors among the 24 celestial deities have also relied on Li Jing to secure their foothold in the heavenly court, thereby consolidating power. The current might of the GS sect's immortals has disrupted the Buddhist realm's prior advancement, necessitating a swift influx of personnel into the heavenly court to further the aims of the Buddhist realm in the impending calamity of the West, while also strengthening their grip on celestial authority. The ancient Buddha of light believed that Li Jing would not refuse, for the pagoda is indeed his possession, unless, of course, Li Jing wished to be slain by Neza. However, what the ancient Buddha did not anticipate was Li Jing's unexpected cold demeanor, as he responded, "Ancient Buddha, as the king of the heavenly court, how could I arbitrarily permit individuals from the Buddhist realm to enter? I must decline your request." Li Jing's outright refusal took the burning lamp ancient Buddha by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Amitabha," the Buddha intoned, "do you comprehend the gravity of your actions, Master Li? Do you truly wish to relinquish your efforts to subdue your son?" As he spoke, the pagoda in Li Jing's grasp began to tremble. This artifact was not his, and the Buddha could reclaim it at any moment. From a moment of his birth, Neza harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Li Jing, exacerbated by a multitude of events. It could be said that they were natural adversaries, had it not been for Li Jing's intervention, which involved using the Seven Treasures Pagoda to suppress Neza. The latter may have already taken his father's life. Now, Li Jing audaciously rebuffed him. The burning lamp ancient Buddha shook his head, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze as he cautioned, "Master Li, I implore you to contemplate this matter carefully and not to mislead yourself. Over the years, you should have come to understand Neza's resentment towards you. Without this pagoda, consider the dire consequences. If you possessed an alternative solution, surely you would not have allowed matters to linger this long. Only the Buddhist order can assist you. We had previously agreed that as the Buddhist teachings flourish, we would aid you in dispelling the violent aura emanating from Neza. A future of filial piety between father and son is attainable. If you continue down this misguided path, it will only lead to patricide." Patricide? As the burning lamp ancient Buddha endeavored to persuade Li Jing, a voice slowly emerged. "Who seeks my father?" It is Master Burning Lamp." Neza exclaimed, "Oh, how could I forget? Master Burning Lamp has forsaken the teachings of the GS sect to become a monk. Fear not. Even without the pagoda, I would never harm my father in the slightest." With that, Neza waved his hand, sending the pagoda, previously held by Li Jing, soaring towards the burning lamp ancient Buddha. The Buddha caught the oncoming artifact, his expression darkening. "Very well. It appears that Master Li has chosen to oppose the Buddhist order." He then gazed at the pagoda, a smile creeping onto his face. "Since our order has chosen you, we can indeed suppress Neza, as well as incite his ferocity. This pagoda has the power to quell Neza's turbulent emotions, yet once it departs, it will only serve to amplify his wrath." Standing at a distance, the burning lamp ancient Buddha's demeanor grew cold and grim, devoid of the enlightened countenance he had previously displayed. In truth, few high monks within the Buddhist order were genuinely enlightened, for many joined the order in search of fortune rather than true devotion. Neza began to emanate a peculiar aura, filled with a fierce and tumultuous energy, and even his eyes began to blaze with red. The burning lamp ancient Buddha addressed Li Jing, "You have a fortnight to ponder this matter. After 2 weeks, if you remain unwilling to assist our Buddhist order, you will be left to witness your son rage against you, ultimately leading to your demise, followed by chaos in the heavenly court, where the Jade Emperor shall intervene to suppress and annihilate him." Li Jing's expression darkened profoundly. The Buddhist order was indeed despicable, resorting to such underhanded tactics, not only condemning him to be slain by his own son, but also ensuring Neza's destruction at the hands of the heavenly court. At this moment, a crimson aura of murderous intent enveloped Neza's mind. However, upon witnessing the concern etched on his father's face, a refreshing sensation surged within him. He was no longer the person he once was, and with the realization that he had been manipulated all along, how could he willingly allow himself to be ensnared by the machinations of the Buddhist sect? With resolute determination, Neza exerted all his strength to break free from this overpowering force, his mind clearing in an instant. The once menacing aura that surrounded him emitted a terrifying energy before dissipating entirely. Boom! The formidable presence stirred the robes of the ancient Buddha, revealing a look of astonishment upon his countenance. How could this be? Neza actually managed to dispel this violent aura? Chapter 45. A monkey is a monkey. Unable to resist the temptation of peaches, even so, Do you believe the Jade Emperor would still accept you in the heavenly court? The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp had not anticipated that Li Jing would undergo such a transformation at this moment. However, would Li Jing truly turn back now? That was a matter that did not require the concern of the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp. Before Li Jing could speak, Neza interjected, very well, very well. I am eager to see how the position of the Heavenly King will be sustained by Li Jing. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp cast a deep glance at both Neza and Li Jing before vanishing from their sight. Li Jing remained composed. I've already informed your two elder brothers. Their choices regarding the path they take are theirs to determine. Let's proceed. Neza nodded and followed closely beside him towards the heavenly court. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, Neza and Li Jing stood beneath the golden canopy. Li Jing knelt down and bowed before the Jade Emperor seated atop the golden throne, saying, Your Majesty, I am guilty. Neza stood to the side, refraining from kneeling. The Jade Emperor looked at the two with surprise, pondering the meaning behind Li Jing's words. Li Jing promptly elucidated everything. The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback, sweeping his gaze over Li Jing and Neza. He was well aware of Li Jing's ties to Buddhism, yet he had not anticipated that Li Jing would sever his connection with it. This revelation was undoubtedly favorable for him. Very well, you need not be so formal. Rise, he said. A parent's heart is indeed pitiable. Your willingness to go to such lengths for your son is commendable. I happen to have a challenging dilemma. What position do you think would be suitable for this monkey during the second recruitment? The Jade Emperor smiled slightly. With a shortage of personnel, Li Jing's departure for Buddhism would undoubtedly allow him to become a valuable ally. Upon hearing this, Li Jing hesitated. Most positions in the heavenly court had already been filled with suitable individuals. He was uncertain about what role would be appropriate for this monkey. I am quite dull, Your Majesty. However, this monkey is related to Buddhism and should not be granted any real power. As for a non-empowered position, I am at a loss. The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, it cannot be a position of real power. It is merely a formality. After a brief contemplation, he directly proposed, In that case, I have just the right position in mind. Li Jing inquired, What position would that be, Your Majesty? The Jade Emperor, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, Let this monkey serve as the guardian of the peach garden. Li Jing was taken aback by the suggestion, and Neza stood frozen in place, both astonished that the Jade Emperor would assign the monkey to guard the peach garden. However, it soon became clear to them. The Jade Emperor harbored ulterior motives. He was evidently aware of the monkey's fondness for peaches, and this arrangement was merely a ruse to allow the monkey to indulge in the peaches. Once the monkey had feasted on the garden's bounty, an excuse could be found to suppress him. Thus, the journey to the west could be furthered. Truly, the Emperor is wise. Li Jing felt a deep admiration, acknowledging that when it came to cleverness, the Jade Emperor reigned supreme. Shortly thereafter, the Jade Emperor summoned the Star of Venus, who, upon seeing Li Jing in the Grand Hall, was taken by surprise. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's decree to assign son Wukong to guard the peach orchard, he was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a significant decision. The peaches of the orchard were of innate spiritual roots, meant to be savored only during the grand peach banquet. To delegate the task to a mere monkey was a clear invitation for calamity. However, given the substantial investment from the Jade Emperor, it seemed that the Western figure had also incurred considerable expense. Very well, I shall proceed at once. Tai Bai Jinxing respectfully took his leave. Your Majesty truly intends to let that monkey wreak havoc in the heavenly palace? Once Tai Bai Jinxing had departed, Li Jing hesitantly spoke up. As the heavenly king, he possessed considerable insight. After 2 invitations from the heavens, it was time to instigate the monkey's chaos. Previously, while serving the Buddhist sect, Li Jing had not cared whether the chaos was genuine. Now, having severed ties with the Buddhists as a sovereign of the heavens, he certainly did not wish for the court to suffer disgrace. Upon hearing these words, a fierce glint flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes. Wreak havoc in the heavenly palace? Indeed, he had previously been powerless. The 2 saints of Buddhism had orchestrated the chaos with son Wukong, and he had had to comply. It was rather embarrassing for the heavenly court, the lord of the 3 realms. Yet, the circumstances had changed. The deities of the were no mere trifles. They were significant figures, and now, Sun Wukong had undergone some transformation. To what extent, none could ascertain. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor could discern that this monkey had grown considerably more powerful than initially anticipated, potentially on the verge of transcending the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. On Huagua Mountain, Sun Wukong was engrossed in his training when he suddenly heard the arrival of another celestial being. Tell him to leave. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. It had hardly been long since the celestial deities had come to exterminate demons, and now they wished for him to return to the heavenly court? My king, that old immortal mentioned that this time you are to be granted a high office. Do you not find this enticing? An elder monkey hesitantly remarked. The demon tribes ultimately aspired to ascend to the ranks of immortals, and now their king had this opportunity. Despite the previous unpleasantness, it was evident that after the great battle, the heavens had finally recognized their king's strength and were prepared to treat him favorably. Sun Wukong was not naive enough to be unaware of the heavenly court schemes. He waved his hand and said, "Let him in." Soon, Tai Bai Jinxing was escorted in by the monkey attendants. "I pay my respects to the king." Tai Bai Jinxing clasped his hands in reverence. Sun Wukong reclined, half-sitting on a stone chair. "What does that old Jade Emperor want from me this time?" Tai Bai Jinxing replied, "Your Majesty, the Emperor has witnessed the prowess of the Monkey King and intends for you to guard the peach orchard, which contains the innate spiritual peaches. The significance of the peaches is unquestionable, as they are rewards given to the righteous deities by the Queen Mother of the West. Given that the Emperor has made such a decision, it is evident how much trust he places in the Monkey King." Sun Wukong paid no heed to the flattery, fully aware that this was a trap set by the Jade Emperor. However, he was acutely aware of his inability to effect change. And regarding the matter of consuming the peach of immortality, Sun Wukong harbored no intention of altering his course. Partaking of the peach would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Having lingered at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage for quite some time, he found himself at a loss for how to transcend. Thus, when the peach was presented to him, how could he possibly resist? Moved to tears by the unexpected kindness of the Jade Emperor, he felt a surge of emotion. Since the Jade Emperor placed such trust in him, Sun Wukong could not refuse to honor that confidence. With that in mind, he decided to accept the offering, albeit reluctantly. Lest depart swiftly, Tai Bai Jinxing, witnessing this scene, could not help but chuckle. Indeed, a monkey is still a monkey, and how could he possibly withstand the allure of the peach? Chapter 46. He has been completely manipulated within the heavenly realm. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing guided Sun Wukong directly towards the peaches of Immortality Garden. As they approached, a rich fragrance of peaches wafted through the air, infused with an abundance of spiritual essence. "My lord, here lies the peaches of Immortality Garden." After presenting the garden, Tai Bai Jinxing gave instructions to the land deity. "I must return to report, so please take your time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings." Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go on. I shall take care of things here." "My lord, the peaches that ripen every 3,000 years are now plentiful, while the 6,000-year fruits are scarce, and the 9,000-year ones are exceedingly rare." The land deity led Sun Wukong inside. Nodding, Sun Wukong surveyed the surrounding peaches. Indeed, the Jade Emperor had made preparations long ago, providing him with merely the 3,000-year peaches, which were of little concern to the Emperor. The truly valuable treasures were the unripe or merely blossoming peaches. "Very well, old land deity, you may go. I shall conduct a brief inspection." Upon hearing this, the land deity nodded and vanished in a puff of smoke. Once the land deity departed, Sun Wukong did not rush to consume the peaches. There was no urgency. He first wished to see if any of the 6,000-year peaches would mature, while the 9,000-year ones were beyond hope of ripening. With a nimble leap, Sun Wukong ascended a peach tree, reclining upon its branches. Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, turning towards the source of sound. This voice was far too familiar. Since departing from Mount Fangsuan, he had not heard it again, and he was astonished to encounter it in the peaches of Immortality Garden. Master? Sun Wukong beheld a figure, hair and beard as white as snow, clad in an ethereal Taoist robe, wielding a whisk. It was none other than the Bodhi Patriarch. Yet this was the heavenly realm. Sun Wukong could not help but rub his eyes, his face a canvas of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the sight of his master here. Upon recognizing him, the Bodhi Patriarch smiled warmly. Although Sun Wukong had indeed undergone some transformation, it was evident that he would not fail to recognize his teacher. Otherwise, such a reaction would be unfathomable. What the Bodhi Patriarch was unaware of, however, was that upon recognizing his master, Sun Wukong was suppressing a surge of anger within. He realized that his master hailed from the west and had participated in the schemes against him. The moment he laid eyes on the Bodhi Patriarch, a hint of derision flickered in his gaze, recalling the promise of never meeting again and the instruction to refrain from mentioning his name. To think that he now stood before him. Was it due to his unexpected performance that the Buddhist sect could not control him, prompting this interference? Upon seeing the Bodhi Patriarch again, Sun Wukong comprehended that he was merely a pawn in the grand scheme of his master. Master, how is it that you appear here? Sun Wukong immediately leapt down from the branch, gazing at Master Bodhi with a countenance rife with complexity. Indeed, it was a tangled web of emotions. As the inability to act left Sun Wukong in a state of turmoil, Master Bodhi, maintaining an air of celestial grace, addressed Sun Wukong, saying, "This visit, my dear monkey, is primarily for you." As he beheld Sun Wukong, a deep sense of nostalgia washed over him. "Wukong, I have heard much of your recent endeavors. Although I once wished for you to keep my name a secret upon your departure, it seems that this has not spared you from your fate." Listening to Master Bodhi's words, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with confusion, as if he were unable to comprehend the implications of his master's statements. Master Bodhi, unable to meet Sun Wukong's gaze, turned away. Despite Sun Wukong's apparent ignorance of their machinations, the bond forged over the years was undeniable. Even the relationship with a pet evokes a certain affection, let alone that of a disciple. Yet, this matter was paramount to the grand scheme of the journey to the West, and he could not afford to be lenient. Otherwise, what would become of the flourishing Buddhist order? The ascendance of Buddhism was a matter of utmost concern for both sages, a fixation in the heart of Zhuan-Ti. If they failed to achieve this, their very positions would be at stake. With a heavy sigh, he clasped his hand behind his back and mused, "Wukong, I have come specifically to see you this time. Yet, I did not anticipate that you would willingly assume the role of the guardian of the peach garden in heaven. Such an outcome is far from what I had hoped to witness." Although Master Bodhi feigned concern for Sun Wukong, he was subtly implying that the guardianship of the peach garden was hardly an honorable position, a gross indignity for his disciple. He turned back to Sun Wukong with unwavering resolve and stated, "If you feel wronged, my dear Wukong, pursue whatever path you desire. I shall support you." At this juncture, Master Bodhi seemed resolute. "Having lived a considerable time in the primordial world, I have garnered a modicum of renown. Not to mention, even the other sages would show me some respect." He continued, "Should you find yourself in any predicaments in the future, do not hesitate to invoke my name." As he spoke, Master Bodhi adopted the demeanor of a benevolent teacher, gently ruffling Sun Wukong's hair. My little monkey, the decision to send you down the mountain was made with the hope that you would one day return home. I never anticipated." Master Bodhi sighed. "I never imagined you would end up in such a predicament. Should anything occur in the future, you are always welcome back to Mount Fongsuan. Its doors shall remain open for you." With that, before Sun Wukong could respond, Master Bodhi began to dissipate like smoke in the wind. Watching the departing figure of his master, Sun Wukong's expression morphed into one of derision. Such flattering words were merely an invitation for him to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace without restraint. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a peach that soared into his grasp. He took a bite, and the sweet juice burst forth, permeating his being with a rich essence of spiritual energy. Had it been the previous Sun Wukong, he might have truly believed that his master was acting in his best interest, feeling a sense of injustice. However, having realized that he had been manipulated, Sun Wukong could discern that Bodhi Patriarch intended to convey the insignificance of such a position. The master sought to incite him to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace without reservation. even compromising on the matter of forbidding him from revealing his name, which illustrated the urgency of the situation. Yet, this revelation left son Wukong feeling disheartened. The initial prohibition against disclosing his name stemmed from the belief that he could be fully controlled, sparing him the humiliation of exposure. The current concession merely indicated a loss of control over him, as they feared he might not create the chaos they anticipated, thus granting him a semblance of confidence. Throughout this ordeal, he had been ensnared in a web of deceit. Chapter 47. Heroes recognize each other. Have I also been schemed against? Boom! In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Just as the heavenly court seemed to find a moment of tranquility, a tremendous roar erupted near the peach garden. A monkey wielding a golden staff had toppled several structures outside the garden, while within, numerous peach trees were uprooted. The reverberating sound echoed, stirring up clouds of dust. Good. Today I, son Wukong, have realized that watching peaches is hardly different from tending horses. What a deception from the Jade Emperor. Am I truly so easily fooled? With his fury unleashed, son Wukong's golden staff radiated boundless power, prompting the heavenly soldiers to rush forth to apprehend him. The ensuing battle turned the skies dark and the earth chaotic. Yet how could the celestial troops possibly restrain son Wukong? He charged straight down to the mortal realm, leaving the heavenly court in disarray. Amidst the chaos, the immortals of the Chan sect gathered together. Guangchengzi declared this time, "The demon monkey's rampage in the heavenly palace presents us with an opportunity." Tai Yizhenren concurred, "You speak wisely, brother. With the cooperation of thee and the heavenly sovereign, our standing has diminished significantly. If we allow this to continue, it would spell disaster for us. Then let my disciple take action," interjected Yu Dingzhenren, stroking his beard. The assembly nodded in agreement. Yang Jian, the foremost of the third generation, would undoubtedly succeed if he chose to intervene, demonstrating to the heavenly sovereign that the Chan sect was not without its champions. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor conferred with the other immortals on how to deal with the demon monkey. "My esteemed colleagues, who shall lead the forces against this monkey?" His gaze swept over the assembly. Li Jing, eager to step forward, prepared to offer his assistance to the Jade Emperor, having recently extricated himself from the Buddhist sect. Noticing Li Jing's movement, the Jade Emperor smiled. "Ah, my dear minister, are you ready to take action?" With conviction, Li Jing stepped forward. "I am willing to alleviate your concerns, your majesty." However, before the Jade Emperor could respond, Qin Li Yin and Shunfeng Er arrived to report. "Your majesty, Erlang Shun has already proceeded to Huaguo Mountain." At this announcement, the eyes of the immortals gleamed with anticipation. The god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, narrowed his eyes. Realizing that the Chan sect could no longer remain idle, they sought to prevent us from gaining more influence in the heavenly court and had begun to act. The Jade Emperor understood the implications as well. "Well then, since Yang Jian has already departed, we shall wait for the outcome of their confrontation before deciding on our next course of action." His eyes sparkled with determination. This situation was most advantageous for him. Meanwhile, down in the mortal realm, Yang Jian had caught up to Sun Wukong. "You audacious demon monkey, seeking your own demise." Yang Jian had long been aware of Sun Wukong, a friend of Neza and a comrade in arms from years past. He had also heard tales of the formidable ancestor behind Sun Wukong. Were it not for his master's orders to capture this demon, he might have sought friendship with him instead. At this moment, Yang Jian unleashed a terrifying force, and the power of his three-pronged, two-edged blade clashed with a golden staff, resulting in a cataclysmic confrontation. The golden cudgel is a treasure of the earthly realm, yet the three-edged blade is equally extraordinary. Yang Jian, a being of saintly flesh, far surpasses Neza. He has cultivated the profound 9 transformations of the mysterious gate, having reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, even brushing against the threshold of the Deluo Golden Immortal. However, the arduous nature of the 9 transformations has hindered his breakthrough for an extended period. At this moment, both combatants exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Eventually, they began to engage in magical dueling with countless transformations and a dynamic interplay of creation and destruction. Yet their mastery of transformation had reached a terrifying level. rendering them unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Son Wukong chuckled heartily and remarked, I have heard a tale that the Jade Emperor's sister, Sifan, descended to the mortal realm and secretly pledged her life to a man named Yang. Could it be that you are impudent? This was Yang Jian's greatest vulnerability, especially being called out by a monkey. His anger surged uncontrollably. Yang Jian, I have also heard that there are secrets you remain unaware of. Sun Wukong countered, fending off Yang Jian's three-edged blade with a grin. Given their comparable strengths, Sun Wukong admired Yang Jian and thus shared the story he had heard from his master. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Yang Jian's expression shifted. He had his own doubts regarding events from years past, yet after so much time, he had not pursued them further. Now, with Sun Wukong's mention, memories resurfaced. He understood that his predecessor was privy to many secrets, even the machinations surrounding Neza. Could it be that he too had been ensnared in a plot? Yang Jian furrowed his brow, recalling how Neza had spoken of being schemed against by his master, casting suspicion upon his own teacher, a notion Yang Jian had dismissed. The teachings of the Jade Dingjinren had been instrumental in his journey. Without that guidance, he would not have been able to rescue his mother from mountains. Yet, what hidden truths lay beneath? Monkey, may I have the honor of meeting that esteemed elder? Yang Jian inquired, his brow knitted. This left Sun Wukong momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Jian was aware of his master. However, considering Neza's involvement, it seemed reasonable. Why should I allow you to meet my master? Sun Wukong replied, somewhat reluctant to grant Yang Jian an audience with Qin Han. I am aware that Neza learned many things from that elder, and you mentioned that there are many secrets from those days that remain unknown. I implore you, son brother, allow me to meet that esteemed elder. In return, I shall comply with any request you have of Yang Jian in the future. Yang Jian's eyes gleamed with intensity, his movements unceasing, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered as if deep in thought. After a moment, he nodded and said, given your sincerity, I, Sun Wukong, can share this with you, but whether you meet my master depends on your fortune. Very well. I shall leave it to fate and shall not hold you accountable, son brother. My master resides in Chiyun village of the southern Jianbu state, Sun Wukong proclaimed, raising his golden cudgel with a mighty roar. The cudgel clashed with a three-edged blade, producing a thunderous sound, and a streak of light erupted from the collision, soaring towards the direction of southern Jianbu state. The battle raged on, yet Yang Jian's essence was already making haste towards southern Jianbu state. In this tranquil setting, the tumult of the battle at Flower Fruit Mountain scarcely made an impression here. Amidst this serenity, Yang Jian had assumed an unremarkable guise, and the surrounding townsfolk, upon catching sight of him, broke into smiles. He himself remained uncertain whether this visit would yield the desired outcome. At that moment, a voice broke the silence, prompting Yang Jian to turn and behold a young man surrounded by an ethereal aura, exuding an extraordinary presence, yet appearing as an ordinary citizen. Truly a marvel. It seemed this individual was the esteemed elder that Neza had spoken of. Ah, I am Yang Erlang. He introduced himself, unexpectedly arriving here, having heard tales of celestial beings dwelling in this land. Chapter 48. In truth, this is Yao Ji's request. You are indeed fortunate, for I am the immortal of this place. As Qin Han strolled through the village, he unexpectedly encountered someone who also sought the immortal. Such encounters are fated. Yang Jian observed Qin Han's remarkable calmness in acknowledging his status. Could this be the demeanor of a true sage? Moreover, Yang Jian found it challenging to discern the profound cultivation that emanated from this elder. Had this venerable figure truly reached the realm of saints? That seemed implausible. Even his master had not instilled such a sensation in him. This was certainly not the power of a saint. Consequently, Yang Jian regarded Qin Han with increased reverence. Esteemed elder, I have heard from Ling Zhu that Neza was, in fact, betrayed by his own master. Could it be that Yang Jian experienced a similar fate? Yang Jian, opting for straightforwardness, noted that this elder might prefer to remain an observer rather than directly involved, providing insights into both Sun Wukong and Neza. Therefore, he refrained from revealing his true name, opting instead for his pseudonym, Yang Erlang. Yang Jian, Qinhong glanced at Yang Along, surprised that rather than inquiring about his own matters, they were discussing others. Yet, since the individual was keen to learn about Yang Jian, he decided to indulge him. I hold a profound interest in the tales surrounding Yang Jian, and it is precisely because of him that I embarked on my own cultivation journey. Thus, I hope the esteemed elder may enlighten me. Yang Erlang spoke with utmost respect. Qin Han scrutinized Yang Jian closely. Could it be that Yang Erlang was merely a follower of Yang Jian? After all, it is only a subordinate who would yearn to learn the stories of their leader. With that in mind, he began to recount the tale of Yang Jian. Originally, the Fengshan War was merely an endeavor to recruit laborers for the heavenly court. And within the Zixiao Palace, the three teachings convened to establish the Fengshan list. Unlike the disciples of the understood that they could not evade this fate. Hence, each sought out substitutes to take their place on the list. When Yu Ding Zhenrun discovered that Yao Ji had developed mortal affections, even bearing 2 sons and a daughter, Yang Jian shuddered. Although it was but a brief mention, Yang Jian comprehended much, even predicting subsequent developments. It was likely that Yu Ding Zhenrun had taken an interest in Yao Ji's children, for they possessed the half-immortal physique, thus naturally becoming his disciples. Of course, Yang Jian's conjecture was not entirely comprehensive. The complexity of events far exceeded his initial assumptions. Qin Han continued to narrate as the two sat by the roadside, resembling ordinary folk. The affair between Yao Ji and Immortal was known to few, given that Yao Ji was the sister of the Jade Emperor. Among them, Yu Lao was the first to learn of it. As the deity of love and relationships, he immediately recognized the implications when Yao Ji's red thread intertwined with that of Immortal. He understood that trouble was brewing. Young Jian Sigit, observing the mortals passing by, it appeared that Yu Lao had shared this matter with the Jade Emperor, leading to the subsequent actions to apprehend them. Indeed, Yu Lao had informed the Jade Emperor, but the Emperor hesitated. At this moment, the Jade Emperor found himself devoid of adequate personnel. The heavenly court was in a state of instability, and the celestial laws were far from perfected. The Queen Mother, meanwhile, merely hoped to counsel caution to avoid inciting a major incident. However, the sage Yu Ding was soon made aware of the situation. Recognizing that the offspring of celestial beings and mortals were not accepted within the 3 realms. Yet, this child possessed extraordinary talents, making him precisely the disciple Yu Ding had long sought. Thus, there arose a potential candidate to take his place on the list of deities. Nevertheless, Yao Ji was unwilling to see her son become a disciple of the Chan sect. This reluctance stemmed from the past, when the son of King Zhou of Shang was similarly ensnared and subsequently exploited by them. Yao Ji quickly grasped Yu Ding's intentions. She certainly did not wish for her son to become a pawn for another's design. Yang Jian could not have anticipated such a turn of events, and he found himself utterly at a loss regarding how the situation might unfold. Qin Han continued, asserting that as long as Yao Ji remained alive or was still in the company of Yang Jian, Yu Ding could never take Yang Jian as his apprentice. Thus, Yu Ding sought to exploit the relationship between celestial beings and mortals for his own purposes. Subsequently, numerous rumors circulated throughout the heavens regarding Yao Ji descending to the mortal realm to engage in a romantic entanglement. Given the earlier incident involving the Weaving Maiden's punishment, the celestial beings would surely perceive any lack of consequence for Yao Ji as favoritism from the Jade Emperor. In such a scenario, how could the Emperor maintain his authority? Yang Jian fell silent, his eyes glimmering with realization as he reflected on the unexpected intricacies of the situation. Initially, he believed that the Jade Emperor acted solely to preserve his own reputation, which is why he had ordered the celestial soldiers to apprehend his mother and father. Yet, it became evident that the Emperor had been compelled to act. After all, she was his sister, had it not been for necessity. Why would the Jade Emperor have resorted to such measures? As for whether Qin Han was deceiving him, Yang Jian felt there was no need for such a ruse. Moreover, Qin Han's explanations now appeared more coherent. Had it been another celestial being, the Jade Emperor might have disregarded familial ties, but Yao Ji was his sister. Furthermore, Punishing Yao Ji or opting for concealment seemed more in line with the prevailing ethos of the heavenly court. Yang Jian raised his head, his voice somewhat hoarse. And what transpired thereafter? You should be able to surmise that, Qin Han replied, casting a glance at Yang Erlang, surprised by his unwavering loyalty to Yang Jian, which he found somewhat relatable. Previously, the Jade Emperor had indeed been compelled to punish his own sister. Even so, the punishment merely confined Yao Ji to Peach Mountain. Although she would be restricted for several centuries, it was akin to a mere confinement for her. For celestial beings, a few centuries pass in the blink of an eye. During the apprehension, Yang Jian and his sister managed to escape, with Yuding seizing the opportunity to rescue Yang Jian. Meanwhile, Yang Chan was taken under the wing of Nuwa as a named disciple. In truth, Yang Jian could have inquired directly with the Jade Emperor, but the Emperor hesitated to divulge the past due to Yang Jian's obstinacy and his distant location at Guanjingku. Yang Jian remained silent. Indeed, upon reflection, it seemed the Jade Emperor wished to convey something to him, yet he held disdain for listening. Moreover, his mother had been slain. If that were the case, why did the Jade Emperor still choose to execute Yao Ji? Qin Han sighed and gazed at Yang Jian, inquiring, "Are you truly eager, no?" Yang Jian nodded, asserting, having acquired so much knowledge, it is only natural for me to wish to comprehend everything. Qin underplayed. Very well, since you insist, I shall share it with you. Observing Qin Han's demeanor, Yang Jian felt an inexplicable complexity within, pondering whether there were further matters of which he remained unaware. Qin Han continued, "You should also be aware that later on, as Yang Jian cultivated his skills, he sought to rescue his mother. However, at the moment he cleaved through Peach Mountain, he was suppressed by the Jade Emperor, ultimately leading to the demise of Yao Ji. In truth, this was a request made by Yao Ji herself." Chapter 49. The truth is cruel. You may pretend you haven't heard it upon hearing these words. Yang Jian was momentarily stunned. Was it truly his mother who had implored the Jade Emperor to end his life? Did she not wish for him to rescue her? Qin Han shook his head and replied, "The Celestial Master of Jade has orchestrated so many events. Once Yao Ji emerges, what consequences will unfold? How then can Yang Jian replace him in the calamity?" Yang Jian trembled all over. Thus, the Celestial Master of Jade had employed cunning, binding Yao Ji's fate to Peach Mountain to prevent Yang Jian from succumbing to despair over his mother's death. The only course was for the Jade Emperor to slay Yao Ji before Yang Jian's very eyes. Everything transpired as the Celestial Master had envisioned. The Jade Emperor killed Yao Ji, and Yang Jian fully submitted to the Celestial Master, wholeheartedly aligning himself with the Chan sect and entering the calamity. Even after ascending to divinity, Yang Jian remained obedient to orders yet indifferent to proclamations. Yang Jian gazed at Qin Han in astonishment, sensing that this was the true past. However, he never expected that the one who had schemed against him and his mother would be the very Jade Emperor he held in the highest regard. The one he believed to be his benefactor, now revealed as an adversary. Yang Jian immediately rose, bowing deeply to Qin Han. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for enlightening me. I comprehend now. I shall take my leave." Qin Han observed Yang Jian's retreating figure, feeling a peculiar sensation. This fellow truly came merely to hear a tale. Nonetheless, it was a story I personally experienced, thus it must be quite remarkable. In the past, he too had traversed the continent, visiting Peach Mountain and encountering Yao Ji, who had once expressed a desire for her story to be conveyed to Yang Jian. Undoubtedly, Yang Jian would harbor resentment towards Hao Yan. Thus, I can be considered to have indirectly fulfilled my promise. This young Erlang must be a subordinate of Yang Jian, else why would he bear such a name? On Flower Fruit Mountain, the battle raged on. Collisions echoed as mountains crumbled, scattering countless fragments. Yang Jian's eyes regained clarity, yet they were filled with confusion. He never imagined that the Jade Emperor, whom he had resented for so many years, was in fact his ally. Meanwhile, the master who appeared to treat him so well had plotted against their family to such an extent. Perhaps it was indeed time for him to have a candid conversation with the Jade Emperor about the events of yore. The three-edged blade in his hand erupted with a terrifying force, and at the moment it clashed with son Wukong. A tremendous shockwave sent both of them reeling backward. Bold monkey, what remarkable skill! For today, let us take a brief respite. We shall battle again on another day. With that, Yang Jian transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring towards the heavenly court. This scene left the celestial beings of the Chan sect puzzled, uncertain of what had transpired. Although Yang Jian was unable to completely overpower Sun Wukong, they had prepared for their master's avatar to intervene. Yet, Yang Jian had abruptly ceased the battle. Brother, could it be that something has transpired with our disciple Yang Jian? Tai Yizhen inquired, furrowing his brow. The celestial master Jade waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. Yang Jian has achieved physical sanctification and is immensely powerful. While he may not dominate the monkey, he has not suffered defeat. Perhaps he believes he cannot subdue this monkey and is seeking assistance from the heavens. Though the Jade Emperor harbored such thoughts, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him, as if foreboding events were on the horizon. In the celestial realm, within the Lingxiao Hall, the atmosphere was desolate. Yang Jian, wielding his trident halberd, entered, his resplendent golden armor and silver robes shimmering with brilliance. The Jade Emperor, seated upon the golden throne, appeared unsurprised by Yang Jian's arrival, as if he had anticipated it all along. You have come, the Jade Emperor proclaimed, surveying Yang Jian with an air of authority. Yang Jian, gazing upon the Jade Emperor, was enveloped in a complex mix of emotions. I pay my respects to the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing the formal address, the Jade Emperor felt a pang of bitterness. Though he was the sovereign of the three realms, he was also Yang Jian's uncle. For many years, he had yearned to hear Yang Jian refer to him as uncle. However, since the tragic event involving Yao Ji, he understood that such a reconciliation was no longer feasible. Yang Jian, unwilling to utter another word, left the Jade Emperor to ponder the past, for he could not pursue the matter further. As the years slipped by, the events of that time seemed etched in stone. The celestial beings perceived the Jade Emperor as stern and impartial, even to his own sister, and dared not violate the celestial laws. Yang Jian lifted his gaze to the towering form of the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, is it true that there are hidden truths regarding the events of that time? The Jade Emperor's countenance faltered, and his divine form dissipated, revealing his true self. He stared at Yang Jian in astonishment. Yang Jian continued. Was the scheming of the Jade Dingjun genuine? Is my mother's death somehow intertwined with his machinations? Told Yang Jian spoke softly. His words resonated within the Jade Emperor's ears like thunder, echoing through the heavens. What did this mean? What had Yang Jian discovered? Why had he dared to utter such claims? However, since the topic was broached, the Jade Emperor rose, exhaling a long sigh before confessing. Indeed, the Jade Dingjun, as one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, held a position of great power in those days. While I presided over the heavenly court, I wielded little actual authority. By the time I became aware of his schemes, it was too late. You had already cleaved the Peach Mountain, leaving me with but two choices: to watch you languish in regret, or to slay Yao Ji, compelling you to strive for greatness in my shadow. The Jade Emperor became lost in reminiscence, revealing the truth of those bygone days. As Yang Jian listened, the accounts echoed closely with what he had learned from Qin Han, albeit with greater specificity, including the fates of his father and elder brother, Yang Jiao. While the Jade Emperor had dispatched soldiers to capture Yao Ji, his intention had primarily been to seize her, and though Yang Jian's father and Yang Jiao had valiantly resisted, the Jade Emperor had spared them. He had believed that, despite the absence of Yao Ji, the children would still flourish. Little did he know that the Jade Dingjun's true target was Yang Jian. Yang Jian's father and Yang Jiao were taken by the Buddhist sect, unwilling to become weapons in their hands, ultimately perishing at their mercy. Initially, the Jade Dingjun had intended to eliminate Yang Chan, but fortune smiled upon her as she was taken under the wing of Niwa as a named disciple. Standing still, Yang Jian comprehended that while he had long suspected these truths, hearing them from the Jade Emperor himself bore an entirely different significance. Qin Han ultimately remains an outsider. The intricacies of the matter may merely be conjecture. However, the Jade Emperor, having been a direct participant, bears the weight of his sister's demise alone, a testament to his pride and disdain for explanation. After all, had the Jade Emperor truly cared for Yang Jian to grasp the truth, he would have disclosed it long ago, rendering any delay unnecessary. It is equally implausible that he would fabricate a lie over such a trivial matter. Yang Jian stood motionless, at a loss for words, though one could discern the glimmer of moisture at the corners of his eyes. The Jade Emperor sighed and remarked, "You may choose to disregard these revelations. They are rather cruel for you to bear. You are, after all, the one who has taken your mother's life. This is a brutal reality for anyone to confront." Chapter 50. You have returned. Please enter. Why did you suddenly bring this matter to light? The Jade Emperor gazed at Yang Jian before him, reflecting on the countless years that had passed since he and his nephew had conversed so calmly. Yang Jian took a moment to steady his emotions. Had he known of this matter in the past, he might have found it unbearable. Yet now, he could accept it with tranquility, albeit with the realization that he had misunderstood the Jade Emperor for many years. "I only learned of this possibility unexpectedly from another," he remarked, omitting any mention of Qin Han's existence. The Jade Emperor, though aware of Yang Jian's reticence, chose not to dwell on it, for nothing else seemed to matter now. "Since you have brought it up today, allow me to show you something," he said, raising his hand with a flourish. At that moment, the ethereal energies surrounding them began to coalesce, forming a mysterious mirror of light. Within the mirror appeared the silhouette of a woman. "This is Mother." Yang Jian gasped in disbelief, his heart racing at the sight. Could it be that his mother had not perished? He had witnessed her soul scatter before his very eyes. Yet here she was. The Jade Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with calm authority. "I am, after all, the Jade Emperor. Though Yu Ding has orchestrated many things, I could not allow my sister's soul to truly dissipate. Initially, I did fall into his trap, but I could not be led blindly thereafter. In the legends of Yao Ji that circulated among the celestial beings, I began to discern the shadow of Yu Ding and soon understood his motives. However, despite my knowledge, I was bound by divine regulations to take action against your mother. Yet, the manner of her judgment was mine to decide. The imprisonment of Peach Mountain was entirely within my control. At this juncture, the Jade Emperor displayed a hint of exasperation. "I did not anticipate your stubbornness in wishing to rescue your mother. The moment you cleaved through Peach Mountain, I was already aware of what would follow. Yao Ji communicated with me, pleading for her death as she did not want you burdened with such weight. Though I acquiesced, I also utilized the powers of heaven to preserve the majority of your mother's divine essence. After years of recuperation, she has nearly regained her strength, though she remains unable to leave the realm I have created." Yang Jian was taken aback by the depth of the Jade Emperor's elaborate scheme, realizing that he had harbored resentment towards him for so many years. Had it not been for his determination to split Peach Mountain, perhaps so much turmoil could have been avoided, almost costing his mother's life. He recalled how he had been incited by Yu Ding, believing his mother suffered beneath Peach Mountain. Perhaps sensing Yang Jian's remorse, the Jade Emperor offered a gentle smile. "Do not burden yourself with guilt. Your mother did not perish because of you. It is your father and brother who have met their demise, enduring numerous reincarnations. I chose not to intervene in their matters. As for your sister, she has found her own destiny and has now become the Holy Mother of Huashan." The Jade Emperor, filled with sentiment, remarked, "I never anticipated that one day you would reconcile with me. I had always believed that everything would have to await your mother's emergence from that realm." He shifted his tone. "You now understand that these developments are likely connected to Neza, do you not?" Yang Jian sighed. "Nothing escapes my uncle's keen perception. Neza and I were originally friends. Eventually, he sees an opportunity to inform me that both of us might have been ensnared by our respective masters. And this entire predicament traces back to Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong? The Jade Emperor, while suspecting that Yang Jian's transformation was linked to Neza, was nonetheless astonished to discover it was tied to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong has a reclusive master, and due to my assignment from the Chan sect to confront him, I had the chance to meet this enigmatic figure and learned of many things. Yang Jian continued. "However, I did not fully believe it. which is why I sought my uncle's counsel. The Jade Emperor was taken aback. He had been entirely unaware of this hidden powerhouse within the three realms, and that this individual possessed knowledge of events from long ago. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes as he turned to Yang Jian and inquired, "Erlang, might I have the privilege of meeting this esteemed personage?" Yang Jian hesitated. "I am uncertain. According to Sun Wukong, even if we were to seek out this master, he may not necessarily grant us an audience. The last time I visited, it felt as though he was anticipating my arrival, suggesting he was already aware of my intentions. Moreover, his aura is peculiar. I find myself unable to discern the depth of his cultivation." Yang Jian cast a worried glance at the Jade Emperor, reflecting on how someone of such caliber could pose a threat to the sovereign of the three realms. This was the reason he had previously withheld such information, never expecting the Jade Emperor to see through him, compelling him to divulge the truth. The Jade Emperor waved his hand reassuringly. "Do not fret. This individual is exceptional. Given his extensive knowledge, he is undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even my equal. I would never dare to confront such an existence. I merely wish to make his acquaintance." Though he spoke with confidence, the Jade Emperor secretly harbored concerns regarding the potential threat this figure might pose. As the ruler of the three realms, he had painstakingly secured his position and would not allow anyone to disrupt his current standing. "Very well. I can escort you, uncle, but I have one condition." On that day, two luminous streaks shot forth from the Lingxiao Palace, unnoticed by anyone. Soon, two figures appeared outside Qian village. "Uncle, this is the location where that esteemed predecessor resides," Yang Jian announced. They were none other than the avatars of Yang Jian and the Jade Emperor. Observing the surroundings, the Jade Emperor noted no apparent changes. It was merely an ordinary village, devoid of any significant spiritual energy fluctuations. How could such a hidden power exist here? Under Yang Jian's guidance, they arrived at the courtyard where Qin Han resided. The door is ajar. The Jade Emperor gazed at the entrance before catching sight of Qin Han, who was seated in meditation within. "That is the esteemed predecessor." Yang Jian pointed towards the meditating figure of Qin Han. Although Yang Jian appears to be rather unremarkable, the Jade Emperor, as the sovereign of the three realms and a disciple of the Taoist patriarch Hongjun, possesses the ability to perceive numerous truths that elude Yang Jian. Qin Han, seemingly ordinary, is enveloped by an aura of formidable power, emanating the essence of pure Tao. This is merely a result of his repressed presence. Much like an island upon the ocean's surface, the depths below remain shrouded in mystery, with no one truly knowing their extent. Yet, this alone is sufficient to evoke a sense of dread. It even instills in him the impression that this individual before him could be compared to Patriarch Hongjun. However, there is an undeniable warmth about him, creating an atmosphere of relaxation. "You're here again. Please come in." At that moment, Qin Han's voice echoed. Chapter 51. The Jade Emperor remarked, "How I wish I were the Jade Emperor." Qin Han had not anticipated that the person who had unexpectedly arrived here before would return. "Uncle, this is the senior I mentioned to you." After entering the courtyard, Yang Jian introduced the Jade Emperor. "I am the uncle of Yang Erlang. It is an honor to meet you, fellow Taoist. Kinanutid. Now that we have gathered here, it is evident that we are all connected by fate. So, you are Yang Erlang's uncle. I wonder what brings you here on this occasion." The Jade Emperor glanced back at Yang Jian and smiled, saying, "I heard that someone has helped Erlang resolve his doubts, and, as his uncle, I felt compelled to express my gratitude." Was it merely a discussion regarding Yang Jian that warranted such a response? Could it be that they truly are the deities of Yang Jian? Was it because of the words spoken earlier that had alleviated Yang Jian's inner turmoil? "Please, there is no need for such formality. I merely shared what I know." Qin Han waved his hand. "Such matters are well known among powerful beings and hardly constitute a secret." The Jade Emperor, still somewhat moved, added, "This issue has become a burden for Erlang, and I must indeed express my gratitude." Furthermore, the Jade Emperor's visit was not solely for the purpose of thanking Qin Han. Rather, he sought to learn another matter from him. "I have heard from Erlang that you possess considerable knowledge regarding the affairs of the three realms. The Jade Emperor has now allied with the Buddhist sect to promote the journey to the West. As practitioners of the Xianmen, we may inevitably face decline as a result. Thus, I wish to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. Qin Han regarded the Jade Emperor without surprise, as it was evident that the majority of cultivators in the East were inheritors of the Xianmen. The impending calamity of the journey to the West was set in motion, and with the future flourishing of the Buddhist sect, the decline of the Xianmen seemed inevitable. Those within the Xianmen who were aware of this situation likely harbored concerns. Regarding this matter, Qin Han indeed held his own perspective, although he had not intended to alter the course of the heavenly way. The so-called heavenly trend entailed diminishing the power of the primordial chaos. From the very beginning, when Pangu separated heaven and earth, chaos reigned supreme. During the dragon and phoenix calamity, the heavenly way was birthed, and the initiation of calamity endowed the heavenly way with immense strength. Subsequently, during the shaman demon calamity, the forces of heaven and earth began to wane, with the shaman clan representing the remnants of Pangu's bloodline, while the demon clan had been a formidable race since the dawn of chaos. Following this event, the power of beings in the primordial chaos was further diminished, leading to the replacement of mighty beings with the frilier human race. As for the Fengshen, it weakened the lineage of the three pure ones. This journey to the West calamity aims to further diminish the Xianmen, soon followed by a weakening of the Buddhist sect. Ultimately, this will result in the dissipation of spiritual energy in the world, leaving only the forces of the heavenly way as the most powerful. This phenomenon can only be perceived from the perspective of an observer. Thus, even the formidable strength of the three pure ones may not suffice to penetrate the current state of the primordial chaos. If he wishes to escape the harvest of the heavenly order, he must swiftly cultivate the teachings imparted by his master to their zenith, thereby severing all ties with the primordial chaos. However, as his cultivation strengthens, a natural barrier forms between him and the primordial realm, rendering him increasingly incapable of discerning the passage of time within it. What opinions might I possess, my friend? I am but an ordinary practitioner. Qin Han waved his hand dismissively, expressing his reluctance to become embroiled in such monumental matters. My friend, the path of cultivation is one that defies the heavens. Should you offer even a modicum of guidance, I believe our journey could become significantly more seamless. The Jade Emperor clasped his fists and spoke earnestly. Qin Han gazed at the Jade Emperor, and Yang Jian sighed and remarked, "In that case, I shall share my perspective on this issue. The journey to the West is an inevitable manifestation of the heavenly order, one that we cannot obstruct. The only entity that can be altered is the heavenly court, which currently represents the apex of the mystical traditions. If the heavenly court does not desire the rise of the Buddhist sect, it can either collaborate with it or devise a stratagem from within." Oh, the Jade Emperor's eyes lit up at this revelation. It was precisely this insight he had sought. Qin Han continued, "Firstly, the journey to the West is a scheme orchestrated by the Buddhist sect concerning the fortunes of the East. Since we cannot alter the journey itself, we can instead transform its participants. Should Sun Wukong, the initiator of the journey to the West, become aware of its true nature, I believe he would be loath to assist the Buddhist sect. As for Tianpeng and Zhuanglian, they are under the Jade Emperor's command, requiring little exertion on his part. The most troublesome aspect remains Xuanzang. As the second disciple of the Tathagata, he possesses a profound Buddhist nature, making change exceedingly difficult. However, it is not impossible. If we can influence Xuanzang, then the merits gained from the journey to the West shall not solely benefit the Buddhist sect. Though the sect may rise, it will not flourish, which is the most prudent course of action." Upon hearing these words, the Jade Emperor's eyes brightened unexpectedly, astonished that such a solution had been proposed. Indeed, this represents the most formidable resolution for the mystical traditions. Nonetheless, pursuing this course still risks a relative decline for the mystical traditions, leaving the Jade Emperor with lingering concerns. Thus, a second strategy emerges: to commence from the West and propagate the teachings of the Tao towards the East. The West is barren, the Buddhist sect holds power, and the demon race is numerous, leaving the human populace in dire straits. Should someone assist them in escaping their suffering, I am confident they would disseminate the teachings of the Tao, leading to a resurgence of the mystical traditions. The Jade Emperor and Yang Jian exchanged glances. Astonished, could this truly be feasible? Moreover, why does this second method bear such resemblance to the journey to the West? It is well known that the rise of the Buddhist sect is predicated on the dissemination of Buddhist teachings along the journey, encouraging the populace to embrace Buddhism, which in turn facilitates its expansion. This effectively transforms the methods of the Buddhist sect into those of the Tao. The Jade Emperor marveled, "You speak wisely." In this manner, the journey to the West remains unobstructed, and while the Buddhist sect may ascend, it shall not flourish excessively, with the majority of merits retained within the heavenly court. Should we proceed with the second strategy as suggested by my esteemed friend? The practice of Taoism in the region of Shinyo-Huzhou could see a resurgence among those who once embraced Buddhism. Both the human and demon races might once again turn to the teachings of Tao. In such a scenario, not only would the Buddhist sect flourish, but the Taoist tradition could ascend to unprecedented heights. Qin Han nodded in agreement, affirming the validity of this reasoning. Alas, you are not the Jade Emperor. Such discussions are merely hypothetical and need not be taken seriously. The Jade Emperor, taken aback, observed Qin Han, who appeared genuine in his assertion. Could it be that he remains oblivious to my true identity? Unlikely, for his eloquence betrays an awareness of my status as the Jade Emperor. However, he feigns ignorance to avoid entanglement in karmic consequences. This fellow is indeed remarkable, possessing insight, yet choosing to remain silent. Has he truly attained the level of the Tao ancestor? The Jade Emperor expressed his regret, saying, "How wonderful it would be if I were indeed the Jade Emperor." Chapter 52, Cooperation. The great uproar in heaven beside him, Yang Jian gazed curiously at his uncle. The Jade Emperor, seemingly oblivious to Yang Jian's scrutiny, inquired, "My friend, what is your perspective on the grand trends of the universe?" It is a well-acknowledged fact that the cosmic forces are immutable, a reality that leaves even the Jade Emperor feeling powerless. Although the deification was instigated by him, the encroachment of the Xianmen into the heavenly court is also an inevitable outcome that cannot be altered. Qin Han was somewhat surprised that a mere practitioner would pose a question regarding the cosmic order. However, since the inquiry had been made, it was said that while the grand trends are unchangeable, there exists a notion of minor trends that can be adjusted. Indeed, if minor trends can be modified, then numerous alterations in these smaller trends will naturally lead to a transformation of the grand trends, much like the butterfly effect. A seemingly insignificant act you undertake now may evolve into a monumental event in the future. Take Yang Jian, for instance. Had the Jade Emperor discerned the actions of the Jade Cauldron earlier, would Yang Jian have ascended to become the current war god of the heavenly court? Under the providence of the heavens, all things are subject to change. It merely appears that the grand trends are irreversible, for the power of the heavenly order is overwhelmingly formidable, rendering countless strong beings incapable of shifting it. It is akin to the disparity between an ant and an elephant. How could an ant ever shake an elephant? The elephant symbolizes the grand trends. Yet, as more ants begin to gnaw at the elephant, it seems that change is impossible. How could the elephant be moved? This is the essence of the minor trends. However, when the ants multiply sufficiently to envelop the elephant, then the multitude of ants could indeed bring down the giant. Thus, if enough minor trends are altered, the grand trend will inevitably be influenced. As the Jade Emperor listened to Qin Han's words, he initially appeared perplexed, but after a moment, a glimmer of enlightenment shone in his eyes. Indeed, the minor trends can be modified. Thus, the grand trends may also be altered. At that moment, the Jade Emperor regarded Qin Han as if he were a master, shedding the sense of camaraderie he had felt earlier. The profoundness of Qin Han's understanding of the way was evident, and in that instant, the Jade Emperor felt that even the Tao ancestor might pale in comparison to him. "My friend, I have learned much from you. I shall take my leave now." The Jade Emperor clasped his hands in gratitude and departed with Yang Jian. Qin Han observed the retreating figures of the Jade Emperor and Yang Jian, feeling somewhat bemused. Why did these two celestial beings speak solely of the cosmic trends? Could this be the reason why the common folk are so fond of discussing warfare? Shaking his head, Qin Han chose not to dwell further on the matter. In the water-curtained cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong's spiritual foundation continuously revealed itself, with spiritual energy converging around him. He was but a step away from breaking through to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet it felt as though he was facing an insurmountable barrier. Was he still unable to break through? Just as Sun Wukong pondered this, a surge of terrifying power coursed through his being. Boom! In that moment, Sun Wukong's aura transcended, reaching the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. He opened his eyes in surprise, gazing at the two figures before him. It was the middle-aged man at the forefront who had just assisted him in advancing to the level of great Luo golden immortal. Jade Emperor, old fellow, what brings you here? With a furrowed brow, Sun Wukong gazed solemnly at the two figures before him. These were none other than the Jade Emperor and Yang Jian. Although Sun Wukong had previously encountered the Jade Emperor, who radiated a resplendent golden light atop the heavenly palace, he now appeared as an ordinary mortal. The Jade Emperor, noticing Sun Wukong's wariness, smiled and said, "Monkey, there is no need for such vigilance. I am not here to personally apprehend you this time." Sun Wukong snorted coldly. "Oh, has the old Jade Emperor abandoned his plans to conspire with the Buddha against me?" A flicker of surprise crossed the Jade Emperor's eyes. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong was aware of this matter. "In that case, it spares me much unnecessary discourse. I have come to propose a collaboration." Collaboration? Sun Wukong was taken aback, unprepared for the Jade Emperor's unexpected proposition. "Indeed, you despise being schemed against by the Buddha, just as I do not wish for the Buddha's influence to grow. Our objectives align, thus we should cooperate." The Jade Emperor smiled faintly. Meanwhile, outside the water-curtained cave, the two generals, Beng Ba and Ma Lu, expressed their indignation. "The heavenly court is excessively oppressive. We cannot remain passive." They were the most accomplished monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, having attained the rank of Earth Immortal. Witnessing the repeated incursions by the heavenly court filled them with fury, and they fervently wished for their king to rise in defiance, lest the heavenly court truly belittle them. However, for reasons unknown, their fearless king had not emerged and seemed unwilling to confront the heavenly court. At that moment, an overwhelmingly fearsome aura emanated from within the water-curtained cave. "Indeed, how audacious of you, old Jade Emperor. You wish to make me, Sun Wukong, your servant? Previously, my powers were insufficient, but today my strength has greatly increased. I shall ascend to the heavenly court and declare myself the great sage equal to heaven." With a thunderous roar, a terrifying presence surged skyward. Upon hearing their king's words, Beng Ba and Ma Lu were overcome with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. Their fearless king had returned. Surrounding monkeys and their offspring were ignited with fervent passion upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration. "Great sage equal to heaven. Great sage equal to heaven." They cheered in unison. "Children, once I secure my position as the Jade Emperor, I shall ensure you partake in the rewards." Sun Wukong bellowed, then surged forth towards the heavenly court. At that moment, within the heavenly court, a wave of indignation swept through the assembly. How dare a mere monkey declare himself the great sage equal to heaven and contemplate chaos in the heavenly palace? While some lesser celestial officials were oblivious to the unfolding events, those of his sect had long been aware of Sun Wukong's schemes. It was inevitable that he would instigate turmoil in the heavenly palace. Yet, they were puzzled. After such a prolonged silence, why was Sun Wukong now suddenly poised to wreak havoc? What had transpired? Regardless, they were determined to see Sun Wukong this time. In the distance, a brilliant light surged from the realm of Earth Immortals, followed by a figure soaring into the sky, the golden staff resting upon his shoulder, scanning the myriad celestial beings at the southern heavenly gate. Indeed, it is the Sun Wukong bestowed by the heavens. Since we are all gathered here, I, the old monkey, shall not hold back. The golden staff in Sun Wukong's grasp emanated a terrifying power, and at that moment, his aura erupted with intensity. The numerous celestial beings of thee and the heavenly court were utterly astounded by this force. This monkey has actually attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Was it not said that only those of the supreme, one golden immortal rank could achieve such heights? In light of this revelation, how could one continue to feign a battle? It seems that even with all their might, they may not be able to contend with this monkey. King Li's countenance darkened. He had originally intended to make an impression before the Jade Emperor, but now. Chapter 53. The Great Battle Against the King Lingguan. The fall of the golden bracelet. Neza evidently perceived the predicament of his father. Exchanging a glance with Yang Jian not far away. Bold demon monkey, how dare you trespass into the heavenly court with the intent to disrupt its peace? Surrender at once. Yang Jian bellowed. Unfazed, Sun Wukong casually dug into his ear and then blew a puff of air, exclaiming, "Ha! You think this old monkey will surrender? What a joke!" As his words echoed, an immense aura erupted from his being, enveloped by boundless celestial energy. He then glared at the celestial beings before him, brandishing his shining golden staff, which surged forward towards the assembly of immortals below. The immortals recoiled immediately as the staff struck the ground, unleashing a tremendous wave that sent shockwaves through the ranks of celestial beings. The disciples of the Jie sect exchanged glances, swiftly summoning their magical artifacts. Although they could no longer cultivate after entering the investiture of the gods, their artifact had grown increasingly formidable. Demon monkey, perish! The righteous deities of the Thunder Department encircled him. The celestial master of thunder, Wenzhong, commanded Thunder Lord and Thunder Mother. From the Thunder Department, a man and a woman surged forth. As they ascended into the sky, they locked eyes, conjuring their artifacts to unleash a barrage of terrifying lightning strikes. Simultaneously, the 5 thunder deities summoned the 5 elemental thunders, accompanied by a deluge of lightning bolts. In an instant, the heavens were shrouded in ominous clouds, with the lightning intertwining like colossal white dragons, roaring towards Sun Wukong. Boom! With a resounding crash, the bolt struck Sun Wukong. Dust billowed, and arcs of electricity dispersed in all directions. Is he dead? The celestial beings pondered as they beheld the scene. The Thunder Department was known to be one of the most powerful among the 6 divisions of the Heavenly Court, wielding the unpredictable might of thunder. Even the majority of divine beings dared not confront such terrifying lightning directly. At this moment, Sun Wukong had been struck by this formidable force. There was no way he could emerge unscathed. Crack! Just then, amidst the dispersing arcs of lightning, a figure emerged slowly, clad in armor that shimmered with lightning, his monkey fur bristling and his eyes gleaming with golden light. To his astonishment, the heavenly court could command such power of thunder, yet it was merely that, nothing more. Sun Wukong's gaze fixated on the Thunder Lord and Thunder Mother hovering above. Not good. The Thunder Lord and Thunder Mother instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Before they could react, the golden staff plummeted directly towards them. As the staff descended, the air thundered, seemingly intent on shattering everything in its path. The Thunder Lord and Thunder Mother, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with dread. How could this monkey possess such overwhelming strength? While the lightning they wielded was not the most potent, it should not have been within the capacity of a mere demon monkey to withstand. Yet, knowing this was all performance, their hearts still trembled at the sight of Sun Wukong's staff. They swiftly raised their magical artifacts to counter the impending force of the strike. Boom! Upon their initial encounter, the Thunder Lord and the Lightning Mother were immediately enveloped by a terrifying force, akin to kites severed from their strings, plummeting into the distance. Boom! Oomph! It seems the celestial deities of the Thunder Department are not as formidable as they appear. Sun Wukong cast a sweeping glance over the numerous heavenly deities, who were preparing to encircle him once more. How audacious! You demon monkey! Do you not wish to meet your demise? At that critical moment, a beam of golden light surged forth, aiming directly at Sun Wukong. It was the revered Wang Lingguan. This is bad. How did he emerge? He certainly will not hold back. The deities were taken aback by the unfolding scene, their brows furrowing in concern. Clad in golden armor, Wang Lingguan wielded a golden whip, while his left hand formed the sacred gesture of the Lingguan. He is the protective deity of Taoism. At this moment, he radiated golden light, and as he approached the thunderous energies, they dissipated, unable to draw near. As the guardian deity of Taoism, Wang Lingguan was inherently aloof, tasked with safeguarding the celestial realm. Now, with a demon monkey wreaking havoc, he was compelled to act. Wielding his golden whip, he unleashed immense power, seeking to subdue Sun Wukong. Upon sensing the formidable energy emanating from Wang Lingguan, Sun Wukong realized it was akin to that of a nascent great Luo golden immortal, augmented by his Taoist techniques. It was likely that even an ordinary great Luo golden immortal would struggle against Wang Lingguan. Truly, the celestial realm is teeming with experts. Alas, they have encountered me, the great sage. Sun Wukong, also a great Luo golden immortal, harnessed the power of the nine heavens' mysterious dark art, which had forged 150 spiritual foundations, 50 more than Qin Han, equating to the prowess of 150 great Luo golden immortals. At this moment, the nine heavens' mysterious dark art erupted, unleashing terrifying power as his golden staff radiated a resplendent golden brilliance. The light was dazzling, seemingly limitless, illuminating the ages, as though it sought to obliterate everything in its path. Wang Lingguan's countenance grew grave, while the thunder continued to strike relentlessly. However, these thunderbolts were akin to mere tickles against the fully unleashed might of Sun Wukong, having no effect whatsoever. Boom! Sun Wukong charged towards Wang Lingguan, his golden staff descending upon him. Wang Lingguan's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld Sun Wukong's crimson gaze, activating his Taoist techniques to meet the challenge. Their clash sent Wang Lingguan hurtling backward from the overwhelming force. "Wang Lingguan, we come to your aid," Yang Jian shouted, initially believing that Sun Wukong might not prove a match for Wang Lingguan. Who would have anticipated that this monkey could send Wang Lingguan flying? Thus, Yang Jian and Neza could no longer remain passive. With Yang Jian and Neza joining the fray, Sun Wukong was unable to pursue Wang Lingguan, engaging instead with Neza and Yang Jian. The air was filled with the echoes of their battle. The three-pronged blade and the fiery spear sparkled brilliantly, sparks flying in every direction. For a time, the three fought fiercely, yet soon Neza and Yang Jian found themselves at a disadvantage. Boom! In the next instant, both Neza and Yang Jian were driven back by a single strike from Sun Wukong's staff. Haha, the celestial deities are not so formidable after all. Sun Wukong laughed triumphantly. At that very moment, above the sky, the clouds trembled, and under the radiant light, something streaked down like a meteor, heading straight for Sun Wukong. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was a golden bracelet, the diamond bracelet. It was evident that the Supreme Lord, far removed from the realm of hatred, had made his move. As a manifestation of the leader of the Taoist sect, he would not lend his aid to the West at this juncture unless compelled by the karmic debts incurred during the War of the Gods. Now, he could only assist the West in advancing the journey to the West, plotting against Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, the diamond bracelet struck Sun Wukong on the head. Though he possessed a head of bronze and a body of iron, the sudden impact of the bracelet left him dazed and disoriented. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged a glance before swiftly approaching to subdue Sun Wukong. "Demon monkey, how will you escape this time?" Neza scoffed. Yet, Yang Jian noticed Sun Wukong winking at him. What a clever ruse. Chapter 54. Impervious to thunder fire. Leave this demon monkey to me within the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Yang Jian and Neza had brought the bound Sun Wukong before the emperor, casting him onto the grand floor. "Your Majesty, we present this unruly demon monkey." Yang Jian stepped forward with utmost reverence, declaring, "This fiend has wreaked havoc in heaven, daring to assault the southern gate. We have fulfilled our duty and captured this miscreant." Seated atop the golden throne, the Jade Emperor emanated an aura of authority, his expression serene yet inscrutable. However, many courtiers sensed an inexplicable shift in the emperor's demeanor, though they could not articulate what this change entailed. The star of Venus, Tai-Bai Jinxing, approached and spoke, "Your Majesty, I believe this demon monkey is exceptionally audacious. Despite your benevolence in granting him numerous opportunities to ascend to heaven, he has repeatedly defied your authority. If not dealt with sternly, the dignity of the celestial court cannot be upheld. With an impassive countenance, the Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively. In that case, take him outside and execute him. Though his words were delivered lightly, suggesting a lack of concern for son Wukong's life, the emperor understood that executing the monkey was an impossibility. The Buddhist sect had schemed for countless millennia concerning this creature, whose physical form had reached an astonishing level of power. Furthermore, Sun Wukong had attained the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, making it unthinkable that the execution platform could vanquish him. Yang Jian promptly accepted his orders. Having previously encountered Sun Wukong at Flower Fruit Mountain and knowing the procedures for dealing with him, he led the monkey toward the execution platform without resistance from Sun Wukong, who allowed himself to be taken. Under the gaze of numerous deities, Sun Wukong was brought to the execution platform and bound to a stone pillar. The execution was overseen by the King of Ghosts. I pay my respects to the great sage. The King of Ghosts greeted, clasping his fists in salute. Yang Jian calmly instructed, this demon monkey's audacity cannot go unpunished. Execute him swiftly. Yes. The King of Ghosts returned to the execution platform, declaring, this demon monkey has scorned the celestial court and sought to cause chaos in heaven. Behead him. The executioner approached, wielding a great blade. Although the sword was not a divine artifact, its might was formidable enough to slay even a Tai golden immortal if they erred. Yet it had never claimed the life of a great Luo golden immortal. With a spitting gesture, the executioner moistened his grip on the hilt, summoning his strength as he raised the blade to strike at Sun Wukong. In that moment, the attention of all celestial beings focused on the impending blow. Though the demon monkey was powerful, it was believed that few could evade this strike. It was expected that a creature such as he would meet a swift end. Yet, at the very instant the blade descended upon Sun Wukong, a resounding clash echoed as iron met iron. Not only did Sun Wukong emerge unscathed, but the force of the strike sent the executioner staggering backward several steps, leaving his blade with multiple nicks. According to reason, the divine weapon atop the Demon Slayer platform is specially forged to penetrate true spirits. Even the mightiest celestial beings would meet their demise under its strike. However, Sun Wukong, possessing a unique cultivation technique, although merely at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal, rivals the strength of those at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Coupled with the enhancement of his physical form, he transcends the ordinary scope of a great Luo golden immortal. While this blade is indeed crafted for extraordinary purposes, it can only subdue regular beings and is utterly incapable of vanquishing Sun Wukong. Witnessing this spectacle, the celestial beings were left astounded. Yang Jian, too, was taken aback. Though he had anticipated the blade's ineffectiveness against Sun Wukong, the sight of the executioner's palm bleeding suggested that the blade struck not mere flesh, but something akin to adamantine. The Jade Emperor observed this scene as well, his brow furrowing as he commanded, if it cannot slay him, then let fire and thunder do the work. The departments of fire and thunder promptly advanced to the Demon Slayer platform. Under the guidance of Wenzhong and the fire deity, Luo Xian, they swiftly arranged the Thunder Fire Grand Formation. Boom! At that moment, an endless expanse of dark clouds surged in the sky, and the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into arcs of electricity. Amidst the brewing storm of countless dark clouds, bolts of lightning descended directly upon Sun Wukong. Unfazed by the impending strikes, Sun Wukong displayed a defiant demeanor, proclaiming, "What mere lightning can harm me, the great sage?" In an instant, lightning rained down incessantly, accompanied by boundless flames, enveloping Sun Wukong in a tempest of thunder and fire. The air around the Demon Slayer platform warped and distorted with a cacophony of thunderous roars and relentless flames. Observing this spectacle, multitudes of celestial beings were struck with awe, engaging in fervent discussion. Beneath such a formidable thunder-fire grand formation, surely even you and I would have been obliterated on the spot. Let alone the thunder-fire grand formation, even a single thunder grand formation would likely prove unbearable. This demon monkey is courting death, daring to boast even while captured. Has silence fallen? Could it be that the demon monkey has perished? Wen Zhong and the fire deity, Luo Xian, also began to suspend the formation. As the grand array came to a halt, so too did the thunder and flames, revealing the swirling mist upon the demon slayer platform. With the dissipating fog, the pillar became faintly visible, and the armor adorning the monkey had already crumbled, evidently unable to withstand the onslaught of thunder and fire. Indeed, he has perished. The multitude of celestial beings collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet in that very moment, a mocking voice rang out. "Is this all you can do, old Jade Emperor? You shall need more than this to slay me." Bound, Sun Wukong abruptly raised his head, baring his teeth at the distant celestial beings. The crowd of immortals gasped in horror. He was still alive? In the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor's countenance grew cold upon hearing these words, and he queried his assembled ministers, "My esteemed officials, what means do you possess to deal with this demon monkey?" The celestial beings exchanged apprehensive glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The divine artifact upon the demon slayer platform had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Sun Wukong, and the formations of the thunder and fire departments had also proven ineffective. They could not fathom any further means to annihilate this monkey unless a quasi-saint were to intervene. Yet, to employ a quasi-saint against a mere demon monkey from the mortal realm would be a blatant display of oppression. More importantly, should the demon monkey remain unvanquished, it would indeed be a colossal embarrassment. The crowd fell into a profound silence, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, celestial maidens scattered blossoms from the heavens, and with graceful steps reminiscent of blooming lotuses, an elder descended from the sky. The Supreme Old One has arrived. It is a matter of decorum to extend a warm welcome. Upon witnessing this, the Jade Emperor immediately retracted his divine form and descended from the Golden Palace to greet him. The multitude of celestial beings regarded the approaching elder with a sense of anticipation. The Supreme Old One holds an exalted position in the heavenly court, residing in the realm of eternal regret, and is a manifestation of Laozi himself. Your Majesty need not be overly courteous. This demon monkey has cultivated a peculiar form of esoteric practice, rendering its physique immensely powerful. Since blades and axes fail to inflict harm, and thunder and fire cannot penetrate, perhaps it would be prudent to entrust the matter to this old minister. The Supreme Old One spoke with measured calmness. The Jade Emperor hesitated, as his collaboration with Sun Wukong had yet to encompass the involvement of the Supreme Old One. Chapter 55. Regaining the Illusory Divine, Your Majesty. If you entrust this demon monkey to me, I may be able to concoct a batch of 9-turn golden elixirs. The Supreme Lao Jun, perceiving the hesitation of the Jade Emperor, spoke with a smile, for it has been a long time since I encountered such exquisite materials. After a prolonged silence, the Jade Emperor finally nodded. "Very well. I shall trouble you then, Lao Jun." The reason for the Jade Emperor's acquiescence was the subtle nod from Sun Wukong, bound to the stone pillar. Seeing the Jade Emperor's agreement, a flicker of peculiar light flashed across the Supreme Lao Jun's countenance. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will surely refine this monkey and will not disappoint you." With that, the Supreme Lao Jun lightly stepped forward, heading straight for the demon-slaying platform, taking Sun Wukong away. The Jade Emperor watched the departing figure of the Supreme Lao Jun, surprised that he would personally intervene. However, according to the celestial order, the Supreme Lao Jun would not truly harm him. Since Sun Wukong was willing to be taken away, it seemed there would be no issues. In the Li Hentian, within the Do Shui Palace, the Supreme Lao Jun returned here, raising his hand to summon Sun Wukong, who soared into the alchemical furnace as if flung from a burlap sack. Inside the furnace, Sun Wukong immediately assumed a meditative posture. He had long been informed by his master that he would be brought here by the Supreme Lao Jun, and he understood that this intervention was aimed at obliterating his foundational essence. Although the Supreme Lao Jun allied with the Buddhist sect, he would not wish for them to acquire a powerful enforcer. Thus, seizing the opportunity to suppress him, he aimed to utterly destroy his foundational essence, ensuring that he would not rise to power again, effectively stalling his cultivation. Even the divine I would be diminished, reduced to mere fiery eyes. However, His master had told him that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Although he faced peril, it would also present an opportunity. Originally, his innate body had been transformed into a postnatal one due to the machinations of the Buddhist sect, stifling his growth for 200 to 300 years. Had he retained his original innate body, he would have needed no guidance and could have cultivated independently. Several centuries would have sufficed for him to become formidable. Regrettably, the Buddhist sect sought to keep him under their control, limiting his cultivation, which led him to embark on a quest for immortality across the seas. Yet, reversing postnatal to innate nature could not be achieved through ordinary means. Only this supreme, Lao Jun's alchemical furnace could achieve such a transformation. This furnace could destroy his foundational essence, but could also refine his body. What was once unattainable through the great immortal technique was now within reach. As his current cultivation was different, surrounding him was an overwhelming aura, which soon merged with his protective spirit base, spiritual platform, and dual eyes, allowing the flames to scorch him. The supreme Lao Jun sat outside, his expression impassive, as he raised his hand and summoned countless 6 divine fires that surged forth, enveloping the interior of the furnace and encompassing Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the golden boy and silver boy began fanning the flames beside him. In an instant, the flames within the alchemical furnace intensified, piercing into Sun Wukong's body, which he could feel as they relentlessly invaded, beginning to wreak havoc within him. Had the original Sun Wukong been present, he would undoubtedly have begun to struggle and resist, attempting to escape, ultimately resulting in a shattered foundation, losing any possibility of advancement, with even his eyes likely damaged by the smoke. However, in this moment, he remained calm, continuously circulating the 9 heavens' mysterious and profound technique, while the remnants of countless peaches of immortality within him aided Sun Wukong in withstanding the 6 divine fire. It was precisely due to the interplay between the 9 heavens' mysterious and profound technique and the peach remnants that the flames he was enduring were mitigated. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's physical form was being refined by the 6 divine fire, gradually dispelling the impurities acquired postnatally. The process of refinement was undoubtedly painful, yet Sun Wukong understood that this was an opportunity he must seize. Meanwhile, the Supreme Lord Laozi, seated before the elixir furnace, was somewhat taken aback to sense that Sun Wukong was not panicking. Rather, he was quietly using his own magical powers to resist. What a remarkable monkey, he mused, truly a being of great potential. Alas, he is destined to be a disciple of the Buddha, destined to become a guardian monkey of the Buddhist order. Although the Taoist sect had consented to assist the Buddhists in their endeavors, even imposing limitations on the monkey's cultivation, he felt compelled to do so. The Buddhist order was flourishing while the Taoist sect was waning. It was imperative that another innate deity did not arise as a Buddha. With a sigh, the Supreme Lord Laozi reflected on his position. Despite being merely a projection of the Grand Supreme Elder, Laozi had few disciples. Yet he was still part of the Taoist lineage, and naturally wished to prevent the complete suppression of the Taoist teachings by Buddhism. Sun Wukong was of paramount importance in this regard. Should his foundation be destroyed, even if he were to enter the Buddhist order in the future, he would not pose a significant threat to the Taoist sect. Thus, after encasing Sun Wukong within the elixir furnace, the Supreme Lord summoned the most formidable 6 divine fire, a terrifying flame that enveloped Sun Wukong entirely. For 49 days, this fire could obliterate his very foundation. Days passed. Initially, Sun Wukong resisted the 6 divine fire, but as time progressed, his aura began to weaken. The intensity of the fire could now be reduced, allowing for continued refinement until the conclusion of the 49 days. On the final day, the Supreme Lord opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the golden and silver boys noticed that Sun Wukong did not appear to be completely consumed by the flames, they refrained from speaking, understanding that the Lord had his reasons for such actions. As the 49 days swiftly elapsed, the Supreme Lord observed Sun Wukong's weakened essence, indicating that his foundation had indeed been compromised, and a smile crept across his face. He had worried about inflicting severe injury upon Sun Wukong. and these 49 days had proven to be the most arduous period since he began concocting elixirs. Fortunately, everything had now passed. Golden Boy, Silver Boy. This demon monkey should have been thoroughly refined into an elixir. The following period will require gentle nurturing. I must attend to some matters outside, the Supreme Lord remarked, directing his gaze towards the Golden and Silver Boys. The two boys exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. We will not allow this elixir to be wasted." The Supreme Lord nodded indifferently, then transformed into a beam of golden light, speeding away into the distance. Today marks the 49th day, the very moment originally agreed upon for son Wukong's escape. Naturally, he must depart. Otherwise, how could this tale continue in the West? The foundation of son Wukong has already been irrevocably shattered, and that is sufficient. Shortly after the departure of the Supreme Lord Laozi, a dark mass within the alchemical furnace began to tremble. As the ashes peeled away, it revealed a figure resembling a monkey, none other than son Wukong, whose body was gradually being consumed by flames. His eyes quivered as they slowly opened, shimmering with golden light. This was the Prabha Golden Eye, a gift from birth, which had faded due to worldly corruption, but now, in this moment, it had been restored. Chapter 56. Breaking Free from the Alchemical Furnace. The Buddhist sect is astonished with the emergence of the illusory eye, capable of discerning illusions and perceiving the very essence of all things. Even glimpsing into the past and future, its power is truly formidable. Regrettably, due to the deliberate sabotage by the Buddhist sect, the innate essence of son Wukong became tainted by the postnatal energies, leading to his regression. Although he later fortuitously acquired the fire-eye golden pupil within the furnace of the Supreme Lord Laozi, it merely activated a fraction of the illusory eye's capabilities, imposing the drawbacks of sensitivity to wind and discomfort from fire. Indeed, the illusory eye is as fearsome as my master once described. Even the distant figure of the Supreme Lord Laozi could be discerned. My body has astonishingly given birth to 50 spiritual foundations. No wonder my cultivation has diminished. Yet, rather than lamenting this decline, son Wukong felt a surge of excitement. His master had once conveyed that spiritual foundations symbolize future potential, and an increase in them signifies a division of one's original strength. If one's cultivation does not falter, it is a testament to their fortitude. This implies that he has effectively augmented his power 200-fold, equating to the strength of 200 early-stage Deluo Jin Xian. Even if he cannot reach the peak of Deluo Jin Xian, it is certainly within reach. With the Supreme Lord Laozi now departed, it is time for me to leave as well. Son Wukong raised his hand and retrieved the Rui Jingu Bang from his ear with the staff in hand. He felt an overwhelming sense of control. He then let out a resounding roar. "Old man, do you really think you can confine me?" Outside the alchemical furnace, the Golden Boy and Silver Boy, who were fanning themselves, suddenly heard this voice. "Silver Boy, did you hear that?" The Golden Boy halted his actions and turned to the equally bewildered Silver Boy, whose small face was filled with confusion. The Silver Boy nodded blankly. "Senior brother, it seems the voice came from inside the furnace." They stepped back a few paces, preparing to investigate. Boom! With a thunderous crack, the lid of the alchemical furnace shot into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames that enveloped the heavens and the earth. A figure emerged from the flames, landing atop the furnace. Son Wukong surveyed the two boys before bellowing, "Supreme Lord Laozi, I have emerged." With a furious kick, son Wukong overturned the alchemical furnace. The flames within cascaded downward, spilling forth. "Not good. Let us go." The Golden Boy witnessed this scene and immediately pulled the Silver Boy away, seeking assistance from the celestial troops. Son Wukong chose not to pursue them. Upon leaving the furnace, his aura began to swell with power. His once charred skin revitalized, and his shattered armor reformed, transforming him once more into the resplendent golden armor of the saint. Son Wukong did not rush to depart. Since the Supreme Lord Laozi sought to refine him, he would not hold back. Casting his gaze around, he noted the toppled instruments and chairs from the force of the explosion. His eyes fell upon a distant rack, which astonishingly remained upright amidst the chaos. suggesting either its inherent sturdiness or the uniqueness of the items it bore. These must be the elixirs concocted by the supreme Laozi. Sun Wukong seized a gourd, uncorked it, and began to pour its contents into his mouth, golden elixirs cascading within. As these golden pills entered, they immediately commenced replenishing his waning cultivation, restoring the essence within his spiritual foundation. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong grasped another gourd and continued to imbibe. His spiritual foundation was vast, requiring more spiritual energy than the average great Luo golden immortal. Under ordinary cultivation, even a century or a millennium might yield no significant improvement. Perhaps only after 10,000 years would one discern palpable advancement. However, the presence of these golden elixirs altered the scenario entirely. They possessed the power to elevate a mere mortal to celestial heights, although their efficacy diminished for the great Luo golden immortal. The sheer quantity of these elixirs made a substantial difference. Quantity begets quality. As he consumed all the golden elixirs present, Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with a frenzied intensity. Whether it was the side effects of the elixirs or the realization of being schemed against for so many years, he felt a surge of pent-up rage. Who could remain unperturbed upon discovering they had been manipulated since birth? Yet, Sun Wukong restrained his inner fury, diligently cultivating. For only through such discipline could he seize control of his own destiny. Now, if the Buddhist sect wished for him to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, then havoc he would unleash. In the chaotic cosmos, the realm of ultimate bliss beneath the Bodhi tree, two figures opened their eyes, filled with compassion and empathy for all beings. The Bodhisattva smiled. At last, the journey to the west begins, and the monkey sets forth to create turmoil in the heavenly palace. The other nodded, saying, "All is predetermined. The grand design of the heavens cannot be altered by any." Although some changes had transpired during the journey to the west, ultimately, everything was destined to commence. Once this matter was resolved, it would be time for the Buddhist sect to arrange for the reincarnation of the scripture seeker. In the realm of earthly immortals, atop Mount Fongsuan in the west Nyo Hajo, an elder embodying the essence of a celestial being with flowing white hair and beard held a floating whisk while gazing skyward. Wukong, you have finally caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace. The journey to the west has advanced further. Once you complete this journey, I shall surely make amends for you, murmured Master Bodhi to himself. After years of plotting, everything unfolded according to their design. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in the heavenly court were not unnoticed by the Lady of Peace in the underworld. After handing a bowl of mangpa soup to a wandering soul, she turned her gaze to the heavens. Her eyes seemed to penetrate the gloom of the sky, perceiving the changes in the heavenly court. Her expression remained unchanged. The transformations occurring in the heavenly court bore no relation to her, and indeed, they did not. As an earthly saint, any occurrences in the heavenly court were of no concern to her, as long as the underworld remained stable. Above the heavenly court, the realm of Lihentian reverberated with thunderous roars. All the immortals of the GS sect gathered, preparing to thwart Sun Wukong. As for the disciples of the Chan sect, due to the heavenly court's reliance on the GS sect, they naturally hesitated to intervene. More importantly, Neza and Yang Jian have audaciously chosen to disregard the commands of the Chan sect, revealing a tendency towards defiance. They seem to eagerly anticipate that Sun Wukong may inflict grave injuries upon them. Bold and unruly monkey, the disciples of the Jia sect radiate with resplendent magical power, their artifacts gleaming with an intensified brilliance. The departments of thunder, fire, plague, and combat have nearly all gathered, for they are united in their effort to serve the Jade Emperor, and naturally, the greater the spectacle, the better. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor maintains a tranquil demeanor. Although he has already cautioned the celestial beings of the GS sect, he cannot predict how the situation will ultimately unfold. However, with the support of the Buddhist sect, it is believed that no major disturbances will arise. Thunderous roars resonate at this very moment. Chapter 57. The Supreme Martial Emperor's mighty suppression, the armor upon Sun Wukong gleamed with a golden radiance, illuminating the surrounding heavens and earth. In his grasp, The golden staff emanated an overwhelming aura. Neza and Yang Jian were the first to confront Sun Wukong, having previously engaged in battle with him. They possessed a modicum of understanding regarding his prowess. However, upon their initial contact with him, a wave of astonishment washed over their hearts. This monkey's strength had become even more formidable than before. Previously, Sun Wukong was at most at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal, but now, despite no change in his realm, the power he exhibited had transcended that of the early stage, even surpassing the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Exchanging glances, Yang Jian and Neza recognized the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. They had not anticipated such rapid advancement from the monkey. Let's strike together. The disciples of the witnessing the spectacle were equally taken aback. The fact that he had been cast into the alchemical furnace by the Supreme Lord and yet emerged stronger was indeed unexpected. As they engaged with Sun Wukong, they quickly grasped the sheer terror of his current capabilities. In the face of the onslaught, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, laughter escaping his lips. The brilliance of the golden staff intensified with each swing, each strike imbued with terrifying power. The collisions unleashed forces akin to the annihilation of stars. Fortunately, the sheer number of opponents, coupled with the absence of those at the quasi-saint level from the fray, meant that despite being besieged, Sun Wukong not only avoided suppression, but subtly gained the upper hand. With a thunderous roar, the golden staff expanded dramatically, sweeping through the ranks of the weaker disciples, sending them sprawling. Yang Jian and Neza hurriedly retreated, struggling to defend themselves. Prepare to meet your demise. Sun Wukong, brandishing his golden staff, pressed the attack relentlessly. Amidst this chaos, the celestial beings within the heavenly court, including Dumu Yuanjun and Zhao Gongming, could no longer contain themselves and prepared to intervene. A resounding voice echoed from afar. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the heavenly court? Even before the figure arrived, his presence was already felt, a powerful aura sweeping forth. Sun Wukong turned towards the source of this formidable energy, a grave expression crossing his features. One immense aura. Despite his significant enhancement in power, he felt an undeniable pressure in that moment. It was likely that this individual's strength was nearing the quasi-saint level. Yet, he remained unaware of which formidable being from the heavenly court approached. As the celestial beings of and the divine beings of the heavenly court heard this voice, they all turned to behold a middle-aged man clad in imperial robes, advancing slowly. He radiated boundless might, suppressing the ages, his eyes shimmering with iridescent light, blindingly bright. Behind him loomed a colossal phantom of Xuanwu, exuding a dense and stable aura, akin to mountains that anchored heaven and earth. It was the supreme martial emperor. Who would have thought this would draw his attention? This could spell trouble. Upon witnessing this figure, both the celestial beings and the divine beings of the heavenly court displayed traces of concern upon their faces. The true martial great emperor, a figure of integrity, is straightforward and unpretentious. Throughout his life, he has suppressed countless demons and monsters, which is precisely why he has earned the title of the demon-slaying emperor. His primary duty is to eradicate evil, and his strength is unquestionable. Although the true martial great emperor is not yet counted among the 6 sovereigns, he already commands immense respect in the heavenly court, hence the esteemed title he bears. Upon witnessing this scene from the Jade Emperor's throne in the heavenly palace, a hint of concern crossed his face. All that had transpired was merely a performance. Despite the chaos in the heavenly palace, entry was impossible. Had the disciples of the and the celestial beings been unable to thwart Sun Wukong, the Western Tathagata might have intervened. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the true martial emperor had returned, typically stationed in the northern Jilu prefecture to quell the demons there. The true martial emperor had not participated in the journey to the West Calamity. Your Majesty, I have arrived late. This demon monkey dares to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace. Allow me to suppress and eliminate him. The voice of the true martial emperor resonated powerfully within the Jade Emperor's hall, evidently filled with righteous fury. A being who had long held dominion over the demons in one of the 4 continents, could scarcely contain his wrath upon discovering such chaos in the heavenly palace. After a moment of silence, the Jade Emperor spoke slowly. "True martial great emperor, your timing is impeccable. This demon monkey is entrusted to your care." The true martial emperor is not one of the Jade Emperor's subordinates, but is instead affiliated with the Polaris Zhuang Emperor. As one of the 6 sovereigns, the Polaris Zhuang Emperor commands the stars. Given their equivalent status, the Jade Emperor, as the sovereign of the 3 realms, would surely become a laughingstock among the other emperors should they learn of his collaboration with the West. Thus, he could only hope for the best, wishing that son Wukong would not be easily subdued by the true martial emperor. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, the true martial emperor's expression grew even colder as his gaze fell upon son Wukong. "Demon monkey, surrender at once." His voice bore an undeniable authority. Having been schemed against for so many years, son Wukong found it intolerable that anyone would dare to impede his long-awaited rampage. With a glint of golden light in his eyes, he brandished his Rui Jingu Bang towards the true martial emperor. "I am the great sage equal to heaven. How dare you stand in my way?" The true martial emperor snorted disdainfully, raising his hand to summon a banner that instantly appeared in his grasp. As the banner unfurled, waves of energy flowed across its surface, the black cloth adorned with countless swirling patterns that seemed to inscribe the very truths of heaven and earth. In that moment, the silhouette of the Xuanwu behind him solidified considerably, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Facing this formidable display, son Wukong showed no sign of fear. Though his cultivation might not match that of his opponent, the outcome of an actual confrontation remained uncertain. "Begone with your tricks. Taste my staff." With a leap, son Wukong charged towards the true martial emperor, his staff aimed to strike. Yet in the next instant, boundless power erupted from the true martial emperor. This terrifying force at this very moment seemed to coalesce into an expansive ocean, vast and overwhelming, enveloping son Wukong within its depths. The Monkey King appeared as a solitary vessel adrift in this boundless sea, as if he could be completely engulfed at any moment. "Demonic monkey, surrender at once." The voice resounded mightily, as though emanating from all corners of the universe. Son Wukong cast his gaze about, only to discover that the previously imposing Emperor Jinwu had vanished, leaving behind an infinite expanse of ocean. Breaking illusion's golden eyes, son Wukong's eyes shimmered with golden light. In an instant, the boundless ocean dissipated, replaced by an immense yin-yang symbol. The Taiji gives rise to the 2 primary forces, which in turn generate the 4 cardinal directions, leading to the emergence of the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams give birth to all things. As the Taiji diagram materialized, it descended like a mountain range, exerting its formidable presence. Chapter 58. I, old son, have assumed the throne of the Jade Emperor. The golden staff transformed into a resplendent light, colliding directly with the Taiji yin-yang fish suspended in the heavens. An overwhelming force erupted, causing the Taiji yin-yang fish to tremble, yet it remained unchanged, as if absorbing the tremendous power instead. Behind the Taiji yin-yang fish stood the calm-faced Jinwu, the great emperor of exorcising demons. "You're not particularly powerful, monkey. I cannot fathom how you managed to escape from the hands of the supreme Laozi." Jinwu, of course, could not comprehend the reasons behind son Wukong's escape, nor could he grasp that everything was merely an elaborate performance, taken at face value. The Jade Emperor sensed the shift in the atmosphere, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that son Wukong was to be subdued by Jinwu? This would greatly deviate from the original plan. However, it was reasonable to believe that the West would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Moreover, son Wukong could not simply be as straightforward as he appeared. He was no stranger to the formidable being. Though the Jade Emperor had never directly confronted that entity, the mere observation had revealed the other's extraordinary prowess. An existence that had received guidance from such a being could not be underestimated. Similarly, Neza and Yang Jian exchanged glances filled with concern towards son Wukong, who was enveloped by the Taiji yin-yang fish. Their performance had merely been a charade, but Jinwu was not inclined to play along. Since you refuse to surrender, then prepare to meet your demise. Suppression. Jinwu bellowed. At that moment, the Taiji yin-yang fish descended violently from the sky, intent on subduing the ground below. Boom! The air trembled with a thunderous roar. Sun Wukong stood resolutely, his 200 spiritual foundations quaking violently. He had never unleashed the full potential of his spiritual foundations. Only prior to being captured did he briefly test his strength against Wang Lingguan, easily subduing Wang Lingguan, Neza, and Yang Jian. At this moment, the 200 spiritual foundations sensed an imminent threat and instinctively began to operate, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. The amplification of their strength erupted in a continuous cascade, converging into the golden staff held firmly in his grasp. "I'll come forth. Taste this blow from old Sun." Sun Wukong boldly charged toward the descending Taiji yin-yang fish. The force emanating from this strike sent waves of trepidation coursing through the hearts of the celestial beings present, as they sensed that this power had clearly touched upon the path of combat. Sun Wukong's essence was a culmination of the lingering strength of the chaos demon ape, inherently infused with the purest form of the path of combat, which had remained dormant due to his insufficient cultivation. The paths of combat and force were among the most formidable of the 10 great paths. The path of force could shatter myriad laws, just as the path of combat could do the same. While others might not discern the awakening of the power of the great path, Jinwu, as the adversary, could distinctly feel this force. Upon recognizing it, a flicker of astonishment crossed his previously dismissive expression. He had not anticipated that this monkey's strength contained such profound power of the great path. To comprehend the evolution of the primordial world, one must acknowledge that what sentient beings can grasp are merely fragmented and sporadic paths of enlightenment. Yet, the power emanating from this monkey, although also incomplete, surpasses that of many quasi-saints. Indeed, even the insights of the sages may pale in comparison. How could this be possible? The path of combat grows ever more potent in the throes of battle, which is why the instinct of Sun Wukong is to engage in fierce struggles against heaven and earth. Boom! Sun Wukong struck down upon the Taiji yin-yang symbol, which typically absorbs all energies, yet in this moment, it seemed to succumb beneath his mighty blow. The formidable Taiji diagram began to fissure with a resonating hum, sending ripples of distortion throughout the surrounding space. At this juncture, the southern gate of heaven became a mere ruin amidst the clash of these two formidable beings. Today I, the old sun, shall fight with abandon. As long as I draw breath, I shall never cease to battle. The Emperor Jinwu stepped back, his expression darkening. He had anticipated easily subduing this demon monkey, but was taken aback by the terrifying force it had unleashed. What a remarkable demon monkey! With a snort, the Emperor raised his hand, causing the mist in the sky to coalesce, revealing a banner, his treasured artifact. The heavens grew increasingly chaotic, enveloped in a shroud of gray. Buzz! A series of resonant sounds echoed as dark patterns emerged across the sky, contorting into a vast Taiji diagram. Simultaneously, the ethereal figure behind Emperor Jinwu solidified. Roar! The Xuanwu unleashed a thunderous roar, reverberating through the cosmos as if to rend the very fabric of reality. A terrifying pressure radiated outward, akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, bearing down upon Sun Wukong. In the face of this spectacle, Sun Wukong remained composed, his eyes shining with golden light that pierced the heavens. A formidable force surged forth from him, a pure manifestation of the path of combat. In that moment, Sun Wukong resembled a primordial chaos demon, uncontainable by any force of the world. Boom! The clash of powers erupted, distorting and collapsing the surrounding space. The Emperor Jinwu swiftly drew his Jinwu sword from his waist, issuing a low growl as he lunged towards Sun Wukong, aiming to strike him down with a single blow that could sever the ages. The Jinwu demon-slaying emperor, a formidable presence for years in combating demons, commanded not only immense magical prowess, but also unparalleled strength. Sun Wukong, confronting the oncoming Emperor Jinwu, bellowed, "Come forth." As the words escaped his lips, he charged forward, the golden staff crashing towards the Jinwu's sword, unleashing a terrifying force. This was the essence of a primal battle. They cast aside their formidable mystical powers for the raw collision of flesh. Boom! 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 With each successive clash, Sun Wukong bore the marks of the sword upon his body, each wound seeping with a grayish aura, a force that steadily eroded his very being. However, Sun Wukong bore numerous sword wounds upon his body, and the Emperor Jinwu was not unscathed either. He exhibited several depressions left by the golden staff. The imperial robe that once adorned the Emperor Jinwu had long since become tattered and stained with blood, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his complexion turned pale as he retreated, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. His long sword, barely held aloft, leaned against the ground to prevent him from falling. At this moment, although Sun Wukong was also in a state of disarray, he remained steadfast, brandishing his golden staff towards the Emperor Jinwu. It seemed that the celestial emperor was not as formidable as he appeared. Did he truly believe he could suppress me? The revered son? Today, I shall firmly claim the throne of the Jade Emperor. Chapter 59. The Bodhi Patriarch. It is time for you to suppress Sun Wukong. At the entrance of the great Thunderclap Monastery in the Western Buddhist realm, two figures stood. One was clad in the attire of a Buddha, while the other donned the garb of a Taoist. Master Uncle, it appears that we are finally poised to initiate the journey to the West. The Buddha, manifesting as the Tathagata, reflected on the myriad events that had transpired during this undertaking, ultimately returning everything to its rightful course. Sun Wukong had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, and now it was time to subdue him. On the other side stood the Bodhi Patriarch, a manifestation of the primordial enlightenment. He remained silent, observing the scene before him, feeling a twinge of emotion. He was unaware of Sun Wukong's methods, yet witnessing the collective efforts of the celestial beings to restrain him stirred complex feelings within him. Tathagata, is this truly worthwhile? He pondered. Sun Wukong had approached with such innocence, merely seeking enlightenment, yet he was destined to be suppressed for 5 centuries. Would he have sought enlightenment had he known such a fate awaited him? The Tathagata turned to the Bodhi Patriarch, sensing a hint of regret. Is this remorse I detect? Master Uncle? Everything is for the flourishing of the Buddhist faith, and Sun Wukong will ultimately become a guardian deity for our order. This is indeed the finest outcome for him, is it not? The Bodhi Patriarch sighed, infinite respect to the heavens. His gaze then firmed. You speak the truth, Tathagata. All is for the prosperity of Buddhism. Since the destruction of the Western spiritual veins, the West has languished in desolation, forever overshadowed by the East. For the sake of the West, the two saints would endure humiliation in the Purple Cloud Palace, all to secure opportunities for its revival. Now that the moment has finally arrived for the West, how can we abandon it? The Tathagata breathed a sigh of relief, for he did not wish for the Bodhi Patriarch to forsake the opportunity for the flourishing of Buddhism due to fleeting sentiments of camaraderie. Fortunately, the Bodhi Patriarch returned to the path, refraining from such actions. What followed was a period of waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At the southern gate of heaven, the surroundings had turned to ruins. The once majestic structures now lay in shambles, reduced to crumbling walls and collapsed edifices. The Emperor Jinwu, confronted by the formidable Sun Wukong, wore a smile as he felt his own power surging. It seemed as if an inexhaustible strength emanated from him. I underestimated you, monkey, but all demons must perish. With that, Emperor Jinwu charged at Sun Wukong, his sword radiating a brilliant light as it flew towards him. Boom! Sun Wukong met the attack with a single strike of his staff. The emperor, considerably weakened, found his sword deflected, and the golden staff crashed down upon him. Enduring the blow, Emperor Jinwu was forced to retreat repeatedly. The celestial beings witnessing this spectacle were struck with awe. Sun Wukong was astonishingly powerful. Even the Emperor Jinwu was no match for him. If this continued, it was likely that the emperor would meet his demise at Wukong's hands. The Jade Emperor observed this scene and sighed with relief. Had Sun Wukong been captured by the true martial emperor, it would have posed a significant dilemma. His gaze swept over Dimu Yuanjun and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother instantly comprehended the Jade Emperor's intent. Gongming. Zhao Gongming immediately stepped forward, an aura emanating from him. Your Majesty, I am willing to assist the true martial emperor. Very well, then. My dear minister, proceed to subdue the demon monkey. The Jade Emperor nodded approvingly. Zhao Gongming clasped his hands in respect and then departed the Lingxiao Palace with the three Heavens Ladies. Upon witnessing Zhao Gongming and the three Heavens Ladies arrive, the numerous disciples of the gathered at the South Heavenly Gate breathed a sigh of relief. Demon monkey, dare you to flaunt your power? Let me demonstrate the might of our formations. With a commanding shout from Zhao Gongming, the celestial beings commenced the arrangement of the formations. In an instant, grand formations appeared, each intricately layered, enveloping the heavens and the earth. Both Sun Wukong and the true martial emperor found themselves ensnared within this elaborate web of enchantments. Demon monkey, surrender forthwith. The assembled immortals proclaimed loudly, their expressions brimming with arrogance. As members of, having endured numerous tribulations, they possessed every right to take pride in their strength. The formations were formidable. Had they not been deceived in the past, the Chan school would have struggled to breach them, let alone in this moment. Faced with the encirclement of the formations, Sun Wukong remained undaunted. The path of combat, he believed, required relentless struggle. Only through continuous battles could he reach the zenith of his martial prowess. For the disciples, this might merely be a performance, but for Sun Wukong, it was a whetstone, sharpening his abilities and fortifying his strength. At this moment, the golden staff in his hand radiated brilliance. With a resounding crash, he struck upward, obliterating one of the formations. Yet, in a heartbeat, the formation reconstituted itself, layered upon layered, seemingly infinite. Unfazed, Sun Wukong's movements were unimpeded as he wielded his golden staff. Even after his fierce confrontation with the true martial emperor, he appeared unscathed, indeed growing even more formidable. As the formations continued to shatter, Sun Wukong clashed with the immortals. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers, they would have been utterly incapable of hindering him even slightly. However, their ceaseless entanglement did manage to obstruct his advance. The true martial emperor observed the unfolding scene, his expression grave. Having suppressed demons in the North Jiulu prefecture for many years, he had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. Sun Wukong was the first. Moreover, this demon monkey seemed to possess boundless strength, engaging with numerous heavenly deities on equal footing, all within the confines of the heavenly formations. Had he been in the same position, he would likely have been subdued long ago. This demon monkey has taken us for a whetstone. As the battle between Sun Wukong and the immortals raged on, the Buddha's expression also turned serious. Although he had previously witnessed Sun Wukong's might, even the true martial emperor was unable to withstand him. However, the power that Sun Wukong now displays is even more terrifying. Despite the combined efforts of numerous celestial beings from the Jie sect and the assistance of formations, they are utterly incapable of affecting Sun Wukong in the slightest. Previously, he had merely perceived Sun Wukong as having attained a formidable level of strength, yet he never anticipated that the Monkey King's prowess could reach such heights. Master, it seems we have all underestimated Sun Wukong. We had thought that after undergoing the refinement by the Supreme Lord Laozi, his strength would inevitably diminish. But it appears he has only grown stronger. However, such a being, should he join the Buddhist order in the future, will undoubtedly become its most formidable enforcer. The Buddha revealed a faint smile. You should also prepare yourself to suppress Sun Wukong. The Patriarch Bodhi nodded in agreement. Chapter 60, The Bald Donkey. Taste the wrath of my staff in the celestial realm. The formations laid down by the were continuously collapsing and reforming. Sun Wukong resembled an inexhaustible machine, wielding his golden staff with an ever-increasing might. Boom! Several disciples of the were sent flying, and multiple formations shattered in that instant. Just as Sun Wukong was poised to unleash another strike, a voice resonated across the battlefield, prompting him to retract his staff and turn toward the source of the sound. In the distance, surrounded by the starry sky, the golden palace materialized, revealing the presence of the... What Does the heavenly court wish to speak? Sun Wukong's staff clattered to the ground as he glared at with indignation. Impudent monkey, you have caused enough ruckus. Given your formidable strength, I shall grant you a chance to speak. What business do you have with the heavens? Observed Sun Wukong with a calm demeanor. Sun Wukong snorted in response. Bring forth that old fool, the Jade Emperor. It is time for him to relinquish his seat. It ought to be occupied by someone else. Have you not compelled me to create chaos in the heavenly palace? Very well, I shall fulfill your desires. Is it your intention to provoke me into action? S. brow furrowed. Although this matter had already reached the Jade Emperor's ears, Sun Wukong's demeanor suggested there was indeed substance to his claims. If you assert that His Majesty has invited you to the heavens for an official position, it is merely a testament to his appreciation of talent. Otherwise, how could you repeatedly ascend to the celestial realm? Sun Wukong sneered. Whether I ascend or descend, it matters not. Even if you send troops to attack, I am unperturbed. However, you must provide me with an explanation regarding your opportunistic actions while I dealt with the monkeys of my flower fruit mountain. Taken aback, inquired, what deeds have you committed? With a wave of his hand, Sun Wukong summoned spiritual energy, conjuring an image of flower fruit mountain, which was now in ruins. Countless monkeys perishing at the scene. It was evident that this devastation was the cause of his recent uproar. This matter is unknown to me. If you seek the truth, I shall await your presence here while I consult His Majesty. With that, vanish from sight. Sun Wukong watched depart and refrained from further aggression. Yet, moments later, returned, accompanied by a white-bearded elder, whom Sun Wukong recognized as the illustrious. In his grasp was an enigmatic mirror. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Greeted with courtesy. Enough with the pleasantries. What transpired earlier? Sun Wukong had no inclination for nostalgic exchanges. Interjected. Impudent monkey, this matter does not concern our heavenly court. All truths reside within this treasure. Gestured toward. Immediately, channeled his inner power into the mirror, known as a primordial artifact of the Jade Emperor, capable of overseeing the three realms. They began to levitate, radiating golden light, enveloped by an aura of profound mystery. As Sun Wukong beheld this spectacle, he was astonished to discover that the Jade Emperor possessed such capabilities. At this moment, images began to emerge upon the Haotian mirror, distinctly depicting the scenery of Flower Fruit Mountain. The mountain itself remained tranquil as ever, until suddenly a figure manifested within the void. This individual, concealed in the ethereal realm, was none other than the golden-headed Jedi, one of the five directions. Observing that the surroundings were devoid of witnesses, the golden-headed Jedi swiftly transformed into a celestial general, radiating an aura of immortality. His gaze, icy and indifferent, turned towards Flower Fruit Mountain below. Such a diminutive monkey demon, secluding itself in meditation and refraining from causing turmoil in the heavenly palace. After today, we shall see whether you continue to stir chaos. He sneered coldly, raising his hand to strike the mountain. In an instant, spiritual energy coalesced in the sky, manifesting as a colossal hand that descended upon Flower Fruit Mountain. A voice echoed, "Monkey demon, your disrespect towards the heavens warrants a death most deserved." With a thunderous crash, as the hand descended, Flower Fruit Mountain trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, sending the monkeys into a frenzied escape. Having accomplished his deed, the celestial being departed swiftly. Those of the Buddhist sect? Upon witnessing this scene, the celestial beings of the heavenly palace finally comprehended why Sun Wukong had instigated such a ruckus in the heavens. Although many among them were already aware of Sun Wukong's entrapment by the Buddhist sect, the audacity to take such action was astonishing. Truly, they were devoid of shame. The two saints of the Buddhist sect lacked dignity, and now their disciples exhibited the same disgrace. Namo Amitabha. At that moment, a resounding Buddhist chant echoed from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming radiance of Buddha light that enveloped the heavens. Countless sacred sounds swirled around, creating an atmosphere that seemed to beckon a divine enlightenment. Yet, when the celestial beings beheld this, there was no trace of reverence. Rather, disdain flickered across their faces. What a coincidence for the Tathagata of the Buddhist sect to arrive. Was this not precisely to suppress Sun Wukong? How fortuitous! Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards the approaching Tathagata. As the Tathagata descended, seated upon a lotus throne, his countenance bore an expression of compassion. The poor monk passes through the heavenly palace and hears of the havoc wreaked by a monkey demon. Naturally, I must intervene. With hands joined in prayer, the Tathagata conveyed his intentions. Under normal circumstances, the celestial beings would have welcomed his arrival with open arms. Sun Wukong was a formidable adversary, and the Tathagata's assistance was akin to a timely boon. However, upon observing the celestial deities who had previously conspired to besiege Sun Wukong, they displayed no gratitude. Instead, their faces contorted with anger. Had it not been for the Buddhist sect, they would not have invited such a wrathful monkey demon upon themselves. Ah, Tathagata, your timing is rather fortuitous, sighed the Morning Star, a close confidant of the Jade Emperor. Although he harbored a dislike for those of the Buddhist sect, he could not allow this sentiment to surface. Lord Changong, do you know what has transpired? Why? The Tathagata furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the Morning Star. The celestial beings of the GS sect glared at him with anger. He understood their ire. But why did those not of the GS sect wear similar expressions? Alas, Tathagata, please observe. The Morning Star sighed and promptly utilized the Haotian mirror to reveal to the Tathagata the scenes that had just unfolded upon it. Upon witnessing the scene manifest upon the Haotian mirror, the Buddha, Tathagata, experienced a profound tremor throughout his being. How could it be that he was oblivious to this occurrence? As the leader of the Buddhist sect and a pivotal figure in the journey to the West, the emergence of an event beyond his control was indeed perplexing. This left the Tathagata at a loss for an explanation. The original plan entailed the heavenly court devising a strategy to incite Sun Wukong's rebellion in heaven. However, an unforeseen intervention from a member of the Buddhist order, unbeknownst to the celestial realm, was not a favorable development for either the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court. It is no wonder that the celestial beings now cast such scrutinous glances in his direction. More importantly, Sun Wukong. Monk, taste the wrath of my staff. With a fierce swing, Sun Wukong launched his staff directly towards the Buddha, a strike imbued with his furious might, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Chapter 61. The plan changed from suppressing the monkey demon to confronting the Buddhist sect, although the event took the Tathagata by surprise, as he had not anticipated that the followers of Buddhism would bypass him to conspire against Sun Wukong. This was of little consequence. What mattered was the ability to subdue the monkey demon. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that he had caused havoc in the heavenly palace could not be overlooked. The dignity of the heavenly court demanded action. The Tathagata sat upon his lotus throne, hands clasped in reverence, radiating golden light, accompanied by the sound of celestial chants. Behind him, an ethereal realm emerged, a manifestation of the Buddhist kingdom. At that moment, an overwhelming force of incense and prayer surged forth. With a mere gesture, the Tathagata conjured a colossal hand that descended like a mighty pillar, ready to crush. Sun Wukong's Rui Jingubang met the Tathagata's palm, appearing as insignificant as a firefly against the full moon. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens. Sun Wukong was thrust back, the palm pursuing relentlessly. The assembled celestial beings observed the scene with calm expressions, as they had long anticipated such an outcome. This was the inevitable conclusion of the journey to the West, and nothing would alter it. However, just as Sun Wukong was about to be struck down and imprisoned beneath the Five Elements Mountain, a shadow of a tower swiftly approached from the distance, rapidly enlarging. A formidable force rebounded against the Tathagata's palm. With a resounding crash, the Tathagata's hand retracted abruptly, his gaze now fixated on the sudden appearance of the tower. The Haotian Tower. This primordial treasure was said to contain the essence of chaos, mysterious beyond comprehension. Not even the Tathagata's strike, nor that of a saint, could breach its defenses. It was the most powerful defensive treasure of the Jade Emperor. But why had it suddenly appeared to shield the monkey demon? Neither the Tathagata nor the surrounding deities could comprehend this turn of events. Was it not all for the sake of the journey to the West? Now that Sun Wukong was on the verge of being subdued. Why would the Jade Emperor intervene to protect him? Among the celestial beings, only the star of white, Jupiter, displayed no surprise at this development, as if he had foreseen it all along. Great celestial sovereign, what is the meaning of this? The Tathagata's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Lingxiao Palace. Within the palace, a beam of purple light surged forth, transforming into the Jade Emperor's divine form. Dressed in imperial robes, the Jade Emperor's expression was cold and inscrutable as he addressed the Tathagata. Why? Your Buddhist sect has forced the monkey demon to ascend to the heavens, causing turmoil in the heavenly palace. You may subdue this demon, yet you must provide me with an explanation. The Tathagata was momentarily taken aback. This diverged from the original plan. Although the circumstances had deviated somewhat from the initial strategy, the Jade Emperor should not have. As the head of the Buddhist sect, the Tathagata pondered with growing clarity. This was the Jade Emperor's ploy to counter the Buddhist sect. Coupled with son Wukong brushing the dust from his armor, it was evident that this was their scheme. They had been waiting for his arrival. This was a calculated move. He had no choice but to respond, and the Buddhist sect would have to pay a price. Otherwise, how could they hope to subdue Sun Wukong? The surrounding deities of the GS sect wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Was it not said that the heavenly court was meant to assist the Buddhist sect in promoting the journey to the West? Why at this juncture? Did they impede the Tathagata? Naturally, the GS sect, reveling in the chaos of a traitor, found amusement in the spectacle of the Tathagata's plight. The Buddhist sect comprises numerous factions, none of which concern me directly. Years ago, I founded the small vehicle Buddhism, later embraced by the Mother Buddha, thereby joining the Buddhist order. However, apart from a small vehicle sect, there exists the Zen, esoteric, precept, and Pure Land schools. Though I am the leader of the small vehicle Buddhism and oversee the Buddhist realm, it is inevitable that many within the order refuse to heed my authority. Sun Wukong let out a cold snort. Is it merely this statement that cleanses oneself of guilt? The Jade Emperor replied calmly. The Tathagata is the founder of the small vehicle Buddhism, established by the original patriarch during his transformation into a Buddha. Each faction atop Mount Lingshan mirrors this reality. It appears that another individual must have intervened in the affairs of Huagua Mountain. The Jade Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the Tathagata, perceiving a tacit understanding between them. The Tathagata's willingness to utter such words indicated his intent to leverage their power to suppress the other factions within the Buddhist sect. Although the Tathagata is revered as the Buddha of the order, the multitude of factions renders it impossible for all to honor him. This situation parallels the earlier endeavors of the Jade Emperor, who sought to utilize the Buddhist sect to restrain the development of the Taoist sect. Clearly, the Tathagata also aimed to subdue the other factions of Buddhism. Thus, should I refrain from blaming this corpulent monk? Sun Wukong regarded the Tathagata with a disdainful grunt. Umaba, it ought to be so indeed. The Tathagata joined his palms in prayer, recognizing that with the Jade Emperor's intervention, any attempt to forcibly suppress Sun Wukong would be futile. He could only seek to placate him for the time being. Sun Wukong inquired, if that is the case, then who dispatched the golden-headed Jiedi? The Tathagata shifted his gaze thoughtfully. The five directions Jiedi is a figure of the great vehicle Buddhism, the medicine Buddha. If you seek vengeance, he is the true target. Upon finishing, the Tathagata exchanged a knowing glance with the Jade Emperor, their strategies unspoken yet understood. Sun Wukong's face contorted with fury. In that case, I shall seek revenge against the medicine Buddha. With that declaration, he transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing westward. The Jade Emperor observed this scene and coldly remarked, if your Buddhist sect plots against the heavenly court, I shall not let this matter rest. With a deliberate posture, he strode forth, approaching the Western Buddhist realm as if taking a leisurely stroll. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the other deities of the Jia sect immediately bowed, declaring, we are willing to accompany your majesty. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, uncertain of the circumstances that had shifted from aiding the West against Sun Wukong to seeking justice from the Western Buddhist sect. We shall join. Without hesitation, Yang Jian and Neza gathered their energies and surged toward the west. The most innocent among them was the Emperor Zhenwu, who remained oblivious to the events. After a fierce battle with son Wukong, he discovered that all of this turmoil stemmed from the Buddhist sect. After a moment of contemplation, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hastened westward. In an instant, the celestial beings of the heavenly court followed the Jade Emperor as they hastened towards the western Pure Land of Mount Sumeru. Observing the scene, the Buddha Tathagata clasped his hands in prayer, seemingly resigned. Amitabha, as the Buddha of the Dharma, entrusted with great responsibilities by the Buddha Mother. I never anticipated that the medicine Buddha would act in such a manner. Truly, he is a disgrace to our Buddhist lineage. I too shall journey forth to inquire of my junior brother, the medicine Buddha, as to why he has taken such actions. Does he intend to plunge our Dharma into injustice? Does he no longer aspire for the flourishing of the Buddhist faith? With that, the Buddha transformed into a beam of radiant light, swiftly making his way towards the direction of the Western Buddhist realm. Chapter 62. I must sacrifice myself to suppress the demons in the boundless chaos of the starry sky, within the sacred grounds of the Buddhist order, beneath the Bodhi tree. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow, as the events of the three realms unfolded, and with son Wukong subdued. The time for Zhuanti and Jiejing to embark on their journey westward drew near, yet their expressions turned somber. Zhuanti's countenance clouded with confusion. What has transpired? Why has it come to this? Why does the Jade Emperor seek trouble with the Buddhist sect? Jiejing sighed deeply, his already sorrowful visage now bearing even greater weight. Brother, have you noticed that all these changes began with son Wukong's departure from Mount Fansun? Initially, there were not many alterations. Only a slight shift in son Wukong's demeanor as he grew more cautious. Subsequently, he began to ascend in strength. He continued, then the unexpectedly allied with the Jade Emperor, pressuring the Chan sect's stature in the heavenly court. Eventually, even the Lord of Tongtian severed his sacred position, breaking free from the constraints of the heavenly way and returning to the realm of the immortals. To add insult to injury, not only did he restore his cultivation, but he also became the first Han Yuan Daiyuo Jingxian who did not rely on the heavenly way. Zhuanti nodded in agreement. Moreover, Dizong has also turned against the Buddhist sect, completely undermining our original plans, even venturing into the demon realm, where he may become a formidable adversary for us in the future. Our control over the earthly king has vanished, and Neza has reconciled with Li Jing, even falling out with the Chan sect, which diminishes our influence over the heavenly court. Furthermore, Yang Jian has also distanced himself from the Chan sect, reconciling with the Jade Emperor. It seems as though an unseen hand is orchestrating all these events. But who could that possibly be? Zhuanti cast a glance towards Jiejing, who merely shook his head. In this present age, the calamities of the three realms are pervasive. Even our schemes appear shrouded in obscurity. When we attempt to discern the threads of fate, we find naught but emptiness. As if this force does not belong to the Hongwang world. In the pure land of Sumeru, within the glazed realm, medicine Buddha sat solemnly upon his lotus pedestal, his visage imbued with compassion. He continually chanted the sacred sounds, surrounded by an infinite array of Sanskrit characters, radiant with boundless light. The multitude of devotees, entranced by the sacred sounds, felt as though they were transcending the ocean of suffering. Yet, amidst this harmony, a thunderous voice shattered the tranquility. Di Ba Donkey. The shout resonated, breaking the serene atmosphere of the glazed realm. A colossal pillar descended from the heavens, shattering the realm itself, bearing down with immense force towards Medicine Buddha. Boom! The air reverberated with the sound of thunder. Although Medicine Buddha did not react immediately, ripples began to emanate from his being, expanding to form a vast array, the 10,000 Buddhas formation. Boom! The titanic pillar crashed down, unleashing towering waves that surged across the heavens and the earth. The sacred sound spread, resonating throughout the cosmos, as if the entire realm were being purified beneath their echo. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong stood aloft in the sky, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The medicine master Buddha slowly opened his eyes and was taken aback upon seeing Sun Wukong. Why had this monkey not been subdued, but instead appeared here to seek him out? The medicine master Buddha furrowed his brow and said, "Impudent demon monkey, why do you trespass into my lapis lazuli realm?" Sun Wukong stood in the void, gazing down at the lapis lazuli Buddha, and could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. It was no wonder that the Tathagata chose such a person. Evidently, the medicine master Buddha was deemed the most manageable. Should he defeat this figure, it would serve as a warning to others, and even if he failed, it would bear no detrimental consequences for the Tathagata. This was also the reason why the Jade Emperor believed their plan would not falter. In truth, the Tathagata was aware of their machinations, yet instead of exposing them, he opted to collaborate with them in their schemes. At this moment, Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh. "Medicine Master Buddha, when you dispatched someone to Flower Fruit Mountain to compel me to act, did you not consider that I might come here?" Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the medicine master Buddha's brow furrowed. Forcing Sun Wukong to act at Flower Fruit Mountain? Was that not the Tathagata's doing? Why would he need to go to Flower Fruit Mountain? Before the medicine master Buddha could respond, a formidable power surged forth from Sun Wukong. The Buddhist sect had plotted against him, and now it was time for retribution. "Prepare to meet your demise. You should perish for attempting to scheme against me, you bald donkey." The Rui Jingu Bang swept down, carrying an overwhelming force that caused the surrounding space to begin to collapse. The medicine master Buddha's expression grew grave, and anger welled within him. He had done nothing, yet this monkey suddenly appeared to kill him. It was sheer folly. "Impudent demon monkey, since you dare to enter my lapis lazuli realm, I shall, in place of the Tathagata, subdue you." Seated upon his lotus platform, the medicine master Buddha's countenance reflected his ire, while a colossal image of the Buddha emerged behind him, radiating brilliant light. Countless sacred sounds resonated throughout the lapis lazuli realm, as infinite figures of arhats and bodhisattvas materialized around him. The medicine master Buddha gradually rose, enveloped in golden light, transforming into a towering golden body. The formidable golden form of the Buddha was unafraid of the Rui Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's grasp and boldly advanced to meet it. Boom! The two figures collided, the golden form producing a deep sound. Indeed, the golden form was powerful enough to withstand the mighty Rui Jingu Bang, but it only held for a moment before being sent flying, its arm bearing cracks from the impact of Sun Wukong's strike. The medicine master Buddha glanced at his golden arm, his expression growing serious. This demon monkey's strength was astonishing. According to his understanding, Sun Wukong should merely be at the level of a Tai golden immortal. Yet why was he now able to unleash the power of a great Luo golden immortal, even reaching the pinnacle of such strength? This was inconceivable. Could there be events transpiring that he was unaware of? Indeed, his understanding is rather limited. Although the flourishing of the Buddhist sect concerns every practitioner within its fold, the Tathagata governs the order of Buddhism, leaving little opportunity for these Buddhas to intervene. It would be disingenuous to claim they harbor no discontent. However, this is ultimately the arrangement of the Buddha Mother, and they can only bide their time, awaiting the Tathagata's misstep. Recently, there have been murmurs of changes regarding the journey to the West, yet he paid it little heed. Should the Tathagata err, they would naturally have the opportunity to present their grievances before the Buddha Mother. Thus, is this the reason for Sun Wukong's remarkable strength? Regardless, the medicinal Buddha was instantly enveloped in a radiant glow, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Simultaneously, the Buddha kingdom began to solidify behind him. Namo Amitabha. If that is the case, then I shall have no choice but to sacrifice myself to subdue the demons. Chapter 63. A Calculated Scheme. The manifestation of the Buddha Mother in the realm of Jade, resplendent with golden light, the medicine Buddha ascended, transforming into a magnificent golden figure. As if sculpted from pure gold, he then descended with formidable force. Under the weight of the golden Buddha's power, the Jade realm began to resonate with thunderous roars. Suppress. The voice of the medicine Buddha echoed, creating an aura of terrifying confinement throughout the entire Jade realm, threatening to reduce any living being within to mere fragments. Even the formidable Sun Wukong felt the overwhelming pressure within this realm. Although his demeanor had softened considerably after his experiences at Mount Fongsuan, and he had been guided by Qin Han, his rebellious spirit remained deeply ingrained, yearning for the day to shatter the schemes of the Buddhist order. You wish to suppress me, the great sage? I refuse to believe that I shall be subdued by your Buddhist machinations for my entire life. Sun Wukong radiated an immense aura, with 200 spiritual foundations swiftly circulating, emanating a terrifying power. The golden staff in his hand shone with blinding brilliance. Boom! The golden staff surged in size, directly contesting the descending golden Buddha, momentarily halting the relentless pressure upon the Jade Realm. Amitabha, the medicine Buddha chanted, channeling an even greater force of suppression, which even the staff of merit began to falter against, shrinking in size. Shaking his head, the medicine Buddha declared, Demon monkey, today you are destined to be subdued by us. Just as the medicine Buddha was convinced that Sun Wukong's defeat was inevitable, a radiant light flickered in the distance. A powerful aura swept across the heavens and the earth, causing the medicine Buddha's expression to change dramatically. The great celestial sovereign had arrived, the Jade Emperor. Upon his arrival, the Jade Emperor immediately spotted the medicine Buddha in the sky, his expression cold as he commanded, Suppress Sun Wukong, break it for me. The Jade Realm was the medicine Buddha's sanctuary, and combined with its inherent power, Sun Wukong's suppression seemed assured, even against a quasi-saint. However, with a mere wave of his hand, the Jade Emperor unleashed an overwhelming force akin to a gentle breeze. The Jade Realm erupted with a thunderous roar, and the Jade Buddha was struck with tremendous force, plummeting from the sky. In an instant, the very fabric of the Jade Realm trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. The medicine Buddha coughed up a spray of golden blood, exclaiming, Great Celestial Sovereign. What is the meaning of this? Confusion clouded his mind. While Sun Wukong's presence was unexpected, why had even the Jade Emperor come to demand an explanation? The Jade Emperor hovered in the void, gazing down at the beleaguered medicine Buddha. What do you mean? You allowed someone to impersonate the heavenly court to deal with the affairs of Flower Fruit Mountain, believing you could deceive me? The Jade Emperor's authority radiated without anger, his presence like a surging tide, overwhelming in its intensity. The medicine Buddha's complexion paled as he sought to offer a defense, but at that moment, a distant chant resonated through the air. Namo Amitabha, Buddha of medicine, why did you act in such a manner, surpassing your own authority? The affairs of the journey to the west have now been thrown into disarray by your actions. Should that individual become aware, how will you bear such responsibility? As these words fell, the Tathagata, seated upon the lotus throne, arrived rather slowly. Observing the presence of these three individuals within his crystal realm, even the Buddha of medicine, despite his ignorance, discerned the underlying scheme. Their arrival was a clear indication of their intentions to conspire against him. Given the existing discord between him and the Tathagata, who had once been a traitor of the, how could he ever place his trust in such a figure who had swiftly transformed into the leader of the Buddhist sect? It was evident that the Tathagata had allied with outsiders to ensnare him. Filled with rage, the Buddha of medicine exclaimed, Very well, Tathagata. The two saints have treated you with kindness, yet you have chosen this moment to betray them. Do you honor the trust they placed in you? Clearly, had you merely pursued the journey to the west, you would have had the opportunity to attain the status of a saint, yet you have instead chosen to aid outsiders. A traitor is indeed a traitor, regardless of circumstances. Upon hearing the term traitor from the Buddha of medicine, a flicker of indignation crossed the Tathagata's face, though it quickly vanished. Amitabha, this matter is an internal affair of our Buddhist sect. Since you insist on speaking thus, I shall remain a mere observer. The Tathagata had initially intended to utilize the Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong to admonish the Buddha of medicine, but upon hearing the latter's words, he resolved to show no mercy. The Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong exchanged glances. Sun Wukong, with a shudder, declared, Buddha of medicine, spare us the trivialities. Today marks your demise. As Sun Wukong spoke, his Rui Jingu Bang, imbued with immense power, surged directly toward the Buddha of medicine, though the Jade Emperor remained silent. The aura of celestial authority emanating from him was palpable. Should Sun Wukong fail to vanquish the Buddha of medicine, the Jade Emperor would not hesitate to intervene with full force. The Buddha of medicine perceived the Rui Jingu Bang rapidly enlarging before him. My fate is sealed, he lamented. With even the Tathagata siding with outsiders, what chance did he have? Just then, a figure materialized in his vision, swiftly transforming from a Taoist into a monk clad in robes. Buddha Mother? At that moment of astonishment, the approaching Rui Jingu Bang was abruptly deflected by an overwhelming force. A powerful yet gentle energy enveloped the Buddha of medicine, healing his wounds almost instantaneously. The monk landed nearby, directing his gaze towards Sun Wukong and the Jade Emperor. Impudent ones! Jade Emperor Wukong, how dare you trespass into the Buddhist realm and seek to slay the Buddha of medicine? You truly disregard our Buddhist sanctity. The old monk exclaimed in fury. Who is this old monk daring to obstruct me? He attempts to slay the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, and I, Sun Wukong, cannot seek justice? Sun Wukong gripped his Rui Jingu Bang, his expression grave. The ease with which the monk had deflected his strike signified a terrifying level of cultivation. Moreover, he was perplexed, as the old monk bore a striking resemblance to someone he felt he had encountered before. Seek justice? Buddha, have you sent anyone to Flower Fruit Mountain? The Buddha of medicine hurriedly replied, I assure you, Buddha Mother, I have not. He raised his head to gaze at Sun Wukong and the Jade Emperor, his face suffused with anger. Buddha Mother, I was originally cultivating in the luminous realm, imparting the profound teachings of Buddhism to the novice monks. Yet, they suddenly intruded, launching an attack on my disciples without uttering a word, even accusing them of conspiring against the heavenly court. The old monk nodded thoughtfully, turning to address Sun Wukong and the Jade Emperor. In light of this, perhaps we should delve into the events that transpired prior to this moment. With a wave of his hand, a cascade of ethereal light began to coalesce, transforming into a vivid tableau that bore an uncanny resemblance to what had been witnessed earlier in the Haotian mirror. However, this scene unfolded even earlier in time. Chapter 64. I, the old sun, am merely your pawn, a piece in the grand game of Buddhism. In the vision born of pure light, the sky unfurled with the winds, and a singular ray descended upon the clouds, revealing a monkey. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into the golden-haired Arhat. Witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the prowess of his opponent, who could discern such matters. The visage of the old monk began to feel increasingly familiar. In a flash of enlightenment, Sun Wukong realized Bodhi Patriarch. The old monk shook his head. Wukong, your transformation techniques were ultimately imparted by me. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me. Although Sun Wukong had already formed a hypothesis in his mind, hearing those words caused him to tremble with surprise. After his initial astonishment, his demeanor gradually settled, and he gazed calmly at the old monk. Should I address you as Zhuan Ti or Bodhi Patriarch? The old monk regarded Sun Wukong with a hint of resignation in his eyes. I am merely a manifestation of Zhuan Ti. I am Bodhi. However, your master indeed is I. Therefore, Wukong, you are inherently a disciple of Buddhism. As the old monk's words fell, Sun Wukong let out a soft chuckle, tinged with mockery. Initially, when he learned of this revelation, he was consumed by anger. Yet now, a sense of tranquility washed over him. The patriarch spoke truly. Perhaps I, the old son, was indeed a disciple of Buddhism from the very beginning. I hold great respect for the patriarch, grateful for the vast knowledge imparted to me. Alas, the gravest error was to regard me as a mere pawn. Had you chosen to confide in me directly, I might have heeded your counsel. Instead, you concealed the truth and cast me aside, inciting my rebellious spirit, driving me to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace. With each word, Sun Wukong proclaimed, I am but your pawn, a piece in the grand design of Buddhism. At this juncture, his posture straightened, and his expression radiated an aura of calm. Since you have appeared before me, I must demonstrate whether I will resist. As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of power emanated from him, transforming the once serene atmosphere. filled with compassion, into a tumultuous turmoil. In that moment, the full force of 200 spiritual foundations erupted. He was no longer the son Wukong of old. He understood the formidable and unfathomable strength of his opponent. Yet, certain actions must be taken. Had he not encountered the Bodhi patriarch, it would have sufficed, but since fate brought them together today, he would demand an accounting for all that had transpired. The Jade Emperor stood resolutely, his expression tranquil. Tathagata, Jade Emperor, will you not join me in subduing this monkey? The Bodhi patriarch's countenance grew serious. In this age where saints remain absent, he was merely a fragment of himself. Should he expend too much energy in subduing the monkey, he might find himself unable to intervene in Buddhist affairs in the future. Yet, Tathagata did not act immediately, instead casting a glance toward the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor let out a cold grunt and spoke. Senior brother, the Buddhist teachings propagated by you saints towards the East are an unstoppable tide of the world. Even I cannot alter their course. Yet, I am loath to allow the chaos of the heavenly palace to truly unfold. As the sovereign of the three realms, to permit a mere monkey to wreak havoc in the celestial court will be to trample my dignity into the dust. As the Jade Emperor concluded his words, his aura surged skyward. Though he had not attained the status of a sage, his cultivation had lingered at the pinnacle of quasi-saint for countless millennia. While it may have seemed that he owed his position to the Tao ancestor Hongjun, it did not imply a lack of power on his part. Furthermore, having presided over the heavenly court for many years, his authority was beyond the imagination of others. In this moment, unleashing his full potential, the power from the Hao-Ian mirror illuminated the 9 heavens and swept across the realms. Audacious, Bodhi furrowed his brow, taken aback by the Jade Emperor's audacity to act before him. The gentle compassion on his face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of cold indifference. Very well, you seek death. Bodhi extended his hand. Though he was reluctant to utilize his full strength, it did not mean he was incapable of action. After all, he was a sage's avatar, possessing powers beyond the comprehension of others. At this moment, peculiar energies began to entwine around his palm, shimmering with golden light, akin to thunder rolling forth, heralding countless auspicious omens. With a resounding crash, his hand descended as if to cover the heavens. The overwhelming force caused even the prepared son Wukong and the Jade Emperor to retreat a few steps, their faces reflecting astonishment. Although Bodhi was merely an avatar, he wielded power surpassing the completion of quasi-saint. They now understood the vast chasm separating them from the saints, an insurmountable gulf. Bodhi sighed, palms pressed together, his voice imbued with compassion. If you are willing to withdraw now, then this humble monk shall treat today's events as though they never occurred. The Jade Emperor's expression grew grave, his aura flickering like a candle in the wind, while shock flickered in his eyes. This was merely an avatar of a sage, yet it possessed such terrifying strength. Nevertheless, having chosen to engage, the Jade Emperor would not retreat easily. He gazed at Bodhi and declared, Bodhi, you may possess some semblance of saintly power, but you are ultimately just a sage's avatar. How much true, saintly power can you wield? Bodhi sighed again, his monkish appearance gradually transforming into that of a Taoist. It seems you are unwilling to retreat. And what of you, Wukong? Bodhi turned his gaze towards son Wukong. The Jade Emperor's actions were inconsequential, a mere footnote in the grand scheme of the journey to the West. But son Wukong was different. The reason for orchestrating events from the moment of Wukong's conception was to manipulate the journey to the West and to ensure that the Buddhist sect could gain an additional quasi-saint level Buddha. Thus, the bond between master and disciple, from Bodhi to Xuanzang, was forged within the Buddhist tradition, all aimed at subtly guiding son Wukong to become a disciple of the Buddha. By the time he realizes the truth, it would be too late. However, should son Wukong come into conflict with the Buddhist sect now, he would inevitably become an obstacle in the future. Thus, Bodhi was unwilling to allow son Wukong to uncover the entirety of the truth. Nevertheless, everything ultimately revolves around the trials of the journey to the West. Whether son Wukong has severed all ties with the Buddhist order or harbors a deep-seated enmity, he is destined to become but a pawn in the grand scheme of the journey to the West, a fact that Sun Wukong cannot alter nor escape. Mfi. The great sage shall not retreat. Master, since you intend to scheme against me, you remain oblivious to the fact that I am aware of everything. Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar, and the golden rod in his hand suddenly expanded, striking fiercely towards Master Bodhi. The Jade Emperor's lips curled into a smirk, enveloped by the divine aura of the Celestial Emperor, as the dragon spirit of the heavenly court manifested, embodying celestial authority. Witnessing this scene, Bodhi shook his head in resignation. Given the circumstances, one must not blame me for taking action. Chapter 65. The sword chi soars to the skies, shattering heaven and earth. Boom. A colossal hand swept through the Liuli realm. Two figures were sent hurtling backward in disarray. The Jade Emperor stumbled beneath his feet, his body teetering unsteadily, his eyes wide with astonishment. To think that a mere avatar of a sage could wield such formidable strength, a single casual strike unleashed such power, effortlessly repelling them. If the Jade Emperor was in such a state, Sun Wukong fared little better, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his face remained fierce and defiant. Bodhi showed no mercy simply because Sun Wukong was the protagonist of the journey to the West Calamity. To Bodhi, Sun Wukong had already slipped beyond his control and even sought to strike against him. Thus, it became imperative to restore order. At this moment, Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his lips, his face ablaze with fighting spirit. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, only ignited his fervor for battle. The Jade Emperor cast a glance at Sun Wukong before shifting his gaze toward the distant, motionless figure of Tathagata. Tathagata, have you entered the Buddhist fold? Willing to serve beneath the two saints of Buddhism? Tathagata's expression remained serene, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of thought. After a moment, he seemed to reach a decision. Great heavenly sovereign, I implore you to cease hostilities. Our Buddhist sect exists for the greater harmony of the heavenly way. Tathagata's words signified his refusal to assist the Jade Emperor. Bodhi, observing Tathagata, felt a slight relief. An additional ally like Tathagata would undoubtedly complicate matters further. Fortunately, Tathagata's choice aligned with Bodhi's expectations. Once, Tathagata had forsaken his teachings, finding refuge within Buddhism, even ascending to become its leader. What Tathagata sought was merely to accrue merit when Buddhism flourished, thereby achieving the status of a sage. Now, betrayal? What could Tathagata gain? Ha ha ha, Jade Emperor. It seems no one can aid you now. Bodhi shook his head. Very well, since I must intervene today, I anticipated this outcome. The Jade Emperor withdrew his gaze, uttering a low growl as he concentrated, summoning waves of laws around him. Through years of cultivation, the laws he gathered far surpassed those of an ordinary quasi-saint. At that moment, the Haotian mirror and Haotian tower spiraled beside him, radiating brilliant light. Since he had chosen to act today, he would no longer conceal his prowess. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong immediately activated the law of heaven and earth, his body swelling to transform into a towering giant. Behind him, a spectral figure of a monkey emerged, exuding a potent aura of chaos. The pair surged toward Bodhi, who held a floating dust that morphed into a branch adorned with 7 gemstones, the 7 treasures divine tree. Boom! A cascade of multicolored light erupted from the 7 treasures divine tree, colliding directly with the onrushing Sun Wukong and Haotian. With a resounding crash, Haotian was forced back, multiple wounds appearing upon his body. Even the Haotian mirror and Haotian tower were swept aside by the force. Had it not been for the fact that these 2 artifacts were bestowed by the Tao ancestor, the Haotian insignia upon them would have likely been obliterated. Bodhi's gaze swept over to the advancing Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong was also buffeted by the vibrant colors, it was evident that he had not sustained severe injuries. Sun Wukong possesses an immense physique, imbued with formidable inner strength. With the activation of his innate power, his might has experienced an unprecedented enhancement. Furthermore, a significant portion of the power from the 7 treasures mysterious tree has been utilized to fend off Haotian, resulting in a diminished share of that power for Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong closed the distance, leaping into the air, wielding the golden staff with the force of 1,000 June, descending directly upon Bodhi. With a resounding crash, Bodhi raised his hand, the seven treasures' mysterious tree bracing against the colossal golden staff. Although Sun Wukong appears immensely powerful and Bodhi resembles an insignificant insect, in the next moment, it is Sun Wukong who finds himself retreating. The seven treasures' mysterious tree is an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, its proximity to the supreme innate treasure only a hair's breadth apart. It boasts 7 supreme treasures, with its branches being the very essence of the progenitor's tree. While the golden staff is indeed a treasure of merit, it remains a postnatal creation, and the disparity with the innate spiritual treasure is akin to a chasm. Bodhi shook his head, realizing that Sun Wukong was originally meant for the Buddhist path, but alas. At that moment, the Lioli realm was illuminated by twinkling stars, as 84,000 malevolent stars emerged. A golden light materialized, revealing the figure of Domu Yuanjun. With a mere gesture, a golden radiance appeared, and alongside Sun Wukong, Bodhi, and the Jade Emperor, the 4 symbols manifested: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Subsequently, the sky was filled with converging golden light, rushing towards Bodhi. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit harnessed the power of 84,000 malevolent stars, elevating her strength to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, complemented by the suppression and execution of the 4 symbols tower, thus unleashing her most formidable capabilities. However, at that moment, a great tree emerged behind Bodhi, rapidly extending its branches and leaves, illuminating the ages. An endless aura of chaos surged forth from the tree, merging with the surrounding currents to form an invisible barrier that obstructed all forces. The golden light from the 4 symbols tower collided with this great tree, instantly dissipating into nothingness, followed by a terrifying force that reverberated outward. The overwhelming power spread, and the nearby Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was thrown back by its might. The Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong also retreated at that moment. To their astonishment, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had arrived as well. If so, let her remain. The Jade Emperor could not annihilate her, nor could he eliminate the Holy Mother. What Tathagata? Why does he not take action? Bodhi bellowed. Tathagata furrowed his brow, taking a step forward, only to feel the wrathful gaze of the Holy Mother upon him. With a wry smile, he acknowledged his guilt towards the Holy Mother. Years ago, he had forsaken the celestial beings to embrace Buddhism in the West, leaving behind the multitude of treasures for himself alone. Now, to slay his former junior sister was a task he found himself unable to undertake. Master, I can assist you in dealing with the Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong. As for this person, Bodhi cast a sidelong glance at Tathagata, scoffing disdainfully. Fool, are you truly afraid that Tong Tian will come to the West? Although Tong Tian has forsaken his sacred position and returned to the primordial chaos, even regaining the cultivation of the Hunyuan Daoyuan Xian, he is not an immortal being. Does he truly dare to come? Then let me teach his disciple a lesson on behalf of Tong Tian. Bodhi forsook the Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong, abruptly turning his gaze towards the Golden Spirit Mother. At that moment, the Golden Spirit Mother immediately felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her, as 84,000 malevolent stars materialized, forming a celestial array to shield their surroundings. Yet, under Bodhi's formidable power, the array constructed from these malevolent stars crumbled in an instant. In the face of absolute strength, all formations and tactics became utterly ineffective. The Golden Spirit Mother's expression grew grave. Do you truly believe that as a mere avatar of a sage, you can stand invincible in this world? Are you pondering your master? It is likely that your master remains in seclusion, too preoccupied to rescue you, his disciple. The moment Bodhi raised his hand, a brilliant sword light suddenly surged forth, tearing through the luminous realm. Chapter 66. The key to breaking through the 4th level of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal. How audacious of you, Zhuan Ti, to dare to threaten my disciple. Who granted you such audacity? The voice, accompanied by the glimmer of the sword, emanated a calmness that concealed all emotions. Soon, a youthful figure strode through the distant sky, appearing to move slowly, yet arriving in an instant above the Liuli realm. "It is you." The young man donned a cerulean robe and bore a long sword on his back. Though his visage was strikingly youthful, his eyes held the weight of countless years, reminiscent of an entity that had traversed through the annals of time. The onlookers were taken aback upon witnessing him. The Jade Emperor, son Wukong, and the Golden Spirit Mother were oblivious to the arrival of the Tongtian Master, as this event was utterly unexpected, and the appearance of Bodhi was an unforeseen twist. The Buddha, however, felt a profound astonishment upon seeing his master again. Bodhi, on the other hand, was astounded by Tongtian's formidable prowess. It was evident that, during this time, Tongtian had undergone significant growth in strength. It is well understood that upon reaching the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal stage, the difficulty of further advancement escalates exponentially, far beyond one's imagination. Yet, Tongtian had not only restored his cultivation to that of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, but had also managed to ascend further. Clearly, Tongtian had surpassed his former self, achieving the 4th level of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, a feat even Laozi had never attained. This was nothing short of miraculous. The progression from the 3rd to the 4th level of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal is akin to the chasm that lies between a quasi-saint and a saint. The terror of the 4th level is beyond Bodhi's imagination. His hand, concealed within his sleeve, began to tremble violently. "Zhuan Ti, do you intend to slay my disciple?" Upon descending, Tongtian fixed his gaze upon Bodhi. For Tongtian, whether it be Zhuan Ti's avatar or his true self, was all the same. Without allowing Bodhi to utter a word, Tongtian raised his sword. With a swift thrust, Bodhi's upper body disassembled like a stack of blocks, slowly sliding down and crashing to the ground. This scene left the Jade Emperor, son Wukong, and the Golden Spirit Mother utterly astounded. Before them stood a being who appeared to be a formidable quasi-saint, yet in the presence of the Tongtian Master, Bodhi fell as easily as an insect. Was this truly the essence of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal? Seeing this unfold, the Buddha felt a chill run down his spine. He was well aware of his master's strength, but when his master departed, he had not yet achieved complete quasi-sainthood. Now, having attained that level, he believed himself to possess strength akin to his master's. Who could have anticipated that his master still remained a figure to be revered from afar? Even the Buddha felt this way, let alone the medicine Buddha. As the shock rippled through the crowd, the previously vanquished Bodhi radiated a potent aura, and as the mist enveloped him, a figure re-emerged from within. Amipa, Tongtian, my senior brother, remains as formidable as ever. What a joyous occasion. As the mist dispersed, an elderly monk reappeared before the crowd. Although this old monk bore a striking resemblance to the previous Bodhi, the essence he exuded was vastly different. The descent of divine consciousness. As Tongtian observed the scene, he sheathed his sword, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Brother Tongtian, might you enlighten your junior on what is required for the breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian? Ti Vidistai Inkurith, seemingly unfazed by Tongtian's earlier slaying of his doppelganger. Despite his own cultivation being merely at the 2nd level of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, his brother had already attained the 3rd level. Should Tongtian succeed in his breakthrough, it would bolster the confidence of the Buddhist sect. As for the journey to the West, a significant event in the world, he did not believe Tongtian would dare to disrupt it. Tongtian, with a calm gaze, surveyed Zhuan Ti. The reason the breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th level of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian is so arduous lies in the lack of comprehension and perseverance in the Tao. Zhuan Ti had not anticipated Tongtian would articulate the essence of the breakthrough so readily, yet upon hearing it, he could not help but smile wryly. Not only he, but even his brother would likely be incapable of achieving such a feat. Their attainment of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian was fundamentally a step made possible through divine merits borrowed from the heavens. It could be said that reaching the 3rd level of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian was their utmost limit. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void of the cosmos, Jane heard these words and could not suppress a bitter smile. Similarly, Laozi was observing this moment, and while he had consented to the journey to the west, he would not be displeased should unforeseen events occur. However, he had not anticipated Tong Tian's emergence, nor his revelation of the key to entering the fourth level of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, the comprehension of the Tao and the steadfastness in one's own path. Laozi sighed. Those who reached the level of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian were all individuals of profound scheming. They inherently understood why they could not take that step. It was due to their failure to adhere to their own path. Laozi's Tao was the path of ruthlessness. Regrettably, he could not be entirely heartless, nor could he achieve true impartiality. Unless he could sever all ties, perhaps he could advance further. With this realization, the helplessness on Laozi's face vanished, replaced by a demeanor devoid of sorrow or joy, emanating an aura of indifference. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, and Laozi immediately broke through, attaining the fourth level of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Upon sensing the energy radiating from Laozi, Jane's expression darkened. Truly, Laozi's innate talent and insight perpetually surpassed his own. After years of stagnation, he had finally caught up to Laozi, only for Laozi to surpass him once more at this moment. This cannot stand. If he cannot surpass the three pure ones in cultivation, he must exert effort in the merits of the journey to the west. Jane's expression grew grave as he gazed toward the luminous realm of the three realms. Although Hongjun had instructed them not to descend, it did not preclude them from projecting their consciousness. Yet, a mere thought might prove insufficient against Tong Tian. Jane's primordial spirit detached and soared toward the luminous realm. However, at that moment, a formidable force obstructed his path, directly crushing his spirit back into his body. Laozi, what are you doing? Jane's spirit returned, his countenance exceedingly grim. Standing before him was none other than Laozi, who now radiated an aura of indifference and aloofness, akin to the lofty Tao itself. Laozi had previously been incapable of detachment. However, upon hearing the words of Tong Tian, he immediately attained clarity, realizing that his previous inclination towards the primitive had hindered his ability to be fair and just. Without adhering to his own path, he could not elevate himself. The master once remarked that sages do not emerge. Should your divine consciousness descend, it is permissible, yet the arrival of the primordial spirit is beyond reach. Laozi's expression was one of indifference. Jane furrowed his brow. What of Tong Tian? Tong Tian does not enter the heavenly way and is unbound. Laozi replied calmly. Jane responded, albeit with evident dissatisfaction at Laozi's words. It seemed that his senior brother was intent on obstructing him. As Jane spoke, the radiance of the Buddha enveloped him, and his golden form began to emerge behind him. Chapter 67. Boundless Buddhist Teachings? With a single stroke, I sever it. Within the realm of Liuli, Zhuanti clasped his hands together and expressed gratitude to Tong Tian, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Brother Tong Tian. Shall we conclude today's matters here? The journey to the west is, after all, a grand scheme of the heavenly order, a pact made by the revered sages, and an inevitable trend of destiny. Tong Tian, however, shook his head. The journey to the west is your agreement, unrelated to me. Furthermore, do not presume to forcibly enlighten my disciples. Since I have come, I shall not depart easily. Zhuanti sighed, realizing the truth of the matter. Tong Tian had long been seeking an opportunity to act, and now, with Bodhi nearly killing the mother of Golden Spirit, he was poised to reclaim the debts of the past. As Zhuanti sighed, a golden figure materialized behind him, alongside the shadow of the Bodhi tree. He was uncertain if his brother would descend, but judging by the previous aura, it seemed that his brother's desired manifestation of the primordial spirit was thwarted. Though Hongjun Daozu had merged with the heavenly order over the years and seldom manifested, his decree loomed before the sages like an insurmountable mountain. As Laozi, the most formidable disciple of Hongjun, would not permit anyone to contravene his commands. The disparity in talent between himself and his brother was stark. His brother's descent to the mortal realm appeared nearly impossible. What will you do, Brother Tong Tian? Do you intend to disrupt this grand heavenly order? Zhuanti's demeanor turned grave as a divine thought descended, revealing a fourth-level Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. the gap between them akin to a chasm. Tong Tian replied calmly, "In the past, I sought to disrupt the heavenly order, yearning to find a glimmer of hope, yet alas. This time, however, I wish to see if I can effect a change." Zhuan countered Brother Tong Tian, "Do you not fear that your attempts to alter the heavenly order will only widen the rift among the three pure ones?" His words were intended to provoke. Tong Tian's doctrine had sought to seize a sliver of hope, while Yuan Shi Tianzun's teachings articulated the heavenly way, advocating alignment with it. This was the very reason the three pure ones had splintered. Now, Tong Tian's resistance to the heavenly trend was undeniably a hindrance to the heavenly order. In the chaotic starry void, amidst the Buddhist sanctum, Laozi and Jin clashed violently, their formidable powers erupting. At that moment, Laozi naturally heard Juni's words. He comprehended the intent behind Juni's statement, which was to compel Yuan Shi to take action. He could counter Jin, but if Yuan Shi chose to intervene, he would be unable to reach him. Would Yuan Shi indeed act? Just then, a sigh echoed from afar. Upon hearing this, Laozi's heart was tumultuous, a struggle flickering across his countenance, and the last remnants of his lingering emotions dissipated entirely. The sense of ruthlessness within him intensified, and, at that moment, his aura surged dramatically, as if he had fully embraced the path of indifference. Jin, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Laozi's cultivation could advance further. Just moments ago, he may have still held a glimmer of hope for his spirit to descend upon the three realms, but now, that hope has utterly evaporated. Within the realm of Lioli, Tong Tian naturally comprehended the profound meaning behind Zhuan Ti's words, and soon felt the fluctuating aura of Yuan Shi. Although he had long severed his emotional ties with the three pure ones, the bonds of friendship from the past remained unbroken. However, he had not anticipated Yuan Shi's ruthless nature, as he had already reduced the shambles and yet still sought to obstruct him. Ultimately, Yuan Shi had chosen the path of the heavenly Tao, forsaking all vestiges of brotherly affection. Tong Tian emanated a dense sword aura, with countless sword energies swirling around his form. Zhuan Ti, sensing the presence of Yuan Shi Tianzun, breathed a sigh of relief. If there was anyone capable of aiding him now, it would undoubtedly be this Yuan Shi Tianzun. Though Yuan Shi had yet to arrive, Zhuan Ti was certain that he would manifest when a moment demanded it. Ba, Brother Tong Tian, turn back while there is still time. Why persist in this? Zhuan Ti's body radiated with golden light, transforming into a Tianzhong golden form, adorned with 1,000 hands and eyes, exuding boundless compassion. Each hand grasped a Buddhist treasure, which shimmered with myriad golden lights. Each of the Buddha's eyes contained an infinite power. Above, in the heavens, countless protectors of the Buddhist faith materialized, their fierce gazes aflame with strength. Ba, as Zhuan Ti gazed upon the steadfast and unparalleled Tong Tian, he uttered a mantra, and a powerful force erupted from within him, harnessing the residual saintly power from his avatar, propelling his cultivation to its zenith, the second level of Hun Yuan Daluo Jingxian. Though the duration was brief, it was sufficient. The flourishing of the Buddhist sect was in alignment with the grand design of the heavenly Tao. Brother Tong Tian, you cannot impede this. With each step Zhuan Ti took, ripples emerged beneath his feet, transforming into an endless ocean. Not an ordinary sea, but the sea of suffering. Boundless was the sea of suffering. Yet the Buddha saves those with affinity. The tumultuous waves surged forth, aiming to engulf Tong Tian, who found himself akin to a solitary boat amidst the vast ocean of anguish, utterly unable to escape. Just as the waves of the sea of suffering were about to swallow Tong Tian, a beam of sword light surged forth, shattering the frothy waves. Is the Dharma boundless? I shall sever it with a single stroke. Tong Tian strode upon the waves, charging directly towards Zhuan Ti. Although Tong Tian remained unchanged and appeared minuscule compared to the Tianzhong golden form, Zhuan Ti could not help but take a step back in the face of Tong Tian. The disparity between them was not merely one of stature. Even if Zhuan Ti had reached his pinnacle, he remained leagues away from Tong Tian, akin to the chasm between a quasi-saint and a true saint. Another sword strike. The sword light surged forth, heading straight for the Tianzhong golden form. The treasures in Zhuan T's palms emitted a dazzling golden light, rushing towards the sword light. Thunder roared. Countless treasures could only gradually dissipate the sword's power. Yet amidst the collapse of the Buddhist treasures, a residual sword energy surged forth. Zhuan Ti braced himself with both hands. Boom! The overwhelming force swept through, and Zhuan Ti was compelled to retreat under its might. The figure of the golden body, towering to immeasurable heights, bore a deep fissure that carved into the depths of the chasm. Is this truly the power of the fourth stage of the Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortal? It is indeed fearsome beyond measure. Zhuan Ti felt a surge of terror within. He exerted all his strength to resist, yet could only manage a feeble defense. If it were solely him, in that very moment, another beam of sword light surged forth, imbued with a terrifying force that carried the weight of thunder itself. Any living being that dared to make contact would surely meet their demise. Zhuan Ti, you are ultimately bound by the laws of heaven. How could you hope to obstruct my presence? As the words fell, the sword light expanded within Zhuan Ti's gaze. Bang! The sword light was dissipated amidst the chaos, revealing a banner that surged forth, standing resolutely between Zhuan Ti and Tong Tian. The Panga Banner. Chapter 68. The Sword Array of Extermination and the Nine Dragons Slaying Immortals. The Primordial Heavens Honored One. Upon witnessing this banner, Tong Tian's expression remained unchanged. The Primordial Heavens Honored One slowly manifested beside the banner. At this moment, he surprisingly ascended to the fourth level of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal. In contrast to Laozi's path of non-action and detachment, the Primordial Heavens Honored One embraced the mandate of heaven, embodying a greater reverence for the celestial order than Laozi himself. Thus, he propelled the calamity of the Fengshen, while also acquiescing to the Western promotion of the journey to the West, all in harmony with the celestial will. Apart from Hongjun, he stood as the finest representative of the heavenly principle. With the arrival of the Primordial Heavens Honored One, the dynamics of the situation shifted. There was no need for Zhuan to utter a word. Zhuan sighed in relief. With the Primordial's emergence, Tong Tian's ambition to suppress everything would not come so easily. Ultimately, this journey to the West was a manifestation of the celestial order, unalterable by any being. The Primordial Heavens Honored One grasped the Panga Banner, exuding waves of chaotic energy, with the primal laws of the wilderness materializing around him, appearing even more formidable than Laozi. It seemed he had long since stepped into the fourth level of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal, his aura profound and enhanced by other forces, reaching a level comparable to the fifth level of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Such power, not even Zhuan Ti could remain unaffected, let alone Tong Tian, who was awed by the might of the heavenly principle. Though others may be oblivious to the strength of the heavenly order, Tong Tian, having severed his saintly position, understood its essence profoundly. Clearly, the heavenly principle was unwilling to allow any obstruction to the progression of the journey to the West. Tong Tian, if you do not withdraw, considering our shared lineage as the three pure ones, let it be known that should you retreat, we shall treat this day as if nothing transpired. The Primordial Heavens Honored One shook his head. Although he felt a pang of guilt regarding the matter of the Fengshen, he could not contravene the celestial mandate. Perhaps even the Primordial Heavens Honored One himself was unaware that he harbored a twinge of jealousy for the strength of the Jiejiao. He now felt envious, questioning why Tong Tian could regain the powers of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal after his self-inflicted severance. However, he too later acquired the favor of the heavenly principle. Now, his cultivation surpassed Tong Tian's, allowing him to look down upon him. The opportunities missed in the past could indeed be seized anew. Primordial. The grievances of yesteryears shall be resolved today. As these words fell, 4 beams of sword light materialized, revealing a distant sword array, the extermination sword array. In unison, the Primordial Heavens Honored One and Zhuan Ti exclaimed, "This is impossible." It was this very sword array that had compelled the 4 saints to unite in their assault, resulting in catastrophic destruction. This incident had prompted Hongjun to intervene, expressly forbidding the saints from participating, leading to Tong Tian's confinement within the Zixiao Palace. The four swords of extermination had since become treasures belonging to the disciples of the primordial heaven's honored one. Guang Chengzi wielded the sword of extermination. Qi Jingzi possessed the sword of slaughter. Yu Dingzhenren held the sword of entrapment, and Daoxing Tianzun wielded the sword of absolute extermination. However, ever since these four innate spiritual treasures fell into the hands of these disciples, their potency had significantly diminished. How could Tong Tian, even now, still command the extermination sword array? Was it the sword spirits? No wonder the power of these four swords had waned so greatly in my disciples' possession. The primordial heavenly sovereign swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. The swords possessed souls of their own, and having followed Tong Tian for so many years, they naturally had their own means of control. It was no wonder that when the four swords fell into his hands, their power had diminished so significantly. He had initially believed it to be due to Tong Tian unleashing all his strength, thereby damaging the swords. Only now did he realize that the most crucial element, the sword's soul, was missing. With a low command, Tong Tian activated the Xerxian sword array, causing intricate patterns on the ground to spread outward. Streams of sword chi arose, accompanied by surges of malevolent winds and traces of chaotic aura emerging. After so many years, the might of the Xerxian sword array had not only remained intact, but had intensified, further infused with chaotic essence. Surrounding figures such as Tathagata, the Jade Emperor, Sun Wukong, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and the Medicine Master Buddha wore grave expressions, despite most of them having reached the quasi-saint level. Facing a saint felt akin to being mere ants. Within the array, the expressions of Zhuanti and the primordial heavenly sovereign were equally solemn. The Xerxian sword array could only be shattered by four saints. They were merely two saints, and Tong Tian was no weakling, unconstrained by the heavenly Tao. His true strength remained a mystery to all. At this moment, the primordial heavenly sovereign's countenance was somber, not only gripping the Panga banner, but also surrounded by jade, which dissipated the chaotic aura and encroaching sword chi under its power. A veil of merit enveloped the primordial heavenly sovereign, shielding him from harm. In that instant, streams of sword chi shot toward the heavens, resembling tendrils converging above. A bulge emerged, from which dense sword chi seeped forth. As the bulge erupted, it transformed into an exquisite sword blossom. White lightning descended from it. Boom! Sword Yuan strike. The air seemed to tear apart, as earth, water, fire, and wind were rent asunder. Upon sensing this force, Zhuanti and the primordial heavenly sovereign's faces changed dramatically. Even though they had unleashed all their spiritual treasures, the terrifying power of the sword Yuan enveloped them directly. Boom! Delicate sword marks appeared upon Zhuanti's golden body, while the primordial heavenly sovereign, although shielded by the Panga banner and jade, still suffered the loss of his crown, causing his long hair to billow, rendering him exceedingly disheveled. His expression darkened, infused with profound fury, and a glimmer of fear lurked deep within his eyes. He, too, felt a tinge of trepidation. The prowess exhibited by Tong Tian far exceeded his expectations. Despite having surpassed Tong Tian in cultivation, why did it seem that Tong Tian's power transcended his own? 9 dragons slay immortals. Tong Tian bellowed, continuously weaving his hand seals. A magnificent aura of the primordial supreme golden immortal surged forth. The surrounding sword chi emitted a resonant clang, coalescing into 9 sword dragons that spiraled around. Then, their maws opened wide, radiant light emanating from their bodies, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion from their jaws. A terrifying force swept forth, heading straight for Zhuanti and the primordial heavenly sovereign. Zhuanti's countenance darkened, as the formidable golden body stood impervious beneath the terrifying scar of the sword. Unable to mend itself, should another strike land, it would surely disintegrate into nothingness. At that moment, the Panga banner emitted a resounding rustle, unfurling to envelop both him and Zhuanti. A sigh of relief escaped Zhuanti as the 7 treasures mysterious tree in his grasp began to radiate a resplendent spectrum of colors. Tong Tian, you are merely a sword spirit. How long can you sustain your power? Despite the sword spirit's formidable might, it ultimately lacked a corporeal form and a place to nurture its essence. Its strength would inevitably wane, especially against the two saints. United, they launched a counter-offensive. The brilliance of the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree cascaded down in vibrant hues. Simultaneously, the Jade Rui surged forth. Two terrifying forces fell like meteors, stirring the immortal slaying sword array into tumult. Chapter 69. The Madman and the Integration of the Juxian Sword Array with the Qingping Sword in the Boundless Cosmic Chaos. A thunderous roar reverberated, disturbing the infinite chaotic aura, while a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. The scattered stars, upon encountering this force, erupted with a resounding crash, each one shattering in succession. Two figures abruptly separated, distancing themselves significantly. The expression of Jean turned pale. "Old One, are you attempting to obstruct the grand design of Heaven's Way?" Laozi responded with a frosty demeanor. "Although the primordial has descended, should you choose to descend as well, the Hong Huang cannot endure it." He was indifferent to the journey to the west, unconcerned with the grand schemes, focusing solely on preventing a calamity from befalling Hong Huang. Fine, fine, fine." Jean uttered 3 affirmations, his countenance exceptionally grim. Subsequently, a peculiar flame surged forth from him, igniting the fire of his primordial spirit, emanating a formidable power. This was the act of burning his own essence to exchange for immense strength. In that moment, the golden lotus beneath him erupted with terrifying Buddhist radiance, amplifying his power exponentially. Jane's overwhelming strength rippled outwards like waves, forcing even the mighty Laozi to take a step back. At their level of prowess, even the slightest fluctuation could yield monumental consequences. Laozi was taken aback, never anticipating that Jane would choose this moment to engage in a desperate struggle. Though igniting the primordial spirit was not fatal, the resultant damage was irrevocable. Recovery would not be a simple endeavor of arduous cultivation. In that fleeting instant, Jane seized the opportunity, charging forth directly towards the luminous realm of the 3 realms. Upon breaching the 3 realms, Jane's primordial spirit merged with the realm, invading the body of a Buddhist practitioner and seizing control. Laozi sighed as he gazed in the direction Jane had departed, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts directed towards the 3 realms. Meanwhile, within the Niwa Palace, Niwa seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly opened her eyes. A strange light flickered within her gaze as she looked towards the 3 realms. To her astonishment, it was the first time in many years that there had been a continuous descent of primordial spirits into the 3 realms. Niwa slowly rose, a smile gracing her lips. "It has been a long time since I entered Hong Huang." Buzzing, the Juxian sword array vibrated. Yet under the expectant gazes of Zunti and the primordial, it did not shatter. The Juxian sword array could only be breached by the 4 saints. Even in its current form, a cold voice resonated through the air. Clang! Then, a flash of sword light appeared as the Qingping sword was drawn, glimmering with a frosty brilliance. While all were aware that the Qingping sword was inferior to the Juxian sword array, they had forgotten that this sword was most attuned to its master, and all those years within the Purple Cloud's palace had not been spent in vain. In Tongtian's grasp, the Qingping sword radiated brilliantly, and at that moment, it felt as though it had fused with the Juxian sword array, as if the Qingping sword were inherently a part of it. "You have merged with the Qingping sword?" Upon witnessing this scene, both Yuan Shi and Zhuan Ti's expressions changed dramatically. Although Yuan Shi had just utilized the Panga banner to deflect the previous strike, they could sense that the Panga banner had reached its limits. Should the power of the Juxian sword formation be further amplified, it was likely that they would meet their demise within it. "My senior brother has arrived, Yuan Shi. We must unleash our full strength." At that moment, Zhuan Ti seemed to perceive something, his face lighting up with surprise as he spoke with great excitement. Yuan Shi was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon his expression mirrored that of joy. An endless surge of chaotic energy erupted from the Panga banner, sweeping forth. Simultaneously, the 7 treasures Miao tree in Zhuan Ti's grasp erupted with a terrifying radiance, and together they struck towards the direction of the previous attack. Outside the Zhu Xian sword formation, figures such as Tathagata, the Jade Emperor, Sun Wukong, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and the Medicine Master Buddha were unable to discern the events unfolding within the formation, only hearing the resounding roars emanating from it. However, at that moment, a set of footsteps approached slowly from afar. Sensing something, the crowd abruptly turned their heads, feeling an overwhelming force approaching. It was a monk, gradually making his way towards them. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Who is this old monk?" The Jade Emperor responded, "The aura seems somewhat familiar." Tathagata expressed his surprise. Could it be? The monk clasped his hands together and intoned, Ba. Following this, his body transformed into a Tianzhong golden form, wielding the demon-subduing pestle and advancing directly towards the Zhu Xian sword formation. Boom! A being burning with the essence of the primordial spirit at the third level of the Hunyuan de Luo, comparable to a fourth-level sage, along with Zhuan Ti, who had reached his limit at the same level, and Yuan Shi, endowed with the blessings of the heavenly Tao at the fifth level, unleashed their full might. Even the formidable Zhu Xian sword formation began to show signs of a crack under such an onslaught. Yuan Shi and Zhuan Ti's faces radiated with joy as they transformed into pure light and soared through the fissure. Crack! 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 As the Zhu Xian sword formation appeared to fracture, lines of cracks spread across its surface, quickly enveloping the entirety of the formation. Boom! In the next instant, the formation collapsed, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Not even the four saints can break it. It seems it is not beyond the capabilities of the three saints. The Medicine Master Buddha sighed in relief upon witnessing Zhuan Ti emerge once more. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother cast a worried glance at Tong Tian, who stepped forward calmly, his expression serene, for peculiar beams of light danced upon the Qing Ping sword in his hand. I extend my gratitude to the three of you for shattering my Zhu Xian sword formation, for it allows me to truly merge the formation into my innate Qing Ping sword. For many years within the Zixiao Palace, Tong Tian had pondered how to maintain the power of the Zhu Xian sword formation. Compared to setting up the formation, it was indeed more troublesome, especially now that the four Zhu Xian swords have been seized, leaving their essence devoid. Retrieving them? For Tong Tian, it was not an impossibility, yet he envisioned a more advanced method, integrating the sword formation into his innate spiritual treasure. However, it was regrettable that the four Zhu Xian swords would not easily submit to the Qing Ping sword and enter into it. Thus, Tong Tian has yet to achieve success. To audaciously integrate the Zhu Xian sword array into the Qing Ping sword is nothing short of madness. Quan Ti felt the four distinct auras circulating around the Qing Ping sword, his expression darkening immensely. The terror of the Zhu Xian sword array is such that even three saints like them could merely pry open a narrow fissure. And that very fissure was deliberately created by Tong Tian himself, to confine such a fearsome sword array within a piece of innate spiritual treasure. Could any single innate treasure withstand it? Should it collapse, while it may not be fatal for Tong Tian, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries upon him. Nonetheless, Tong Tian not only compelled the three of them to descend and assault the Zhu Xian sword array, but he also forcefully suppressed the array into the Qing Ping sword. It is no wonder he previously spoke so casually about the pivotal transition from the third to the fourth level of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Chapter 70, The Arrival of the Heavenly Tao. The expression of Yuan Shi, Tianzuan darkened slightly, despite having orchestrated everything during the Fengshan War. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered today by Tong Tian. As Tong Tian raised his hand, he felt the fluctuations of the Qing Ping sword gradually stabilize, revealing a formation mark on the blade, accompanied by a faint smile. With a swing of the Qing Ping sword, a torrent of sword energy surged forth. Upon sensing this formidable force, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, as well as the likes of Zhuan Ti and Jin, immediately felt their hairs stand on end. Even the saints were affected, let alone the nearby figures such as Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor, and the Tathagata. What a terrifying power! This is the essence of the primordial force. Just as the battle was on the verge of erupting, a voice resonated softly. What a lively day it has turned out to be! A melodious laugh rang out. followed by a graceful figure descending from the heavens. It was Nuwa. Although she had merely manifested her divine consciousness, no one dared to underestimate her. She was the first to attain primordial status and ascend to sainthood, second only to Hongjun, while her usual display of strength paled in comparison to the other 5 saints. Her true cultivation level remained a mystery to all. Zhuan-Ti's expression darkened, as everything unfolding before him had exceeded his expectations. Jane clasped his hands together, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. In contrast, Tong Tian maintained a serene demeanor, addressing Nuwa from a distance. "Ah, it is my junior sister Nuwa. It has been many years since we last met. Brother Tong Tian, I am well, and it brings me relief to see you," Nuwa replied with a slight smile, stepping closer to Tong Tian. Her demeanor was unmistakably clear. She would not be aiding Zhuan-Ti and the others. As a sage of the demon race, Nuwa had once received Tong Tian's unfettered teachings, establishing a bond of goodwill towards the demon clan, while Yuanshi harbored disdain for them. Although Nuwa did not intervene against Zhuan-Ti and Jane's coercive efforts to convert the demons, her aversion towards them was evident. As for assisting Tong Tian against Zhuan-Ti, it was uncertain whether Yuanshi and his companions would take such action. Even without Nuwa's involvement, the 3 of them lacked absolute confidence in overcoming Tong Tian, especially since the Zhusha sword array had further merged with the Qingping sword, amplifying its power exponentially. They were acutely aware that defeating Tong Tian would not be an easy feat. Moreover, the presence of Nuwa created a triadic standoff. Zhuan-Ti surveyed the situation, taking a deep breath. If anyone yearned to eliminate Tong Tian, it was undoubtedly him. However, for the sake of the greater good, he begrudgingly suppressed his inner fury. "Tong Tian, what exactly do you intend to do? The journey to the west is predestined, imbued with boundless merit. Completing it would yield immense benefits for both you and me, would it not? Why then do you obstruct it?" In response to Zhuan-Ti's furious inquiry, Tong Tian merely raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, "When did I ever claim to obstruct the commencement of the journey to the west? It is fated, much like the Fengshan War of old. There is no need for me to intervene." Zhuan-Ti was taken aback, a hint of perplexity gracing his features. "If you do not wish to alter the journey to the west, then why has that monkey's strength grown so formidable? If it were not for your influence, how could he possibly perceive our schemes?" He continued, "Did you not once descend with your divine consciousness upon the 3 realms? You claimed it was not you. If it were not your doing, why were we unable to perceive even a fragment of the truth? Only a saint possesses the power to sever all karmic ties." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian wore a sardonic smirk, astonished that Zhuan-Ti attributed son Wukong's transformation to him. "Zhuan-Ti, even after achieving sainthood, you remain astonishingly foolish. Let us not forget that during my time in the Purple Cloud Palace, even with a divine consciousness, how could I have known that son Wukong was a pawn of yours? Moreover, the cultivation method he practices is so profound and inscrutable that it is beyond my own creation." Tong Tian was reluctant to divulge any information regarding Qin Han, for without his words, he could not have severed his own saintly status. He suspected that the other party had reached a level of cultivation far beyond that of the Hunyuan Jingxian, possibly even attaining the status of a Dao ancestor. "Are you suggesting that there exists another individual? One that even we saints cannot fathom?" Before Zhuan-Ti could respond, Jie Yin's expression grew grave, his voice tinged with incredulity. Initially, they had all questioned the reasons behind son Wukong's transformation, yet due to their calculations based on causality, they could only perceive a void. This scenario resembled a situation where a saint had severed a portion of the karmic ties. They initially struggled to discern the identity of the individual responsible. Only after Tong Tian had severed his saintly position did they speculate that it must be him, for he alone possessed the motive. During the initial Fengshan calamity, their machinations had led to the obliteration of Tong Tian's Jie Jiao, even trapping him within the Purple Cloud Palace. Such enmity would incite anyone to obstruct the journey to the west. Yet now they realized that there was, in fact, another player at hand. Regardless of the circumstances, what brings you to intrude upon the Buddhist realm of the Liuli today? Zhuan-Ti, being a saint, quickly regained his composure. Naturally, I have come for my disciples, and it is high time to cleanse the traitors among us. Tong Tian's gaze swept across the room, landing upon the Buddha. The Buddha, having transformed from a barbarian to a figure of enlightenment, had renounced Jiejiao to become a disciple of Buddhism, even ascending to the position of its leader. Yet he had shown no regard for his former disciples, which had crossed Tong Tian's threshold of tolerance. Since action had been taken today, it was only fitting to resolve the matter once and for all. The Buddha immediately sensed that he was enveloped by a multitude of sword intents, his life seemingly resting on Tong Tian's whim. He glanced towards Zhuan Ti and Jane. If they did not intervene, his demise was inevitable. Zhuan Ti and Jane exchanged solemn glances, and after a moment, Jane clasped his hands together. Amit Ba, Tong Tian, the matters of the past are bygone. The present is no longer what it once was. Forgive us for being unable to fulfill your desires. Tong Tian took a step forward, sword energy surging forth. Amit Ba. Jane also advanced, a myriad of Buddhist light enveloping the space. At the same time, an aura of compassion radiated from Jane, accompanied by a resplendent array of colors. In the hands of the primordial supreme being, the Pangu banner swayed gently, releasing an infinite aura of chaos that enveloped the surroundings. This allowed the Buddha of infinite light to momentarily relax his mind. However, at that very moment, Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit turned their gazes toward the Buddha. While the saints could not intervene directly, they would not allow the Buddha to escape easily. Previously, they could only act against the medicine Buddha, but now that the veil had been torn, there was nothing left to discuss. If they could eliminate the Buddha, the journey to the west would undoubtedly be interrupted. Boom! Just as the battle among the saints erupted, Sun Wukong and the others prepared to strike. A terrifying presence descended, sweeping across the three realms. Simultaneously, a purple light swirled in the heavens, and an eye, formed from gathered purple lightning, emerged, gazing down upon all sentient beings in the three realms. The heavenly Tao has arrived. Chapter 71. The sword that cuts through all laws, a surge of celestial power radiated forth, while Yuan Shi emanated a formidable aura, seemingly intertwined with the violet eye of thunder that manifested in the heavens. Indeed, the celestial way restricts the sages, yet can also harness their might. The sages are merely embodiments of celestial power. Sensing this force, Tong Tian chuckled lightly. The sages, entrusted with their fruits of enlightenment, are imperishable. However, they are equally bound by the celestial way. Now, Tong Tian, having severed his ties to the sagehood, transcended the grasp of the celestial, posing a significant threat to it. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity to act. Yet now, even without resisting the overwhelming might of the celestial force, in the tumult of the journey to the west's tribulation, the celestial sought to eliminate Tong Tian as a threat. As the celestial force made its move, deep within the chaotic starry expanse, Hong Jun opened his eyes amidst the mist of the celestial way, revealing a flicker of struggle. As the first sage to achieve enlightenment and merge with the celestial, Hong Jun displayed remarkable decisiveness. However, during his ascension to become the celestial's spokesperson and his integration with its essence, he gradually discerned the celestial's true nature. The celestial is not merely a formless consciousness to be manipulated at will. The sages are but its enforcers. Countless principles of the celestial way surged around Hong Jun, continuously manifesting to counteract his assimilation. Simultaneously, a flash of brilliance revealed the treasured disk of creation, which possessed boundless mysterious resonance. As it appeared, the assimilative aura surrounding Hong Jun began to dissipate. A look of joy crossed his face as he perceived a glimmer of hope amidst the expanding celestial mist. Yet, in the next moment, he was stifled, forced back into submission. Even the aura of the treasure disk began to dim rapidly. Boom! Hong Jun felt as though he had suffered a grave injury, his complexion paling. What a formidable celestial force! Despite its power having entered the three realms, it possesses such strength to suppress me. With a mighty roar, He waved his hand, and the treasured disk soared forth, vanishing into the chaotic cosmos. In the Lioli realm, is that the power of the celestial way? The Jade Emperor, the Tathagata, and others gazed in horror at the eye that had appeared in the sky. It was coalesced from the violet thunder of the heavens. Even beings of their caliber could not remain unscathed beneath its might. Tong Tian, how foolish you are to abandon such power under the celestial way. The sages are the strongest. Should you fall now, it would indeed be your true demise. Yuan Shi Tianzun, feeling the shift in his own power, spoke. Yet, his words were devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of the cold demeanor displayed by Hong Jun before them. Yuan Shi was enveloped in complex and profound energies. Originally at the 4th level of the primordial golden immortal, he had truly reached the 5th level, bolstered by the formidable violet thunder at his side. Even the Panga banner and the jade Rui emanated the power of the celestial way. Since he refused to embrace sagehood, then dissolve into the cosmos, Yuan Shi Tianzun stepped forward, advancing towards Tong Tian. Beside them, Zhuan Ti and Jia initially stood alongside the primordial heavenly sovereign. Yet in that moment, they sensed an extraordinary aura, one reminiscent of their master. Exchanging glances, they refrained from acting. Despite their tenuous relationship with Tong Tian, the presence of the heavenly Tao instilled a sense of threat. If the heavenly Tao could act against Tong Tian, it could certainly turn its hand against them as well. They decided to observe. Zhuan Ti and Jia stood in tacit agreement, contemplating the audacity of dispersing the cosmos. Even the heavenly Tao must feel the weight of its own power. With a cold smirk, Tong Tian stepped forward, activating the extermination sword array within the Qingping sword, which unleashed an endless torrent of sword energy. With a single sword strike, he declared that all laws could be severed by his blade. He raised his hand and unleashed what appeared to be an ordinary strike. However, in that instant, the surrounding sword energy seemed to be drawn forth, surging towards the primordial heavenly sovereign. With a flick of his right hand gripping the Panga banner, the banner fluttered, releasing an infinite aura of chaos. As it swirled, it coalesced into a bolt of divine lightning from the purple sky. Boom! The moment they collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. Not even Sun Wukong or the likes of the Tathagata could withstand such force, and even Zhuan Ti and Jia felt like fragile vessels amidst the raging tempest. Their power had transcended that of ordinary saints. It seemed that after Tong Tian fused with the extermination sword array, his might had surpassed all previous limits. Even with the heavenly Tao's intervention, extinguishing Tong Tian would not be an easy feat. Tong Tian, indeed, was a figure of unfathomable terror. Zhuan Ti and Jia were struck with awe. Despite being saints themselves, they felt like mere ants under such overwhelming power. The fact that Tong Tian could contend with the heavenly Tao was truly frightening. Enhua's enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance. Tong Tian staggered back a few paces, his expression grave, yet his fighting spirit grew even more intense. The primordial heavenly sovereign did not retreat, but the Panga banner bore numerous sword marks, showing signs of significant damage. Even the primordial heavenly sovereign bore wounds. Under the swirling divine lightning, the injuries on his body began to heal rapidly. Buzz! The gaze of the heavenly Tao above glimmered, transforming into a violet light that merged into the primordial heavenly sovereign S-form, creating a purple pupil at his brow. Atirifin Ohakuadisi. The originally 5th layer of the Hunyuan de Luo suddenly surged to the 6th layer, showing no signs of stopping. 7th layer, 8th layer. It continued to rise, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 8th layer. As the primordial heavenly sovereign's power increased, cracks began to appear in the already fractured luminous realm, unable to withstand such overwhelming force. Tong Tian, if you are willing to entrust your Tao fruit now, I shall still accept it. Do not miscalculate. The primordial heavenly sovereign declared, casting a powerful pressure upon Tong Tian. Since I have willingly severed my saintly position, would I wish to be bound by you once more? Come forth. With a cold snort, Tong Tian's Qingping sword blazed with radiant light. Those who comprehend the Tao are prepared to face death without regret. After severing ties with the heavenly Tao, he had truly discovered his own path. How could he willingly accept being beneath others, even if it meant death? Upon hearing this, the primordial supreme being shook his head and lamented, "What a pity, what a pity!" Yet, no one knew whether his lament was due to his inability to subdue Tong Tian or because Tong Tian was too resolute, preferring death over submission. In the next moment, with a mere gesture, the primordial supreme being summoned layers of dark clouds that churned ominously in the sky. These clouds continued to converge, unleashing bolts of purple lightning. Subsequently, they transformed into colossal pillars of thunder. The divine thunder of the purple sky gathered with a resounding crash that echoed through the heavens and the earth, plummeting down with such force that the world seemed to be enveloped in a violet hue, a wave of annihilation sweeping forth. Chapter 72, Hongjun. How long can you shelter the three realms? Master, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit observed the scene with an expression of concern. At the moment the purple celestial thunder descended, a wave of violet light engulfed the three realms, unleashing a formidable shockwave that spread far and wide. The luminous realm was reduced to ruins beneath this overwhelming force. Figures such as the Buddha, Sun Wukong, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit were sent flying like leaves uprooted by a tempest. As the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit struggled to her feet, she noticed a massive chasm had formed in the distance. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance afar. Although he did not know Tong Tian, he could sense that Tong Tian was also battling against the heavens, a struggle not unlike his own. He was still alive? How could he have survived this? At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out from Zhuanti. The onlookers gazed into the depths of the chasm, where a young man lay with tattered garments and charred skin. Yet his eyes remained fixed upon the sky. Even the Qingping sword in his grasp bore multiple cracks, its once resplendent brilliance now dimmed, clearly having endured considerable damage. Had it not been for the protection of the Qingping sword, Tong Tian would likely have perished on the spot. Master, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit immediately soared towards him. The primordial heavenly sovereign, standing in the sky, sighed deeply, raising his hand to grasp a bolt of purple celestial thunder, which he then swept downward. Suddenly, at that moment, the void trembled, and a jade disk appeared in the heavens. 3,000 avenues manifested, unleashing a terrifying force. A dazzling white light emerged. Boom! The powerful white light blazed like a resplendent sun, and wherever it passed, even the primordial heavenly sovereign vanished without a trace. Enwa, Jia, and Zhuanti disappeared in an instant, expelled from the three realms. Subsequently, the creation jade disk gently descended upon Tong Tian, emanating a soft glow that began to mend his wounds. "We must leave," Tong Tian exclaimed forcefully. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit responded affirmatively, supporting him as they departed. The Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong exchanged glances. Although they had not slain any Buddha this time, the devastation wrought by the conflict among the sages was far greater than they had anticipated. In light of this, I shall not hold a grudge. Fare thee well. Sun Wukong took off with a somersault cloud. The Jade Emperor said nothing, turning to leave. In the blink of an eye, only the Buddha and the disheveled Medicine Buddha remained. Medicine Buddha was exceedingly vexed, having done nothing. He found his luminous realm turned to smoke and his many disciples reduced to ashes by that overwhelming force. And yet, Sun Wukong had the audacity to suggest he would not hold against them. The Buddha was equally troubled. His initial intention had merely been to use Sun Wukong and the Jade Emperor to reprimand the Buddhas, never expecting such disastrous consequences to unfold. The Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong hurried towards the heavenly court. What has transpired? Old Jade Emperor, do you know? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. The heavenly Tao clearly intervened. Yet how could that jade disk expel all the sages? The Jade Emperor paid little heed to Sun Wukong's demeanor and conjectured. It is likely due to the intervention of Hongjun Daozu. As an embodiment of the heavenly Tao, he naturally possesses the formidable power to command it. Furthermore, it was he who once expelled the saints, banishing them from the three realms. Sun Wukong, even more perplexed, pondered, if the Daozu has indeed merged with the heavenly Tao, why then does he intervene against it? To any practitioner, The merging with the heavenly Tao signifies that Hongjun embodies the essence of the heavenly Tao itself. Yet, merging with the heavenly Tao is not synonymous with being the heavenly Tao. The Daozu is ultimately separate from it. As the Jade Emperor spoke, he gazed into the chaotic starry expanse. Sun Wukong, intent on further inquiry, was interrupted by the sight of numerous deities from the heavenly court approaching, led by Neza, Yangjian, the Star of Venus, and the great Emperor Zhenwu. Your Majesty, are you well? The Star of Venus, upon spotting the Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong, hurried over. They had been advancing towards the west when a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, halting their progress completely until now, when they finally felt that oppressive presence dissipate. All is well. Let's return to the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor nodded and turned back to Sun Wukong. Although they had joined forces to create chaos in the west, one was a demon and the other the sovereign of the heavenly court. Then I, old son, shall take my leave. As he spoke, Sun Wukong soared into the sky on his cloud, vanishing from sight. The Jade Emperor then withdrew his gaze and led his companions back to the heavenly court. Beyond the chaotic starry void, Jane and Zhuanti resumed their positions, while Laozi had long departed. Brother, what should we do now? Jane asked, concerned about the current tumultuous state where even the heavenly Tao had intervened, preventing the onset of the heavenly palace's chaos and diminishing the possibility of suppressing Sun Wukong. Everything is in disarray now, let alone the promotion of the journey to the west and the flourishing of the Buddhist sect. No, we must continue the eastward transmission of Buddhism, Jane replied, furrowing his brow. Setting aside the merits we previously accrued, the might of Tongtian is now formidable. If the Buddhist sect does not seize this opportunity to thrive, there may be no chance in the future. You speak rightly, brother. Our fall from the saintly rank is trivial, but should Tongtian recover, the chaos may reignite. Zhuanti nodded. Although the heavenly Tao did not annihilate Tongtian this time, it had severely injured him, presenting them with a chance. Moreover, it was evident that the heavenly Tao desired their promotion of the journey to the west. Yuan sure has arrived. At that moment, Jane raised his gaze towards the entrance of the Buddhist sanctum. Zhuanti stood up, and together they exited the hall. Indeed, outside the Buddhist sanctum stood a figure. Though they had seen Yuan Sure within the glassy realm of Buddhism, at this moment, even from behind, he exuded an unmistakable aura of ruthlessness. It seemed as if Yuan Sure had transcended his previous self, embodying the heavenly Tao. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, with the heavenly Tao before them. Even they, as saints, could not remain unperturbed. Ba, esteemed friend, your arrival is a cause for celebration, though I regret my inadequate welcome. Jane managed to regain his composure faster than Zhuanti, speaking courteously. Only then did Yuan Sure turn, his eyes sparkling with starlight, as if perceiving all deeds and their consequences. There is no need for formalities. I have come today merely to inform you that the journey to the west must commence without delay. As for Tongtian, he is gravely injured and will not be able to impede the impending calamity in the near future. Hearing the promise from the primordial supreme being, while both Jane and Zhuanti had long anticipated this, actually receiving confirmation from the mouth of the heavenly Tao brought them considerable reassurance. Yes, thank you, fellow Taoist, Jane said respectfully, his hands clasped together. Just as Zhuanti was about to inquire about Laozi's course of action, the primordial supreme being unexpectedly departed. Brother, it seems that fortune is indeed on our side. Zhuanti sighed in relief at that moment. Now, we must hasten our efforts to advance the journey to the west. We have squandered enough time. Jane nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, deep within the chaotic starry expanse, the primordial supreme being appeared, gazing upon Hongjun, shrouded in the aura of the heavenly Tao. Hongjun, how long can you protect the three realms? Chapter 73. The Western Plan After Parting Ways with the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong did not immediately return to Flower and Fruit Mountain, but instead made his way directly to Chiyun Village. The village remained tranquil. Despite the previous celestial upheavals and the sky filled with purple light, it soon returned to normal, merely a fleeting episode in the lives of ordinary people. Seated in the courtyard, Qin Han moved his fingers in contemplation. What on earth transpired in the primordial chaos? After hours of deduction, he was unable to glean even a morsel of information. This was the flaw of his technique. While it allowed him to evade the calculations of the heavenly Tao, it equally prevented him from divining what had transpired. Fortunately, as he did not engage in tribulations and remained hidden, he would have no fear even when the heavenly Tao descended, provided he transcended in the future. Regardless of what occurred, it was of no concern to him. Since he could not deduce anything, it ultimately had no bearing on him. Even if the heavens were to collapse, there would be someone high enough to bear the weight. At that moment, an aura emerged from outside. It has indeed been a while since that monkey last came. Come in. Upon sensing the presence of his disciple, a smile graced Qin Han's face. Creak. The courtyard door swung open, and son Wukong stepped inside. Uncle Master. Qin Han nodded, inquiring, what brings you here this time? Have you encountered any issues with your cultivation? Son Wukong shook his head, pausing for a moment before speaking. Uncle Master, it is not a matter of cultivation. I wish to inquire about your views on the heavenly Tao. Although the Jade Emperor had elucidated certain matters, there remained much son Wukong did not comprehend. The heavenly Tao? Qin Han was taken aback, realizing that son Wukong must have sensed the rejection of the heavenly Tao while practicing the Nine Heavens' mysterious dark art. The matters of the heavenly Tao, I initially thought I would discuss them with you in due time, but since you have asked, I shall share my insights now. Son Wukong was secretly astonished. Everything was indeed within his Uncle Master's calculations. Even the matters concerning the heavenly Tao were anticipated for discussion. The heavenly Tao arose from the hiddenness of the Great Way, an unexpected manifestation of sentience. Originally, the heavenly Tao was meant to be as merciless as the Great Way, impartial and just. In the beginning, the heavenly Tao may have developed in a fair manner, but regrettably, it eventually began to diminish the strength of sentient beings, eroding the remnants left by Pangu. After numerous tribulations, the traces of Pangu had significantly weakened, and the strength of sentient beings had also been greatly diminished. The journey to the West is merely a further diminishment of the power of the Taoist sects. The Buddhist sect is but a pawn of the heavenly Tao. Should the journey to the West succeed, the calamity of the Western Buddhas will inevitably ensue, and at that time, the Buddhist sect will decline, allowing the heavenly Tao to truly seize control of the primordial chaos. Upon hearing these words, son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated such a revelation. Although his Uncle Master did not explain why Hongjun would obstruct the heavenly Tao from these words, he had surmised that Hongjun must have also discovered the heavenly Tao's schemes and sought to thwart them, which prompted Hongjun to intervene and restrict the heavenly Tao, leading to the arrival of the saints in the Three Realms. This also clarified why Tong Tian would appear in the Three Realms. Tong Tian is the soul sage seeking to find vitality amidst the calamity of the Great Tribulation. Consequently, he stands as the most fitting disciple of Hongjun to contend against the heavenly path. Perhaps Tong Tian would willingly sever his sacred status to descend into the Three Realms, bearing the shadow of Hongjun. If Hongjun were unwilling, how could Tong Tian manifest his divine consciousness or choose to self-sacrifice? If this is indeed the case, then, Master Uncle, how shall we obstruct the heavenly path? Although son Wukong finds the notion of resisting the heavenly path utterly implausible, he is the destined individual of the journey to the West and likely cannot evade his fate. Obstruct? Why should we obstruct? Qin Han shook his head, noting that ordinary beings are utterly incapable of such resistance. Only those fated by destiny can stand against the heavenly path. How to obstruct? Son Wukong realized that this was certainly a deliberate statement directed at him by his master uncle. The journey to the West spans a total of 108,000 miles. The reason the Buddhist sect promotes this pilgrimage is to disseminate the teachings of Buddhism along the way. However, this is merely a fade. Within this extensive journey lies an abundance of traces left by Pangu and 3,000 deities and demons. Pangu separated heaven and earth, ultimately exhausting himself and perishing, his body collapsing upon the land and transforming into all things of the primordial wilderness. Over the years, the majority of calamities have transpired in the east, thus leaving numerous remnants of Pangu in the west. The pilgrimage to obtain scriptures is intended to dissipate these forces using the power of Buddhism, while simultaneously converting the remnants of Pangu into immense merit. The two saints of the West, short-sighted and self-centered, merely desire to acquire vast merits without regard for others. But what if the four pilgrims of the West could awaken the imprint of Pangu through this journey? Son Wukong suddenly realized. Master Uncle's implication is to use the imprint of Pangu to contend against the heavenly path. Indeed, however, it requires the collective effort of the four travelers. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. Qin Han nodded in agreement, internally dismissing this possibility, deeming it fundamentally unfeasible. After all, the journey to the West is predetermined, and the four pilgrims, not to mention Sun Wukong, a mere monkey, include the likes of Tianpeng and Zhuanglian from the Heavenly Court, one a disciple of the human sect, and the other a confidant of the Jade Emperor, making such actions virtually impossible. They all yearn for merit. Otherwise, they would not have initiated the journey to the West. As for the Jin Shanzi of the Buddhist sect, being a carefully selected figure, his loyalty is unquestionable. Thus, there is no hope. Otherwise, he and his master would not have secluded themselves in a corner all those years ago. Do not dwell on this too much. Simply focus on your cultivation, and you shall ultimately transcend. Observing his disciple deep in thought, Qin Han assumed this monkey was fretting over the future and thus offered some words of comfort. Sun Wukong looked up at Qin Han, solemnly nodding as he said, "Master Uncle is right. I, Sun Wukong, understand now. I shall return and diligently cultivate." With that, Sun Wukong departed in a whirlwind of energy. Qin Han watched his disciple's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. This monkey is far more diligent than that Sun Wukong. One must acknowledge that with Sun Wukong's formidable heritage, had he devoted himself to diligent practice, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm sooner rather than later. It is a pity he does not exert himself. Looking again at his own disciple, he noted that he has already attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal. The possibility of becoming a quasi-saint in the future is not beyond reach. It is high time that I dedicated myself to rigorous cultivation. Otherwise, I may find myself surpassed by my junior disciple. However, I regret that I still lack one crucial element. Qin Han took a deep breath and rose from the courtyard. As Sun Wukong departed from the courtyard, a radiant light gleamed in his eyes. My master's implication is clear. I, the great sun, must embark on a journey to the West. Though I am uncertain about how to awaken the Pangu imprint, I trust that in due time, enlightenment will come. The Pangu imprint. Chapter 74. The Gift of the Nine-Aperture Sword Classic. Unceasing Reverie Boom. On the shores of the East Sea, a formidable creature of the demon race, adorned with dragon horns and towering several meters in stature, collapsed with a resounding crash. Subsequently, a gem from its dantian soared forth, landing upon the figure suspended in the void. With the demon core of this dragon evening beast, coupled with the previous demon cores acquired, it sufficed to concoct a furnace of creation golden elixirs. Qin Han murmured to himself, in contrast to the rapid cultivation pace of his disciple. Qin Han's progress as a member of the human race was, regrettably, rather sluggish. Hence, he required the aid of certain elixirs to expedite his advancement. Just as he was poised to return to his courtyard to refine some elixirs, an unmistakable aura caught his attention. The ancestor of Daniel. Since his traversal into this world, Qin Han had few acquaintances. Following the demise of his master, his social interactions dwindled further, and he had only ventured out due to a letter from his senior brother. Qin Han hastened towards the familiar aura. Upon a small island, Tong Tian sat in meditation, his aura waning. Were it not for the nourishing embrace of the creation jade disk upon his chest, he might have been rendered utterly incapacitated. After several days, his aura had somewhat stabilized. Though still gravely injured, few could contend with him, unless a sage were to descend once more. However, following the recent events, it seemed unlikely that a sage would appear so readily again. "Ah, you are gravely injured." At that moment, a voice resonated. Tong Tian opened his eyes, a flash of sword light flickering within. Upon recognizing the visitor, the brilliance of his gaze immediately subdued, revealing the identity of an old friend. What a surprise to encounter you here. Tong Tian rose promptly. Were it not for the other words, he would not have severed his sacred position, nor would he have attained such fortuitous opportunities. No need for excessive formalities. How did this come to pass? Qin Han appraised Tong Tian's injuries, noting that although his foundations were damaged, the situation was not entirely dire. A glimmer of surprise crossed Tong Tian's eyes, given this individual's cultivation. How could he be oblivious to the events of the past few days? Clearly, he wished to remain untouched by the threads of causality. He then elucidated. A few days prior, I encountered several adversaries. Initially, they posed no threat to me. However, unexpectedly, a stronger foe emerged. Had it not been for the intervention of the heavenly Tao, the outcome of the battle, which involved the fusion of the extermination sword array and the Qingping sword, remained uncertain. The small fry brought in the big guns, I see. Though this realm is a primordial world, it is also one governed by human sentiments. Powerful cultivators invariably have even mightier forces backing them. The small fry indeed summoned the big guns. Tong Tian chuckled bitterly, finding Qin Han's description quite apartment. Qin Han shifted the conversation. Your injuries, I fear, will prevent you from ever returning to your former peak. Tong Tian nodded. I am aware. My foundations are compromised, and I can only hope to approach a semblance of my former state. For one of his cultivation level, damaged foundations not only barred him from regaining his pinnacle, but also rendered any further advancement a near impossibility. Yet, it is not entirely hopeless, as the saying goes. One must break before they can stand anew. Although Qin Han had not mastered many cultivation techniques, the singularity of his practice endowed him with a profound understanding, allowing him to draw parallels and insights from disparate disciplines. In accordance with the conventional methods of recovery, one merely seeks to restore the original state of one's injuries. But what of the concept of rebuilding from destruction? Indeed, this notion poses a formidable challenge for anyone, let alone for a transcendent being such as the primordial golden immortal. When I speak of rebuilding from destruction, I do not refer to the obliteration of all one's cultivation. Rather, I suggest a recommencement of your journey. Observing your path of cultivation, which is rooted in the sword arts, it appears that your previous practice was based on the upper clear method, rather than a pure sword path. At this moment, I happen to possess a fragmentary scripture, the 9-aperture sword canon, which was casually penned by my master. Although incomplete, it holds the potential to enhance your understanding. Qin Han raised his hand to produce a scripture, crafted by his own master, a true genius whose creations, despite his modest cultivation, are exceptional in their nature. For instance, the 9 heavens profound Yin technique he practices is a method that leads to primordial understanding, effectively severing ties with the primal chaos, unimpeded by its constraints or the machinations of fate. Though it comes with certain inconveniences, such as the inability to calculate the passage of time, he finds himself solitary, rendering such calculations unnecessary. Upon perusing the 9-aperture sword canon, Tong Tian's eyes brightened. His inherited upper clear method traces its origins to Pangu, yet this particular technique intriguingly conceives of the practitioner as the sword itself. As one cultivates this method, their very essence transforms into a blade. Such a technique undoubtedly resonates with him. Should he choose to recommence his training along this path, he could potentially cultivate a duality of self, merging to achieve greater heights. Admittedly, the 9-aperture sword canon is indeed fragmented, but it serves as a foundation. With this base, he need only proceed methodically to extrapolate further. It is akin to constructing a great edifice. The groundwork is already laid, and while challenges may arise henceforth, the core issue remains manageable. This incomplete 9-aperture sword canon serves as that foundation, and with his experience, it is ample enough to guide him towards the status of a primordial golden immortal. In time, he may ascend to the 5th level of the primordial golden immortal realm, merging his dual selves to rival the 6th level. When confronted with the Tao of Heaven, he may not be without recourse. The sword path remains eternally formidable, and transcending ranks in combat is a commonplace occurrence. Such a rare treasure. Despite Tong Tian's extensive experience as a saint of the heavenly path, having encountered countless precious artifacts, the gift from Qin Han in his current predicament is akin to a timely provision of warmth amidst winter's chill. Even he finds it difficult to accept such generosity without hesitation. Should this item remain with me, it would be squandered. If it weighs upon your conscience, perhaps you might bestow upon me some resources in exchange, treating it as a purchase. Qinan huklid softly. Though this item is indeed precious, it holds little value for him, akin to mere scrap paper. However, for one devoted to the sword path, it is undeniably a treasure. Very well. Here are my cherished possessions accumulated over the years. I hope you do not find them lacking. Tong Tian retrieved a shumi bag, containing the treasures he had safeguarded throughout the years. With his disciples now in the heavenly court, he need not worry for the sect of interception. These items serve no purpose remaining with him. Though valuable, these items pale in comparison to the offering Qin Han has given. Upon receiving the multitude of items, Qin Han assessed them. While most materials might not be particularly useful to him, their sheer quantity is sufficient to establish a sect, and thus they hold their own worth. He was momentarily taken aback, secretly marveling at the identity of this great one's ancestor, who could amass such a wealth of resources. In comparison to the techniques of his fellow cultivator, these items were, of course, insignificant. Nonetheless, I implore you to accept them. Upon witnessing Tong Tian's courteous demeanor, Qin Han felt that further refusals would seem rather pretentious, so he nodded and said, "Very well, I shall accept these items." At that moment, a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying with it the ominous aura of calamity. Dear fellow cultivator, do exercise caution to avoid being swept into the tribulation, Qin Han remarked after sensing the change in the atmosphere. Tong Tian smiled faintly, assuring him, "This tribulation is minor. It shall not affect me." Gazing at Qin Han before him, he pondered the multitude of schemes at play, the alterations made to son Wukong and his fate. What could be the ultimate purpose? Was it to suppress the heavenly Tao, or to attain the great path? Chapter 75. The kind-hearted young monk. Allow me to share a tale in the celestial realm. The Jade Emperor sat majestically upon his golden throne. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits approached to pay her respects. "What, Brother Tong Tian?" he inquired first. Though grievously wounded, Brother Tong Tian, being a being of the supreme golden immortal, shall not easily perish, the Jade Emperor remarked. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits spoke with reverence. "Your Majesty, I bring word that my master's condition has improved, and thus I have come forth." The Jade Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. "That is indeed reassuring. What course of action shall your Majesty now pursue?" "Naturally, to advance the journey to the West," he declared. "Why, after all you have done, would you still assist the Western Buddhist sect in this endeavor?" Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor shook his head. "The current journey to the West serves not merely to aid the West, but rather to benefit the celestial realm itself. Do you comprehend the true purpose of this journey?" Without hesitation, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits replied, "To elevate the Buddhist sect." "No," the Jade Emperor countered, "while the Buddhist sect seeks to elevate itself through this journey, the deeper significance lies in the profound merits it encompasses. However, the ownership of these merits does not inherently belong to the Buddhist sect, not one to be easily misled." The Holy Mother quickly grasped the implication behind the Jade Emperor's words. "Your Majesty seeks to contend for those merits?" The Buddhist sect aims to leverage these merits for its own elevation. Similarly, the celestial realm is capable of achieving this as well. The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with determination, and he turned his gaze towards the star of Venus. "Venus, what news do you have regarding Marshal Tianpeng?" Stepping forward, the star of Venus responded, "Your Majesty, under my persuasion, Marshal Tianpeng has finally come to believe in my words and is willing to lend his support." "Excellent. Summon them forth," the Jade Emperor commanded, nodding in approval. Since his encounter with Qin Han, he had been working to win over Marshal Tianpeng, a disciple of the 3 generations of human teaching. He aimed to make the marshal realize he was merely a pawn in a larger game, which required considerable effort on his part. The star of Venus departed to carry out the task, and soon, two figures gracefully entered the hall of celestial splendor. One was a towering figure with crimson hair, clad in golden armor and black attire, emanating an aura of thunderous might, a dark jade belt cinched at his waist, and cloud-patterned battle boots adorning his feet, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The other bore a visage of deep ebony, with high cheekbones and similarly adorned in golden armor. These two were none other than Marshal Tianpeng and General of the Curtain. "We pay our respects to your majesty," they exclaimed in unison. The Jade Emperor acknowledged them with a nod. Compared to his trusted aides, the General of the Curtain was merely a golden immortal, while Marshal Tianpeng had already attained the status of a great golden immortal. "Tianpeng, do you comprehend the purpose of my summons?" Marshal Tianpeng nodded, taken aback that his sect would forsake him to fulfill agreements with the West, even resorting to accusations of impropriety and compelling him to be reborn into a lesser form. Initially skeptical, he soon realized the truth in the words of the Star of Venus after meeting his master. "Can your majesty truly assist me in avoiding the torment of reincarnation?" he inquired. "Ultimately, one cannot escape fate. Thus, it is wiser to choose the path most beneficial to oneself," which became the very reason Marshal Tianpeng chose to ally with the Jade Emperor. "Certainly, I find no desire for the Buddhist sect to flourish excessively. However, the sage has already resolved to advance the journey to the West, a course I cannot alter. I merely hope to enlist your strength to mitigate the extent of this burgeoning influence." The Jade Emperor nodded and turned his gaze towards the two. "We shall obey your command." The Marshal of Heavenly Pig and General of the Curtain exchanged a glance and bowed respectfully. The Jade Emperor smiled. The most troublesome matter lay with the Golden Cicada. Subsequently, in the mortal realm of the Yusang Kingdom, a handsome young man emerged, establishing a Taoist temple named the Heavenly Pig Temple, awaiting the appearance of Gao Laozhuang. Simultaneously, near the flowing sand river, another Taoist temple emerged, named the Jade Emperor Temple, presided over by the General of the Curtain. Within the spiritual mountain, the boundless light of Buddha radiated forth, imbued with profound compassion. The Tathagata slowly opened his eyes, a hint of gravity flashing within them. The Jade Emperor had dispatched the General of the Curtain and the Heavenly Pig to descend to the mortal realm. Yet it deviated from the original agreement. Guanyin nodded. "Indeed, Buddha, should we intervene?" The Tathagata shook his head. "Intervention? Such a matter is not easily undertaken. The last time, due to the tumult in the Heavenly Palace, the Jade Emperor allied with the Monkey King, even breaching the Western realm, causing the Heavenly Tao to intervene. However, with Tongtian's self-dismemberment of his saintly status, it signifies a vacancy in the position of the sage, enhancing the likelihood of his ascension. Now we await the true commencement of the journey to the West, where Tang Sung shall acquire the true scriptures, culminating in the journey's success, allowing the Buddhist sect to gain immense merits and rise, while I, as the proponent, shall also acquire substantial merits, propelling me into the realm of the sage. At that time, the three saints of Buddhism shall no longer be suppressed by the Taoist sect. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the journey to the West may still harbor unforeseen events. I can only hope for tranquility." The Tathagata's voice was calm. "Guanyin, you should also accompany the Golden Cicada for his reincarnation." Guanyin replied with utmost reverence. "I shall adhere to the Buddha's decree." Within the Zen monastery where the Golden Cicada resided, he understood his duty well. As a disciple of the Buddhist sect, he was destined for its flourishing. The opportunity lay within reach, for as long as he disseminated the Buddhist teachings and delivered all beings. Golden Cicada, the time has come. As time flowed like water and the years wove swiftly by, 5 centuries passed in the mortal realm, with dynasties rising and falling, leading to the era of the Tang dynasty. In the Xian temple on the outskirts of the city, a young monk diligently adhered to the precepts of Buddhism, sparing even the smallest of creatures. One day, the young monk purchased a fish from a fisherman, intending to release it back into the water. However, he stumbled on the mossy steps by the riverbank. Fortunately, the fish remained unharmed. The young monk rose, cradling the fish in his hands and placing it gently into the water, watching as it swam away, its tail flickering and soon disappearing beneath the surface. The young monk beamed with joy, exclaiming, "O fish, may you never be caught again." He then prepared to return to the Cyan temple. What a kind-hearted young monk! At that moment, a voice echoed nearby. Turning to look, the young monk beheld an ordinary man standing there. Yet he could not fathom why this man's occasional gestures resembled those of a monkey. The young monk did not dwell on it. Instead, he clasped his hands together, declaring, "May the Buddha's compassion prevail, for saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda." Yet that was no mere man. The youth scratched his face, chuckling as he shook his head. The young monk shook his head, stating, "All sentient beings are living creatures. It is not solely humanity that reigns supreme over them." The youth chuckled. "If that is the case, should those demons also receive the compassion of the Buddha?" The young monk replied, "Indeed, all beings are equal. The Buddha's compassion extends to all who earnestly strive toward goodness. They are worthy of his protection." The youth laughed, his smile tinged with derision. The young monk, disliking this expression, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the cause of your laughter?" "I mock your ignorance." The youth retorted, "Allow me to share a tale. It is said that a stone gave birth to a stone monkey, who roamed freely in the mountains, causing no harm to the innocent. Do you believe he deserves the Buddha's protection?" Chapter 76. The heart of man is a deep abyss. Even monks may be villains indeed. I am a believer in the compassion of the Buddha and the equality of all sentient beings. The young monk's eyes sparkled with clarity. Although he could not fathom why the youth recounted this tale, he resolutely responded, "Regrettably, you are mistaken. The Buddhist sect has plotted against him, cloaking their intentions under the guise of serving the Dharma and the multitude." The youth shook his head, his smile tinged with increasing derision. The youth was none other than the transformed son Wukong. Initially, the Jade Emperor intended to intervene personally, yet he realized that while he could conceal himself temporarily, he could not escape the watchful eyes of the Buddhist community. In contrast, Sun Wukong had undergone such extensive cultivation over the years that even the Jade Emperor found it challenging to predict his movements. Furthermore, Sun Wukong held a keen interest in enlightening the Golden Cicada. At that moment, Sun Wukong recounted his experiences, narrating the tale of how he had been schemed against by the Buddhist sect since his birth, culminating in the chaos he sowed in the heavenly palace. The young monk, upon hearing these accounts, felt a whirlwind of emotions. What the practitioner spoke was indeed an error of the Buddhist sect. However, it remained merely a story and should not be taken to heart. The young monk shook his head, acknowledging that the portrayal of the Buddhist sect in the tale indeed deviated from its teachings, yet he dismissed it as a mere narrative and did not take it seriously. "Is this merely a story?" Sun Wukong scoffed lightly, raising his hand to summon a shift in the scenery, which twisted and transformed until they found themselves outside the Great Tang Dynasty in the Western realms. "What is this?" The young monk gazed around in astonishment, bewildered at how he had suddenly arrived in this place. "This is beyond the Tang Dynasty. Behold how your heart's conception of the Buddha rescues the masses," Sun Wukong declared. Striding ahead, the young monk remained silent for a moment before hastily following, pleading for the practitioner to return him, as he still had morning prayers to attend. However, Sun Wukong paid him no mind. The duo, one large and one small, continued onward, and soon found themselves seated at a tea stall. "You two must have traveled from afar. Do enjoy a cup of tea." The proprietor, an elderly man, approached eagerly upon seeing the young monk. "Thank you, kind sir, but I am without funds to offer," the young monk replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as his alms had already been spent on fish. "No need for concern, no need. I, too, am a devout follower of the Buddha. Look, this statue is one I obtained 5 years ago from the Temple of All Spirits, blessed by an eminent monk," the elderly man boasted, pointing to the statue perched high in the tea stall. Though modest in size, it was polished daily, retaining its pristine condition, while incense ash lay before it, suggesting the man was indeed a devout worshipper. "You are truly a fortunate man," the young monk expressed admiration, feeling a surge of goodwill. "Please, enjoy your drinks and take a moment to rest." The elderly man then turned to attend to other patrons. What do you think of the old man? Son Wukong inquired, glancing at the elder's retreating figure. The young monk replied, the old man's devotion to the Buddha suggests he is a blessed individual, and his generous spirit implies that he shall live a life free from illness and misfortune. Yet, why does he dress so humbly? The elderly man's clothing was adorned with patches, and his face bore the marks of time. The young monk, after a moment of silence, spoke, each person has their destiny, yet the actions of this venerable elder will surely lead to a favorable end. Amitabha. Son Wukong nodded, seemingly persuaded. After sipping his tea, he bid farewell to the old man and departed from the tea shed. However, as they stepped outside, a group of menacing thugs rushed in. The young monk felt a twinge of unease and turned abruptly to see these ruffians storming into the tea shed, unleashing chaos and searching for valuables. Stop this at once, the young monk shouted, charging forward, only to be effortlessly swatted aside by a burly man. Who is this monk? Get lost. The thugs paid him no heed, continuing their looting, while the revered statue of Buddha observed coldly from its lofty pedestal. If you wish, I can assist you in dealing with these men. Son Wukong whispered to the young monk. Gritting his teeth, the monk shook his head. Though the old man is gone, he will surely be reborn into a good life in the next cycle. Son Wukong chuckled. If this life is lost, how can one hope for a better next life? Is that not self-deception? The young monk struggled to articulate a counterargument. For though the teachings of Buddhism emphasize cause and effect, good deeds leading to good outcomes, he was uncertain of the reality of such abstract concepts. Son Wukong and the young monk continued on their path. As darkness enveloped the sky, the young monk spotted a dilapidated temple ahead. Let us seek refuge there for the night. Agreed. Upon entering the crumbling structure, they discovered a few others already gathered within. 2 monks and 5 refugees. The young monk refrained from conversing with the 2 monks, perhaps due to his doubts about Buddhism stemming from prior events. Young monk, have you come to seek shelter? Here, have some bread. An elderly woman wiped the dust from her face and offered him a piece of dry bread. The young monk accepted it gratefully, without disdain. Why is it that this Western land, near the sacred Buddhist realm, is in such disarray? He inquired, perplexed. Son Wukong chuckled. Because no one is willing to bear the burden of violence, and without unification, chaos ensues. As for Buddhism, without conflict, how could one believe? The young monk was taken aback. He had assumed that the Western Holy Land would be a paradise of bliss, where all lived in harmony, far superior to the Tang dynasty. Yet, he was confronted with this harsh reality. The turmoil of the West might even stem from Buddhism itself. Even if Buddhism did not directly partake in the violence, it could still be a catalyst for it. Why do you speak thus? The Dharma is boundless. Yet even the Buddha has realms beyond his reach. Do you not see that the monks too are fleeing, just like us? I believe that the future will surely improve. The elderly woman expressed her discontent upon hearing Son Wukong's words. He said nothing in reply, merely glancing at the 2 monks meditating in the distance. The young monk, upon hearing the woman's defense, began to restore his faith in the Buddha. In the stillness of the night, as silence enveloped the desolate temple, the gathered souls either sat or reclined in slumber, the only sound being the crackling of the campfire. At that moment, the 2 monks opened their eyes. They drew forth the steel blades from behind them. Attack! A chorus of anguished screams erupted, accompanied by the splatter of blood. The young monk was startled awake by the warm liquid on his face, and before him lay a harrowing scene. The 2 monks wielded their deadly weapons, while several fugitives lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes wide open, reflecting a haunting inability to close them in death. Young monk, you have awakened. You were meant to meet the Buddha in your dreams, yet alas, as one of them spoke, a steel blade came crashing down, and the young monk felt a chill of impending doom. At that instant, the voice of Son Wukong echoed in his ear. As long as you desire it, I can assist you in vanquishing them. Kill them. Chapter 77. Enlightening Xuanzang, transforming the Buddhist sect. Bang, bang, bang. 2 monks wielding sharp blades met a tragic end beneath the golden staff, their lives extinguished before the eyes of a young monk. The boy, merely a novice, was frozen in disbelief, having never witnessed such brutality. After dispatching the two monks, son Wukong returned to the young monk's side and calmly inquired, "Did you not profess to save all beings? Why not attempt to redeem these two?" The young monk turned to glance at the innocent refugees nearby, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Some souls may be beyond redemption. The human heart can be treacherous. But they are monks." Son Wukong scoffed. Indeed, they were monks, having revered the Buddha, shaved their heads, and embraced monastic life, all under the approval of the elder monks. Yet, these two had resorted to heinous acts, harming the innocent merely to acquire a handful of silver coins. It is said that the Buddha sacrificed his flesh to nourish an eagle, a testament to his compassion. This was the very principle the young monk admired within Buddhism. Yet, such ideals felt like a woven fairy tale, starkly contrasted by the harsh reality before him. A transformation had begun within the young monk, one that even he could not perceive. Perhaps monks could embody both virtue and vice, and the wickedness of the human heart did not discriminate against those who claimed to be disciples of the Buddha. Son Wukong chuckled again. The Buddha teaches that one can become enlightened by laying down the blade. What are your thoughts on this now? Should these monks merely abandon their weapons and resume their chants? Does that absolve them of the innocent lives they have taken? Would that not be too lenient? The young monk fell silent. From a tender age, he had been taught of the Buddha's mercy and the importance of saving all beings. For saving a life surpasses the construction of 7 pagodas. Yet, when faced with such stark reality, the lofty ideals seemed to evaporate. Witnessing the death of the kind woman who had previously offered him food, he found himself unable to forgive these two monks on her behalf. Though the young monk remained voiceless, son Wukong was satisfied. With a wave of his hand, the scene shifted once more, and they returned to the temple, as if the preceding events had been mere phantoms. However, the young monk was no longer the same. His heart had undergone a profound change. Son Wukong watched as the young monk walked numbly towards the temple. Indeed, the words of the Jade Emperor rang true. The doctrines of Buddhism harbored numerous flaws. Witnessing the current state of the Buddhist sect was sufficient to instigate such a transformation within him. Once a crack appeared, he would gradually uncover the sect's vulnerabilities. Would he continue to uphold the faith then? The essence of Buddhism appeared excessively ethereal. The ultimate bliss of the Pure Land and the salvation of all beings seemed utterly unrealistic, particularly the notion of laying down the blade to attain enlightenment, which felt absurd. The tale of the Buddha feeding an eagle, in light of such brutal realities, resembled a mere theatrical performance. Buddhism was fushed, and its unconditional acceptance of followers contributed to the inability to convey its teachings accurately. The entire Buddhist sect resembled an entity of hollow existence. This was the inevitable outcome of Buddhism. Son Wukong had merely revealed a fragment of this truth. The young monk returned to the temple, seemingly unchanged, still striking the wooden fish and chanting sutras, embodying compassion as always. Gradually, the young monk matured into the temple's Zen master. One day, the old monk approached Xuanzang, saying, "Xuanzang, over the years you have disseminated the Dharma, impacting countless souls. Your reputation has reached the city of Chang'an, and even His Majesty hopes you will journey there to expound the teachings. Are you willing to go?" Recognizing this as an opportunity to spread the Buddhist teachings, the disciple eagerly agreed. The old monk, upon hearing this, wore a comforting smile, feeling fortunate to have such a disciple. "In that case, I shall return now. You should rest early," he said, turning to leave. Yet, Xuanzang interjected, "Master, I wish to pose a question." "Oh, what is it?" The old monk was taken aback. Over the years, his disciple's understanding of the Dharma had surpassed his own, and he never expected Xuanzang would seek his guidance. "What is your perspective on the phrase to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly?" Xuanzang had spent years studying the Dharma, striving to comprehend the essence of this statement. Were those who committed heinous acts truly worthy of acceptance? The old monk, joining his palms, replied, "Amitabha, as it is said, our Buddha embodies compassion. Even the most malevolent beings, if they turn their hearts towards the Dharma, can become Buddhas." Xuanzang, somewhat disheartened, questioned, should those who have been cruelly slain have met such a fate? The old monk was visibly taken aback, clearly having not contemplated this deeply. After all, he had merely echoed what his master had taught him, never considering the plight of those who were brutally killed, assuming that the Buddhist path was one of compassion and acceptance for all. Xuanzang, compassion allows for the acceptance of wrongdoers, while their punishment is the jurisdiction of the authorities. The old monk said after a prolonged silence, letting out a deep sigh. If this holds true for ordinary individuals, what of demons? Demons? The old monk had not anticipated this angle, his emotions becoming convoluted. I have read in the scriptures of a peacock that once devoured the Buddha, only for the Buddha to emerge and embrace it, bestowing upon the peacock the title of Great King of the Peacock. The old monk continued, we should aspire to embody the Buddha's nature, forgiving all beings and guiding them towards liberation. Xuanzang shook his head. The Buddha possesses immense power. But if he were truly consumed, would the multitude of Buddhas within the Buddhist realm still grant the peacock the title of Great King? The old monk's expression froze, realizing he could not persuade Xuanzang. Enough, Xuanzang, do not dwell too deeply on this. Each person perceives the Dharma differently. My own understanding may be limited. Perhaps in the future, you will encounter the Buddha, and at that time, you may engage in debate with him. The old monk turned away, anxious that Xuanzang might continue their discourse. Fragments of memories surfaced in Xuanzang's mind, envisioning himself in a resplendent hall, debating the Buddha seated upon a lotus throne, ultimately being cast out. These recollections had frequently emerged since his encounter with Sun Wukong. Perhaps even if he were to encounter the Buddha, he might not obtain the answers he seeks. It seems the Buddhist realm is in need of transformation, Xuanzang murmured. He held a profound appreciation for certain teachings of Buddhism. Yet there were aspects he found intolerable. Have you finally come to believe that Buddhism requires change? At that moment, a youthful figure materialized beside him. It is you. Xuanzang recognized the young man at once. He was the one who had once guided him through the trials of life. Xuanzang, the inner turmoil of the Buddhist order is crumbling, a fade of gold and jade. Perhaps you possess the power to instigate a transformation within it. Sun Wukong has awaited your awakening for many years. What must this humble monk do? Sun Wukong remained silent, raising his hand to gently press his fingertip upon Xuanzang's brow. Chapter 78. Are you here to endanger lives? I can only guide you all. Boom. A resounding clamor erupted within Xuanzang's mind, as if something concealed deep within his soul had been unleashed. Memories spanning 10 lifetimes, the recollections of the golden cicada, surged forth like a tidal wave. The once confused gaze of Xuanzang now bore a hint of ferocity, reminiscent of the ancient malevolent insect, the six-winged golden cicada. Over the course of 10 lifetimes, the overwhelming aura of savagery had largely dissipated, yet a trace remained. I am the golden cicada. No, I am Xuanzang. Xuanzang closed his eyes, as a myriad of chaotic memories relentlessly assaulted his consciousness, until his resolve crystallized entirely. The Buddhist faith, indeed, requires transformation. Xuanzang beheld through the golden cicada's memories a landscape rife with demonic entities in the West, where countless beings fell victim to their merciless slaughter, revealing intricate ties between these demons and the Buddhist realm. What he had initially glimpsed through Sun Wukong was but a fraction of the truth. The Buddhist order is far too vast, filled with numerous hypocrites. They profess compassion, yet remain indifferent to the suffering of countless beings. Some demons even act under the auspices of the Buddhist order, exterminating life solely to garner faith from the souls they destroy. Is this what constitutes Buddhism? This is utterly unworthy of the title. Xuanzang, do you now comprehend why you descended to this realm? Sun Wukong inquired. Xuanzang nodded. Solely for the journey to the West, to propagate the Dharma. He had come to understand everything. His reincarnation was destined for the dissemination of Buddhist teachings, yet his past doubts about the Dharma were genuine. Sun Wukong asked, do you still wish to spread the Dharma? Xuanzang replied, yes, but it must not be the superficial teachings of Buddhism. I desire for everyone to attain Buddhahood, rather than the illusory paradise of the Western Pure Land. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Chang'an City. The following day, Xuanzang had arrived at the outskirts of Chang'an, his expression initially one of uncertainty, which soon transformed into unwavering determination as he entered the city. Under careful arrangements, Xuanzang found himself in a temple within Chang'an, where he began his sermons. The multitude of citizens, upon hearing Xuanzang's teachings, seemed to experience a transcendental elevation. Subsequently, Xuanzang was summoned by the Tang Emperor, learning of Li Shimin's torment by vengeful spirits due to his past slaughters, compounded by Wei Zheng's dragon-slaying incident, which necessitated the presence of this enlightened monk. As the Tang Emperor admired Xuanzang's profound understanding of the Dharma, the sky was graced by the arrival of Guanyin Bodhisattva, who presented him with a brocade kasaya and a 9-ringed staff. Xuanzang, do you realize that what you have learned thus far is merely the lesser vehicle of Buddhism? Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired after bestowing the treasures, before delving into the core matter. For years, the Buddhist order has been diligently strategizing, especially after losing its influence over the underworld. Considerable sacrifices were made to secure the Jade Emperor's consent. Ironically, this diminished their attention towards Xuanzang, rendering them oblivious to the profound transformations he had undergone. After all, who would believe that a being who had existed within the Buddhist realm for countless eons could undergo significant changes upon reincarnation? Xuanzang responded, I, a humble monk, am unaware. The visage of Guanyin appeared somewhat stiff, taken aback that someone as devoted to the Dharma as Xuanzang would exhibit indifference towards it. Nonetheless, she remained Guanyin and continued to speak. In the present day within the Southern Paradise State, or elsewhere, what is practiced is merely the lesser vehicle of Buddhism. However, our Buddhist teachings encompass the Mahayana, capable of liberating souls, alleviating human suffering, and cultivating the immeasurable lifespan. As Guanyin spoke, her gaze fixed upon Xuanzang, her face radiating compassion as she inquired, Do you wish to comprehend the Mahayana? Upon hearing this, Xuanzang gently lifted his head, maintaining a tranquil expression. Naturally, I aspire to grasp the Mahayana, solely to liberate the souls of the Tang dynasty and ease the suffering of humanity. Guanyin smiled, and with Xuanzang's affirmation, the journey to the west was thus officially set in motion. However, Guanyin could not shake the feeling that the golden cicada before her had undergone some transformation, though she could not articulate the specifics. Once Guanyin departed, Xuanzang calmly turned back, allowing everything to proceed in an orderly fashion. Guanyin returned to the west to report to the Buddha. I humbly report, Tathagata, that Xuanzang has officially embarked on his journey westward. The multitude of Buddha's bodhisattvas and arhats within the grand hall displayed smiles of joy. Amitabha, the momentum of our Buddhist teachings is unstoppable. Indeed, we await the successful completion of the journey to the west. Amitabha, despite certain occurrences, ultimately, nothing can be altered. As many Buddhas began to speak, Guanyin, after a moment of silence, voiced her concern. However, my Buddha, I sense that the golden cicada seems to have changed in some manner. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the Buddhas froze. They had employed every means at their disposal to facilitate the journey, and now that it had finally begun, an unexpected turn of events had occurred with the golden cicada. Oh, the Tathagata, seated upon the lotus seat, moved his fingers in a contemplative manner, his eyes shimmering with a mystical light. At that moment, the atmosphere in Chang'an was thick with ominous energy. Not even he, nor the two saints of the Buddhist realm, could foresee the implications. Nevertheless, Xuanzang is ultimately the golden cicada. His unwavering dedication to the Dharma will surely not waver easily during this journey. The Tathagata stated calmly, now that the grand momentum had commenced, no one could alter it, not even Xuanzang himself. What then? Of the originally established 81 tribulations that were to be set in place? Guanyin found herself in a quandary. The predetermined 81 trials now seemed evidently unfeasible. The Buddha once declared that there is no need to concern oneself with the 81 tribulations, so long as they take each step to reach the Western paradise. The Tathagata sighed, acknowledging the changes brought about by son Wukong and the resistance of the Jade Emperor. What was once established was destined to evolve. Now, the two saints of the West could only hope that no unforeseen events would occur along the way, rendering the original 81 trials mere trifles. After bidding farewell to the Emperor of Tang, Xuanzang set forth with his belongings, riding on a white horse directly towards the west. He even declined the company of his followers. In order to hasten his journey, he commenced riding at the break of dawn, braving the crisp frost and gazing at the bright moon, traversing several dozen miles until he reached the borders of the Tang dynasty. On this day, he beheld a range of mountains. The mountains are adorned with lush vegetation, yet their rugged terrain proves treacherous. Suddenly, with a misstep, Xuanzang and his steed plunged into a deep pit. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was met with fervent shouts. "Seize him! Seize him!" Xuanzang looked up to behold a myriad of bizarre creatures emerging from beyond the pit. Among them, the leader stood out, fearsome in appearance, with jagged teeth resembling saw blades and muscles rippling beneath his skin. His beard, akin to steel needles, and fingers as sharp as talons added to his menacing presence. Flanking him were two hulking figures, their greenish faces and menacing fangs enough to terrify any ordinary onlooker. Yet, upon witnessing them, Xuanzang remained unfazed. "Amitabha, may the Buddha's compassion prevail. Do you seek to take innocent lives? Alas, I can only offer salvation to you all." Chapter 79, A Monk, who might just need the intervention of the Star Lord for many years. The tiger spirit had reigned over Shuangcha Ridge, having formed alliances with Bear Mountain Lord and the Special Scholar, thus augmenting his power. He had terrorized the region, delighting in the slaughter of passing mortals. Today, however, he encountered a portly monk, whom he deemed a perfect candidate for a feast. Yet, who would have thought that this stout monk would aspire to save them all? Where did this monk come from, so audacious? "Seize this rotund monk for me. Let us wash him and prepare him for a meal," the tiger's spirit proclaimed, inspiring several lesser demons to eagerly prepare for action. However, before they could see Xuanzang, he chanted Amitabha. Instantly, a radiant light enveloped him, and a lotus platform materialized beneath his feet, gently lifting him from the pit. To their astonishment, the monk possessed some magical prowess. The tiger spirit, Bear Mountain Lord, and the Special Scholar were taken aback. They had not encountered a cultivated being in many years, and the sight was indeed surprising. Nevertheless, they quickly regained their composure. Even if he hasn't attained the celestial path, he dares to display his powers? Upon closer inspection, the tiger spirit discerned that while Xuanzang had some magic, he had clearly not reached the celestial realm and remained merely immortal. Even with his cultivated techniques, he posed no threat to the three of them. "Brother, I have heard that consuming a cultivator can greatly benefit our kind." Indeed, this was the first such opportunity, and they were eager to partake. Bear Mountain Lord and the Special Scholar chuckled, saliva pooling in their mouths. They had feasted on mortals frequently, but had never dared touch a cultivator. Now that this monk had ventured into their territory, delivered to them on a platter, how could they resist? "Seize him." The tiger's spirit nodded, commanding his minions to capture Xuanzang and bring him back to their lair for a proper feast. The multitude of lesser demons surged forward, eager to showcase their prowess before their king, hoping to earn a savory reward. Boom! The swarm of demons quickly enveloped Xuanzang. Yet in the next moment, a burst of Buddha light radiated through the gaps in the throng, sending the demons flying. They fell like kites, with severed strings, crashing to the ground, rendered silent. The tiger spirit's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. "Brothers, let us attack together," he shouted. Bear Mountain Lord and the Special Scholar charged towards Xuanzang from three directions. Though the lesser demons were weak, the three of them had transcended the celestial path, achieving the realm of human immortals. Capturing a half-baked monk would be childish play. Yet, before they could close the distance, a 9-ringed staff swept across the air, enveloped in Buddha light, and a powerful force of salvation struck them heavily. Boom, boom, boom. The three demons were sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. "Amitabha, my Buddha, is merciful," Xuanzang intoned, then approached the severely injured trio. Although Xuanzang had regained the memories of the Golden Cicada, his once formidable powers had ultimately been stripped away, leaving him with merely 1% of his former abilities. Yet even that meager fraction was not something a mere tiger demon could dare to provoke. You. Did your master not instruct you that the Buddhist path emphasizes compassion and the sanctity of life?" The tiger spirit's countenance shifted dramatically as it beheld Xuanzang approaching with his nine-ringed staff, hastily exclaiming. It was said that monks were compassionate, sparing even the lives of ants. Yet this monk seemed all too willing to take lives, having already dispatched numerous lesser demons. Our Buddha embodies compassion, sacrificing oneself for the greater good. By eliminating you, I shall safeguard countless ordinary lives. Xuanzang was no longer the timid Tang Sung of yore. He had witnessed the brutality of many villains alongside Sun Wukong, leading to the realization that killing could indeed be a form of mercy. Countless mortals had perished at the hands of these demons, and many more would inevitably meet the same fate in the future. By vanquishing these fiends, he was thereby protecting future travelers. This was a significant act of virtue. With a resounding thud, the nine-ringed staff descended without hesitation. The tiger spirit's head shattered, and it fell lifeless to the ground. The Bear Mountain King and the special envoy, initially defiant, were immediately cowed by the ease with which the tiger had met its demise. "Oh, holy monk, spare us. We have failed to recognize your greatness. Please show us mercy," they implored. "If the holy monk would grant us reprieve, we shall surely amend our ways and embrace the path of Buddhism." Seeing Xuanzang lower his staff, the Bear Mountain King exhaled in relief. After all, a monk was still a monk, and a few kind words could soften a monk's heart. Once this monk departed, the mountain would remain theirs. "Please bring my steed up." Xuanzang turned to the deep pit, seemingly considering a reprieve for the Bear Mountain King and the special envoy. The two demons exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with hope. The Bear Mountain King waved his hand, summoning the winds of magic, and with a flourish, the horses from the pit appeared at the edge. The horses snorted, expelling puffs of vapor, clearly frightened. "Holy monk, we have retrieved the horses. We beseech you to spare us. We shall reflect deeply and never again harm human lives." The Bear Mountain King pleaded repeatedly. Xuanzang regarded the penitent Bear Mountain King and special envoy. Had it been any other monk, they might have been granted mercy by now. But Xuanzang was not one to be swayed. Having already taken lives, the matter of right and wrong was beyond his jurisdiction. It was for Yama to decide. All he could do was escort them to Yama's domain. Xuanzang shook his head. Upon hearing this, the special envoy's eyes turned cold, and he bellowed, "This is intolerable. We have already confessed and pleaded for mercy. Must we still be slain? Let us fight together." The Bear Mountain King, filled with rage, transformed, his black fur bristling as he reverted to his true form. However, before the two demons could fully react, the nine-ringed staff swept through the air, radiating a brilliant light of the Buddha. With two resounding roars, both Xiong Shanjun and Tai Chu Shi fell victim to the relentless assault of the Buddhist order, perishing instantly. In the blink of an eye, the myriad of demons inhabiting Shuangcha Ridge met their tragic demise. Xuanzang, with his hands clasped in prayer, began to chant the sutras to absolve the souls of the fallen demons. Amidst the chaos of Shuangcha Ridge, a radiant beam of white light descended from the heavens, dispersing to reveal a venerable elder with a head of white hair and beard, the illustrious Tai by Jin Xing. Although the Jade Emperor had faith in Xuanzang's abilities, he still deemed it prudent to send Tai by Jin Xing to offer protection. A reincarnated monk may indeed require the intervention of this celestial lord. Tai Bai Jin Xing remarked with a smile, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The demons of Shuangcha Ridge were not particularly formidable. They had merely transcended the mortal realm to achieve a semblance of immortality. Yet, to ordinary humans, they were akin to celestial beings. How could a monk scarcely in his 20s possibly stand a chance? Just as Tai Bai Jin Xing sought out Xuanzang, he suddenly halted, utterly stunned by the scene that unfolded before him. Chapter 80. Farewell to Sun Wukong. What is happening here? The illustrious Tai Bai Jin Xing gazed in astonishment at the gruesome scene before him, where the formidable tiger spirit, Bear Mountain Lord, and the special envoy had been slain on the spot. How could this be? Although he served as a trusted aide to the Jade Emperor, he was unaware of the developments concerning Xuanzang. This should not be. Could it be that a member of the Buddhist sect had intervened? Yet, if someone were indeed assisting Xuanzang, then perhaps he need not complicate matters further. With that thought, he transformed into a gentle breeze, alighting gracefully upon a white crane, and departed. After Tai Bai Jinxing Sexit, another figure from the Buddhist realm, Jieti, arrived to investigate. The prosperity of the Buddhist faith was at stake, and with the journey to the West finally underway, it was imperative that no further issues arose. It seemed that Tai Bai Jinxing had already acted. Evidently, the heavenly court was honoring its promise to protect Master Jinshanzi. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jieti too transformed into golden light and departed. Meanwhile, Xuanzang, leading his horse, had traversed a considerable distance through the mountains. Although the surroundings were desolate and devoid of human habitation, he felt no fear. However, due to his insufficient cultivation, he was unable to sustain himself on the winds, hoping instead to encounter a village ahead. Suddenly, a fearsome roar of a tiger echoed from the front. Given the abundance of wild beasts in the deep mountains, Xuanzang was not surprised. Soon, a tiger's head emerged from the thicket to his left, its sharp, yellow teeth glistening with drool. "Amipa, depart at once, or I shall enlighten you." Xuanzang's eyes flashed with a radiant Buddhist light, and he manifested an expression of fierce resolve. Though the tiger was devoid of human understanding and acted solely on instinct, it instinctively recoiled in the face of his overwhelming presence, sensing an unnameable fear, and promptly retreated. Just as Xuanzang prepared to urge his horse onward, he noticed the woods ahead swaying again. Just as he anticipated another tiger's appearance, a middle-aged man revealed himself. The man, bearing a bow and arrow and wielding a steel fork, expressed surprise upon seeing Xuanzang. "Ah, it is an elder. I thought there were tigers about. Be cautious, elder, for this deep mountain is rife with wild beasts." The middle-aged man approached, introducing himself as Lu Buqin, known as the Mountain Guardian, who had come to eradicate the serpents dwelling in these woods. Xuanzang nodded. "I am a humble monk, dispatched by the Tang Emperor to journey to the west in search of scriptures. Little did I expect such dense wilderness, making the path elusive until I encountered you, benefactor." Lu Buqin replied courteously, "Ah, revered monk, as the day wanes, why not accompany me to my humble abode? I shall guide you further on your journey tomorrow." Having lost his way and feeling hunger pangs, Xuanzang gratefully accepted. "I thank you, benefactor." With Lu Buqin leading the way, holding his steel fork, Xuanzang followed closely, guiding his horse. After a while, they emerged from the thick woods and beheld a farmstead ahead. From a distance, beneath a large tree, a fenced yard came into view, which was evidently Lu Buqin's home. Inside, Lu Buqin's elderly mother awaited their arrival. Lu Buqin led Xuanzang into the house. "Mother, this is the monk sent by the Tang Emperor to the Western Paradise to seek scriptures. I encountered him in the mountains and brought him home. Tomorrow morning, I shall escort him out of Shuangcha Ridge." The elderly woman, clearly a person of understanding, nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed, it is fate. Tomorrow marks your father's death anniversary. We would be grateful if the elder could chant scriptures for us, and then see him off the day after." Upon hearing this, Lu Buqin turned to Xuanzang. With his hands clasped together, Xuanzang said, "Since it is fate, reciting scriptures is but my duty." He then settled in, while Lu Buqin and his mother prepared dinner. Before long, a sumptuous feast appeared before them, abundant with meat and vegetables. Lu Buqin smiled and said, "Elder, please enjoy while it is hot. I beg your pardon. As hunters, we have little vegetarian fare and do not know what might please you." Concerned that the meat might displease Xuanzang, he hurried to explain. However, Xuanzang calmly replied, "No matter, layman, eat your meat. Do not concern yourself with me." He then partook of the vegetarian dishes. The kind-hearted Xuanzang greatly satisfied the elderly woman. After all, it was a blessing to have him in their home. If he were to be picky, even a monk could be a source of discontent. Yet, Xuanzang neither admonished them against eating meat nor protested the act of killing, treating it as though nothing were amiss. After dinner, he retired early for the night. The following day, Lu Buqin and his mother rose early. To atone for Lu Buqin's deceased father, he prepared a vegetarian meal. After partaking in the meal, Xuanzang lit incense for Lu Buqin's father and began to strike the wooden fish and chant scriptures. He first recited the purification mantra, followed by the transference of Merit Sutra, continuing for an entire day, before concluding. Perhaps due to this act of liberation, Lu Buqin's father appeared in dreams to both the elderly woman and Lu Buqin. In the morning, as they spoke, they discovered they had both dreamt of their father, who expressed gratitude towards the holy monk for alleviating his sins. Immediately, Lu Buqin and his mother prepared the horse for Xuanzang, providing provisions for his journey. "Thank you, elder, for helping to liberate my father's spirit. We are truly grateful," Xuanzang humbly replied. "I have merely performed my duty. There is no need for such gratitude." After all, his practice was rooted in authentic Buddhist teachings, and the liberation of souls was hardly worthy of mention. Lu Buqin then gathered a few companions to accompany him up the mountain, paving the way to see Xuanzang off. After half a day's travel, they finally reached the boundary of the Tang Empire. "Elder, the road ahead may require you to proceed alone. Beyond this point lies not the Tang territory, but the domain of the Tartars," Lu Buqin indicated. After bidding farewell to Lu Buqin, Xuanzang continued on his solitary journey. Originally, there should have been the Two Realms Mountain here. However, due to the upheaval caused by Sun Wukong and the Jade Emperor, Sun Wukong was not suppressed. Although the Two Realms Mountain was absent, a new peak and peach trees had emerged. After guiding Xuanzang, Sun Wukong settled here, awaiting Xuanzang's arrival. On that day, Sun Wukong reclined beneath a peach tree, savoring the fruit in his hand, when suddenly the sound of hoofbeats reached his ears. Startled, he sat upright and turned his gaze toward the east. In the distance, he beheld a monk leading a horse toward him. This monk possessed delicate skin, yet he emanated an aura of strength rather than fragility. Instead, he exuded a profound sense of compassion. Surrounding him was a radiant halo of Buddhist light, indicating his considerable spiritual attainment. At last, he had arrived. At that moment, Xuanzang, who was guiding the horse from afar, sensed something and looked over. Upon spotting a monkey standing at a distance, holding a peach in one hand and gazing intently at him, he felt no sense of threat. Instead, an inexplicable familiarity washed over him. It was he. Chapter 81. The salvation of those worthy of redemption. Xuanzang felt an immense gratitude towards the young man. Had it not been for his guidance, he might not have achieved such profound insights into Buddhist teachings. Little did he expect to encounter him again in this place. "Master, you must be the Tang monk. Guanyin has instructed me to await your arrival and escort you to the west to worship the Buddha and seek the scriptures." Sun Wukong approached, winking at Xuanzang. Xuanzang nodded in understanding, realizing it was indeed the arrangement of Bodhisattva Guanyin. "Thank you, Bodhisattva Guanyin. My disciple, what is your name?" "I am called Sun Wukong." Xuanzang acknowledged that it was indeed a name befitting one of the Buddhist order. "I shall also bestow upon you a nickname. Let us call you Traveler." Sun Wukong, unperturbed, replied, "As you wish, master." Thus, the two set off westward together, and with Sun Wukong's companionship, Xuanzang no longer felt lonely. "Wukong, I have yet to express my gratitude for your guidance from years past," Xuanzang said with a smile. "Master, your understanding of Buddhism is already profound. It was merely a small effort on my part. What are your thoughts on the pilgrimage for the scriptures?" Sun Wukong turned back with a grin. For those of the Buddhist faith, the quest for scriptures represents the pinnacle of belief. If one could attain the true texts, it would be an immense blessing for the people and all sentient beings. This journey embodies the quest for enlightenment. If the great vehicle of Buddhism were truly effective, suffering would no longer exist. Therefore, it is not necessary for a humble monk like myself to seek it. Should I succeed in obtaining the true scriptures, I shall seek to reshape both the Mahayana and Theravada traditions and re-establish the Buddhist order. Xuanzang clasped his hands together and uttered a resolute Amitabha. Although he remained a disciple of Buddhism, he transcended its confines and no longer adhered strictly to its regulations. Sun Wukong nodded, satisfied that his efforts to enlighten Xuanzang were not in vain. As their conversation unfolded, the sky began to darken. "Master, it is getting late. There is a household ahead. I visited them decades ago, and they are honest folk." Sun Wukong pointed towards the rising smoke in the distance with a smile. Xuanzang agreed. "In that case, I hope they will offer us shelter for the night." After a brief while, Xuanzang spotted the farmhouse. Before he could speak, Sun Wukong leaped over the fence and into their courtyard with ease, opening the gate as if he were returning home. "Come in, master." Son Wukong chuckled. Xuanzang couldn't help but smile wryly. "Wukong, we are merely seeking a place to stay for the night. Do not be so familiar." While Sun Wukong had imparted much wisdom, his mannerisms still reflected a mischievous monkey's nature. "Monster!" Just as Xuanzang was about to admonish Sun Wukong, the elderly man from within the house heard the commotion and stepped outside. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's fierce visage, he nearly fainted, only to be steadied by a child who followed. Seeing the situation unfold, Xuanzang quickly dismounted and positioned himself between Sun Wukong and the elder. "Do not be afraid. Kind sir, we hail from the Tang dynasty and are on our way to the west to worship the Buddha." Upon seeing the monk's benevolent countenance, the elder's initial trepidation swiftly dissipated. It was, after all, a venerable monk, and he invited him in, albeit with some reservations. The elder cast a glance at Sun Wukong, hesitating to utter the word monster, fearful that the creature might take offense and harm them. However, upon closer inspection, he found the figure somewhat familiar. "Have we met before?" he inquired. The child beside him looked at his grandfather with a puzzled expression. "Grandfather, do you know this monster?" Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, "Indeed. Many years ago, I passed through here, and you warmly welcomed me, offering me fruits and inviting me to your home. I never imagined that after all these years you would not recognize me." The elder paused, seemingly recalling a day from decades past when he had seen a solitary monkey standing on a hillside, prompting his curiosity to approach. In those days, he felt no fear, only a fondness for the charming creature. "Ah, it is you. After our encounter, I often wondered when you would visit my home. To think that decades have passed, and here you are at last. Come in, come in." The elder quickly ushered Xuanzang and Sun Wukong inside. Upon entering, Xuanzang observed that the family was not affluent. Their home was quite bare. Fortunately, before departing from the Tang dynasty, the emperor had provided him with some funds, and he resolved to leave a small sum for them. "Elder, where are your children? Why are only you and your grandson here?" Xuanzang inquired, surprised to see no other occupants. The elder sighed, while the grandson softly wept. "My parents were slain by bandits. It is only my grandfather and I left. I shall avenge you," Sun Wukong declared, eager to seek retribution for the elder and his grandson. The elder quickly restrained him, saying, "Noble monkey, there is no need for such actions. Since you have embraced the Buddhist path, you must cultivate compassion and cannot take lives on our behalf. Moreover, the dead cannot be revived. Let it be." Sun Wukong, understanding the elder's reluctance for vengeance, acquiesced. Soon, the elder and his grandson busied themselves preparing a meal. Sun Wukong turned to Xuanzang and asked, "Master, do you not find the bandits despicable? Would you save them?" Xuanzang shook his head. "No. Salvation is meant for those who are redeemable, not for villains. Having taken lives, they must face the consequences to atone." Sun Wukong chuckled softly. "If the Buddhist order were to learn of your disposition, master, they would surely be astonished." Xuanzang closed his eyes and began to recite scripture. Sun Wukong gazed out at the busy elder and grandson, sighing deeply. Soon, the humble meal was served. However, it was little more than a bowl of water with a few grains of rice, and the accompanying dish consisted solely of foraged wild greens, devoid of any flavor. The elder sighed, saying, "Life has been arduous for us, and we possess little of value. I hope you do not find it distasteful." Xuanzang shook his head. "There is no need for concern. Elder, we could never look down upon your hospitality." Sun Wukong echoed, "Indeed, I do not find it unworthy." As he spoke, Sun Wukong proactively ladled some porridge, adding a handful of wild vegetables to the bowl before presenting it to Xuanzang, and then serving himself a bowl as well. Subsequently, the two fell into a contemplative silence as they partook of their meal. Once they had finished, Sun Wukong and Xuanzang were assigned to share a modest lodging. The elder's home was rather small, comprising merely 2 rooms, with the main quarters graciously offered to Sun Wukong and Xuanzang. Seated cross-legged upon the bed, Xuanzang recited sacred texts. He had initially believed that, in the absence of war, the common people would lead relatively comfortable lives. However, he was taken aback to discover the existence of such destitute individuals, barely scraping by. In the dead of night, son Wukong suddenly sat upright. "Master, there's movement," he exclaimed, just as sounds of crashing and banging echoed from outside. Xuanzang furrowed his brow, and a radiant aura of Buddhist light enveloped him, akin to a wrathful Vajra. Chapter 82. Wukong. See them off in the small courtyard. The elderly man lay gravely injured, while a child screamed in the grasp of a bandit. "Grandson, grandson! Release my grandson. I truly possess nothing of value." The elderly man lamented. One of the bandits snorted derisively. "Do you take us for fools? You claim to have no valuables, yet you still dare to harbor others today? Indeed, you are clearly wealthy and unwilling to honor us. Eliminate them." Another voice joined in. "Soon, we shall have those two monks accompany you on your journey." As the conversation unfolded, one of the bandits seized a steel knife and lunged at the elderly man. However, before the blade could descend, a radiant light emerged, enveloping one of the bandits. With a thunderous crash, the bandit was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a large tree outside the courtyard. His insides ruptured, blood gushed from his mouth. The once ruthless bandits stood stupefied, as if struck by an unseen force. "Amiba, our Buddha is merciful." Xuanzang emerged slowly from the room, his eyes icy with resolve. Son Wukong, following closely behind, was astonished. He had not anticipated that the monk, who once spared even the lives of ants, had transformed so dramatically. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to intervene, yet Xuanzang had acted more swiftly. "Let's hasten." One bandit finally regained his senses and shouted, "Wukong, see them off. Lest more innocents be harmed." Xuanzang observed the scene and spoke calmly. "Certainly." Son Wukong had initially thought the bandits would flee, believing the monk would not pursue them relentlessly. Yet he was surprised to find that Xuanzang intended to eradicate them completely. This suited him perfectly. To be perpetually compassionate while allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would be most disheartening. Son Wukong brandished his golden staff, sweeping it with force. Though the bandits were cruel and preyed upon the weak, they were no match for his mighty weapon, falling with a single strike. Xuanzang did not fix his gaze upon the bandits. Instead, he hurried to support the elderly man. Fortunately, though injured, the elderly man was not in imminent danger, which relieved Xuanzang greatly. Subsequently, the elderly man knelt before Xuanzang, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving me and my grandson. There is no need for thanks. I trust that after this encounter, they will no longer wreak havoc in this region," Xuanzang replied with a gentle smile. He then began to chant sutras, and as the Buddha's light spread, the elderly man's wounds began to heal rapidly. "Grandfather, are you all right?" At that moment, the little grandson rushed over, embracing his grandfather. I'm fine. The pain I felt just now has vanished." The elderly man reassured his frightened grandson. "Master, I have seen them off, and their bodies have been disposed of." Son Wukong approached with a grin. Xuanzang nodded, saying, "Elder, all is well now. Please return to your room and rest. There shall be no further disturbances." Subsequently, the old man, aided by the child, returned to his chamber. "Master, let us also return." Son Wukong stretched languidly and glanced at the sky. "Wukong, just to be cautious, it would be prudent for you to scout the vicinity to ensure no bandits remain." Xuanzang clasped his hands together in prayer. "We must eradicate all evil to prevent any harm to the old man after our departure." Son Wukong nodded. "Indeed, master. With such noble intentions, it is only right that I comply." With that, he took to the skies in a somersault. Meanwhile, Xuanzang did not return to his room, but instead sat down in meditation, beginning to perform rites for the numerous bandits who had met their demise. On the other side, upon reaching the bandit hideout, Son Wukong found no other bandits lurking and was about to return when a thought crossed his mind. "I wonder if my master has emerged from seclusion yet." Given that the day was still young, Son Wukong decided to remain to survey the bandits, while a beam of golden light sped off towards Qian village, on the border of the southern Jiangbu prefecture. Over the years, Qian village had flourished remarkably. Deep within a quadrangle courtyard, it had become a sacred place in the hearts of many villagers, visited only in times of dire need. For many years, Nearly every request made there had been fulfilled, thus elevating the status of this courtyard to a revered sanctuary in the villagers' minds. Outside the courtyard, numerous incense offerings burned, with new ones promptly replacing any that extinguished. Inside, Qin Han gazed at a short sword in his hand. As the incense continued to gather, a smile gracing his face. He had initially intended to depart, but unexpectedly acquired a divine sword of faith. 5 centuries prior, his disciple had achieved some success, and from then on, it was up to the disciple's own merits. Therefore, Qin Han had planned to take his leave when someone sought his help regarding a sunken boat. Having spent such a long time in the village, he felt compelled to lend assistance, as a gesture for his brother. To his astonishment, after his intervention, dozens were saved, and the entire village came to express their gratitude, generating a profound surge of faith energy. Although the power of faith may not rival that of merit, it offers numerous benefits, enhancing cultivation and being highly effective in artifact crafting and alchemy, akin to 2 sides of the same coin. While the power of merit bears no flaws or drawbacks, the power of faith does possess certain limitations. One cannot easily detach from it, lest their cultivation be adversely affected. Consequently, some lesser deities have vanished upon the collapse of their faith. However, when it comes to crafting artifacts, the power of faith does not carry such disadvantages. Faith-infused treasures are comparable to those of merit, as they are augmented by the strength of belief, significantly amplifying their power. Notably, faith can gradually accumulate, becoming immensely potent, and may even surpass merit treasures, rivaling innate divine artifacts. As a member of the primordial realm, it is essential to possess a treasured item. Over the years, Qin Han had lacked any formidable magical artifacts, and now, with the sudden acquisition of faith, he was determined to forge a faith-infused treasure. After 5 centuries of effort, he finally succeeded in his endeavor. The next step was to slowly nurture it, cultivating faith with faith. My disciple has arrived, providing an opportune moment to test the might. Suddenly, Qin Han sensed an aura approaching. In this village, apart from his own disciple, no one would dare to draw near so easily. Casting a glance at the divine sword of faith in his hand, he raised it, and with a fierce sweep, a surge of white light erupted forth. The sword's aura wreaked havoc upon the heavens, as if it were tearing apart the very fabric of existence, causing the entire space to shatter. With a sharp crack, the space exploded, hurtling towards the approaching monkey. Sun Wukong, having come as a mere avatar, was cautious at first, but was abruptly overwhelmed by an immense aura. Before he could react, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the white light loomed larger, swiftly engulfing him. Chapter 83. The Reshaping of the Tightening Spell? What is this? Sun Wukong found himself unable to make any defensive moves, merely watching as a blinding white light surged toward him like a tidal wave, engulfing his entire being in an instant. Fortunately, at that moment, he was merely a projection, and even though this white light harbored the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, his true self would remain unharmed should he perish. However, just as this seemingly terrifying force was about to completely envelop him, it suddenly dissipated like a fleeting dream, subsequently spreading gently across his form like a babbling brook. Master, Sun Wukong's heart stirred, and he immediately comprehended that this was his master's way of gauging his strength. After 5 centuries of arduous cultivation, he was now but a step away from the realm of quasi-saint. He had believed that his power had approached that of his master, yet he was astonished to realize that he still could not fathom the depths of his master's capabilities. To him, his master remained inscrutable. Nephew, you are still not cautious enough. Were I truly intent on your demise, you would have already lost your soul. At that very moment, as Sun Wukong stepped into the courtyard, the voice of Qin Han echoed calmly. Upon hearing this, a flush of shame crept across Sun Wukong's face. Despite the many years of teachings in the art of survival imparted by Qin Han, he had cast aside this wisdom the moment he felt a slight surge in strength. Acting recklessly, he immediately bowed respectfully and replied, Master's words are true. I, Sun Wukong, have much to learn. If there were anyone in this world whom Sun Wukong admired most, it would undoubtedly be Qin Han before him. Although Qin Han was not his master in the strictest sense, his years of meticulous guidance and care had surpassed that of any true master. As for Qin Han's original nephew, son Wukong had sought him out and even imparted his techniques. Regrettably, over a century ago, that true nephew had passed away peacefully. At this moment, Qin Han slowly sheathed the sword of faith in his hand. The power of this sword was indeed remarkable. With a mere flick, it could vanquish a great Luo golden immortal. If he could gradually accumulate faith power, its strength in the future would rival that of innate spiritual treasures. Over the years, Qin Han had never personally encountered such treasures. He pondered silently, wondering if it was due to the ancient world having progressed too far, as those innate spiritual treasures had long since found their rightful owners. Son Wukong gazed at Qin Han, a broad smile adorning his face as he congratulated. "Congratulations, master, on your emergence from seclusion. It seems you have greatly enhanced your cultivation during this retreat." Qin Han smiled slightly and replied, "I have not gained much, merely forged a spiritual treasure." Upon hearing this, son Wukong's mind involuntarily conjured the earlier scene. It was likely that the spiritual treasure his master had casually crafted possessed power that rivaled that of his own Rui Jingu Bang, and was imbued with boundless destructive force. With this thought, he could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Truly, as expected of his master, immensely powerful indeed. "Master, you had not finished your story last time. Might you continue this time?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Qin Han, son Wukong delved into the matter at hand. Qin Han smiled slightly and nodded, remarking, "Indeed, you, the monkey, truly relish this tale." Previously, Qin Han had recounted how son Wukong was liberated from the Five-Finger Mountain after 5 centuries, thanks to the intervention of Tang Sung. Ultimately, Tang Sung was no longer the golden cicada of yore. Thus, the Buddhist realm could not allow such a formidable being as son Wukong to roam freely. They would undoubtedly devise various methods to restrain him, which would serve to temper son Wukong's disposition while simultaneously nurturing potent individuals for the future of Buddhism, hence the origin of the tightening circlet. Son Wukong listened with utmost seriousness. However, upon reflection, he considered that given his current rapport with Xuanzang, it was unlikely that Xuanzang would impose the tightening circlet upon him. His proactive endeavor to enlighten Xuanzang was intended to establish a karmic bond between them. Their relationship had evolved beyond mere master and disciple, transforming into a bond of mutual mentorship and friendship. Had son Wukong succeeded in enlightening Tang Sung earlier, perhaps some changes might have transpired. Yet such alterations would ultimately prove insufficient. After all, even if Tang Sung were reluctant to place the tightening circlet upon son Wukong, the Buddhist realm would not easily abandon their scheme. For them, son Wukong represented a ticking time bomb, capable of detonating at any moment. Upon hearing this, son Wukong nodded in agreement. "However, if Xuanzang has already undergone transformation, what do you believe could be a definitive solution to this predicament?" The journey to the West had already commenced, and Buddhism would undoubtedly not permit the Western journey to alter their course. They would seek changes that favor their interests. Should son Wukong desire to alter his fate and activate the Panga seal, he would require some extraordinary means. After pondering for a moment, Qin Han suggested, "If Buddhism intends to use the tightening circlet to control son Wukong, what if son Wukong could subvert this plan, reshaping the circlet's binding to rest upon the head of Guanyin Bodhisattva?" Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but then a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Indeed, if Buddhism sought to use the tightening circlet to dominate him, why could he not employ it to exert control over Guanyin instead? At this moment, dawn was breaking, and son Wukong rose to take his leave. "Master, I shall visit you again." With that, he vanished in a flash, hastily departing. However, he did not immediately return to his true form, but transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the heavenly realm. Qin Han observed son Wukong's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Monkeys will always be monkeys. Son Wukong's enthusiasm for his own narrative and his desire to alter the trajectory of the journey to the West was merely fanciful talk regarding predestined events. Qin Han shook his head and slowly closed his eyes, beginning to gather the power of faith. Little did he realize that the journey to the west would undergo profound changes due to this exchange with Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, in the distant Western Buddhist realm, the atmosphere was suffused with boundless light, and an aura of compassion permeated everywhere. At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva, standing upon a lotus pedestal and holding a jade bottle, gracefully entered the Mahavairakana hall. Her visage was both compassionate and solemn, each step imbued with boundless Buddhist wisdom. I humbly report to the Tathagata. Sun Wukong has officially embarked on the journey westward with Xuanzang, and the journey to the west has truly entered its rightful course. Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke reverently, her voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. The multitude of Buddha's bodhisattvas, arhats, and protectors, upon hearing this, could not hide their expressions of delight. It was as if they could already envision the day of great prosperity for the Buddhist teachings. Thank you, great Bodhisattva, they acknowledged, yet Sun Wukong's power is exceedingly formidable, and his influence might indeed be a tremendous boon for the flourishing of Buddhism in the future. However, presently, he poses a significant challenge. The Tathagata slowly opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating, as if capable of discerning all worldly illusions. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded and remarked, "Originally, our hope was that Lao Jun could temporarily suppress Sun Wukong's strength. But alas, it seems that endeavor has faltered." With a simple gesture, the Tathagata manifested a golden circlet in his hand. This circlet radiated a brilliant light, its surface shimmering with restrictive energy. This tightening band could restrain Sun Wukong's powers, and should any unforeseen events arise in the future, it could serve as a means of control. Therefore, it appears that the Bodhisattva may need to undertake another journey to bestow this circlet upon Xuanzang. The Tathagata, with a flick of his hand, sent the circlet forth as a streak of light, swiftly approaching Guanyin Bodhisattva. She immediately reached out to catch it, then respectfully addressed the Tathagata. "As a humble servant of the Buddhist order, I shall dedicate myself wholly to the flourishing of the Dharma, and I shall depart at once." With that, Guanyin Bodhisattva transformed into a beam of Buddhic light and surged out of the Mahavairakana hall. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Tathagata felt an unsettling premonition, as if some misfortune were imminent. Nevertheless, the journey to the west seemed to be progressing as they had anticipated, everything appearing to unfold quite smoothly. Chapter 84. The candid Xuanzang astonishes Guanyin. Xuanzang waited patiently outside the courtyard of the old man, but Sun Wukong had yet to return. In his frustration, he instructed the old man to inform Sun Wukong that he would set off to the west without him. After a considerable time, Xuanzang dismounted from his steed and settled upon a large stone to rest for a moment. He began to recite the teachings of Buddhism, and a radiant aura enveloped him, the luminous light of the Buddha swirling around him, deepening his presence. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in the distance, revealing an elderly woman who trudged towards him, burdened by a package. Her steps were labored, pausing frequently, as if the journey weighed heavily upon her. Suddenly, she seemed to notice Xuanzang seated on the stone, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "Who is this solitary monk sitting here?" she inquired. Xuanzang opened his eyes, the light of the Buddha shimmering within them as they fell upon the elderly woman. Guanyin, though Xuanzang's powers had yet to fully return, he was still a practitioner of the Buddhist teachings, and his former abilities were only slightly inferior to those of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The transformation techniques employed by Guanyin were unmistakably marked by the essence of Buddhism and could not elude Xuanzang's keen perception. The radiance in Xuanzang's eyes faded, and his countenance gradually returned to tranquility. With his hands pressed together in reverence, he addressed the elderly woman. "I am a humble monk from the Tang dynasty, dispatched by the emperor to journey westward in search of the sacred scriptures." "Oh!" The elderly woman paused, her face displaying a hint of astonishment. "The Thunder Sound Temple in the west lies a staggering 80,000 miles away. You travel alone? How can you possibly reach that distant land?" Xuanzang smiled gently. "Though I appear solitary, I have a disciple. He departed yesterday and has yet to return." "Ah, I see. I thought you truly ventured forth alone," the elderly woman responded, producing a cotton garment and a floral hat from her bosom. offering them to Xuanzang. These belong to my son, who regrettably passed away shortly after becoming a monk. I intended to keep them as a memento, but since I have encountered you, it seems our fates are entwined with the Buddha. Please accept this garment and hat as a gift. Xuanzang hurriedly shook his head. This would be most inappropriate. I cannot accept such a generous offering. The elderly woman, her expression resolute, replied, Monk, my son was also a monk. Surely, you do not disdain him? Not at all. Xuanzang quickly gestured in denial, explaining, It is merely that this garment and hat are precious mementos to you. How could I accept them? My intention in giving them to you is born of my son's inherent kindness. Had he encountered someone like you, he would undoubtedly have offered them as well. If you refuse, it would be akin to disrespecting my son. The elderly woman's countenance darkened with displeasure. With no other recourse, Xuanzang reluctantly accepted the items, saying, Thank you, kind lady. I also possess a sacred incantation for you to remember. Should your disciple ever stray from your guidance, this incantation may be employed. The elderly woman added. Xuanzang nodded in acknowledgement as she began to recite a passage of scripture. I shall remember it well, he declared, his hands clasped together in respect. The elderly woman smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, a radiant aura enveloped her, transforming her into the Bodhisattva Guanyin. It was indeed the Bodhisattva. How fortunate to encounter her! Xuanzang seemed to grasp the significance of the moment and promptly bowed low to the ground. Xuanzang, this treasure must be donned by son Wukong. It shall serve as your protection in the days to come. Do you understand? Guanyin spoke with a solemn demeanor. I understand. Thank you, Bodhisattva, Xuanzang replied. However, when he lifted his gaze, Guanyin had already vanished, leaving behind only a faint glow of Buddhist light that gradually dissipated into the air. Xuanzang's expression darkened as he gazed at the garments and cap left by Guanyin. How could the Buddhist sect employ such tactics to threaten others? It was evident that Sun Wukong had done nothing wrong. Indeed, the Buddhist pursuit of the journey to the west was merely for their own gain. Xuanzang pondered silently, resolute in his decision not to heed Guanyin's command. Just as he was about to discard the clothing and cap, a sudden voice pierced the air. Master, I have arrived. Before the words faded, a beam of golden light surged from the east and landed swiftly before Xuanzang, transforming into the figure of Sun Wukong. Master, why didn't you wait for me? Sun Wukong scratched his head, his face betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Xuanzang replied with a smile, Wukong, I knew you would catch up, so I merely set off a little earlier. By the way, Master, here are some fruits I picked along the way. Sun Wukong declared, producing a handful of fruit from his bosom and presenting it to Xuanzang. After a morning of exertion, Xuanzang, being but a mortal, was indeed weary. He accepted the fruit from Sun Wukong, a smile gracing his features. Truly, compared to the aloof bodhisattvas, Sun Wukong demonstrated far greater concern for him. Delicious, Xuanzang exclaimed, savoring the sweetness that blossomed in his mouth. What is this? Sun Wukong suddenly glanced at the garments and cap resting on the large stone, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. That was sent by the Bodhisattva. It is meant to bind you, Xuanzang replied nonchalantly. Sun Wukong was taken aback, having anticipated a more elaborate explanation from Xuanzang. To his surprise, Xuanzang spoke so candidly. Not only was Sun Wukong astonished, but even Guanyin, observing from the shadows, was momentarily stunned. Was her intention not for Xuanzang to deceive Sun Wukong into wearing the cap? Why had Xuanzang so openly revealed the truth? If Sun Wukong refused to don it, would that not diminish the control over him? Such a scenario was intolerable to the Buddhist sect. With a sigh of resignation, Guanyin raised her hand and waved. In an instant, the cap that had been resting on the stone surged forth, bathed in a flash of Buddhist light, aiming directly for Sun Wukong's head. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong brandished the golden rod from his ear and swung it with force. A resounding crash echoed as the cap was sent flying. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with golden light as he shattered the Buddhist aura that enveloped the cap. It was time to employ the treasures bestowed upon him by the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong approached and picked up the hat. At that moment, the hat had become tattered, with the tightening band inside barely visible. With a flick of his wrist, a metallic disc was placed beneath the hat. The disc began to rotate slowly beneath it. Intricate patterns emerged upon the tightening band within the hat, revealing the seals contained therein. At that instant, beneath the metallic disc, these seals began to transform and reshape. Chapter 85. Reversal of the heavenly pattern. Bodhisattva, I, the old monkey, shall place this tightening spell upon you. This spell, forged by Tathagata, possesses formidable power, once dawned. It cannot be removed and can be tightened through the recitation of incantations. It is precisely due to son Wukong's indomitable spirit that he can endure it. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapable of bearing such a burden. How audacious! At that moment, a radiant light illuminated the sky, and the Bodhisattva Guanyin descended, gracefully alighting upon a lotus pedestal, her hands cradling a jade bottle. Her visage exuded solemnity and compassion, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of ire. Upon witnessing the arrival of Guanyin, Xuanzang hastily clasped his hands in reverence, exclaiming, I humbly pay my respects to the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Xuanzang, she intoned, this tightening spell I bestow upon you is for your own good. Son Wukong is, after all, a demon monkey. Should you fail to restrain him, he may inevitably wreak havoc upon the innocent. Guanyin disregarded son Wukong and instead admonished Xuanzang. Xuanzang shook his head resolutely, replying, I am grateful, Bodhisattva. Yet the Buddhist precepts are clear. One must not utter falsehoods. To deceive others? Such conduct is unbecoming of a follower of the Dharma. Furthermore, having taken son Wukong as my disciple, I shall bind him through my own methods, not through magical artifacts. His tone was laced with disdain. This was his interpretation of Buddhist teachings. How could he, for the sake of personal gain, impose limitations on another? Such actions are not befitting of a true practitioner of Buddhism. It is worth noting that he had grown somewhat disenchanted with the Buddhist order. The Bodhisattva, who ought to embody compassion and elevated virtue, was urging him to deceive, to trick son Wukong into wearing a magical artifact. Indeed, the present state of the Buddhist order seemed irretrievable. This is not a matter of your desires. It is the will of the Buddha. Guanyin's expression darkened, her heart heavy with frustration. How could such a mere mortal presume to restrain son Wukong, a being who had once caused an uproar in the heavenly palace? For now, I shall not debate with you. Let us first ensure that son Wukong dons the tightening spell. Disregarding Xuanzang, Guanyin began to chant softly. The once tranquil cap in son Wukong's grasp began to radiate with Buddhist light, its brilliance swelling as if to envelop him entirely. Guanyin delicately raised her hand, her fingertips aglow with gentle radiance, and the cap suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a stream of golden light, rushing towards son Wukong's head. With a crisp sound, the cap settled firmly atop son Wukong, its golden glow intensifying. Xuanzang's expression shifted to one of urgency, his hands instinctively clenching the hem of his robe. Amiba, Guanyin thought as she saw the cap so effortlessly rest upon son Wukong's head. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, for her task had been accomplished. However, at that moment, a resplendent golden light descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon Guanyin's head. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through her, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Yet she maintained her serene and transcendent demeanor. The tightening spell? Guanyin gazed at son Wukong, now adorned with the cap, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Son Wukong, with a mischievous grin, turned to Xuanzang and inquired, Master, does this cap suit me? Xuanzang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and smiled. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Son Wukong, do you think that by placing this tight circlet upon my head, I would be unable to remove it? However, what is this? Why can I not take it off? Guanyin Bodhisattva attempted to remove the circlet atop her head, but no matter how hard she tried, it seemed as though it had taken root, firmly affixed to her crown. Ha ha ha, Guanyin, do you truly believe that I, the great sage, would be unprepared? Son Wukong scoffed coldly, then began to chant incantations, forming hand seals to activate the tight circlet spell. The circlet upon Guanyin's head began to constrict slowly. Despite her profound composure, her countenance twisted in agony, revealing a terrifying visage. My head! Guanyin cried out in pain, her precious bottle slipping from her grasp as she clutched the circlet tightly, desperate to alleviate the excruciating pressure. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong felt an inner sense of relief, realizing how close he had come to bearing this burden himself. Silence. Cease your incantations, Xuanzang. Make that demon monkey stop. Guanyin's voice was filled with fury, devoid of any trace of compassion, her eyes blazing with wrath. Amipa. Xuanzang clasped his hands together, uttering the sacred name. Bodhisattva. This is a consequence of your own actions. If Wukong were to wear this circlet, would he not face a similar fate? Xuanzang felt no pity for Guanyin, for it was she who insisted on placing the circlet upon Sun Wukong, only for it to end up upon her own head, truly a case of reaping what one sows. You, Xuanzang, how dare you defy me? Are you still a disciple of the Buddha? Guanyin was consumed by anger upon hearing his words, yet felt powerless. Her fury gradually transformed into a plea. Do not chant any further. Cease at once. Sun Wukong finally halted his recitation. As Guanyin's headache subsided, she cast a glance at him and raised her hand to point, summoning the luminous jade bottle in an attempt to call forth the waters of the four seas. However, were she to strike down Sun Wukong at that moment, the circlet would no longer pose a threat to her. Yet, before she could act, the circlet tightened once more, causing the once radiant jade bottle to dim, unable to unleash its power. Bodhisattva, if you seek your own demise, I, the great sage, can certainly escort you on that journey. Sun Wukong had no desire to slay Guanyin, but her obstinacy was infuriating. Even under the circlet's grip, she refused to yield. Thus, it appeared that violence was the only remaining option. No, do not kill me. I concede. I shall not act. Guanyin, after enduring a moment of intense agony, hastily pleaded. Sun Wukong then gradually ceased the incantation. Once the pain subsided, Guanyin refrained from making any further attempts against him. Since she could not confront Sun Wukong at that moment, she resolved to return to the Buddha's domain, believing that Tathagata would possess a means to remove the circlet. Guanyin, do not harbor any illusions that Tathagata will remove this circlet. Even a sage cannot hope to take it off, unless you reach the level of a sage yourself. Otherwise, this circlet shall remain eternally upon your head. With a smile, Sun Wukong remarked, though the disc is but a one-time use. It has been imbued with the blessings of the Jade Emperor and the Supreme Lord Laozi. Even a sage would find it challenging to retrieve it without paying a price. And would a sage be willing to pay a price for a mere bodhisattva? Clearly, that is impossible. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva trembled, pondering the notion of attaining sagehood. At present, she was merely at the initial stage of quasi-sagehood. The journey to achieve full sagehood, or even to reach the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood, would undoubtedly require a considerable span of time. What do you desire? Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired gravely, fixing her gaze upon Sun Wukong. With a smile that bore an ambiguous quality, Sun Wukong replied, I seek the Bodhisattva's assistance in promoting the journey to the West. Chapter 86. Tathagata, am I unable to remove this tightening circlet? What? Guanyin Bodhisattva was momentarily taken aback, wondering if she had misheard. Sun Wukong was actually asking her to assist in promoting the journey to the West. Was it not the very essence of the journey to the West that had given rise to this endeavor? Sun Wukong offered no explanation to acquire the Panga seal. He required the least amount of hindrance possible. With Guanyin Bodhisattva's support, the obstacles from the Buddhist realm would significantly diminish. You may return and ask Tathagata to remove the circlet for you, and then decide whether you will aid me. Sun Wukong, what you seek is merely merit. Whether you assist the Buddhist realm or help me, you shall inevitably reap rewards. You will never incur a loss. Guanyin Bodhisattva fell silent. Sun Wukong spoke the truth. Her decision to join the Western Buddhist realm was driven by the merits gained after the journey to the West. Even if she were to assist Sun Wukong, theoretically, she would still garner a substantial amount of merit. She would not suffer any loss. However, aiding Sun Wukong would undoubtedly position her in opposition to the Buddhist realm. As for whether to help him, It was indeed impossible to make a decision without first addressing the removal of the circlet. Very well, if it truly cannot be removed, I shall consider assisting you. Glimmers of light flickered in Guanyin Bodhisattva's eyes, and she transformed into a beam of Buddha's light, swiftly heading westward. Her speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. Rather than entering the Mahavira Hall, she proceeded directly to the hall where Tathagata resided. Soon after, Tathagata emerged from the Mahavira Hall and entered this hall. Guanyin Bodhisattva, why have you transmitted your voice to summon me? Has something significant occurred? Upon entering the hall, Tathagata noticed Guanyin Bodhisattva's silhouette and felt a tinge of confusion. When Guanyin Bodhisattva slowly turned her head, Tathagata's expression shifted drastically. The circlet that should have adorned son Wukong's head had inexplicably appeared atop Guanyin Bodhisattva's crown. Tathagata initially intended to follow the will of the Buddha to find Xuanzang. However, Xuanzang declined to place this circlet upon son Wukong, leaving me no choice but to intervene personally. To my astonishment, son Wukong had already anticipated this, and instead, I ended up bearing the circlet, which I cannot remove. Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed, choosing not to disclose the circumstances that had compelled her to bow her head. To remove this circlet on your behalf. Tathagata never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. Nonetheless, this circlet was meticulously crafted based on a relic of a former disciple of his. He had assumed its removal would be an effortless task. What is this? Why can it not be taken off? Tathagata's expression darkened as he formed hand seals, attempting to remove the circlet from Guanyin Bodhisattva's head. However, to his astonishment, the circlet remained steadfast, as if it had taken root. What were we to do? Though Guanyin Bodhisattva had anticipated this outcome, a glimmer of hope lingered in her heart, which now lay utterly shattered, casting a shadow over her gaze. Might I request Amitabha Buddha to assist in removing this circlet for me? Suddenly, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara lifted her gaze, a glimmer of hope illuminating her eyes as she addressed the Tathagata Buddha. The Tathagata shook his head gently, responding in a measured tone. Previously, the sage was once again banished beyond the three realms. However, at this moment, the manifestation of the Buddha Mother has reunited and should share our burdens. Perhaps she holds the key. Instantly, a flame of hope ignited within Avalokiteshvara's heart. The Buddha Mother, even in her manifested form, wielded powers far beyond the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Moments later, a Taoist descended from the heavens. As he touched down, the once white-haired figure, enveloped in an aura of Taoist rhythms, transformed into an elderly monk, his countenance benevolent yet exuding an otherworldly essence. Amitabha, Tathagata, why have you summoned me with such urgency? The monk, Subhuti, inquired with hands clasped together, his voice serene and profound. Bodhi, I must trouble you with this matter. The Tathagata turned to Avalokiteshvara, who met Subhuti's gaze. Instantly, he noticed the restrictive headband upon her crown, pulsating with ominous light. Subhuti's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. Such a restriction is indeed terrifyingly unfathomable. I fear even I cannot dismantle it. The Tathagata and Avalokiteshvara's expressions changed, a wave of indescribable astonishment washing over them. How could it be that even a being as powerful as Subhuti was unable to act? The enchantment upon this artifact had undergone a transformation, rendering it flawless. To remove it, one would need the original creator's intervention, for no one else could succeed. Of course, Subhuti withheld a thought. While it was not impossible to remove, it would require immense amounts of magical power and energy. Having been vanquished once before, he was reluctant to expend excessive resources for a mere bodhisattva. With a wave of his hand, the headband upon Avalokiteshvara's head morphed into a wreath of flowers, shimmering yet still firmly restraining her. For now, this must suffice. Subhuti continued. You should return for the time being. I shall confer with the Tathagata to explore potential solutions. Avalokiteshvara nodded in silence, her heart heavy with the realization that, as son Wukong had foretold, the headband above her could indeed not be removed. Thus, to survive, her only choice might be to assist son Wukong. As Avalokiteshvara departed, the Tathagata inquired, Subhoodie, is there truly no way? Subhoodie turned back, his expression complex. It is not that there is absolutely no option. However, to expend my manifestation for the sake of a nascent quasi-saint seems unwise. The Tathagata remained silent. In comparison to Avalokiteshvara, Subhoodie's aid would undoubtedly be more substantial. Wukong, do you truly believe that the Tathagata cannot remove this headband? Xuanzang asked, a look of confusion crossing his features as they resumed their journey westward. Fear not, master. This headband was reshaped by me through unique means. Not even the Tathagata, let alone a sage, could easily remove it without incurring some cost. Merely for the sake of Guanyin, I, the great sage, wager that they shall not proceed in such a manner. Sun Wukong chuckled nonchalantly, his eyes glimmering with confidence. Indeed, as he anticipated, Guanyin Bodhisattva ultimately relinquished her efforts. The path ahead grew increasingly treacherous, with perilous mountains, rugged rocks, and towering cliffs lining their journey. However, they encountered no monsters along the way. Ahead lies the domain of the White Dragon. Sun Wukong had heard tales of the White Dragon from his master, Aolit. The White Dragon was the third son of the Dragon King Ao Run of the West Sea. On the day of his grand wedding, the princess of 10,000 saints eloped with the nine-headed insect, leaving Aoliet in a most unfortunate predicament. Poor little White Dragon.